After stepping out of Hongkou Airport, Park Jima and his adopted sister called a car and went directly to Mando Fudan University. Established in 1905, Mando Fudan University is a top national university belonging to Category A2, ranked 10th in the country, only behind Tsinghua University and Yenching University. To be admitted to such a university, students must be among the top-ranking students in the class. Another academic year has come round, and this year Mado University has welcomed a large number of students. In addition, many parents drive luxury cars to the school to pick up their children, such as Bentley, Rolls-Royce, McLaren, all kinds of luxurious cars that can be easily spotted. For the first time in her life, Wang Mengmeng was able to admire such a large university campus. She exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, this is Mando University. It looks so magnificent. Indeed, compared to your Huvit University, it is much larger. If only you had scored a few more points back then, you could have come here." Wang Mengmeng's reaction to Mando's many hot girls did not come across as mocking at all. The new students all smiled friendly faces at her, even finding this young girl quite lovable. On the other hand, Park Jimin was different. People saw him as someone from the countryside visiting the city for the first time. Firstly, his attire was extremely outdated, and his skin was very dark, completely unbearable to look at. He looked like he had just been released from prison, making people feel like he was not a good person. Park Jimin continued to talk casually, completely oblivious to the disdainful glances of everyone around. But the drastic change in appearance prompted Wang Mengmeng to sigh involuntarily. "Oh, could you please stop attracting attention? Can't you disguise yourself a bit less? People might mistake you for my father instead of my brother, you know." Park Jimin smiled faintly and explained, "Meng, you see, I didn't change much today, because I needed to go through passport control at the airport. This disguise only works about 1/10 of its potential. Otherwise, I could disguise myself to the point where you wouldn't even recognize me." But when seeing the appearance of Park Jimin has decreased significantly, especially the biggest change is the demeanor that makes Wang Mengmeng a little unfamiliar. This style has also changed too much. Originally, his face was quite pleasant, somewhat resembling an idol, now transformed into an old uncle with a skinny appearance. Park Jimin doesn't really care to respond. It's not necessary. Besides, this is a long-standing disguise tactic of Nation H. Lately, we are too famous, so we need to be more modest. Park Jimin's great sacrifice touched Wang Mengmeng deeply. He is afraid that his fame will be too big and affect my enrollment, causing trouble for me, so he changed his appearance like that. He is still the gentlest older brother of mine, but he is still very handsome. Dressing up like this enhances his masculinity even more. Looking at Wang Mengmeng sweating, Park Jimin showed great concern. "Mengmeng, are you thirsty? I'll go buy some water for you." Upon hearing this, Wang Meng couldn't help but feel touched. "Yes, thank you. You're too kind." In the area of new student enrollment, there are many beautiful, vibrant female students with glamorous makeup and stylish clothes. But Wang Mengmeng, with her charisma and beauty, still remains the center of attention in the crowd. Some wealthy people even show a hint of surprise on their faces when they see Wang Mengmeng. Why would such a rustic and ugly man like him be able to pursue such a beautiful girl? This girl has smooth white skin, a gentle and elegant figure, full of elegant charm, like a fairy stepping out of a painting. But why is there an ugly man next to the fairy? It's really hard to understand. Suddenly, a loud explosion resounded, echoing from the sky above. Everyone immediately looked up, their eyes fixed on the scene unfolding. Some new students exclaimed in astonishment, "Look, what is that? Oh my, this is the first time I've seen someone arrive at school in a helicopter, so wealthy. Is that Qin Wufeng?" "Yes, it is indeed Qin Wufeng." "Who is Qin Wufeng? Is he very famous?" "You don't know who Qin Wufeng is? One of the 4 great young masters' motto." As soon as these words were uttered, almost everyone present was stunned. One male student began to explain. Mentioning the 4 great young masters in motto is a tremendously terrifying title. The most impressive figure is Principal Wang, ranking 4th. The Lei family of businessmen Lai Shai is among them, also ranking 2nd. Qin Wufeng ranks 3rd, known as Young Masters Feng, is one of the most famous people in motto. Is he the only son of DL Capital? What is DL Capital anyway? I have never heard of it before. A bunch of ignorant knowledge, not even knowing about DL Capital. Do you know the Global Financial Center building? Do you know about the Window of the World? Do you know about Dongfang International Building? All of these structures have the presence of DL Capital. So why do you ask if DL Capital is terrifying? Terrifying? Why? No wonder he flies to school by plane. A group of nosy students are extremely shocked internally. Very quickly, the helicopter began to descend in altitude, landing in the school's sports field in just a moment. The helicopter's door opened, and a young man dressed in a black shirt, white trousers, with a backpack on his back, slowly stepped down from the helicopter. Qin Wufeng wears black glasses. The corner of his mouth forms a slight smile, as if there is or is not. When he waves his hand, he exudes a masculine and cold look. Some rich girls dressed up splendidly constantly exclaimed in amazement, while on their faces also showed a clear look of admiration. Oh my, so handsome. Handsome to the point of being unbelievable. Oh my, DL Capital. Could it be the legendary DL Capital Corporation? As far as I know, the Qin family is indeed the truly wealthy clan in Mado. Qin Wufeng's grandfather during the Resistance era was the chairman of the Mado Chamber of Commerce. The inheritance and development history of the Qin family is over 200 years. The Tom Sun Villa area in Mado also has investments from the Qin family. The eastern neighborhood in Mado owns at least 20 buildings that belong to the Qin family, in the Global Financial Center and Dongfang International Building. These two buildings combined are worth over 100 billion, with Qin family holding a third of the shares. Furthermore, it is rumored that DL Capital also owns 5 gold mines, 3 oil mines, and 12 iron ore mines in Nation CP, and that's just what's on the surface. If only it could be his girlfriend, oh, how wonderful that would be. A beautiful girl in a short dress wanted to approach Qin Wufeng proactively, but he brushed past her, heading straight to the registration area for new students. Furthermore, he was accompanied by a group of black-clad bodyguards who warned, "Attention, Mr. Qin is here. Attention, Mr. Qin is here." Qin Wufeng looked disdainfully at a group of rich girls who were in awe of him. Sigh, a bunch of foolish people, deliberately using their looks to seduce me, really have no sense of shame. At this moment, Qin Wufeng suddenly froze. With just one look, he seemed like a lost soul. No one else but Wang Mengmeng, with her natural beauty and seductive figure. Especially, the charisma of Wang Mengmeng is truly magical, making Qin Wufeng's heart beat faster in an illogical way. There is a feeling of excitement as if the heart wants to jump out of the chest. This girl has a slender figure like a goddess. Besides my sister Qin Wusong, I have never seen a beautiful girl like her before. Qin Wufeng approached Wang Mengmeng, took out his phone, and wanted to exchange contact information. "Classmate, I want to add you as a friend on WeChat." His thoughts. There is no reason for this girl in front of him to reject him. He is handsome, rich, with a charming personality, and he doesn't know how many girls actively pursue him, especially after the majestic image of him landing by helicopter just now. It seems that no girl can refuse him. Despite Qin Wufeng being very nice, Wang Mengmeng felt regretful. She shook her head decisively, saying, "I don't want to." Hearing this, Qin Wufeng felt a bit embarrassed. "I just wanted to add you on WeChat to get acquainted. Maybe you don't know. I'm..." Wang Mengmeng decisively rejected, without any hesitation. "No to making friends, get lost." This is the first time Qin Wufeng has been rejected by someone, especially when he had shown off to the fullest but still got rejected, leaving him stunned and shocked. Damn, why is she so aggressive? Does she really have a personality, or is she pretending to be arrogant? Wang Mengmeng didn't let Qin Wufeng finish his words, decisively refusing time after time. Really a stubborn person, bringing a helicopter to school just to flaunt one's wealth, behaving like such ostentatious young masters. What right do they have to stand shoulder to shoulder with my brother? Qin Wufeng, feeling slighted by Wang Mengmeng's disdain, felt a momentary surge of anger within. I've also encountered girls pretending to be refined. There are also people who have used tactics like pretending not to care to attract my attention, making me love them more, feeling that they are different from everyone else. But in reality, what is it? Elegance and simplicity are to enhance self-worth. Thinking about this, Qin Wufeng quietly sneered. In this world, there is nothing that cannot be bought the heart of a woman. If there is, it is only because my money is not enough. This girl dresses very simply with an elegant demeanor, but lacks a bit of the sophistication of the Mado girls. At first glance, she is just an ordinary girl, but in Mado where materialism and desire are valued, without money, she is nothing. Other girls will start comparing and bragging about their wealth with her. Today it's Hermes. Tomorrow it's Gucci. The day after it's LV. If it's not afternoon tea, then it's showing off the hot items on social media. Then she will only realize how difficult it is to stay in Mata, waiting until hunger pushes her to squeeze into the subway to see if she can still be arrogant. Then Qin Wu Feng started to sweet talk. Hey there, don't be so quick to refuse. There's a party for new students today, and I'd like to invite you to join. You might not know about this gathering, but it's a chance to join the Mado Student Association, where all the elite students hang out. I can introduce you. This is a golden opportunity to step into the upper class. As Qin Wu Feng finished speaking, many student leaders and peers nearby took in a sharp breath. After that, the eyes of these rich families revealed a look of desire and envy. Is the Mado Student Council really the same as the one in Legends? I have heard about this organization. The Mado Student Council was founded 25 years ago. It is not just a normal student organization. Inside the council, there are many famous and influential figures in various fields. Getting to know them could be a step up to the clouds. Indeed, those who can join the Mado Student Council are all elite members of society. They hold immense resources and great power. Every year, Mado only selects the top 10 outstanding members from all the best universities in the city to join the council. Each university can only select 2 members per year. The selection criteria are extremely strict. The Qin Young Masters even impose the council's standards on a first-year university student without anyone's consent. This is really too much. I hate it. Why didn't they invite me? Qin Young Master is too arrogant now. That's right. Qin Young Masters truly hold power. Speak like that. It is said that Koan Du, the person searching for the leader, is also a member of the Mado Schoolmates. If you join the Mado Schoolmates, isn't it an opportunity to meet people like that? For sure, joining the Mado Schoolmates is no different from joining the upper class. How many young masters are rich? Rich girls are all competing to join the rich crowd, discussing excitedly. Some are even blushing with envy. However, Wang Meng Meng remained indifferent, showing no emotions. I'm sorry, I'm not interested. Whether it's a group of friends or a student group, I don't want to join. Please don't bother me anymore. My brother will be here soon. If he sees you harassing me, you'll be in trouble. This warning from Wang Meng Meng made Qin Wu Feng burst out laughing very happily. Then he felt this little sister was somewhat cute. Clearly, the Qin Young Master in the area of Mado. She told me I would encounter trouble. Is her older brother really that good? Even better than my bodyguards, huh? But looking at Wang Meng Meng's composed demeanor, Qin Wu Feng couldn't help but feel uneasy. What kind of class does her brother have to be to make me feel threatened? Not to mention in a foreign land, even in Mado, hardly any top playboy young masters would dare utter such words. Wang Meng once again warned, "My brother is here. Pray for your own blessings." When Qin Wu Feng followed the pointing direction, he saw a young man holding a bottle of mineral water in his hand, slowly approaching. This boy has dark skin and a countryside style of dressing, which is different from what Qin Wu Feng imagined, making him smirk disdainfully. How can a country bumpkin like him possibly be the brother of this beautiful woman? The difference is too great. Is he really her biological brother? At this moment, Part Jimin took each step towards. He handed a bottle of water to Wang Meng Meng, then turned to look towards Qin Wu Feng. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, as if one could smell the scent of gunpowder in the air. Part Jimin looked directly into Qin Wu Feng's eyes, and casually uttered a word. "Leave." The sentence just uttered left the whole room in awe. No one expected that this country guy would have such a hot temper like ice cream. Right after that, everyone just shook their heads in disgust. I didn't mishear, did I? He dared to tell Qin Young Master to leave. Open your eyes wide. This countryside boy surely has mental issues. Anyone who dares to talk back to Qin Young Master like that eventually ends up in ruins. I heard that person is now scavenging for a living. His father got so angry he ended up in the hospital. His mother was forced to kneel and apologize to Qin Young Master. Even if he doesn't know better, he should think about his sister. Today, he brought his sister here to enroll. He could just leave Mado, but his sister still has 4 years of college in Mado ahead of her. Facing Part Jimin's arrogance, Qin Wu Feng only raised an eyebrow, then gave a cold smirk. Suddenly, the atmosphere felt freezing cold. But those who knew Qin Wu Feng well understood that when this smirk appeared, trouble was about to follow. 3 heavy seconds of silence passed before Qin Wu Feng spoke. You got guts. You know that talking to me like that. Before Qin Wu Feng could finish his sentence, Part Jimin swiftly slapped him across the face. Bang! Bang! This slap carried a fraction of Part Jimin's strength, leaving Qin Wu Feng dazed, collapsing to the ground and rolling over once. His face swelled from the slap, marked with the red imprint of Part Jimin's 5 fingers. The whole auditorium fell silent, everyone turning into stone. The students eating melons all had wide eyes and gaping mouths. Oh my God, do they want to die? He dares to challenge Qin Young Master, isn't he afraid? Saying and doing are always consistent, is he really not afraid of death? Why doesn't he follow the script? Qin Young Master hasn't finished speaking yet, he has already taken action, and the bodyguards didn't react at all. Being humiliated in front of so many people made Qin Wu Feng's face contorted with anger. He got up from the ground and couldn't believe it. You dare to hit me? You dare to hit me, huh? Are you blind? Go ahead. Damn it, kill this miserable bastard for me. At this moment, Qin Wu Feng's 2 guards quickly reacted. Both rushed towards Part Jimin, intending to catch him to be punished by Qin Young Master. Thud, thud, 2 sounds echoed loudly, followed by a fierce blow. The 2 bodyguards were punched out. Part Jimin's speed of action was so swift that neither of them could react in time. Qin Wu Feng looked at the 2 bodyguards who had lost their ability to fight, making him fearfully exclaim, "This can't be, can't be. My bodyguards. One was a former underground champion fighter. The other was a retired Special Forces military trainer. They were both outstanding martial artists, capable of taking down 10 people at once. Previously, I had smoothly coordinated with these 2 bodyguards, striking down over 20 thugs, majestic and fierce, like a tiger and a herd of goats. It can't be. This is an illusion." Not stopping there, Part Jimin advances to grab Qin Wu Feng by the collar, lifting him up with one hand. The strength of his arm both terrifies and incapacitates him. Then, Part Jimin stared directly at Qin Wu Feng, a terrifying expression in his eyes. "You little punk. I don't care if you're Qin Young Master or Chu Young Master. This is your final warning. Don't you dare have any intentions towards my sister. If you don't want serious consequences that you can't bear, then get lost out of my sight. Leave." Furiously, Jimin threw Qin Wu Feng down to the ground as if throwing a dead mouse. He fell, gasping for breath. A dark shadow, like the angel of death, enveloped his soul. Just now, the atmosphere was terribly tense. I almost thought I was going to die. And those bodyguards, 1 punch, and they couldn't stand up. Are you guys pretending to be dead? After that, Qin Wu Feng understood that the person in front of him was not ordinary, so he suddenly felt a bit awkward. Just a moment later, more and more people eagerly crowded around to watch. A student in the crowd passing by looked at Wang Mengmeng with a suspicious look. Strange. Why do I feel like I know this girl? Oh, I see. Meng Xiao Gai, the beautiful sister, is a familiar face indeed. Wait, I remember now. She's the hottest streamer on Recap Manga TV. Meng Xiao Gai. Meng Xiao Gai, the one who received a 3 billion gift from Chairman Lim, right? No wonder she looked familiar. So that's her. With this realization, everyone suddenly understood. Of course, Meng Xiao Gai is Chairman Lim's woman. The reason she didn't even spare Qin Wu Feng a glance is because she's not lacking in money or fame at all. That countryside-looking guy must be her bodyguard arranged by Chairman Lim, not her brother. No wonder he's acting so arrogant. He must have Chairman Lim backing him up. If it's Chairman Lim, then everything makes sense. Listening to the discussions of the crowd around him, Qin Wu Feng suddenly woke up. He looked at Wang Mengmeng and felt extremely irritated. President Lim's eyes were sharp. Meng Xiao Gui's perfect beauty was completely different from that of ordinary female streamers. The country bumpkin with extraordinary skills was clearly a bodyguard arranged by President Lim for Meng Xiao Gai. The only thing was that he pretended to be her brother. It could be seen that the level of care President Lim had for this girl was abnormal. Currently, President Lim's reputation is very large. Even the Lei family had to yield to him. If offending President Lim for a woman, that would be an unwise act. But as the eldest young master of the Qin family, being slapped in front of everyone, how could I swallow this anger? At this point, Qin Wu Feng took out his phone and angrily exclaimed, "So what if it's Chairman Lim? Chairman Lim is so terrifying, huh? He might be fierce in Hancheng, but once he's in Mado, even if he's a dragon, he better back off. Even if he's a tiger, he better lie low for me. Don't forget, Motto ultimately belongs to someone. Just as Qin Wu Feng was about to make a call for assistance, a soft yet alluring voice, as if capable of stealing souls, resonated from the crowd. Qin Wu Feng, what are you doing? Everyone turned their gaze towards the gentle, soft sound. Almost in a blink of an eye, almost everyone seemed foolish, especially the male students. Each one of them looked foolishly at the graceful figure walking by, as if mesmerized. Qin Wu Song seemed to be the center of attention for the crowd. Wherever she walked to, she became the focal point of attention. Immediately, a group of Hanghai students were constantly gossiping and expressing admiration. She's so beautiful, truly beautiful. Who is she? At this age, I have never seen a girl as beautiful as her. She is Qin Wu Song, the eldest daughter of the Qin family, the #1 goddess of Fudan University, and one of the top ladies of Mado, ranking second. So who is the first one? The head of Mado, of course, is the daughter of Dai Sha, Dai Han, the #1 tycoon of Mado. Amazing, truly amazing. My idol has finally appeared. I feel like she can easily defeat all the female celebrities. Qin Wu Feng looked at Qin Wu Song with frightened eyes and asked, "Sister, why are you here?" Qin Wu Feng, still under the control of his family, couldn't avoid a scolding from Qin Wu Song. "What's the matter? Why can't you come? Just because it's your first day of school, you have to arrive by helicopter to show off that the Qin family is wealthy and causing trouble here, tarnishing the reputation of the Qin family. Have you forgotten your promise to your father? Or do you want to risk losing financial support again?" Qin Wu Song covered his face, attempting to conceal the red marks left by the 5 fingers on his cheek. "Sister, this time I didn't cause any trouble. I was bullied by someone." After saying this, Qin Wu Song bowed his head and slowly released his hand. The 5 red fingerprint marks on his cheek suggested that he had indeed been ruthlessly beaten. Qin Wu Song's eyes suddenly turned cold, even her charming eyes narrowed. Who hit? As soon as the words came out, a cold aura emanated from Qin Wu Song, making everyone feel chills. Even the inherent gracefulness of her beauty has turned into a chilling coldness that pierces the bone. The gazes of everyone are all directed towards Jimin, with some students even pointing towards him. The atmosphere is so stifling that it makes one gasp for air. The whole school is completely silent. At this moment, only the new students see her as an idol, while the old students are looking at her like a demon. Because beyond her beautiful appearance, she has a personality so strange that it borders on being twisted. Qin Wu Song stepped in front of Jimin, aggressively threatening him, questioning, "You are the one who hit my younger brother." Jimin didn't show any fear before the opponent's overwhelming pressure. Then he nodded calmly in response. "That's right, it's me." At this moment, the system appeared, displaying the information. Name, Qin Wu Song. Age, 23 years old. Height, 170.5 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Beauty, 9.6 points. Locked in a tight simp lord relationship, deeply attached to the master, with a favorability rating exceeding 95 points. Successfully counterattacked, leading to a role reversal, where the other party becomes the master's simp lord. Counterattack completed, rewarded with 10% of gold and 50 points. Reward skills: proficient in firearms, proficient in stock trading, proficient in combat, skilled in dancing, proficient in evaluation skills, proficient in psychology, good in English, excellent in table tennis, knows how to race, proficient in piloting aircraft. The current favorability rating of the girl towards the master is -90 points. Kane, the simp lord target, has been successfully captured. Jimin couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "It's truly unbelievable. Such a noble beauty possessing such strong skills. Racing, flying planes, even knowing how to use firearms. It's truly surprising." Qin Wu Song coldly looked at Jimin. "Well done. I admire your courage. If you dare to admit it, I will show you the consequences of this action. But I will give you a chance, so you don't have to say I'm ruthless." Jimin asked in confusion. Opportunity for what? Upon hearing this, Qin Wu Song's sharp eyes looked towards Wan Mengmeng, standing behind Jimin, and her words were filled with intimidation and threat. "Kneel down and apologize. I will consider reducing the punishment for you, including the girl behind you." Jimin stepped forward with a determined look in his eyes. "I will also give her a chance. If her younger brother kneels down to apologize, promises not to repeat the offense in the future, and bows 90 degrees to apologize to me, I will consider forgiving her aggressive behavior. If not my anger, she will not be able to bear. Jimin's words immediately angered Kim Woo-song, who was foolish and ignorant. Kim Woo-song, in a fit of anger, raised her hand to slap Jimin in the face, catching everyone by surprise. And few could have imagined that such a beautiful goddess could resort to violence. However, Jimin's reaction was incredibly quick and agile. In just a moment, Kim Woo-song's hand was intercepted by Jimin. Unable to slap Jimin, Kim Woo-song's face turned even more purple with anger. After she withdrew her hand, Jimin held it firmly. This action made Kim Woo-song's expression even more sinister, with a hint of anger in his eyes. Do not use your dirty hands to touch me. Go away. Afterwards, Kim Woo-song unexpectedly launched a kick towards Jimin's dangerous area. Jimin's swift kick is as fast as lightning, indicating that he has a lot of experience in kicking people. If hit by this brutal kick, I'm afraid it will damage my ability to reproduce, dirtying both hands blocking the attack. Internally, Jimin is filled with anger. You cruel woman, I only hit her brother. And yet she wants me to not reproduce anymore. She thinks I'm afraid to lay a hand on her, just because she's a girl. What a sour woman. She's barely of age and already resorting to such dirty tricks, thinking I'm made of clay to be molded as she pleases. Jimin swung her arm and slapped Kim Woo-song squarely across his beautiful face. Thud! The unexpected slap left her dazed. The entire student body was horrified. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, mouths agape. But after the initial shock, anger began to flare. Especially among the male students, their jaws clenched, faces flushed with rage. He really did it. He dared to lay a hand on such a delicate girl. What? This shameless guy dared to slap an angel. No dignity whatsoever. Savage like a beast. I genuinely want to tear this countryside bumpkin into shreds. Kim Woo-song was also slapped to confusion. She felt a sense of shame she had never felt before, making her extremely angry. He dares to strike me. Not only does he evade, but also dares to resist. Does he know who he is hitting? Does he think about the consequences he will have to bear? It seems like he really wants to die. Kim Woo-song's beauty stirred the hearts of many male students, earning their admiration. Jimin's recent action, however, provoked their anger, prompting the courage of these heroic youths to rise in defense of the beauty. You little punk. Dare to hit my beauty? I'll kill you. Beating him up, he's too arrogant. After beating him, throw him to jail. Let him rot in there. In an instant, more than 10 passionate and fierce teenagers from the crowd rushed out. At first glance, they looked very aggressive, charging forward. To kill him, protect the Kim family's daughter, protect the beautiful woman. Her night has arrived. Jimin just shook his head and laughed scornfully. Surround and attack. A bunch of fools. Let me see who is the real one to surround and attack. The more, the merrier. There were more than 30 people who liked to meddle in other people's business. The situation escalated to the point where Wang Meng felt threatened. Trembling, she tugged at Jimin's sleeve, speaking with concern in her voice. Oh, I'm so scared. Jimin scanned his cold gaze through the crowd and reassured Meng. Don't be afraid, I'm here. After that, Jimin looked at the group of people approaching and warned them. Do you dare to bully my little sister? Do you want to die? An angry rich kid roared, leading the charge. Still daring to be so aggressive. Do you want to die? At this point, Jimin excels in all basic attributes, and his combat skills far surpass those of an ordinary person by multiples. Adding to that, his knowledge of acupoints in the human body is akin to a tiger amidst a flock of sheep. The first name corresponds to the second and third names. In the blink of an eye, all the male students were knocked down by him with no room for any reaction. Anyone who is hit by Jimin will feel completely numb throughout their body and lose the ability to fight back in an instant. No one can withstand him for more than 3 seconds. They fall to the ground and cannot stand up. The image of Jimin alone, facing more than 30 people, truly shocks and astonishes everyone, gradually transitioning from initial bewilderment to sheer horror. What on earth is happening? How could someone knock down dozens of people in the blink of an eye? Surely there must be something wrong with my eyes. The group of female students eagerly eavesdropped, their mouths agape in astonishment. How could he single-handedly defeat so many people? Could he be the legendary master of the martial world? A youth claiming no profound martial skills. How could 30 people bully one? No, it's not that. It's one person defeating 30. Could such strength truly exist in this world? After defeating all the heroes who were trying to rescue the beauty, Jimin had to face a few professional bodyguards. More importantly, they held sticks and could coordinate with each other. After exchanging a few rounds, this group of bodyguards exuded a powerful aura of speed and strength, creating significant pressure on Jimin. Damn, this group of bodyguards is expert. Their abilities are totally different from those trashy ones. Even their endurance and combat skills are equivalent to the underground martial artists and the defeated special forces. These bodyguards are high-end international mercenaries recruited by the Qin family with exorbitant salaries. Of course, Qin Wusong understood their abilities very well. After that, she issued a command with a cold look in her eyes. Everyone, don't hold back, kill him, and I will take responsibility. Each person will be rewarded 10 times their monthly salary. Today, we must teach him a lesson. Upon hearing the command of Qin Wusong, the bodyguards immediately became excited and said, "Haha, little kid, you've seen it now. The young lady doesn't want us to go easy on you. If anyone is to blame, it's you for provoking the wrong person. Your fate has been sealed. Don't worry, we'll just break your arms and legs. We won't kill you." Hearing these words, Jimin couldn't help but frown. Damn it, these bodyguards clearly have suppressed some of their strength. If they didn't hold back, I definitely wouldn't be able to fight back. Thinking this, Jimin began to call the system. System, upgrade my strength, agility, and overall attributes to 80. Suddenly, a resounding echo filled the air as the system announced. In front of the owner, strength 59, physique 45, agility 55, all upgraded to 80, requiring 81 upgrade points. May I ask the host to confirm the upgrade? A sound echoed. An upgrade successful. Name part Jimin, age 22, height 183 centimeters, weight 76 kilograms, strength 80, physicality 80, spirit 80, agility 80, status, blood energy rising, vitality overflowing, remaining upgrade points 59. Immediately, part Jimin felt a warm stream of water spreading throughout his body. His bones, heart, muscles, and organs seemed to be refined once again, becoming as sturdy as steel. The explosive surge of power rushing through the veins makes part Jimin feel full of energy. Jimin's sharp eyes narrowed everything around. The world seems to slow down with each movement of Jimin, as if watching a slow-motion movie. Part Jimin scanned the crowd around him and the security guards moving slowly like turtles, making him feel a bit anxious. This feeling, the whole world seems to slow down. Not true, it's me who is faster than normal. Could it be that my physical abilities and reflexes have surpassed the normal limits, so I feel everyone's movements become slow and sluggish? While everyone was waiting for the 5 elite international bodyguards to rush in and defeat part Jimin, the situation turned out to be the opposite of their prediction. The bodyguards had not yet acted. On the contrary, part Jimin took the initiative to attack. His speed was as fast as lightning. His figure seemed to turn into a fleeting shadow in the air. Without any fancy movements, with just a simple kick, part Jimin took down a person. Then came a series of consecutive kicks from part Jimin, sending the large bodyguards flying out. The overwhelming power and speed made all fancy techniques useless. Each bodyguard was either kicked high up into the air, or sent flying meters away before crashing forcefully onto the ground. The whole school fell silent, a groan of agony echoing, one after another. The scene was truly shocking, causing the crowd to gasp in silence, with everyone looking horrified and pale-faced. The silence lingered for a moment, and then some girls hurriedly took out their phones to record videos and take photos. Some others, staring at the bodyguards lying unconscious on the ground, exclaimed in fear, "What is this? Are they filming a movie? One kick knocked down a person. This must be big news. It's surreal. He moves like the wind, strikes like lightning. I can't keep up with him. This is the first time in my life witnessing such exquisite martial arts skills. He truly deserves to be called the master of the martial world." At this moment, Qin Wusong also widened his eyes and opened his mouth in disbelief. It's unbelievable. These bodyguards are top international mercenaries that the Qin family spends millions of dollars each year to hire. Yet they can't defeat a country bumpkin. Part Jimin took each step towards Qin Wusong with a cold, menacing expression. Under part Jimin's fierce gaze, Qin Wusong felt as if her feet were heavy and unable to move. She struggled to take 2 steps back, her face turning pale. What do you want? There are laws in society. You shouldn't do naughty things. Part Jimin replied indifferently. I didn't do anything. Can you apologize now? And also tell your little brother that he promised not to bother my sister in the future." Qin Wusong raised his voice threateningly, his initial shaky tone now gone. "Let me apologize. Dream on. You get my little brother causing trouble at Manhwa University, bullying students, injuring many people. And now you want me to apologize to you. Are you too arrogant? I'm telling you the police will come immediately. I will press charges against him for intentionally causing injury. He will have to serve time in prison. And his younger sister from today onwards will be expelled from Manhwa University, permanently barred from returning to study. No university in the country will accept her, and her record will be marked with a serious stain. If you don't believe me, you can ask anyone about the influence of the Qin family. Now I demand that you kneel down and admit your mistake. I may consider forgiving you." Qin Wusong speaks more confidently as he talks, thinking that Park Jimin wouldn't dare to do anything to him. This time, Park Jimin is truly angry. He raises his hand and slaps Qin Wusong squarely on the face. "Oh, you're threatening me. How can a woman be so arrogant? You want me to go to jail and my sister to be barred from school. Who gave you the guts to say such things? Do you think the Qin family is unbeatable, that no one can bring you down?" For Qin Wusong, this is truly a humiliating and shameful experience to the point of death. From a young age, her parents have always cherished and loved her like a precious gem in the palm of their hands. She has never been hit before, and this is the first time she has been struck. The pain and ache have sparked a strange feeling in her heart. Qin Wusong's kindness level plus 20. Current kindness level minus 70 points. Upon hearing the sudden sound notification from the system, Park Jimin was also a bit surprised. What on earth is this? Giving a slap and still increasing the likability. Perhaps after that Park Jimin tried to slap again. After discovering this, a 20-point increase in Qin Wusong's favorability rating, Park Jimin's face was filled with joy. Excellent, truly excellent. But then Park Jimin hesitated, afraid of making her blush. Therefore, he immediately grabbed her waist and was about to slap her on the buttocks. As soon as he saw Park Jimin trying to harass her, Qin Wusong continuously shouted, "You wicked person! What do you intend to do? Pervert, scoundrel, shameless, let go of me. I will kill you, I will make you pay dearly. You will have to pay 100 times for what you have done to me today." But when slapped on the buttocks, Qin Wusong no longer felt any anger, even born with an exciting glow. Why is this man so different? He dares to hit me. Why is it clearly very painful? But in my heart, I hope he will be even more brutal. What strange thing is happening? Park Jimin also did not disappoint Qin Wusong. As if understanding the thoughts in her heart, he continued to be even more ruthless, not showing any mercy, shouting loudly. Qin Wusong also did the same despite looking resentful on the outside, but inside she was enjoying every sensation brought by Park Jimin awe. But with each moan from Qin Wusong, her affection towards him kept increasing. Qin Wusong's affection level plus 6, Qin Wusong's affection level plus 10, Qin Wusong's affection level plus 8, Qin Wusong's affection level plus 5. At that moment, Qin Wusong was spanked on the buttocks with a resounding smack, causing all the eagerly anticipating students to be stunned. Seeing this scene, they also felt as if they were being beaten themselves, especially the young masters from wealthy families, always seeing Qin Wusong as a goddess in their hearts. At this moment, the image of the goddess in front of them is almost collapsing, completely leaving them both disappointed and outraged, because they have never before witnessed the person they secretly admired and missed, losing sleep over, as pure as crystal and untouched by the world. Being treated like this now, the atmosphere becomes suffocating, to the point where it makes people breathless. The whole hall plunges into silence, only the sound of slaps on the buttocks blending with the moans of Qin Wusong. As for Qin Wufeng, he was even more excessive, appearing extremely weak and helpless, only standing there helplessly watching his sister being abused in a twisted manner. At this moment, Qin Wusong was truly defeated. Her tone had changed, no longer arrogant as before. Instead, she displayed a strange obedience. Even in her moans, there was a hint of coquetry. "Ah, you're bullying me, you wicked person. You brute, ah, I'm wrong. Can't I be right? Can't you be a bit gentle with me?" But every time Park Jimin slapped her on the butt, Qin Wusong could feel the strong impact with each contact. This array accidentally ignites a tendency to enjoy being mistreated, giving rise to pleasure unexpectedly. I never thought that I, a proud miss, a girl with captivating beauty and noble demeanor, would harbor a nature inclined towards submission, craving conquest, Perhaps because life is too comfortable, I do not need to strive, and since birth I have possessed everything that others have to strive for a lifetime to achieve wealth and status. Also, because of my stunning beauty, I will have countless men pursuing and pampering me, enjoying the adoration of those obsessed people. Even those with deep romantic feelings will lose all their courage and become useless in front of me. However, material abundance cannot fill the emptiness in my soul. In fact, I often feel much lonelier than the average person. I yearn for excitement, and this man has brought me a completely new, different thrilling experience with his whip strikes, unlike anything I have ever experienced before. And it is also his brutality and cruelty that has stirred up in me an emotion that I have never known before, an emotion that is both painful and pleasurable, an emotion that makes me passionate and desirous. At this moment, no one dared to step forward to stop the abuse. They could only stand there helplessly clenching their jaws and gossiping. It's unbearable. It's too much to bear. How can he treat such a beautiful woman like this? I have to save her. I can't let my Kin Wusong endure this torment from this demon. Hey buddy, are you sure you're not afraid to die? Haha. The police are coming. Where can he run to? Now we live in a society with laws. Everywhere there are cameras. And many people were recording videos and taking photos just now. As long as the severe injuries are proven, he will be imprisoned for at least 3 years. It's only fair. He's too arrogant. The law will punish him. Upon hearing these discussions, Wang Mengmeng's eyes were filled with admiration and adoration for Park Jimin. He had to face the whole world for me. This thing makes people even more addicted than online love stories. I love him too much. Wang Meng's kindness score has increased by 1. The current kindness score is 96 points. The object simp Lord Wang Mengmeng, whose owner's reckless behavior in protecting him was touching. The breakthrough goodwill score is 96 points, with a bonus reinforcement score of 10. In front of the owner, the upgrade score is 69. Park Jimin is dealing with Kin Wusong, without paying attention to the reaction of Wang Mengmeng. Suddenly, Mengmeng's friendly attitude increases so much that he can't help but be surprised. What on earth is this? Mengmeng's friendly attitude suddenly increases so much, how can he continue playing? After that, Park Jimin turned around to look back at Wang Mengmeng. There is something in her eyes that contains both admiration and longing of a teenage girl going through puberty. This makes Park Jimin somewhat amused and teary. Mengmeng, why is your gaze so strange? It's usually a bit different. In this way, our sibling relationship will turn into weird affection. I just want to turn the goddess into a simp lord, not the girl too. Is your system planning to mess with me? Thinking about this, Park Jimin felt annoyed and immediately threw Kin Wusong aside. Instantly, a sharp pain radiated from his buttocks, causing Kin Wusong to erupt in anger. Ah, how dare you do this to me? I will kill you. After that, Kin Wusong got up from the ground, watching Park Jimin, leading Wang Mengmeng, running towards the public bathroom. In her heart, she felt a bit disappointed. Oh, why didn't they fight anymore? Oh, why did they run away? I haven't fully enjoyed yet. Thinking about it, Kin Wusong's face was full of regret. Plus her sore and plump buttocks made her want to crush everything around. At that moment, Kin Wufeng rushed over anxiously, his face full of worry as he asked, "Are you okay?" Kin Wusong angrily shouted, "Do you think I'm okay? Help me up quickly. You saw me getting beaten and still dared to walk away. Do you even deserve to be called a man? My kindness was wasted on you. Big sister, I couldn't fight back against him. Rushing in would only bring more trouble. He's so violent, showing no mercy. I feared that if I made him angrier, he would be even more brutal. For your safety, I held back. But it truly breaks my heart." Kin Wufeng tried to explain clearly, but the more he spoke, the more it made Kin Wusong even more annoyed. "Enough, stop making excuses. Your actions have greatly disappointed me. I don't need a weak-minded younger brother like you." In front of so many people, Kin Wufeng was scolded by his sister like a slap in the face, making him lose all of his dignity. He looked in the direction Park Jimin ran, a deep sense of hatred suddenly emanating from his eyes. Damn it, today really lost all face. He was a young master of motto. How could he suffer defeat like this? If this matter spreads outside, how am I going to face people? And all because of that country bumpkin. Just you wait. Man police have personally led the team here. When we catch that country bumpkin, I won't spare you. Sooner or later, I will scatter your ashes. Just like the useless younger brother, Kin Wusong also looked towards the direction of the public restroom. but with a somewhat melancholic feeling. I wonder when I will be able to meet him again. Part Jimin sneaked into the public restroom and immediately locked the left door. From his luggage bag, he took out a new set of clothes and changed, simultaneously tearing apart the human skin mask he was wearing on his face. Outside of the public restroom, the door was locked improperly, causing some impatient individuals to lose their temper. They began banging on the door and yelling loudly, "What? Who locked the restroom door like this? Do you want us to die? Who did this? This is a public restroom. How long do we have to wait? Is anyone inside? I can't hold it anymore." At this moment, inside, Part Jimin has also finished his transformation. Looking in the mirror, he couldn't help but be satisfied with his appearance. Now it's perfect. The art of disguise is truly magical. With a different outfit and a completely changed face, I now look like a completely different man. It's hard for anyone to recognize that this is the same country bumpkin from before. Right at that moment, the ringing of his phone interrupted Part Jimin's train of thought. The screen displayed the caller's name as Yuan. Part Jimin pressed the answer button. The enthusiastic voice of Yuan resonated from the other end of the line. "Hey Lim, have you been to Mado yet? Oh, the matter of ordering a plane that you asked me to do before has been taken care of." The person's name is Jia Wang, who not only provides private jets but also can provide professional flight crews. Part Jimin calmly replied, "Of course, with my class, buying a private jet is just a matter of buying toys. Because the introduction will be rewarded with higher commission. The higher the expense, the larger the commission received." Now hearing Part Jimin's confident affirmation, Yuan couldn't help but be excited. "Excellent, I will immediately contact them to proceed with the transaction. As for selecting the flight crew for the private jet, I will base it on your requirements to request them to arrange professionally." Afterwards, Part Jimin recalled the time sitting and drinking with Yuan at the bar. At that time, he spoke in a very carefree and whimsical manner. "I will order the 5 most expensive combat helicopters. Each helicopter must have 2 separate pilots. To elevate the status, I will spend an additional 1 billion yuan to own the most luxurious passenger jet. For the flight attendants, I need to select 8 flight attendants, preferably models or beauty queens. They must be at least 1.75 meters tall, slim figure, attractive face, gentle personality, bright smile, and good communication skills. Each person will be paid a salary of 100,000 per month. So is that okay?" After hearing this, Yuan was a bit overwhelmed and kept spitting out water. "Oh my god, ordering helicopters is not as easy as ordering food. And why are you selecting flight attendants as if you are choosing beauty queens?" Looking back, Part Jimin also had a bit of a bitter smile. Originally just wanting to buy a few airplanes to play with, but the care service was too comprehensive. It didn't take time and effort, just needed to spend money to have everything. Then, Part Jimin nodded in agreement. "Okay, I just arrived here, and am currently at Manhwa Recap University. I will also instruct that person to come over there immediately to meet you." Hearing the sound of people preparing to step out of the public restroom, a few young men hesitated and began to curse loudly. "Damn it, finally came out. Let me know who I am. I'll show them." As the bathroom door opened, Part Jimin stepped out with a handsome appearance. He was still holding his phone in his hand. He instructed the person picking him up to be discreet. "I don't like extravagance." The group of people waiting patiently paused when they saw Part Jimin's face. Why does this person look familiar? A few seconds later, the whole Manhwa Recap University seemed to explode with shouts and cheers. "Isn't that Chairman Lim? Oh my god, it is really Chairman Lim, isn't it? The legend of Chairman Lim has appeared in our school. Yes, indeed. Oh my god." In recent days, Part Jimin has become the center of attention on social media, especially with his spectacular victory over the chess master Kimura Ichiro in Go. Part Jimin has sparked a frenzy across the country. What's even more special is that he is only 22 years old, possesses good looks, exceptional talent, and a hint of nonchalance. The news is becoming more and more authentic, making him shine as a brilliant idol. "Mr. Lim, can you accept me as your disciple? I will serve you wholeheartedly. Mr. Lim, please give me your signature. Mr. Lim, you are my idol. I ask to become your child. In the future, I will take care of you until old age." Just a few minutes later, Part Jimin attracted a crowd of hundreds of people surrounding him. The number of fans kept increasing, creating a lively and vibrant atmosphere. Many eagerly took out their phones to take pictures of Part Jimin. He didn't shy away from the fans or their requests. Besides signing autographs for admiring female students, he even embraced daring fans for photos together. President Lim is amazing. Taking a photo with him is the most beautiful memory in my life. On this side, after the police team arrived at the scene, Qin Wufeng immediately reported, "Chief Ma, I suggest you to increase vigilance. This countryside guy is extremely vicious, daringly causing chaos in front of everyone at Manhwa University, injuring over 50 students. He is capable of committing murder, a dangerous criminal. His existence threatens public security. You must help us catch the culprit and bring him to justice." Deputy Chief Qin Wufeng responded with a suspicious look. "Young Master Qin, rest assured, he cannot resist the police. We will not spare any bad guys either." One subordinate approached Qin Wufeng and reported, "Qin, young master, I saw that person still inside the public restroom. There might be an important clue over there." After listening, Chief Ma, accompanied by more than 10 policemen, the siblings Qin, and a group of curious and eager students, eagerly headed towards the public restroom, where the countryman was reportedly hiding. "Let's go over there and take a look. Come on, quickly follow along and see." As he arrived, the crowded scene made Captain Ma curious. "What's happening up ahead? Why is it so lively? Suo, go check it out." Following Chief Ma's orders, the police officers quickly rushed to conduct a search. Upon arriving, a curious police officer asked, "Why are there so many students gathering here?" A fan replied, "Chairman Lim himself is visiting Manhwa University. Couldn't it be the famous Chairman Lim?" Indeed, it is him. Recently, he has become famous online, not only more talented than others, handsome and wealthy, but also rumored to be the heir of a hidden billionaire conglomerate, only 22 years old but already holding a massive fortune worth hundreds of billions. Under his leadership are countless corporations and large projects. Even his skill in playing Go is dubbed the best in the world. The police officer quickly returned to report, "Sir, it's Chairman Lim, that mysterious tycoon. He's arrived at Manhwa University." Chief Ma immediately issued orders to the police team. "First, quickly search the public restroom. That scoundrel can't escape. The school is under surveillance cameras everywhere, and all exits have been sealed off. If he leaves Manhwa University, someone will surely notice and report it." Several officers swiftly stormed into the restroom to conduct the search. After that, a female police officer couldn't help but excitedly exclaim, "Is Suo really Chairman Lim? Ah, I really like him. Lately, he's been so popular. His billion-dollar assets have brought glory to the nation. I'm also a fan of his." Hearing that, the ladies couldn't help but be surprised. "Chairman Lim, why is he here?" Although the police turned the entire public restroom upside down, they still could not find any trace of the culprit. It's as if the suspect blended into thin air and disappeared without a trace. But after reviewing the footage at the scene, the thug was still not seen leaving the restroom, leaving the female police officer visibly shocked as she immediately reported, "In the surveillance footage, I saw the thug enter. And so far, there's been no sign of him leaving. We've searched the restroom thoroughly but found no suspect. However, I saw the thug enter the men's restroom and lock the door from the inside. And just a moment later, the door opened, and Chairman Lim stepped out." As her words trailed off, a heavy silence fell over the entire police team. The Chief Ma with sharp eyes began to analyze and then ordered, "This is bad. Suo, you go to the school security room. Take all the surveillance cameras in this area for me. It's strange, could the thug have disguised himself? If we say that Chairman Lim is that thug, but from top to bottom, from left to right, from front to back, from head to toe, Chairman Lim is completely different from that thug. How could it be the same person? Hey Suo, wait a moment. Go inform the school security department. Request them to seal off the entire school and gather everyone here. Then, the police team will continue the investigation." "Understood, Chief Ma." There is something fantastical about this. Qin Wusong finds it hard to believe. At this moment, she thought about the possibility of such a situation and began to analyze. How did that person suddenly disappear? That's interesting. It is said that Chairman Lim is a young, talented billionaire, a figure admired by 2 generations of the country. How could he be a rude and sinister person? Besides, with the identity, position, and influence of Chairman Lim, without concrete evidence, one cannot arbitrarily doubt. Qin Wusong carried a hint of suspicion in his heart, advancing towards Park Jimin. At this moment, Chairman Lim is signing autographs with a mesmerizing and arrogant beauty that makes fans unable to look directly at him. Combined with his prestigious status and legendary stories about him, he is enough to drive countless female students here crazy. Make way, the unparalleled goddess is here. A not-so-friendly voice resonates nearby, causing fans to gossip excitedly. The beauty Wusong also came to see Chairman Lim. Surely, she is also a fan of Chairman Lim, right? I don't know, but I heard that the beautiful Wusong girl was bullied by a gangster. Some even said that the gangster hit her right in front of everyone, even spanking her in a perverted way. Really, who is so bold as to dare bully the young lady of the Qin family? Look, why are there suddenly so many police officers coming to the school? They must be here to arrest that gangster. The male and female students instinctively make way for Qin Wusong to create a path for her to move forward in front of Park Jimin. Upon seeing Qin Wusong, a faint smile appeared on Park Jimin's face, a smile that carried a hint of coldness. Is that her? Being attacked once, and my goodwill increased by 150 points, still isn't enough, huh? Now they're actively coming after me. However, I dare say that even if she and these police officers suspect me, they wouldn't dare easily invite me to the police station. The Qin family must carefully consider whether they want to confront Chairman Lim or not. Upon seeing Park Jimin, Qin Wusong's expression became suspicious. Wait, how does Chairman Lim's tall stature resemble that scoundrel's? Qin Wusong instinctively glanced at Park Jimin from head to toe. As soon as she saw the pair of shoes, she immediately startled. Ah, these shoes. The Chairman Lim, the pair of shoes he was wearing is the same as the pair of shoes of the scoundrel who attacked me. Even the dirt on the shoes is the same. How can there be such a coincidence in the world? It's certain. Thanks to this small mistake, Qin Wusong suddenly felt everything become clear. This scoundrel had just entered the men's restroom to change clothes, change hairstyle, and change appearance. But only the shoes remained unchanged, because it was inconvenient to bring them outside. Unexpectedly, Chairman Lim had this courage, changing appearance, disguising in different clothes. But just because of a small detail that I discovered. Thinking of this, Qin Wusong suddenly felt a kind of indescribable joy. I didn't expect I could discover such a huge secret. This man is really interesting. No wonder he dared to do that. Turns out he is not only a bodyguard but also a billionaire. He is even more handsome than I imagined. In this moment, Qin Wusong's emotions are mixed with the pain coming from the slap on the butt by Park Jimin, making her overflow with intense emotions. Qin Wusong's goodwill level increases by 10. Current goodwill level is 70 points. As soon as Qin Wusong bent down to look at the pair of shoes under his feet, Park Jimin knew that he had been exposed. He simply smirked, sporting a mysterious smile. If I truly wanted to execute the plan perfectly, I wouldn't have chosen a public restroom to change my appearance. However, that doesn't matter. I wasn't trying to hide too much in the first place. In fact, I intentionally reveal a slight flaw for her to notice. After all, if I want to strike, she should at least know who I am. And I want to see what tricks she has up her sleeve. Although she discovered this secret, Qin Wusong did not rush to expose Park Jimin's identity. Instead, she took out her phone and proactively asked for Park Jimin's contact information. Hello, Chairman Lim. It's nice to meet you. My name is Qin Wusong. Can we be friends on WeChat? Park Jimin also happily agreed to change the method of communication. Sure, she scanned my QR code. After adding Park Jimin on WeChat, Qin Wusong, the lady's mouth gently curled up, communicating graciously and politely. Chairman Lim, when did you come to Mado? I have been following you online for a long time. I did not expect to have the opportunity to be friends with you today. I feel very lucky. Park Jimin hesitated for a moment before replying, feeling slightly indebted as she continued. I just arrived in Mado today. I heard that Miss Qin is one of the most famous ladies in Mado, as well as a legendary figure at Mando Fudan University. Coincidentally, my younger sister also just arrived in Mado to study. She doesn't know anyone here and is quite shy. Therefore, I hope that Miss Qin can help her out a bit. I would like to express my gratitude. Park Jimin's tone, unlike deceitful, left Qin Wusong feeling both unsettled and infuriated. Truly despicable. Just after striking me and my younger brother, now switching to a different identity, telling me to take care of his sister. How shameless can one get? No, that's not happening. Outrageous. Thinking this, Qin Wusong felt like a cat with its tail stepped on, even her proud demeanor immediately turning icy. There was a glint of ruthlessness in her eyes. Then she growled and spat venom. Hold on, that schoolgirl is his sister, isn't she? his blood sister, or? Park Jimin answered decisively, without any hesitations. Of course, she is my biological younger sister. She seems to think I am a flirt. After saying this, Park Jimin's eyes looked at Wang Mengmeng with brotherly affection, without any hint of romantic feelings between a man and a woman. Kim Woo-song once again felt confused. Oh, so Chairman Lim and this female student are really blood brothers? I heard that Chairman Lim had previously given gifts worth more than 3 billion to a female streamer named Meng Xiaogai. So isn't Meng Xiaogai the biological sister of Chairman Lim? The generous and decisive act of Chairman Lim, who gifted 3 billion in cash gifts, has astonished and impressed countless netizens. Thanks to this event, the traffic on Recap Manga TV has skyrocketed and quickly become one of the leading live streaming platforms. Streamers participating in this platform have also experienced a significant increase in their viewership. However, no one knew that Meng Xiaogai was actually the younger sister of Chairman Lim. Isn't it that he transferred the money from left hand to right hand, playing a deceptive act, causing numerous netizens to be excited, enhancing the reputation of Recap Manga TV and himself without spending a single penny? This method is truly clever. Thinking about this, Kim Woo-song had a different view of Park Jimin. Chairman Lim was not a brute who only knew how to use violence to solve problems. Besides strength, he also had a smart and cunning mind. Furthermore, Chairman Lim can also maneuver around Jin Jia Mu like a snake, truly more skillful than one might underestimate. Choosing a man, one must select the type who is both roguish yet elegant, intelligent yet strong. At this moment, Kim Woo-song couldn't believe it. The goddess that countless wealthy young men hesitated to approach, now stirred by a robe like this. Her entire body quickly flushed incessantly. Kim Woo-song's goodwill increased by 5, current goodwill standing at 75 points. While Kim Woo-song was being relentlessly jolted by the strings of affection, Park Jimin couldn't help but mutter under her breath, "Damn it, her goodwill just keeps increasing. How rapidly it grows. Since we met, it's only been over half an hour. Her goodwill has risen from -90 points to 75 points. A whopping increase of 165 points of goodwill." Before going to Motto, I used to think that if I wanted to pursue someone, I had to pursue real rich ladies, because I gave them a few hundred million. They didn't care. When successfully provoked, I will gain more benefits. And I also thought that Miss Kin possesses exquisite beauty, a hot figure, and extraordinary background. Someone like her should be very difficult to conquer. Who would have thought that she was easier to conquer than I had imagined? Yet I still considered her as easy as April Fool's Day, even planning a long-term pursuit, proceeding to conquer step by step. Park Jimin thought for a long time, finally making up his mind. The favorability level could not be increased any further. I hadn't even had a chance to spend money on her yet, and the favorability level had already risen to 75 points. It's really a waste of a simp lord if I can't spend a few hundred billion on her. It's a disservice to my ancestors. Setting aside this matter, Park Jimin actively engaged in a conversation with Kim Woo-song. "Miss Kin, what are you thinking about?" Unexpectedly, Park Jimin was courted, while Kim Woo-song searched for love. Later, she tried to hide her emotions and pretended to be cold to avoid being exposed. But she still felt short of breath. Her face turned red, and her hands were shaking. "No, there's nothing wrong." Kim Woo-song's presence unconsciously kept other female students at a distance from Park Jimin. Her formidable aura made other girls feel pressured when facing her. Regardless of their backgrounds or beauty, they were all outshone to an incomparable extent. They seemed to automatically become supporting characters in the love story of the beautiful Woo-song and Chairman Lim. Woo-song and Chairman Lim seem to be having a pleasant conversation, don't they? Could they be developing feelings for each other? They are both talented and attractive, a suitable alliance indeed. Indeed, the tale of a Cinderella marrying a prince or a poor boy marrying a princess is only found in fairy tales. A suitable alliance remains the oldest and most practical tradition. Haha. Quickly, all videos recorded in the camera installation area are played back. It can be clearly seen that the surveillance video does not capture Chairman Lim entering the public restroom. The video only shows the thug entering the restroom. Then there is no image of him leaving. However, shortly after, Chairman Lim emerges from the restroom. Such a strange occurrence has left the police team bewildered. Where has that thug disappeared to? How did such a coincidence happen? Hurry, Suo, show me. After carefully considering all possibilities, the police officer concluded, "Sergeant, I suspect that Chairman Lim has used a special and sophisticated disguise technique. capable of changing his appearance and turning into that thug. Therefore, Chairman Lim is the main suspect. Upon hearing this conclusion, Qin Wu Feng's seemingly nonchalant smile suddenly turned extremely menacing, with a hint of malice glinting in his eyes. Chairman Lim, huh? He dares to confront me, to strike my sister, to humiliate us like this. No matter what his status is, I cannot forgive him. He must pay dearly. After that, Qin Wu Feng decisively ordered, Chief Ma, you must quickly arrest the person. Chief Ma hesitated. Brother Qin, is it too early to jump to conclusions like this? We should be more cautious. The surveillance camera system in the restricted area cannot cover every angle. Perhaps Chairman Lim simply entered the restroom from a hidden corner, leading to a misunderstanding. Or maybe we should reconsider. After saying this, Chief Ma couldn't help but inwardly sigh. Arrest Chairman Lim, huh? If this turns out to be true, it will be a shocking news. Why is my luck so unfortunate? I'm just a small department head. Why am I being dragged into the battle between Chairman Lim and the Qin family? Both of these clans are troublesome to offend, and this could lead to many complications. Besides, he is Chairman Lim. How could I possibly offend him? When the Chief Ma tried to defend Qin Wu Feng, it only made him angrier. He then shouted out a command. Chief Ma, are you trying to cover up for him? The situation is already very clear. Even if there are mistakes, shouldn't he be taken back to the station for thorough investigation, completely eliminating doubts before releasing him? Or do you want me to make the call myself? Before the sorrow has passed, hell has already arrived. Threatening to call someone I can't afford to offend, Chief Ma broke out in a cold sweat. Immediately, he waved his hand and ordered the subordinates. All right, Sumo, you guys go catch the person. The order from the superior must be obeyed, no matter who the target is. But the two police officers still felt pressured like a mountain. Damn it, this Chief Ma is really annoying, whoever offended him or not, still asking us to catch Chairman Lim. But at this moment, the once silent sky suddenly transformed by the deafening roar of helicopter engines. From afar, helicopters appeared, circling around Madhov University like vultures thirsty for blood. 10 helicopters, 20 helicopters, even more, one after another appeared, disrupting the peaceful sky with the sound of whirring blades resounding. The space became chaotic, causing everyone to hold their breath in anticipation of something about to happen. Each face looked up at the sky, feeling dizzy and stiff. Gradually, they began to feel a creeping sense of fear in every cell. Helicopters coming from somewhere. There were also more than 20 of them. The helicopters in the sky, parading in the Maiyuan sky, the sound of the blades can be likened to a storm, making the students below marvel and look up. Everyone is amazed. Is this the extravagance of the upper class? A helicopter must have a price tag of 10 million yuan. A red-haired male student inside said, "What million? Are you kidding me? With my knowledge, this is an AS-33, a luxury private helicopter, must cost over 150 million yuan. His pink-haired friend, hearing this, exclaimed, "What? It's that expensive? How can you recognize it from afar like this? With this flashy style, it can only be Qin Wu Feng, from the Qin family." The students immediately paid attention. 2 siblings from the Qin family speculated, "This can only be the Qin family, more than 3 billion yuan flying in the sky. It's truly a magnificent sight on the first day of school." The 2 sisters were stunned, because they only heard the sound but didn't see anything. Qin Wu Song asked his younger brother in his mind, "How come our family has so many helicopters? Where did you call them from?" Qin Feng replied, "I didn't call them." Both sisters had the same question. Then who called these helicopters? So the helicopters flew back and forth a few times. Meanwhile, Xiao Lai and his colleagues went to visit Park Jimin, and he said, "Park Jimin, we suspect you are involved in the intentional injury case. Please cooperate with our investigation." Park Jimin asked, "Intentional injury? Is there a misunderstanding here?" Xiao Lai said, "Whether there is a misunderstanding or not, please come to the police station to explain." The group of girls were dissatisfied. "Mr. Park, did you intentionally harm someone? It was clearly not you just now." Another person said, "Hey police officer, don't you watch the surveillance camera? My grandmother's eyesight is even better than yours." A female student erupted in anger, saying, "That's right, Mr. Park is so polite and gentle. How could he hurt someone without evidence? If there's no proof, don't act recklessly." The group of female students then took turns speaking up. "You officials always cover up for each other. Qin Wu Feng didn't teach him a lesson for teasing female students. Now he's randomly attacking innocent people. Another person shouted, "That's right." The Fango group surrounded Park Jimin, who shielded and protected him, saying, "That's right. Today don't even think about taking Park away. Park can rest assured, we're here to protect him." Park Jimin felt a bit embarrassed by this scene, but could only smile and scratch his head. The female students then rushed to attack Xiao Lai, scratching and biting his arms and neck. Xiao Lai could only struggle in desperation, shouting, "Ah! What are you all doing?" resisting the law of violence. Seeing Xiao Lai about to faint from being bullied, Park Jimin immediately smiled and said, "Dear sisters, dear girls, please stay calm. I am ready to cooperate with the police officers in their investigation. Only those who are innocent will regain their innocence, and justice will prevail." The female students hugged each other, crying with emotion, in front of Park Jimin. He is truly kind. Even though he is treated unfairly, I am sure I would cry to death. Just as I thought, he is a person of good character and high emotional intelligence. Qin Wusong looked thoughtful and contemplative. The things he has done, being beaten and looking as if he is the one being treated unfairly. She smirked mischievously, thinking, the strong dragon will not be able to oppress the local snake. But I want to see how he can come back, without wide connections, without living in this place. At this moment, a plane slowly descended from above, landing in front of everyone's eyes. The door opened slowly, and a pair of feet stepped out. Leading the way was a handsome boy with platinum hair, followed by two long-legged flight attendants. This is the leader of the 4 major clans in Manhwa City, the Yi family, Yi Yozu. He spoke up, "Our guests have arrived. Listen to my orders. It's time to begin." In the sky, other planes dropped red banners with the words, "Welcome Park CEO to Manhwa City." Witnessing this cool scene, the two sisters Qin Wusong and Qin Wu Feng were surprised and amazed, thinking, WTF, are these helicopters here to welcome Park CEO? Seeing the extremely grand welcoming scene, combined with the presence of the leaders of the 4 major clans, Ma Yuan's dedication, Mr. Mao couldn't help but think, this is Yi Yozu of the Yi family, and he personally welcomed Park CEO. Park Jimin was very excited, and in the face of everyone's extravagant display at Ma Yuan, Mr. Ma turned to admire Park Jimin's capabilities, saying, "Park CEO, with such a close relationship here at Ma Yuan, Yi family is the top existence among the 4 major clans, putting pressure on the other 3 clans. Although Yi Yaozu is a descendant of the next generation, once involved with the Yi family, it's not a game that a small department head like me can interfere in." He then approached Qin Wu Feng and said, "Qin Young Masters, based on my years of experience, I'm sure Park CEO is not a suspect. This matter is very clear." Qin Wu Feng, feeling irritated, shouted, "Head of Department Ma, which way the wind blows? You're following it too quickly. The person who can change is the one who succeeds." Mr. Ma immediately said, "Xiao Lai, withdraw. We cannot let some speculation affect the reputation of good citizens." He obediently replied, "Yes, sir." Xiao Lai quickly ran over and said, "I'm sorry, Park CEO, it was just a misunderstanding." Park Jimin didn't pay much attention. He replied, "It's okay. Coordinating with the police department is my duty and responsibility." Qin Feng just frowned and scolded, "Damn it, borrowing the Yi family, just to avoid me once. Next time, I won't be so lucky to escape." Yi Yaozu then walked over with a smile, shook hands, and greeted Park Jimin. "Hello Park CEO, I am Yi Yozu, a friend of Yu Ian. Nice to meet you Park." Park Jimin replied, "Hello Yi CEO, I am also very happy to meet you." He then pointed to the sky and said, "Isn't this scene of ours too grand? I remember telling you and not to be too flashy." Yi Yaozu laughed and said, "So extravagant, haha, it doesn't exist. I have heard about the great reputation of CEO Park. The customer is none other than God." Yi Yozu was extremely excited in his heart, thinking, with the recent economic downturn, everyone's assets have shrunk, and it's very difficult to sell airplanes, even just 1 or 2. If Park CEO's order goes through, it might be enough to meet the KPI for the whole next year. "Park CEO, you are truly my lucky star." Park Jimin immediately said, "Meng Meng, let's go, big brother will take you to buy an airplane." Meng Meng was thrilled and replied, Okay, let's go big brother." The girls on the other side were a bit jealous and a bit regretful. One of them said, "So envious. If only I had a big brother like that, leading me to buy an airplane on the first day of school." The girl next to her sighed, "Why isn't Park CEO my boyfriend? Life is unfair." Suddenly from behind, there was a loud voice. "Park Jimin, you bought a plane and didn't take me with you, huh?" This sharp and angry voice made many other female students look back in surprise. Park Jimin also turned around in surprise, and it was none other than the princess, the eldest daughter of the Jung family, Jung Ji-lu. She was very angry with Park Jimin, saying, Even when you come to my yuan, you don't bother to talk to me." She ran up to grab his collar, then acted coquettishly, and said, "Are you ignoring Lulu now? Don't you care about Lulu anymore?" Park Jimin was about to be dragged into a seizure by her, so he quickly clasped his hands and apologized to the princess, saying, "How could that be? You are my source of happiness. This time, I am preparing to give Lulu this plane as a gift." Lulu replied, "Really? Do you still remember me?" Park Jimin replied, "Of course. How could I forget a gift for you?" Park Jimin smirked mischievously. "Giving a plane. It seems like not a bad idea, so that the girls won't be jealous of each other. When the time comes, I will give one to Yang Weibai, Park Min Young, Chairwoman Kim, Kim Jenny, each one. It has to be fair." As everyone was about to leave, there was a call. "Why CEO? What a coincidence. I was also planning to buy a private plane recently." Kim Woo-song struck a pose, and in a sweet tone said, "Park CEO, you probably didn't notice me sitting in your helicopter, did you?" After boarding the plane and leaving Manhwa University, in the sky, it must be said that it was no different from a military parade. In front of the eyes of everyone below the city, Park Jimin sat next to Captain Yayo Zhu. He spoke. "This plane is quite sturdy, Yi CEO. No wonder it cost 150 million yuan. Feels completely different from sitting in a car." Upon hearing this, Yi Zhu immediately laughed and replied, "Park CEO, that's funny, haha." Behind them were three people sitting. Wang Meng, for the first time in her life, sitting on a helicopter, was very excited, looking at the scenery. "It's just too high. That's the TV tower, looking down from above. My Yuan City in the morning is already beautiful. I wonder how it looks at night." Jung Ji-lu also rushed out with her friend to admire the scenery. She said, "Yes, looking down from above, it looks so small and cute." Kim Woo-song looked at the two of them, especially Park Jimin's younger sister, Wang Meng. She thought with a hint of disdain, She really looks like a wild country bumpkin. Seems like she has never experienced life before." The more excited the two people looked, the more she felt like she was in a different position, so she sneered, "Truly rustic." Teacher Jung Ji-lu turned to look at her, the previous demeanor disappearing. But Lulu felt, "This girl and her eyes don't seem like a good person. It feels like I'm about to have a new rival, so there's a bit of pressure." At my Yuan, no one is unaware of the eldest daughter of the Qin family, beautiful, with a good background. But these things, Jung Ji-lu feels confident in her background and looks not inferior to her. She frowned, feeling insecure as she looked at that chest of Kim Woo-song. She thought, the key point is, her chest is even bigger than mine. The more she thought about it, the fire inside her ignited fiercely. Determined, she will not give up Park Jimin to a monster with a big chest like her. Kim Woo-song then observed Jung Ji-lu's expression, the two of them locking eyes like eternal rivals. Meng felt a bit hesitant, thinking to herself, why does the atmosphere feel so strange? Shortly after, they arrived at the Longhua airbase, and the plane landed smoothly. Following Yi Yozu's words, "We have arrived, Park CEO. Let's go check out the plane." Several convenient electric cars were waiting for them, with Yi Zhu guiding them, saying, "These are the passenger planes available at Longhua, with luxurious configurations and various repair services." As they entered the plane, the two girls ran ahead, examining every detail with excitement. Yi Zhu explained, "This plane is imported and modified by Boeing from Nation M, with diverse configurations and top safety performance in the world. It even has a bedroom cabin with advanced technological functions, ensuring safety even in strong air currents, and providing a unique experience." Younger sister Meng immediately asked curiously, "What is a different experience? How is it different?" Yi Zhu chuckled mischievously and nudged Park Jimin's shoulder, saying, "Haha, you're still young so you won't understand, but Park CEO will definitely know." Park Jimin blushed and thought to himself, "What is she talking about, teaching bad habits to young children?" Jung Ji-lu, equally naive, said excitedly, "Is it really that amazing? Then, Park Jimin, you must take me to experience it." Park Jimin could only sweat and remain silent, changing the subject by saying, "Right, CEO, this private jet also has a helicopter. I just saw it and I want to." Yizu and the flight attendant next to him, Park, had the intention to buy all the airplanes. So Park said in surprise, "Wow, you both want to buy all of them?" Park Jimin calmly replied, "Yes, that's right. I want to give away these airplanes, so Yi CEO, please help me with the transportation at that time." Yizu immediately brought out his calculator, hurriedly calculating with a very nervous look. He had never met anyone like Park Jimin before. Yizu was sweating in fear, thinking, the value of each airplane is not like a supercar. Is this boy the real son of a genius, and yet he gives away airplanes as gifts? Giving away more than 10 at once, it's unbelievable. Before going to school, Park Jimin went to the recruitment agency to find a nanny. His requirements were quite simple. Besides being proficient in housework, the nanny must also know how to drive, to pick up Jung Ji-lu and Wang Mengmeng from school. In the end, Park Jimin chose Zhang Kuei-hong, over 30 years old, with 5 years of experience as a nanny at Manhwa. Mrs. Zhang must be said to be a super nanny, not only knowing how to drive and do housework proficiently, but also able to meet any demand with such diverse and professional skills. Park Jimin also paid her a generous salary of 2,000 yuan per month. With a nanny in place, Park Jimin went to a high-end 4S shop to buy a luxurious Rolls-Royce. As soon as Zhang Kuei-hong took the wheel, she immediately broke out in a cold sweat, feeling nervous and tense, her eyes fixed on the road almost without blinking. "Park, this car is too expensive. I feel like I'm sitting on a hot seat while driving, my heart is pounding. My hands are shaking on the steering wheel. If I accidentally damage the car, I'll have to sell my whole family. I won't be able to make up for it even if I die and come back to life." Listening to that, Park Jimin had to proceed, advising for a while. "Haha, cars are just for transportation. Even Rolls-Royce is nothing special. Just relax and drive. And with you driving this car, I guarantee that others will automatically keep a distance of at least 5 meters on the road. Your only task is to take good care of the 2 little girls. Just do your job well, and rest assured that at the end of the year, I will reward you generously." After being encouraged and cheered on by Park Jimin, Zhang Kuei-hong's face suddenly relaxed a lot, but she thought, "How can I relax when it's not for the 2,000 yuan salary? I wouldn't have taken this job. But it's clearly stated in the contract, I don't have to compensate if I damage the car." Listening to the conversation between Park Jimin and Zhang Kuei-hong, Wang Mengmeng's elegant face couldn't help but show a hint of sadness. "Brother, you're leaving soon. Why are you not going to school today?" Zhang Ji-lu also felt both unhappy and lost, asking, "Why are you leaving me so soon?" Hearing that, Park Jimin had to advise for a while. "You can't always be here to take care of the 2 of them, so you want to arrange everything properly before you can leave with peace of mind." 2 days have passed since Park Jimin arrived at Manhwa, Zhang Kuei-hong, and the 2 girls have gradually become familiar with each other. But contrary to the peace in Park Jimin's house, outside was in turmoil. Chairman Lim's bad reputation has reached its peak. Even the representative of the Women's Rights Association has spoken out against Park Jimin on Weibo and called for the judiciary to investigate and prosecute Chairman Lim. The internet erupted in fury, unleashing its anger on Park Jimin. This scumbag, this despicable trap boy, truly a disgrace to humanity. Who is managing him? How has this troublemaker not been apprehended yet? Does Chairman Lim's matters not concern you all? Is there no law left? How much money have you received from him? I used to think he was talented and handsome, but now he's shown his true colors. How many girls has he left pregnant, walking away without taking responsibility? He's a true beast. It's appalling to even mention Chairman Lim. He doesn't deserve to be a national idol, but rather a true national disgrace. This despicable man. How can he act so nonchalantly outside the bounds of the law? The social media storm caused Chairman Lim's reputation to completely collapse, despite numerous attempts by Yuling Shuang, CEO of Feidong Corporation, to clarify and remove defamatory posts, even threatening legal action against those who smear him. Chairman Lim cannot escape his tarnished image as a vile person. At the same time, in the Jin Mao building, Park Jimin's entourage was also extremely anxious and outraged. Oh Young-sil shook her head in disgust. The online public opinion storm is getting more intense. Thousands of people have signed against the trap boy, heartless Chairman Lim. Is Park Jimin really such a person? How could he do such depraved actions? Moreover, he even deceived the feelings of many girls. This is truly... Jun Sun retorted. Although Park Jimin is not perfect, his character is still highly regarded. I have looked up the household registrations of the girls accusing him online. These girls all have household registrations in Jiangxi or Maiyuan, while Park Jimin has mainly lived in Hanchang for the past few years and has no history of going abroad. So how could he be in relationships with many girls in Jiangxi at the same time? Does he have the ability to clone himself or something? Park Min-young also nodded in agreement. That's right, Park Jimin may not be as well behaved as his reputation suggests, but he's not bad either. The information circulating online this time is just ridiculous. Clearly, someone is intentionally trying to tarnish his reputation. Jun Sun continued to analyze. In the past few months, we have all been aware of Park Jimin's actions. He has been busy with so many things, not to mention taking care of us. How could he possibly have time to cause trouble? There must be someone trying to harm him. Yang Weibai also nodded in agreement, but she offered a deeper thought and said, people are quick to blame Park Jimin, which may not be a bad thing. Furthermore, Park Jimin doesn't react because he simply doesn't care about others' opinions. But we cannot let him be falsely accused and tarnished. Kim Jisoo also expressed her anger. Yang Weibai is right. I must find out who is trying to harm Park Jimin. If we don't make that person suffer a great loss this time, I will not let the Kim family be at peace. We share a common enemy, and we will not allow anyone online to harm Park Jimin. While Park Jimin's harem group was discussing how to respond, his phone rang. Park Jimin answered, and on the screen was Yi Yozu. Yi Yozu. Hello Chairman Lim, the Haiyang Guangming yacht has arrived at Maiyuan. Would you like to have dinner together this evening? Excited, Park Jimin replied. Sure. Where at? Yi Yozu. Right on the Haiyang Guangming yacht. The yacht arrived at Wusong port today. Chairman Lim sent me the location. I will send a plane to pick you up. Over half an hour later, Park Jimin was on the helicopter. This time, it was still Ji Wang personally coming to pick him up. Park Jimin asked, Mr. Gi, who owns the Haiyang Guangming yacht? Ye Yaozu smiled and replied, actually, it's not a secret. Haiyang Guangming is one of the 7 largest yachts in the world, owned by the Dong family. Chairman Lim, do you know about the 7 largest yachts in the world? Park Jimin slightly smirked, showing a deep understanding. Yes, the 7 largest cruise ships in the world include Bao Yu Gang, Dong Hao Yun, Livernos, Onesit, Boxen, Siren, and Diagos. If they belong to the Dong family, then why do they want to sell Haiyang Guangming? Upon hearing this question, Ye Yaozu immediately recounted in essence. This is quite a long story. Although the Dong family is still ranked as one of the 7 kings of the sea in the past few decades due to the rise of new industries, they have been heavily affected and no longer as glorious as before. The current generation head of the Dong family, Dong Tan Ba, is an ambitious person who wants to transform the business for the clan. He has tried to adapt to the trends of the times, but all have failed, even leading to heavy losses. Furthermore, the maritime transport and cruise industry have been heavily impacted by the COVID pandemic, even coming to a halt for a long time. In addition, this cruise ship is truly a money-burning machine, with maintenance costs, purchasing supplies, and staff salaries. Just lying idle without operating would burn money every day. What to burn, then burn. Heard the word burn money. It is true that it makes Park Jimin extremely excited. He rubbed his hands, and his head also began, full of calculations. Great, so I bought a treasure, just counting the salary for employees. Every month Haiyang Guangming also have to pay at least 100 million yuan, not to mention the maintenance cost that Ye Yozu mentioned. So every month this yacht can lose 200-300 million yuan, and the annual loss can be up to 2 to 3 billion. The main issue is that I don't mind losing money. Buying a luxury yacht, just simple for me to enjoy. Even if there are no guests, I can still use the yacht as a reward for employee Fei Dong, for them to go on a luxurious trip for 7 days. Or I can use the yacht to organize events for Big Cat TV Around 5 p.m., Park Jimin and Yi Yao-zu also arrived at Woosan Bay. The plane landed directly on the yacht's deck. Very convenient. Yi Yao-zu said, "Chairman Lim, we have arrived." Looking down from above at the luxury yacht, Park Jimin couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. In the past, when I saw pictures of this luxury yacht online, I didn't have much of an impression. But now that I see it with my own eyes, I can truly appreciate the grandeur of this yacht. Today, it will officially belong to me. As soon as Park Jimin and Ye Yao-zu stepped off the plane, more than 100 uniformed staff were lined up neatly to welcome them. A graceful female assistant then approached, speaking sweetly and politely. "Chairman Lim, CEO Ye, welcome to Haiyang Guangming. I am Xiao La, the assistant to the general manager. As instructed by Mr. Dong, I will guide you to explore and experience the various areas on the yacht. Please follow me." Park Jimin responded with enthusiasm. "Great, I was thinking the same thing. Thank you for your hard work." Xiao La's smile is extremely friendly and attractive, showing professionalism in welcoming guests. She starts leading Park Jimin and Ye Yao-zu to each area to introduce. The Haiyang Guangming cruise ship has a total of 15 decks, 2358 cabins, 352 meters long, 65 meters wide, moving at an average speed of 23 nautical miles per hour. The ship can accommodate up to 6,000 passengers and is operated by a team of 5 professional staff, including over 1,100 people, including security, reception, restaurants, and tour guides. Each deck offers unique and different experiences. The lowest deck is the lounge area, where guests can spend up to 1 million yuan per night, providing the most luxurious experience. Burning through several 10 million yuan a day is even common. The upper deck is similar to this deck, but is a separate area for high-level meetings, cocktail parties, birthdays, and seminars. She continued, "This floor is the relaxation area, with a quiet cafe and a private movie theater. The 7th floor is the shopping area, where guests can find all essential items, from supermarkets to luxury stores, including a fitness center, spa, sauna, and massage area. This floor is also a lively entertainment area with a bar, disco dance floor, and artistic performances." Thanks to Xiao La's meticulous reception work, Park Jimin opened up a whole new door to the high life. After strolling around the yacht for about 2 hours, Xiao La confidently asserted, "As long as guests have money, this luxurious and convenient yacht will provide the highest level of service." Then, she noticed Yi Yao-zu frowning and breathing heavily. Xiao La immediately suggested, "After such a long tour, I'm sure the two of you are tired. Mr. Dong is waiting for you at the restaurant, wishing you a pleasant meal." In the restaurant, a man over 30, with a ruggedly handsome face, wearing a custom-made Armani suit, Dong Tianba forced a smile and said, "Hello Chairman Lim and CEO Yi. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I am Dong Tianba, the chairman of the Dong family." Park Jimin noticed a hint of helplessness deep in Dong Tianba's eyes, and replied coldly, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Dong. Please, Chairman Lim and Yi CEO, have a seat. Are you hungry? I have instructed the chef to prepare the top-grade Cali tuna simi." As they sat down at the table, Ye Yao-zu went straight to the point. "Mr. Dong, we are old acquaintances. Let's keep it short. The listed price for Haiyang Guangming is 7 billion. Chairman Lim has just inspected it and is very satisfied. He can proceed with the transaction directly, with me acting as the intermediary to facilitate the deal. Of course, I will charge a 5% brokerage fee." Dong Tianbei replied in a faintly painful tone, "Selling the main business of the clan is truly not something to be happy about. I don't have any other requests, just hoping that when selling this yacht, Chairman Lim can pay in full. I do not accept payment in installments. I hope both of you can understand. In addition, I hope Chairman Lim can retain the majority of employees on the yacht." Park Jimin did not nod or shake his head, but responded straightforwardly, "No problem. If you want full payment, then full payment it is. I can retain base employees, but I need to screen the management team. Do you have any other requests, Ding CEO?" After saying this, an idea popped into Park Jimin's head. After taking over the yacht, the most effective way to establish authority is to promote the lowest-level employees to management positions. How can these employees be loyal and dedicated to me? Or should I transfer some high-level employees to other branches to create competition for management positions? Seeing Chairman Lim handle the money issue smoothly making Dong Tianba very happy. All right, let's have dinner first, then we will sign the contract. Later, I will go inform everyone to gather and welcome our new owner. Quickly, over 1,000 people were gathered on the deck of the ship, branch managers at the forefront, followed by all the employees lined up in order, the atmosphere becoming tense. Dong Tianba held a microphone to speak. Hello everyone. Today I have gathered you here to announce an important matter. Starting from today, Hai Yang Guangming will officially be transferred to Chairman Lim. Chairman Lim is our new chairman. Please say a few words to everyone. As Dong Tianba finished speaking, a light and uneven applause rang out in the crowd. Some employees were still talking, with a puzzled look. This new boss looks familiar. Seems like we've met somewhere before. Chairman Lim that you don't know, are you from Mars? Chairman Lim, besides being wealthy, also has outstanding talent. The only downside of him is being too flirtatious, if not promiscuous. He would be the national male god. Park Jimin took the microphone, remained silent for 3 seconds, then spoke up. Hello everyone, my name is Park Jimin. I believe many of you here already know me, but some may not. That's okay. Starting today, I am the new chairman of Hai Yang Guangming. I want to tell you 3 things. First, from now on, I will transfer 500 million yuan to the company's finance department. This amount will be used to pay salaries to those who are owed wages, and will be distributed directly to everyone today. Second, with the tourism and maritime transport industry being the hardest hit by the COVID pandemic, I want to support everyone by providing subsidy money. As soon as the words ended, the whole hall shook. Over 1,000 stunned workers. But just a second later, cheers echoed throughout the hall of over 1,000 workers. Applause resounded everywhere. The new boss is so kind, just arrived and already giving out salaries, plus an additional 10,000 yuan bonus. Immediately after, a series of discussions echoed everywhere. Company officials also began enthusiastically discussing. Excellent, finally giving out salaries, now we can afford milk powder for our children. My wife has been urging me for 2 months, now I can report the results. At first I thought the boss was unpleasant, just a clueless kid. Now I see, he's really impressive. Where else can you find a boss like this? If there are difficulties, he really can solve them. Park Jimin looked at a few burly men shedding tears. This scene made him not need to say anything more. For the workers at the lowest level, promises are nothing but empty promises. Instead of painting beautiful scenarios, the quickest way to build trust and bond with employees is nothing more sincere than giving them money and increasing their salaries. Park Jimin raised his hand and continued. All right, for the second task, all managers and supervisors take a step forward. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of supervisors at the front proudly raised their heads and chests. Some even began to speculate on Park Jimin's intentions. Boss, he generously rewarded the staff with 10,000 yuan. So how much will he reward the supervisors? Triple or quintuple? We're getting rich. We're getting rich. After a pause of about 5 seconds, Park Jimin pointed his finger and continued counting. 1, 2, 3, 11. Exactly 11 supervisors. Today, I declare that all of your positions are terminated. Park Jimin's words echoed in the ears of the 11 supervisors, immediately causing them to pale and tremble. The atmosphere was explosive. All employees were gaping in astonishment, with unbelievably shocked expressions on their faces. Why? Why the dismissal? I thought the boss was easygoing and generous. Who would have thought? He's just a two-faced person, bribing people with salaries. In the blink of an eye, he ruthlessly fired 11 managers. How cruel. This new boss is so unpredictable. These 11 managers must have worked so hard and used so many tactics to reach their positions today, yet with just a few words from him, everything vanished into thin air. How heartless. Among the 11 managers, one couldn't contain his anger and shouted, I refuse. I refuse. I've worked diligently at Guangming for 5 years without making any major mistakes. Why am I being fired? To assert his position, Park Jimin also fiercely replied, based on what? I am the owner here. This yacht is all mine. I can fire anyone I want, understand? The other person said, you are still arrogant, I will kill you. After cursing, he seemed like a wild animal cornered, swinging his fist towards Park Jimin. Everyone held their breath, their eyes wide open. The atmosphere became extremely tense. However, Park Jimin just smirked slightly, then gave a cold smile. Kill me, sure. Let's see who kills who. Just as he was about to jump towards Park Jimin, the situation became extremely dangerous. Suddenly, a strong young hot boy rushed out to block him. Stop Kao Dong. With lightning-fast movements, the young man quickly applied a wrist lock, controlling Kao Dong to the ground. Kao Dong yelled in anger. Let me go, Wu Cheng Gong. You dare to go against me. You brat. Do you believe I will fire you immediately? Upon hearing this, Wu Cheng Gong tightened his grip on Tao Dahong's hand even more, then sternly warned. Tao Dahong, how dare you argue with the boss? Park Jimin coldly approached and asked. Is your name Wu Cheng Gong? Seeing Park Jimin's unfriendly gaze, Wu Cheng Gong couldn't help but feel anxious, then stammered in response. Yes, sir. Very well, Wu Cheng Gong. I appoint you as the new captain of this ship, also the highest authority on this ship. Below, over 1,000 employees regretted and envied to the point of going crazy. So that's how it is. On the Guangming ship, the captain may not be equal to the boss, but it can be said that under one person, there are tens of thousands of people. Someone continued. At first, I thought he just wanted to show off, hoping to get promoted in front of the boss, and move to a permanent position soon. But no one expected that Wu Cheng Gong would be promoted to captain. Damn it, if I had known, I would have stepped up sooner. I missed my chance to change my life. It's unbelievable. He and I have only been working on the ship for less than 3 months, and now he's already skyrocketed to become the captain. If only I could. At this moment, the employees' minds were filled with countless thoughts. Even Yi Yo-zu had to look at Park Jimin differently, skipping over the foreman, supervisor, branch manager, and general manager, directly appointing an intern as captain. Moreover, he's soft when needed, firm when necessary, and both kind-hearted and authoritative. Chairman Lim truly understands how to capture people's hearts. No wonder he's considered a genius of the contemporary hidden clan. Park Jimin continued to speak. Finally, I want to talk about the third issue, the vacant branch manager position. The selection process will be as follows. The assistant manager will be given priority for nomination, followed by the owner and supervisor. If there are no suitable candidates, we will hold an on-the-spot election. In general, the relevant departments can discuss internally and report the results to the captain to finalize the list. Furthermore, I want to emphasize one more thing. If anyone in the departments discovers corrupt behavior, abuse of power, I encourage you to report it boldly. The amount of corruption will be rewarded in full to the whistleblower, and may come with opportunities for promotion. Everyone has seen it. I am a fair person. Rewards and punishments are clear. I, Park Jimin, assure you that my words always go hand in hand with actions. As soon as Park Jimin finished speaking, the sky suddenly darkened like ink. The wind howled fiercely, carrying chilling sounds like the cries of lost souls. The sea waves surged violently, crashing against the ship loudly, as if wanting to swallow the giant vessel whole. Suddenly, a blinding bolt of lightning tore through the night, cutting across the sky like a sharp blade. It struck the yacht directly, creating a terrifying explosion that shook the entire ship violently. Dong Tianba looked up at the sky, his heart pounding in his chest, cold sweat dripping wet. Huh, why is it suddenly so gluey like it's about to rain? Below, over 1,000 workers were momentarily stunned, their eyes filled with complex emotions, looking at those who had been corrupt. In everyone's mind, Park Jimin's words still lingered. As long as there is solid evidence, no matter how much he has embezzled, I will reward you accordingly. Boldly accusing may come with opportunities for promotion. Accuse, reward, those despicable scoundrels. I've tolerated them for too long. That thought kept urging everyone incessantly. Their gazes began to turn ruthless, even their smiles becoming dangerous. Soon after, a brave female worker stepped forward to accuse. Sir, I want to report Kao Dong. He frequently abuses his authority to harass female staff. Furthermore, he colludes with the procurement department and head chef for embezzlement, bribery through inflated procurement prices, and kickbacks. Park Jimin walked slowly, a sense of urgency permeating the entire yacht. Confronted with his overwhelming authority, everyone held their breath. Even the female employee herself was nervous. Then, Park Jimin, cold yet handsome, affirmed. Good. Is that so? If your words are true, I will immediately report this to the police. Furthermore, if the investigation proves the allegations, You will be promoted to head of the dining department and receive a 5,000 yuan reward. Following that, more and more people were accused. I accused the head of HR for arranging a job for his wife within the company. I accused the public service department manager of demanding bribes. I accused the sanitation department manager of misappropriating company assets. I accuse. This wave of accusations led to over 100 people being fired, especially from the procurement department, where many loopholes existed. In the end, only 5 managers were retained. They all had good reputations and managerial capabilities. Particularly, these 5 individuals all had close ties to Dong's family. Seeing over 100 corrupt employees, Dong Tianbo couldn't help but feel bewildered. Da Liu, what is this? How did it get so widespread without my knowing? No wonder I've been consistently losing money. It appears that Chairman Lim truly excels in running the business. After the new managers were appointed, Part Jimin called the 5 supervisors into a private room for discussion. After exchanging greetings, Part Jimin immediately spoke up. Wang Annie, Xing Luo, Zhang Tujiai, Ah Yang Gakao, and Wu Meng, I am very pleased with your good qualities. Although I have mentioned the dismissal of the previous managers, that was not my main intention. The main purpose is to assign you all a challenging task. I also do not hesitate to tell you that within the next month, Fei Dong Corporation will acquire the international hotel chain Yujun. Currently, this hotel chain is lacking in some senior management positions. I believe that you all will be very suitable for these positions. Furthermore, this is also an opportunity for other employees, as in the future, at least 3 5-star hotels will be built in Tianmen City. As former employees who have worked on the Guangming yacht, you have had the opportunity to interact with many VIP customers and undergo thorough training. He continued, therefore, as long as you agree to take on the new task, I promise to give you 5 a managerial position and a 30% salary increase. Moreover, there is even a chance for you 5 to be promoted to the position of director. So do you 5 agree to take on this new task or not? Finishing his words, Part Jimin threw a stack of contracts on the table, his expression suddenly changing from ruthless to extremely gentle. In the blink of an eye, the 5 people also understood that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for advancement and the only chance to return to the mainland and be close to their families. As their spirits recovered, all 5 faces were filled with excitement, even more so than when using marijuana. Their blood boiled, their momentum surged. Agree, of course we agree. Part Jimin noticed Yi Yozu looking at him with a strange look, giving him an uneasy feeling deep in his bones. He asked, Mr. Yi, why are you looking at me like that? At this moment, in Yi Yozu's eyes, there was a sense of admiration and respect. Chairman Lim, actually, the first time I saw you, I truly thought you were just a rich, bankrupt playboy. But recently, you completely changed my opinion. I never expected that at such a young age, you would have such extraordinary courage. In just a few words, you not only easily gained the support of the staff, but also efficiently resolved many issues on the Guangming yacht. Part Jimin heard Yi Yozu's praise and couldn't help but be stunned. Damn it, I just wanted to assert my authority. Does Mr. Yi misunderstand something? Especially, this is the first time I truly became a boss. So when facing over 1,000 workers, I couldn't help but want to appear strict. Who would have thought? Mr. Yi seems to not realize my intentions, and thought that I was focusing on solving some problem. At this point, Yi Yozu is also very impressed. The most powerful move of Chairman Lim is in the third part. He openly declared that the Yujun International Group is about to be acquired by him, and will build more 5-star hotels in the film city. This action not only demonstrates the strong capacity and potential of Chairman Lim, but also brings hope to employees for a better future. They will have more motivation to contribute. Such an outstanding person is sure to catch the eye of the Yi family's daughter. At that time, strong cooperation will not be impossible. The next morning, the public was abuzz with the news that Fei Dong had acquired the international hotel chain Yunyu, helping the Zheng Family Corporation avoid a crisis. However, details about the acquisition were still unclear, especially regarding the sudden collapse of Yunyu. The news was reported from various objective perspectives. At the main headquarters of Fei Dong, related to the acquisition of the international hotel chain Yunyu and the successful approval of the university project, Yu Ling Shuang immediately summoned the company's leadership team to organize a meeting. In the meeting room, many departments and divisions were discussing the international hotel chain Yunyu. Another director praised. Our CEO Yu has been working decisively and efficiently. What can't she do? This time, we can rest assured. Get ready, everyone. Yu CEO has entrusted us with managing such a big brand. We must not disappoint her trust. We must create a completely new luxury hotel, surpassing Bungyuri, Hu Maida, and Sanjala. There is no doubt about the capability of Yu CEO. It's a pity about her appearance. Beauty is fleeting. Talking about this issue, everyone felt regretful. As soon as Yu Ling Shuang entered the meeting room, someone quickly reminded in a low voice, "Cough cough, Yu CEO is coming soon." She doesn't like hearing others gossip about her appearance. Everyone should pay attention. Recently, Yu Ling Shuang has been deeply resentful of the scar on her face, to the point where she is too afraid to even look in the mirror while brushing her teeth or washing her face. So when she heard about this as soon as she entered the room, she solemnly reminded everyone, "You guys, there's no need to pay attention to my face. Even if I'm ugly, you have no right to comment. If you have time, focus more on work." Upon hearing these stern words, everyone bowed their heads in remorse and apologized. "Sorry, Yu CEO. We didn't mean it." However, the scar on Yu Ling Shuang's face suddenly disappeared, leaving no trace behind. This surprised everyone, and seeing their reactions, Yu Ling Shuang asked in confusion, "What's wrong with my face? What's going on? Why are you all looking like that?" The petted secretary whispered a reminder, Yu CEO, your face." Yu Ling Shuang looked at the secretary hesitantly, starting to feel annoyed. "I told you not to pay too much attention to my face already." The female assistant quickly shook her head and explained, "No, look at the scar on her face over there." After saying this, the female assistant handed Yu Ling Shuang a mirror. Yu Ling Shuang looked into the mirror, her eyes immediately becoming puzzled. She felt like she had turned into a different person. Sparkling eyes, curved lips, flawless smooth skin. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that there was once a deep and terrifying scar on her face. In an instant, Yu Ling Shuang regained the elegance of a beautiful woman, combined with the identity of a CEO of a multi-billion-dollar corporation, exuding a sense of elegance and power. But Yu Ling Shuang still couldn't tear herself away from the mirror, admiring her new soft and smooth baby-like skin. The girl's mood is somewhat complicated, a surge of indescribable emotions. Turns out, everything Park Jimin said was true. He has never lied to me. The scar treatment he personally concocted is even more miraculous than I imagined. Now my beauty seems to be reborn. Park Jimin is the savior who saved my bleak life. I used to think it was just his way of comforting me. But unexpectedly, everything he sacrificed for me. Everything is much more than I imagined. He just never showed it outwardly. Once again, Yu Ling Shuang feels the appreciation that Park Jimin has for her. Her heart beats fast, emotions overflowing intensely. System notification. Yu Ling Shuang's favorability level +2. Current favorability level 97 points. Surprisingly, the phone rang, causing Yu Ling Shuang to become even more excited. As she answered the call, a voice on the other end greeted her. "Hello, is this Yu CEO?" "Yes, this is me. Who is this, and how did you get my personal phone number?" "I am a delivery person. Chairman Lim has sent you a secret gift. We have delivered it to the lobby of your company." Curious, Yu Ling Shuang stepped out of her office and looked down to the ground floor. A secret gift? What secret is Chairman Lim up to? What could this gift be? Without even looking, she could already see a helicopter right in front of her, which left her astonished. Is this the secret gift? Is it really a helicopter? The appearance of the helicopter in the company's lobby attracted the attention of many employees. They gathered around to admire it. Returning to Park Jimin's yacht, at 8 o'clock in the morning, Park Jimin woke up, starting a day of enjoying luxury. After enjoying a lavish breakfast, he ordered, "Set sail, greet the sunrise, and sway on the waves." The large yacht served only for Park Jimin, a symbol of his extravagance and power. In the evening, Park Jimin sunbathed, sipping a cocktail and listening to soothing music, enjoying a peaceful moment on the deck. But with only 2 hours left until the birthday party of the Yi family's princess, the staff on the yacht became very busy. Seeing everyone busy, Park Jimin couldn't help but exclaim, "It's truly great to be the boss, being able to sit and watch others work." Yu Ling Shuang's goodwill increased by 2. Current goodwill at 97 points. King. The target simp lord Yu Ling Shuang was quietly touched by the owner. A breakthrough in goodwill of 97 points, rewarding the owner with a bonus of 20 points. The owner in front still has a total of 109 points. Looking at the screen, Park Jimin suddenly felt a little surprised, muttering to himself. Why did Yu Ling Shuang's favorability suddenly increase, and by 2 points? I didn't do anything. This is strange. Then, Park Jimin began to furrow his brow in contemplation. At this moment, I am in my yuan, far away from Yu Ling Shuang, and have had no contact with her. Recently, she hasn't done anything special either. So why did her favorability suddenly increase? Did she imagine something, or misunderstand me? Park Jimin thought long and hard, but couldn't find an explanation. Just as Park Jimin was pondering, not only Yu Ling Shuang, but all the simp lord's favorability suddenly increased. This scene astonished Park Jimin as he couldn't grasp it. Park Jimin looked at the system flooded with notifications, suddenly understanding everything. Then, his face suddenly lit up, then reluctantly muttered, WTF, why are there so many pleasant surprises today? Turns out the helicopter has been transferred. Mr. Yu's work is indeed effective. At this moment, an employee brought a mobile phone to Park Jimin. Upon checking the phone, he saw a total of over 30 missed calls. Except for no missed calls from Suk Won, Kim Jisoo, Jun Sun Sun, Yang Gui Bai, Park Min Young, Oh Young Sil, Kim Jenny, Kim Harry Won, and even Jung Hoseok, all called or texted him. Looking at the screen, Park Jimin was a bit surprised. Although a bit busy, if I don't maintain regular contact with Simp Lord, the relationship between people cannot withstand the test of time. But it can't continue like this. If everyone calls me every day, where will I find time to develop with new targets? I have to keep them busy. When they are busy, they won't have time to care about me. This is the only way to break this cycle. Having said that, Park Jimin also had his own strategic decision. Around this late afternoon, Suk Won had a date with Xiao Yujun. Upon arriving at the door, Suk Won greeted, Xiao Yujun, thank you for taking me home. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yujun expressed his feelings. Suk Won, our parents have already planned for us to get married. There is no need for such formality. Understanding Xiao Yujun's intentions, Suk Won remained neutral. Yes, but I still want to thank you. However, after saying this, Suk Won thought of someone in his mind. Judging from his background and personality, Xiao Yujin is indeed a good boyfriend. But lately, the image of that man, Park Jimin, keeps appearing in my mind. At this moment, Suk Won couldn't help but be conflicted, thinking, does Park Jimin really like me or not? Only when I am sure that he also loves me can I fully reciprocate that feeling. Otherwise, unrequited love only leads to tragedy. Moreover, from start to finish, the person he likes is Oh Young Sil, not me. Anyway, there is no future between him and me, and besides, I will never want to be the third person. Thinking this, Suk Won no longer thinks about Park Jimin's feelings for him. But just as he was about to reciprocate his feelings for Xiao Yujun, a delivery person approached. Hello, are you Miss Your gift has been delivered. Yes, it's me. What gift is it? Without thinking, as soon as she saw the gift was a helicopter, Suk Won was startled. Then, Suk Won turned to the delivery person, shocked and denied. It must be a mistake. I didn't buy a helicopter either. The delivery man handed over the receipt, explaining cheerfully, no mistake. This is a gift from Chairman Lim to Miss Please sign here to confirm, Miss Suk Won couldn't help but think. If it's from Park Jimin, whether I want it or not, the gift has been delivered. I'll accept it for now and find a time to return it to Park Jimin. I can't accept such an expensive gift. Beside him, Xiao Yujin asked curiously, Suk Won, did Uncle Lu buy this airplane for you? He's so generous. But Suk Won's unexpected answer made him speechless. No, this is from Park Jimin. He is the anti-Japanese chess grandmaster. Having the food taken away right before his eyes, making his face twitch in anger. Damn it, it's the anti-Japanese chess grandmaster again. Wherever he goes, he always shows up. This gift from Park Jimin answered the questions in Suk Won's heart. She decided to set boundaries with Xiao Yujun. Xiao Yujun, I think we should limit our meetings in the future." Hearing such a harsh statement, Xiao Yujin felt painful. He cried out in despair, Suk-wan. Why? Suk-wan also gave Xiao Yijin the answer he wanted to hear. "I'm afraid Park Jimin will misunderstand." After saying this, Suk-wan felt relieved. Her face blushed, and she no longer restrained her feelings for Park Jimin. "Park Jimin, he likes me." Suk-wan's goodwill increased by 10 points. Current goodwill is 90 points. Time flew by. It was time to start the extravagant birthday party of the Yi family's daughter. The space on the yacht was decorated so magically, with dim, mesmerizing lights as time passed. The yacht gradually filled with guests, the atmosphere becoming lively with soft, soothing music and the bustling conversations of the wealthy, mixed with the laughter of the glamorous ladies in their dazzling evening gowns, showing off their perfect slender figures. This was truly the world of beauties, where beauty was the measure of everyone's worth. Park Jimin sat on the deck of the boat, looking around in awe. As rumored, perhaps half of Ma Yuan had gathered here. The influence of the Yi family was indeed not to be underestimated. Luckily, this yacht was mine, so I could relax a bit. It's so hot. Having to wear a suit is really uncomfortable. Park Jimin felt comfortable, but his outfit stood out in contrast to the elegant and lively atmosphere of the party, making him look extremely strange, like he was wearing pajamas or a swimsuit. Therefore, Jimin became a special person in the eyes of those around him. "Over there is someone very strange. It looks like they're wearing a swimsuit," someone thought to themselves, not understanding how Jimin was allowed to board the yacht when the invitation clearly stated guests must dress formally. As time passed, guests of high status and prestige began to appear. Among them, the Kin sisters were also prominent figures. This discussion immediately caught the attention of Qin Wusong. Perhaps the first impression was not good. As soon as he saw Park Jimin, he felt annoyed and uncomfortable. Why is it him? Whether it's due to a different personality or an intentional showness, on such an important occasion, he dresses so casually. Just look at it for a few seconds. Qin Wusong immediately added a few more points of disgust. Then she consciously avoided to relieve her eyes, not forgetting to call Qin Wufeng. "The dinner party is about to start. Let's go, sis. Do you know that person? Looks familiar. Hey, don't go." Just as Park Jimin was immersed in admiring the beauties on the yacht, Zhu Xiaoji suddenly appeared in front of him. Then Zhu Xiaoji exclaimed in amazement, "President Lim, it's really you. I thought I mistook someone else. Heard that you came to Ma Yuan and might attend the birthday party of Miss Yi. Didn't expect it to be true." Park Jimin also immediately recognized the person in front of him, then cheerfully greeted, "Hey, Xiaoji, you're here too. I'm free, so I came out to socialize and learn, but you've been around Ma Yuan for a few months. How's everything going lately?" Miss Du sighed and shared, "Actually, it's not good. After my father sold the Jinmu skyscraper to you and moved to Ma Yuan, the business situation didn't go as expected. Therefore, I also received less reception among the wealthy in Ma Yuan." Seeing her sad expression, Park Jimin offered sincere advice. "To expand your relationships, it's not quite right here. In my opinion, Ma Yuan is an internationalized metropolis, with a highly developed commercial level that has reached its peak and surpassed other cities. But because it is a prosperous and potential city, most sectors have been maximized. You should consider returning to the countryside and wait for the opportunity when Tianmen City planned to be developed into a film city, where it could become a second Ma Yuan full of potential." Park Jimin's proposal sounds like a lie. Zhu Xiaoji strongly objected. Well, it's best to stop. The city of Tianmen does not have government support, nor does it have the advantages of timing, location, and harmony. How can I change the fate alone, turning a remote area of Tianmen into a second Ma Yuan? At that moment, there was a loud shout. "Young Master Jin! Young Master Jin is here!" Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaoji quickly asked for permission. "Chairman Lim, my father told me to make friends with important figures. I apologize." "Okay, let's go." After saying this, Park Jimin looked at Zhu Xiaoji's back with a bit of regret. "It's really hard to meet acquaintances. I just wanted to invite you to make money. But it seems, Xiaoji, you have no luck with wealth. Too bad." Even Miss Zhu does not know. Today's rejection will make him regret in the future. Everyone's gaze turned towards the powerful young master, ranked second in Ma Yuan, Jin Jia-mu. Wearing a stylish vest, tall and slender figure, elegant demeanor, with an additional pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his face, exuding a noble and refined aura. The wealthy gentleman began to discuss excitedly. Many people speculated. Young Master Jin has arrived. Today he is the highlight of the party. Among the wealthy young masters in Manhwa, only young Master Jin is worthy of Yi family's daughter. Can you stop gossiping? Yi family's daughter's birthday is just a normal party. Why turn it into a matchmaking event? But Yi family has invited many outstanding hot boys. Is there any other intention? Most of the most elegant young masters in Manhwa are present, all coming from prestigious and wealthy families, with assets worth at least 100 billion yuan. At this moment, two beautiful girls appeared, one lovely like a princess, the other with an elegant and ethereal beauty like a celestial being. Both of them were like works of art, perfect in every detail. Wang Mengmeng walked closely beside Zheng Jilu, sounding very worried. Jilu, why is the yacht so crowded today? Do you see my brother anywhere? I'm looking for him, but it's too crowded. Zheng Jilu scanned the yacht quickly, and soon spotted Part Jimin among the crowd. Meng, found him. Part Jimin is over there. But why is he dressed so strangely, wearing sunglasses in the dark? Hearing this, Wang Mengmeng explained. You don't understand. Part Jimin is doing that to show his personality. He wants to stand out from the ordinary people. Wearing a designer suit is nothing special. But wearing swimwear is different. He is so handsome that he can attract all the attention. Zheng Jilu couldn't wait any longer after hearing that, then grabbed Wang Mengmeng's hand, teasing and urging her. Meng, you're talking too much. It sounds like you're about to become a crazy fan of him. Hurry up and go over there. But at this moment, a strange hand grabbed the other arm of Wang Mengmeng. Wang Mengmeng turned around and saw Qin Wufeng staring at her, with a cold look in his eyes, a wicked smile still on his lips. Meeting you again, little beauty. This time you can't escape, haha. With a prey full of challenges, the more difficult it is to conquer. Qin Wufeng feels more interested. He then grabbed Wang Mengmeng's hand and pulled her closer rudely. Haha, your beauty is truly special, exuding a natural elegance that no other girl has. Last time someone interfered. This time, no one can save you. The atmosphere became tense and strange. Zheng Jilu pushed Qin Wufeng's hand away and warned, Don't you dare touch her with your hand. Immediately after, Zheng Jilu grabbed Wang Mengmeng's hand and softly exclaimed, Meng, let's go. Ignoring Qin Wufeng, he angrily shouted, Hey, don't leave. But as he was about to chase after them, a man in swimwear quietly approached and blocked his way. Then, two girls also ran out, each holding one of their arms, appearing very intimate. Feeling disrupted by an outsider, Qin Wufeng arrogantly exclaimed, Damn it, who dares to block the way? Before his extremely arrogant attitude, Part Jimin calmly crossed his arms and calmly responded, Whose noisy dog is barking like that? It's too loud to hear. But when he knew that the person in front of him was Chairman Lim, Qin Wufeng immediately lowered his tone, although he still looked very eager to fight. I thought who it was. Turns out it's Chairman Lim. Nice to meet you again. Although there was a little misunderstanding last time, I won't hold a grudge. Let's shake hands and reconcile. Who knows, maybe I will become your brother-in-law in the future. Ha! Qin Wufeng's declaration echoed throughout the ship, making everyone stunned. All eyes were on Part Jimin, filled with anger and disdain. I thought someone dressed strangely. Turns out it's Chairman Lim. There have been many negative rumors about him online recently. Yet he still dares to show his face, truly bold. But in real life, he's even more handsome than in pictures. No wonder so many young girls adore him, willingly falling for his deceit. You're such a jerk, asshole, only relying on money and being arrogant. So what if you're handsome? What's there to be proud of? Doesn't he feel any shame? Facing the gossip of the crowd, Part Jimin couldn't help but feel annoyed. Is this your backing? Thinking that I wouldn't dare to hit you in front of the wealthy? You brats are truly naive. Just then, Jin Jiamu witnessed this scene. He looked at Part Jimin with secret joy. Chairman Lim indeed. He still dares to come to the Yi family's birthday party. If he's already here, then I will also prepare a special gift for him. Just wait for his downfall and disgrace. Thinking about it, a smile appeared on the corner of Jin Jiamu's mouth. A second later, a pregnant woman emerged from the crowd. As she ran towards Part Jimin, she cried out, Part Jimin, I finally found you. Park Jimin turned around at the sound, slightly surprised. Before he could react, the woman rushed towards him, crying and pleading. Park Jimin, I'm Xiao Xiao. Please don't leave me. Our child is over 3 months old. Xiao Xiao doesn't need money, doesn't need anything, just wants to be by your side. I can accept if you have another woman, just please don't leave me. Who? Being begged by an unfamiliar woman at his bedside, Park Jimin was sweating profusely, feeling flustered. To make it even more convincing, Zhang Xiao Xiao knelt down and begged desperately, Park Jimin, I can't live without you. I will die without you. Who? This scene of Zhang Xiao Xiao immediately evoked both sympathy and anger from those around her. Oh my god, isn't that Zhang Xiao Xiao? The girl who got pregnant by Chairman Lim and insists on keeping the baby. She's so foolish, sacrificing her future for a man like that. She's so beautiful, the school's flower. Why get involved with a trap boy like him? Is what she's saying true? It's truly a sin. Park Jimin is really too much. You're such a jerk. This scandal once caused a stir on the internet, but now it's even more dramatic. Half of the wealthy people in Manhwa took out their phones to record videos. Even the Yi family, who organized this event, seemed quite dissatisfied. Today is the birthday party of the Yi family's daughter, not a place for Chairman Lim to cause trouble. Why can't things be resolved in private? Why make a scene in public like this? Park Jimin had not had a chance to speak yet. Jung Ji-lu angrily pushed Zhang Xiao Xiao away. You're lying. Park Jimin doesn't know you at all. Are you trying to frame him? I have never met such an unreasonable woman like you. You must have been paid by someone to do this. Get out right now. Zhang Xiao Xiao took advantage of the situation, falling to the ground and clutching her stomach, groaning pitifully. It hurts so much. Park Jimin, I can't live without you. I really love you. Please don't leave me. Hulu. But, unexpectedly, Zhang Xiao Xiao was actually pregnant. Blood was flowing from her body, and her groans did not sound fake. This performance was so realistic that it sent shivers down one's spine. Zhang Xiao Xiao, no matter how much pain she was in, still looked towards Park Jimin and cried out in agony. It hurts so much, Park Jimin. Please don't leave me. Seeing the blood flowing from her body, Jung Ji-lu was also extremely shocked. I didn't mean to. I didn't use any force. I just pushed her lightly. Who knew? Even Jin Jia-mu, faced with Zhang Xiao Xiao's cruel actions towards herself, felt a bit unintentional. I originally wanted to use this incident to frame Chairman Lim and create a scandal, but I didn't expect her to actually be pregnant and play out such a surprising plot. Zhang Xiao Xiao's performance is truly deserving of being an outstanding student at Manhwa Academy, acting so realistically. The money spent was not wasted. I just don't know whose child this is. She dares to do anything for money. Truly an asshole. If the video is released, Chairman Lim will surely be ruined, afraid that even jumping into the Wanghua River won't wash away the shame. Park Jimin is definitely dead. After that, Jin Jia-mu shrugged his shoulders at a member of the Dai family, both suggesting and teasing. Dear Yi young master, Miss Dai Han's birthday party is about to start. Causing trouble in public like this, I'm afraid it won't look good. Although Chairman Lim's status is not ordinary, this is still a party organized by the Dai family. Chairman Lim's actions seem to not respect the Dai family much. Should we invite this guest to leave first and take that girl to the hospital? This person is Dai Tian Lang, the son of Dai Yozu. Although only the second grandson of the Dai family, because the eldest son has no hair, the second son is also valued. In particular, his father is Ye Yozu, holding an important position in the Long Huang group. Jin Jia-mu stood behind and acted. Dai Tian Lang was not afraid to be a replacement. He took charge, angrily shouted, Jin young master is right. Where is the security? Kick this guy out. Who does he think he is? Coming from Hanchang to Manhwa to ruin the birthday party of the young lady? How audacious. Security, come in, call the head of security for me. There's a troublemaker on the boat. Kick him out immediately. Knowing that there was a troublemaker on the yacht, the security staff quickly arrived at the scene. The atmosphere on the yacht suddenly became tense. Even the soothing music stopped, giving way to tension and heaviness. Upon arrival, Captain Wu Cheng Gong and some security staff solemnly asked, Hello Jin young master, who is causing trouble? We will handle it immediately. Dai Tian Lang arrogantly gave orders, while pointing straight at Part Jimin. "Are you the captain? That kid, please quickly get him off the yacht. His actions are too much. Even someone like me, a young master, cannot accept it. I despise those who bully women the most." Not just pointing with his finger, he immediately made Captain Wu Chang-gong and the security guards shocked. "Damn it, isn't he the boss? How dare he tell me to kick the boss off the ship? Do you still want to continue the party tonight? Who does he think he is? He's really a fool." Wu Chang-gong gently rubbed his palm, laughing bitterly as he asked, "Young Master Yi, are you serious?" Dai Tianlang crossed his arms in front of his chest, his face still extremely arrogant. Do the words of the Dai family no longer hold any value? Today, Dai family is hosting a party, and the entire yacht is fully sponsored by the Dai family. I said whoever needs to leave, leave, regardless of their status or background. Remember, this is my Yuan, the territory of the Dai family. Act quickly." Upon hearing this from Dai Tianlang, Wu Chang-gong's face immediately turned pale with fear. He quickly took heavy steps towards Part Jimin, followed by the security guards. "All right, you guys follow me." Seeing this scene, everyone was thinking of one outcome. The captain is here, and bringing security guards too. Chairman Lim will surely lose all face today, and be kicked off the yacht. How will they be able to live in Maiyuan, with such a disgraceful image? Damn it, you're such a jerk. Dai Tianlang smiled faintly. This is the golden opportunity for me to make a name for myself in the martial world. No matter how powerful Chairman Lim is in Han Chang, how famous he is, I will still trample on him in my Yuan. If I make Chairman Lim lose face today, my reputation will soar among the wealthy. It's convenient to befriend young Master Jin. It's not a loss. Besides, young Master Jin is one of the 4 young masters in my Yuan. Having a relationship with him, supporting him, will not be a mistake. Upon arriving in front of Part Jimin, Captain Wu Chang-gong and the security team immediately bowed 90 degrees, respectfully greeting, "Hello, sir. Hello, sir." Seeing this scene, Dai Tianlang felt his mind spinning. His mouth twitched slightly, unable to speak. "Sir, are you okay?" Even Jin Jiamu felt that the situation was completely beyond his expectations. The smile faded, the pupils contracted, replaced by an unnamed fear. Impossible. It's Hai Yang Guangming, not from the Dong family. Since when did it become this Chairman Lim's? Captain Wu Chang-gong knew that Jin Jiamu and Dai Tianlang were not ordinary people, so after greeting them, he carefully inquired, "Sir, Yi wants us to throw you off the boat. How do you intend to handle this?" Part Jimin calmly gave the order, "Does this little matter still need to be reported to me? If he wants to throw me off the ship, then throw him off. And that Jin young master over there, I have been displeased with him for a long time, so throw him off as well." Faced with this unexpected situation, Jin Jiamu could not maintain his usual calm demeanor. Sweat poured out like a shower, drenching his entire face. Part Jimin said, "Throw them off the ship." After saying this, Part Jimin's expression suddenly darkened. His eyes also became extremely cold. Wu Chang-gong, the person trusted and nominated by Chairman Lim, absolutely obeyed all orders from his boss. He nodded decisively, without any hesitation. "Yes, sir, the security team will gather." Immediately, a group of more than 20 large bodyguards, under the command of Captain Wu Chang-gong, advanced towards Jin Jiamu and Dai Tianlang. "I eat Chairman Lim's rice. I am Chairman Lim's man. No matter who Dai is, no matter if you are the most powerful young master in Maiyuan, you cannot compare to Chairman Lim's decision." After that, the security team did not say a word, directly taking action to drive these 2 people off the yacht. Dai Tianlang screamed in anger. "What are you trying to do? This is the territory chosen by the Dai family. Dare to touch me, and see what happens. This will not be overlooked." However, his threats had no effect. A few big bodyguards said nothing. Dai Tianlang pressed him down hard on the ground and dragged him outside. Jin Jiamu remained calm, trying to appear dignified to warn, "You guys, I advise you to think carefully before acting. You don't know who I am at my Yuan." Jin Jiamu believed that as long as the bodyguards knew his identity, they would surely not dare to attack. But Jin Jiamu was wrong. Wu Chang-gong raised his hand without saying a word and slapped Jin Jiamu hard on the face. The strong slap made the arrogant young master of Maiyuan fall backwards, What was happening in front of him made Jin Jiamu feel like his worldview was collapsing. He stammered, unable to utter a complete sentence. I am the arrogant young master of Manhwa, being attacked by a lowly person. Right in front of so many people. How dare you? Wu Chenggong seemed unconcerned by this. You talk too much. I don't care about your identity, and I certainly don't care about your reputation. The boss said to throw you off the boat, and yet you dare to threaten me. Do you want to get hit? Brothers, grab him and throw him out. It's really unfortunate for Jin Jiamu to meet someone like him, a hot boy from the underworld. One wrong word, and you get beaten up. The yacht fell into a suffocating silence. Everyone was holding their breath, unable to believe what was happening before their eyes. Oh my God, am I seeing this right? He dares to hit someone from the Dai family, and Jin Jiamu, the prestigious young master of Manhwa, being dragged away. After today, the glorious reputation of Jin's young master will be completely crushed. He has become laughingstock, with no dignity left. Part Jimin looked at the captain he had personally considered, couldn't help but admire. Wu Chenggong is indeed arrogant, works without reasoning, but also loyal. Today's matter must definitely increase his salary. Up to this moment, the steward of Dai family finally appeared, looking towards Park Jimin with a displeased expression. Chairman Lim, your actions seem a bit excessive, don't they? Anyway, this is a guest invited by Dai family to the party, not for you to draw attention. It's acceptable for you to throw Dai family's person off the boat because that kid is indeed unruly. Beside him, Dai Yozu, seeing the chaos to this extent, couldn't help but add a few more words. But Jin Young Master is a distinguished guest of Dai family. You can't drive him away. What you did is a bit too rebellious. Part Jimin swung his arm rudely and replied, Fine, Mr. Dai. Your son was taken advantage of by Jin Jiamu, trying to embarrass me. I've already been very polite. If you feel uncomfortable, then fine. I will cancel the party right now. I will have everything cleaned up, and the money Dai family spent on booking the venue, I will double it as compensation. Hearing this, Dai Yozu couldn't say anything else. Then, from a businessman's perspective, he began to calculate. Chairman Lim is right. Dai family has rented this yacht for the whole day for 50 million. He's willing to spend 10 billion just with a few words. Will losing 100 million compensation cost us our dignity? If we sternly reprimand Chairman Lim, I'm afraid he will carry out his threat and kick Dai family off the yacht. At this moment, Dai Yozu looked towards Park Jimin, couldn't help but admire. Chairman Lim is truly a knowledgeable person. Young but well-versed in management, leadership, exuding the aura of a natural-born leader. He even holds assets worth hundreds of billions, unmatched by anyone. Thinking of this, Dai Yozu naturally thought of his spoiled and wayward child, then couldn't help but sigh, disappointed. Clearly they are the same age, but compared to Chairman Lim, it's like night and day. All day just playing without studying, just indulging in bars, nightclubs, and boasting with their friends, really bringing shame to the family. At the same time, Jin Jiamu was dragged away by the guards and thrown off the yacht. He got up from the ground, feeling extremely humiliated. Seeing this, Kim K-yan couldn't help but worry, quickly ran after him, trying to support Jin Jiamu, asking with concern, What's going on, Jin? Are you okay? Did you offend the Dai family? In a fit of anger, Jin Jiamu pushed Kim K-yan away and shouted, Get lost, Park Jimin, you're such a jerk. I swear, I won't stand by you. Returning to the yacht, the air still lingering with tension after the recent chaos. Jin Jiamu has become a topic of conversation. How interesting. Jin Jiamu was so arrogant, and now he has to taste humiliation. I thought Chairman Lim would lose face, but this Chairman Lim truly surprises everyone. Clearly, Zhang Xiaoqiao is a talented actress, selected and signed exclusively by Shen DN-TV. Her acting skills are very impressive. Perhaps it is something in the film city that Jin Jiamu wants to retaliate against Chairman Lim. Some say, if that's the case, then it seems like the recent scandal involving Chairman Lim was orchestrated by the Jin family. They must have intentionally tarnished his reputation. What kind of enmity does Jin family and Chairman Lim have that they would target him like this? Some say, you may not know this, but Chairman Lim is quietly building a large-scale film city in Tianmen. This project promises to become the largest film studio in Huaxia, surpassing Shen DN-TV. With the threat to his prominent position in the entertainment industry, how can Jin Jiamu swallow this anger? He continued, looking like this. Chairman Lim truly has the ability, surpassing those financial tycoons, and making them feel uncomfortable and irritated. Someone said, that's right, no matter what background or upbringing, Chairman Lim shows extraordinary intelligence and courage. At the same time, inside a dimly lit room covered with a thick fog, Kim Woo-song was chatting with the main character of today's party, Dae-han. Hey, truly living up to the legendary beauty. Petite figure, flawless fair skin, all creating a perfect beauty that captivates anyone just by looking at her silhouette. Gazing towards the distant horizon of the ocean, Dae-han took a sip of fruit juice and calmly asked, Sister Woo-song, what do you think of Jin Jiamu? The seemingly simple question actually contains a lot of meaning, making Kim Woo-song frown for a moment before responding. He is a cunning and capable person. I heard that at just 19 years old, he became the chairman of the Jin family group. In just 10 short years, he has taken the group to new heights and multiplied its assets tenfold. With such a young age, he is truly an outstanding talent. Furthermore, Jin Jiamu has a good reputation, with no negative rumors about him. In the past, my parents wanted to arrange a meeting between my sister and Jin Jiamu, but he refused. My sister, who is already grown up, has never had a man refuse to have dinner with her before. Honestly, she is very curious about this person. Dae-han nodded slightly, smiling. His eyes remained calm and steady. Is that so? Perhaps he is playing a game, or maybe he knows everything about your sister, and is intentionally stirring up her curiosity. Kim Woo-song did not deny, lightly nodding in response. It may be so, but no matter what, he has successfully aroused your curiosity. Hearing this, Dae-han smiled faintly, with a hint of disdain in his tone. Things may not be as simple as they seem. Jin Jiamu has been in the entertainment industry for many years, holding countless resources, and knowing countless celebrities. Every year there are countless beautiful young women who want to rely on him to become famous. He may appear good on the outside, but inside, he is not clean. The more someone knows how to hide themselves, the more likely they are to be the most wicked. Kim Woo-song nodded in agreement. Dae-han's words make sense. Jin Jiamu was really unlucky to run into Park Jimin. It had nothing to do with him. Yet he was falsely accused and even kicked off the boat. Park Jimin is too arrogant, causing trouble as soon as he arrived at Manhwa. He had already fought with Dae-han's younger brother, and now he has embarrassed the Jin family. Dae family is not afraid of anyone, even the 4 wealthiest families in Manhwa. He has offended them all. I have never seen anyone so despicable. Thinking of Park Jimin, Kim Woo-song couldn't help but recall the feeling of being tortured by him. Angry and ashamed, she said. A few days ago, that despicable person humiliated me in front of so many people. I had to endure the shame. It's unbelievable. Why did I feel a bit attracted to him at that time? Damn it, how could I be so weak? Unbelievable, right? I'm not that kind of person. I will never admit to that. Since Kim Woo-song didn't know when, she suddenly felt wet and uncomfortable below. Her face turned red for a moment, embarrassed and shy. Listening to Kim Woo-song's description, Dae-han furrowed his brows in a thoughtful and doubtful tone, asking, This Chairman Lim is indeed strange. I can't understand his thoughts. Nor can I guess what kind of person he is. Some people are easy to recognize as scum, and their inner goodness or evil is easy to see. But Chairman Lim... At this point, Dae-han just shook his head, unable to explain Chairman Lim's behavior. Thinking about the discomfort below, Kim Woo-song responded angrily and indignantly. Of course, what is there to doubt? He knows how many girls, today with this person, tomorrow with another. The women beside him change like meals, each one a beauty, at least 20 to 30 of them. Yet he still doesn't get tired of it. He is not faithful. He is a true trap boy. Furthermore, he makes many girls pregnant and then leaves them without taking responsibility. He is a scoundrel, as we just saw. Zhang Xiao had to endure so much pain because of him, and I witnessed it myself. What else is there to doubt? Listening to that, Dae-han shook his head in disagreement. It's not certain. Seeing is not always believing. Woo-song, have you looked into Zhang Xiao's background? How do you know she's not the one arranged to smear Chairman Lim? The fact that Jin Jiamu was kicked off the boat may not be as straightforward as it seems. It's possible that Zhang Xiaoxiao was set up by Jin Jiamu to intentionally tarnish Chairman Lim's reputation and create public criticism. It's not difficult to do. Chairman Lim may have realized he was being set up and purposely humiliated Jin Jiamu in front of everyone. Qin Wusong found Dai Han's analysis amusing. She confidently picked up her phone and said, "All right, you can be certain of that. I'll call someone to investigate right away, so you can be impressed." In just 10 short minutes, a phone call brought results. "Miss Dai, information about Zhang Xiaoxiao has been found. Zhang Xiaoxiao, after graduating from Maiyuan School, signed a contract with Shendian Television in 2019. However, due to bad luck, all the projects she participated in were banned from airing. Recently, she has been taken care of by a married man." Turning off the phone, Qin Wusong looked at Dai Han in astonishment. "You were right. This Zhang Xiaoxiao is indeed a real actress and even signed a contract with Shendian Television." Seeing Qin Wusong's reaction, Dai Han continued to analyze with a smug smile. "Shendian Television belongs to whom? It must be the Jin family. This incident is definitely closely related to Jin Jiamu. Jin Jiamu was not kicked off the yak for no reason. This is Chairman Lim seeking revenge on him." After the incident was clarified, Qin Wusong felt both ashamed and remorseful. It turns out he was wrongly accused, but he did not explain anything. "Everything was just my speculation. This person doesn't seem to be that bad." Thinking about this, Qin Wusong increasingly appreciated Park Jimin. System notification. Qin Wusong's favorability increased by 10 points. Qin Wusong's favorability increased by 10 points. Current favorability is 55 points. While Qin Wusong was still thinking about Park Jimin, Dai Han spoke up to bring back to reality. The conflict between the Jin family and Chairman Lim had long been exposed. Jin Jiamu's tricks were very cunning, but Chairman Lim used his power to cleverly resolve it. Now I'm starting to become interested in Chairman Lim. Contrary to that perfect beauty, one eye of Dai Han has a black spot, like a joke of nature. Qin Wusong's mood changed unpredictably, sometimes passionately favorable towards Park Jimin, sometimes cold and distant. Her whole body exuded instability, making Park Jimin unsure of what to say. Beside Zheng Ji-lu and Wang Mengmeng, like beautiful butterflies surrounding Park Jimin, occasionally giving him fruits or ice cream. Park Jimin never refuses, happily accepting whatever is given to him. For those around, they can only look up at Park Jimin with envy and not much fondness. Just then, a giant 2 meters tall cake is pushed out. I declare the 22nd birthday party of Miss Dai Han. The Dai family officially begins. Suddenly, the lights in the party room go out, leaving only sparkling candles, creating a mystical atmosphere. Finally, under the expectant eyes of the guests, a graceful young woman with a violin descends the stairs. Look at the stage. Dai Han wore a slim-waisted evening gown, showing off her full and lively curves, making every heart flutter. Is this Dai Han? So beautiful, an amazing beauty. Such a beautiful face. Is there such a stunning beauty in this world? Just one look at her, and I am captivated. So beautiful, unbelievably beautiful. I don't believe in love at first sight, but... In the party hall, almost everyone was captivated by Dai Han's figure. Shortly after, Dai Han began to play the violin. The melodious sound of the violin made others enchanted. Following each note of the violin, all the guests in the party hall fell into absolute silence. Only the sound of the music lingered, guiding the emotions of each guest, stirring deep emotions in their souls. Even Park Jimin, with 60 years of experience, had to admire. It can be said that Dai's skills in playing the violin are quite good, not ordinary. The music ended. Everyone still immersed in the lingering melody, only regaining composure after a long time. The applause and cheers echoed throughout the banquet hall. Absolutely amazing. Just listening makes one mesmerized. With the power and status of the Dai family, whoever gets her not only can enter the wealthy class, but also can embrace a stunning beauty. What a stroke of luck. Beauty like a celestial maiden. Thinking of Dai Han walking with another man, my heart feels shattered. After everyone finished praising, the light in the banquet hall suddenly brightened, the view becoming clearer. The heavenly daughter of the Dai family is no longer obscured. She turned around, facing the gaze of everyone. A wealthy young master just finished a sip of wine, immediately spewed it out. He widened his eyes, frowned as if tasting something terrible. What is this? Dai-han, miss? The one known as the beauty. How could she have such a strange appearance? She is unbelievably ugly. Breathless, countless guests in the banquet hall could not believe their eyes. Their eyes contained various emotions: sympathy, regret, pity, even joy in the pain of others. Oh my, such an ugly face. No wonder Dai-han miss never participated in the gatherings of the noble ladies. It is rumored that the Dai family always protected her, not allowing her to interact with the outside world. Turns out the real reason is that. Such a pity. Too bad. Her beauty was originally very beautiful. Without this flaw, she would have been a stunning beauty. But looking at that face, it makes one want to vomit. Let them have it, someone said. Actually, turning off the lights is all the same, just pretend not to see her face. But every time I think of that face, my heart is filled with fear. Too ugly. While the rich young masters kept criticizing, Qin Wusong slowly walked down the stairs, gently holding Dai-han's hand to comfort her. It's okay, Dai-han. Everything will be fine. Dai-han faced everyone's gossip without embarrassment or hurt. Then she looked at Qin Wusong with a smile and replied, "Thank you, Wusong. I'm fine." Then, with the proud attitude of the Maiyuan clan leader, Dai-han boldly declared, "Whether I'm beautiful or ugly is my true self. It's not for you to judge. What does it have to do with you that you express disappointment like that?" Dai-han's words were like a challenge, making half of Maiyuan immediately silent. After that, the official traditional birthday ceremony began. Chairman of Long Wong Group, Dai Tianjun, along with his daughter Dai-han, cut the birthday cake. After the cake-cutting process, many famous and influential figures came to congratulate the Dai family on the birthday of their daughter, Dai-han. The wealth and power of the Dai tycoon family left many people in awe. Finally, the head of the Dai family made a speech. "Thank you all for taking the time to attend the birthday party of my youngest daughter, Dai-han. Today, in front of the many guests at my yuan, representatives from large clans, big corporations, esteemed guests were close friends." Dai Tianjun continued, "I, as the chairman of Long Wong, would like to announce a significant event. Starting today, my daughter, Dai-han, will officially assume the position of Deputy CEO of the Long Wong Group. At the same time, she will also become a member of the board of directors. On this occasion, I would like to transfer 20% of the shares of Long Wong, the group that I hold, to my daughter. Therefore, Dai-han will become the second largest shareholder of the Long Wong Group after me. Thank you very much." As soon as Dai Tianjun finished speaking, applause resounded throughout the hall, drowning out all other sounds. Many people couldn't help but be amazed. Oh my, the Long Wong Group is worth 1,500 billion, so 20% of the company's shares is 300 billion. Dai Tianjun's sudden decision to transfer Long Wong shares to his daughter has shocked all the guests and sparked mixed opinions. Over 100 members of the Dai family felt unhappy, as the decision was made without clan discussion. However, all objections became meaningless when Dai Tianjun personally handed over the transfer rights to Dai-han and signed on the spot. In front of the esteemed guests, the Long Wong board of directors had to remain silent despite many feeling dissatisfied. With the agreement signed, it marked a turning point in Dai-han's life. Many eyes of men turned towards her, with different thoughts and intentions. Oh my, am I hearing correctly? She's so young yet holding on to such a huge fortune. Even though her face isn't perfect, I can tolerate a bit for the benefits. Yes, I can marry Dai-han, have a few lovers on the side. It's not impossible." Beside Part Jimin, Wang Mengmeng also expressed deep regret. "It's a pity for Miss Dai-han. I wonder if her face can be healed or not. And these people don't know how to keep their mouths shut, as if all women in the world have to let them choose. She doesn't even look in the mirror to see how she looks." Seeing Dai-han's calm demeanor, Part Jimin couldn't help but have doubts. Yes, it can't be completely healed because she doesn't want to heal herself. Wang Mengmeng continued to ask, "What are you talking about? Every girl loves beauty. With a scar like that, if it can be healed, why doesn't she want to heal?" Part Jimin hesitated a bit. Many quick answers appeared in his head, but then he rejected them all. In the end, he just nodded without denying. "This is just my speculation. Whether the scar can be completely healed or not is hard to say. Let me spend some time with her. Then I will be able to make an accurate judgment." Immediately after, the extravagant gifts of the young masters were handed to Dai-han. "Miss Dai, this is a work by Wang Xiji. which I successfully bid for 30 million. Miss Dai, this is a jade bracelet. I hope you like it. More and more extremely valuable gifts, worth up to 10 million, even hundreds of millions. Everyone hopes to catch Dai Han's eye. In other words, these wealthy young masters are all eager for the 20% stake that Dai Han holds. At this moment, a young master named Zheng San, from the wealthy Zheng family in Nation D, stood before Dai Han, appearing very courteous and elegant. Miss Dai, I have no other gift, but I have prepared a piano piece. I hope you will like it. As soon as Zheng San said this, another person beside him began to interject. When talking about the piano, I suddenly remember someone else. Is Chairman Lim also very good at playing the piano? On the internet, people often call him the piano prince. Zheng San, stop boasting. Be humble. After speaking, this person winked and Zheng San immediately followed suit. Oh yes, Chairman Lim's piano skills are truly extraordinary. It is said that even talented musicians feel inferior in front of him. If that's the case, let's invite Chairman Lim up here to perform a piece for us to enjoy. The person shrugged, turning Park Jimin into the center of attention. All eyes were focused on Park Jimin. Even Dai Han and Kim Woo-song were no exception. Look at these rich guys praising me. But upon closer inspection, Park Jimin felt something was off. Damn it! These names sound familiar. Zheng family, Wang family, Ma family, Kuo family are all young tycoons who recently became close to Jin Jiamu, and now they are praising me. Moreover, they know that I play the piano very well and deliberately create opportunities for me to perform on stage. This is unusual and unscientific. There must be something fishy. Is this a trap? With this speculation, suspicion arose in Park Jimin's heart. An hour ago, Jin Jiamu was humiliated and thrown into the boat. Surely he is holding a grudge and planning revenge. Besides, talent is not meant to be flaunted, right? If not flaunted, then what's the use of having talent? Therefore, he deliberately leads the story to me, and is determined to exploit this weakness to seek revenge on me. The atmosphere suddenly turned eerie. Many beautiful young ladies with complex feelings looked at Park Jimin. Kim Woo-song also innocently cheered Park Jimin, saying, Chairman Lim, everyone is so enthusiastic. Why don't you play a piece on stage? With things coming to this point, Park Jimin could only comply, saying, all right then, I will perform. Less than 3 minutes later, a high-end imported piano was brought out by the staff. Come on, bring the piano here quickly. When the piano was placed in the middle of the stage, Zheng, Ma, Gu, and Wang young masters looked at each other. A triumphant smile appeared on their lips. This piano has been untouched for a long time. If Chairman Lim can't control himself and wants to show off, he will surely bring shame upon himself. Prince of the piano, I want to see what he has to boast about. If anyone is to blame, it can only be himself for offending Jin Young Master. Park Jimin subtly caught the meaning in it, but the next sentence, Park Jimin did not follow the usual way. Today is Miss Dai Han's birthday. I will use the next performance as a gift. But this time, I won't play the piano, I want to play the violin. Miss Dai, may I borrow your violin? Park Jimin's unexpected request made Dai Han and everyone look at him in astonishment, unable to believe their ears. Someone said, indeed, Chairman Lim always does things that go against everyone's predictions. It's truly unpredictable. The plan completely fell apart, making Zheng San furious, gripping his hand so tightly that it turned white, unable to believe his eyes. Damn it! What the hell is going on? Does he even know how to play the violin? Dai Han asked with a hint of surprise. Chairman Lim also knows how to play the violin. Asking the question, Dai Han's eyes remained calm as usual, showing no signs of panic. Park Jimin casually replied, just a basic understanding. At this moment, the system also began to bind tightly. Simp Lord's actions open up name. Dai Han, 22 years old. Height 170 centimeters. Weight 50 kilograms. Beauty score 9.7. Female student with zero favorability towards the master, binding Simp Lord's relationship, making the female character's favorability towards the master exceed 95 points, then counterattack successfully. System notification. Identity transformation. The other party will become the Simp Lord of the owner. Counterattack completion rewards 10% of the Simp Lord's expenses. 60 enhancement rewards. Skill rewards. Excellent psychology. Knowledgeable violin. knowledgeable calligraphy, English level 8, Japanese level 8, consciousness operation pinnacle of royalty. System evaluates the beauty that makes Park Jimin extremely surprised. 9.7 points, the highest score ever. Humans can deceive with their eyes, but the system always sees through the essence of things. Furthermore, the system has very strict standards for evaluating beauty. Therefore, a woman with a scar on her face rated 9.7 points, and it be true. If she had no scar, how beautiful would she be? I must conquer this woman. In front of Park Jimin's silence, Dae-han smiled lightly. The chairman Lim's music taste is really diverse. I am looking forward to his performance. Raising his violin, Park Jimin began to call system. System, enhance my violin skills. The system announced. Because the owner has not acquired this skill yet, acquiring the violin skill requires deducting 10 enhancement points from the owner. May I proceed with the deduction? Park Jimin said. Deduct 10 enhancement points successful. Congratulations on the owner acquiring the understanding of violin skills. Park Jimin continued to upgrade the system. I want to enhance my violin skills for 100 years. The system announced. Enhancement complete. Congratulations on the owner acquiring the soul-level violin skills. Park Jimin closed his eyes, lost in thought for about 10 seconds. Without needing to think, countless images of exquisite performances appeared in his mind. The violin skills have been honed through thousands of challenges. Over the years, they have deeply ingrained in his subconscious, becoming a natural instinct. When Park Jimin opened his eyes, he gently brought the violin bow into contact with the strings. A very familiar and warm feeling underneath. The eyes of all the guests were focused on Park Jimin. They eagerly awaited his performance. Jung Ji-lu asked in surprise, Meng Meng, does Park Jimin really know how to play the violin? Wang Meng Meng replied in confusion. I don't know either. I have never seen him play the violin, and there are no musical instruments in the house. Hearing this, Jung Ji-lu became very interested, looking at Park Jimin with curiosity. I have been with Park Jimin for a long time, but it seems like I still don't truly understand him. How many secrets does he have? How many talents have I not discovered? Park Jimin, why do you seem like a real-life version of Doraemon, always bringing surprises and fun? At this moment, the violin under Park Jimin's chin also rang out, but no longer the gentle sound like Dae-han's previous performance, but a powerful sound, as if wanting to tear the air, enveloping the entire party hall. Like a Category 15 hurricane, or a raging tsunami, the music brings intense emotions to everyone, stirring souls, like watching scenes of slaughter, killing. In just the next 10 seconds, the violin under Park Jimin's hand seemed to transform into a mighty general, leading the army into battle. Everyone was swept away by that melody, blood boiling, hearts pounding. After that, everyone seemed to be witnessing a fierce battle, millions of soldiers warring forward, shaking the heavens and earth. Chairman Lim ordered, Sagittarius, with powerful momentum, crush all enemies. The powerful music mesmerized everyone, awakening wild instincts and immersing them in the center of an ancient battle. The sound of swords clashing, bodies falling like mountains, ignited the souls of the listeners, their hearts pounding as if about to burst out of their chests. At this moment, Park Jimin was like an emperor, commanding the world with his music. Each note was a command, making everyone's souls tremble. Oh my God, is he the ruler of the world? How can he play this music with a violin? Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. The melody of this music is even more explosive than the original. The ruler of the world alone. He has surpassed an entire international orchestra. Oh my God, powerful momentum, intense killing intent, too amazing. My heart feels like it's about to burst out of my chest. I can't control my emotions anymore. Chairman Lim is truly extraordinary. Even Dae-han at this moment was completely overwhelmed by Park Jimin. Oh my God, President Lim's violin skills are even superior to mine. I am so foolish. Turns out he is a versatile genius, using music to convey emotions, blending emotions with scenery. Even my teacher does not have this level. His violin sound is like thunder tearing through the sky, making the soul tremble, awakening all levels of emotions in people. Sometimes like a raging flood tearing through the silent night, sometimes like the cries of lost souls, full of sorrow and resentment, sometimes like a gentle breeze to the soul, sometimes like the triumphant sound of celestial troops, joyously echoing through the mountains and forests. He is the music genius, the one who has conquered the hearts and souls of everyone. As the music ended, the final sound vanished into the space, the audience still immersed in silence, as if they couldn't believe what they had just heard. Their hearts were still beating wildly, emotions still surging. Indeed, the soul level is different. The audience is still immersed in the lingering of music that cannot be cut off. The quiet atmosphere envelops everyone, as if they are trying to remember every wonderful moment of the recent performance. And then, just after a few fleeting seconds, the applause sounded like thunder, filling the entire space. Even women who previously did not like Park Jimin could not help but admire his extraordinary musical talent. Too wonderful, too wonderful. If I don't hear good music like this in the future, how will I live? It's really miserable. Yes, I also have to admit that this performance is really excellent. Luckily, I recorded the entire performance on my mobile phone. I will upload it to social media immediately. Everyone must watch. Don't say Trap Boy anymore. If he hits me every day, I will endure it. This is a real man. On stage, Park Jimin shines brightly like a god. Especially his domineering aura makes Kim Woo-song's heart flutter. Talent. President Lim is truly a wonderful man. Why do I feel like I want him to bully me? Maybe I'm a pervert. But even if the whole world misunderstands me, I still live freely and confidently with my extraordinary talent and strength. He doesn't care about others' words. At this moment, Kim Woo-song is like a magnet to Park Jimin. The more he attracts, the stronger the attraction. System notification. Kim Woo-song's favorability plus 10. Kim Woo-song's favorability plus 10. Kim Woo-song's favorability plus 10. Current favorability 85 points. As the performance ends, Kim Woo-song's favorability immediately increases, surprising Park Jimin. The first one to fall is Kim Miss. With this 85 favorability, it's equivalent to a pounding heart, showing that Kim Woo-song has completely conquered me. Thinking about this, Park Jimin smiled and nodded slightly at Kim Woo-song. Meeting Park Jimin's gaze, Kim Woo-song suddenly felt embarrassed, his cheeks turning red with shyness. Nearby, Wang Meng was madly in love with Park Jimin. Park Jimin, can you please dim your shine a bit? I feel like I'm going to fall in love to death just by listening to you. Do you have any other talents? You are so outstanding. I admire you so much. Park Jimin is mine. No one is allowed to take him away. The more Wang Meng thought about it, the more pressure she felt from the competition, making her feel exhausted inside. Wang Meng, with a current goodwill score of 96 points. As a simp-lord target, Wang Meng's goodwill towards the charming and attractive master skyrocketed to 96 points, rewarding the master with a bonus of 10 points to their goodwill score, leaving the master with a total of 99 points after the bonus. Park Jimin often feels unwillingly towards Wang Meng's feelings for him. Now the system notifies of Wang Meng's increasing favorability. This unwilling part is getting stronger, making Park Jimin headache. Damn it, I feel Meng is going the wrong way. I just want to be tied to someone else. Meng, can you stop participating in this fun game? And stop looking at me with that strange look. Dai-han is no exception. Taking the violin from Park Jimin, she couldn't help but admire. I didn't expect Chairman Lim to be a master of the violin, broadening my horizons. To Dai-han's flattery, Park Jimin just casually responds, "Ha, just a trivial thing." After Park Jimin's violin performance, Dai-han could not calm down. Now looking so humble, she admired even more. Park Jimin's violin talent has exceeded all the limits I ever imagined. Even my teacher, an internationally renowned violin master, seems pale compared to him, seemingly wild and free, but actually hiding many extraordinary things. This person is truly fascinating. The performance reached the realm level of soul expression, a level of existence and imagination that no one has ever achieved in reality, comparable to Paganini, known as the devil with the violin. At this moment, Dai-han's usual calm eyes now contain a deep excitement. System notification. Dai-han's favorability level plus 10. Current favorability level 10 points. But what surprised Park Jimin the most was that actress Jang Man-yin, who had a very unpleasant attitude since their first meeting, now seemed to be more friendly. System notification. Jang Man-ying's favorability plus 20. Jang Man-ying's favorability plus 20. Jang Man-ying's favorability plus 20. Current favorability 0 points. At this moment, Jiang Man Ying looked at Park Jimin and said appreciatively, "This man truly has the courage to become shameless. Not only a wealthy ordinary young master, but also has some real talent, far from the rumors." Bai Wendong couldn't help but frown in anger. What's the difference? Still just a shameless guy. Promiscuous men are the lowest and also despicable. Although it was said that Jiang Man Ying had changed her attitude towards Park Jimin in front of this person, her attitude still had to be full of affectionate response. Yes, no matter how outstanding others may be, they still can't compare to the man who loves me wholeheartedly. I like Wendong the most. Hearing that, Bai Wendong felt less jealous, knowing it was a good thing. Then, Jiang Man Ying continued to advise, "Wendong, today at the party, most of the guests are wealthy and powerful, far different from our normal fans. You don't need to worry, I will introduce you to some famous directors and producers. Keep a good attitude, it will be beneficial for your career." Currently, Jiang Man Ying's career is not very promising. To be able to attend the evening party, she had to use many tricks. In a moment, Jiang Man Ying took Bai Wendong's hand and approached the director, then smiled brightly and raised her glass to greet. "Oh, isn't this Director Kuo? Long time no see, let me offer you a drink." She looks young, but in front of her is a very famous figure in the entertainment industry. Even this talented director is widely recognized by the public. In the face of Jiang Man Ying's cheerful attitude, Director Gu Jing also kindly asked, "Oh, Miss Jiang, have you recently starred in any new films?" Jiang Man Ying had gone through a long period without receiving any film projects, so she cleverly replied, "Oh, these days I'm just at home, with nothing to do. I want to ask Gu if there is any role suitable for me in your company." For the disliked and outdated female lead, Gu Jing also cleverly declined. "Man Ying, you shouldn't have told me earlier. The female lead role is already taken. But there is still a fifth female role, the role of a concubine. Is Miss Jiang interested?" After hearing this sentence from Gu Jing, Jiang Man Ying choked in her throat, feeling like a mad dog barking in her face, completely devoid of any respect. "Slave? Slave why? There is." Before Jiang Man Ying could speak, Gu Jing sneered and continued, "Miss Jiang, I completely trust your acting. You are fully capable of playing the female lead. However, the important roles in this film have already been decided by the investors, so you understand my meaning." Jiang Man Ying couldn't reply, feeling awkward. At this moment, Bai Wendong couldn't help but interject with a slightly annoyed tone. "Director Go, are you joking? My Man Ying is also an international actress. She has held many major roles in Hollywood before. How can you say she should play a supporting role?" Seeing her hot-tempered boyfriend, Jiang Man Ying quickly apologized. "Wendong, please stop. I'm sorry, Director Gu. I didn't mean that." Gu Jing did not hesitate to laugh out loud, nor did he hide his contemptuous intentions. "I know you didn't mean it, but the truth is, there is no longer a suitable place for Man Ying by my side. Man Ying, I want to remind you that people need to see reality and understand those around them." Originally, Gu Jing intended to point out Bai Wendong's clingy nature, but in anger he ignored the two of them and turned away in disdain. Bai Wendong still deludes himself into thinking that being supported by Miss Ma from the Ma family will make him invincible. How naive! And this Jiang Man Ying, she seems difficult, yet she chooses such a despicable person. She even destroys her own career for him. A beautiful game ruined. Just wait and see. At this point, Jiang Man Ying also retorted, "Wendong, what you just said, how dare you offend someone like that?" Bai Wendong is still annoyed. "I can't stand watching you endure this. You're such a talented actress. Why do you have to play such a submissive role?" After saying this, Bai Wendong continued to hug Jiang Man Ying tightly, comforting her. "Man Ying, stop acting in movies. At most, I'll support you. You're the fairy I love the most." Upon hearing these sweet words, Jiang Man Ying immediately melted. "Wendong, you're so kind." Seeing the opportunity, Bai Wendong flirted and demanded, "It's natural for me to treat you well. Besides, we've been in love for so long, it's about time. Or maybe tonight." Bai Wendong's proposal made Jiang Man Ying's cheeks blush, then she immediately cut off the refusal. "No, Wendong, we should wait until we're engaged. We promised, remember." After being rejected several times, Bai Wendong angrily shouted, "Man Ying, you're too conservative. It's been 2 years, and you still won't give in. I can't take it anymore." Seeing that, Jiang Man Ying kissed his cheek and coaxed, "Wendong, I know it's difficult to endure, but we only have 1 more month until our engagement. Please try to endure a little longer." Hearing this, Bai Wendong's expression softened. All right. For you, I'll do anything. After all, you know I love you." After saying that, Bai Wendong hugged Jiang Man Ying tightly. There was a dangerous smile on his lips, and his eyes turned cold. "Jiang Man Ying, you have been rejecting me continuously for the past 2 years. But you don't know that every time you reject me, I go out and find other women. Now, I have fallen in love with Miss Ma from the Ma family. With the support of the Ma family, you are now worthless to me. The only reason I am still playing this game with you is because you have not given me the most valuable thing a woman can offer. I'll endure for 1 more month, wait to obtain that valuable thing from you, and then I'll kick you to the curb." Nearby, Park Jimin, with sharp hearing and vision, just happened to witness the situation of Jiang Man Ying being rejected by director Du Jing in a careless manner. "Oh, isn't this my neighbor actress? Why is she reduced to playing a supporting role like this?" Then, Park Jimin turned to instruct Wang Mengmeng. "Mengmeng, go meet Jiang Man Ying and give her my business card. Tell her that if she wants to return to acting, she can come to Xinjiang Film Street. Chairman Lim has agreed to invest in her for a big film." Wang Mengmeng obediently replied, "Yes, sir." Watching Wang Mengmeng leave, Park Jimin couldn't help but think, although Jiang Man Ying is a bit past her prime, her reputation still far surpasses Oh Young-sil's. He continued, "If she can come and film there, the advertising effect will be huge. For sure, there will be profit. Besides, the birth of Xinjiang Film City requires recruiting many talented actors to promote its development. Outstanding talents like Jiang Man Ying cannot be missed." Wang Mengmeng ran up to Jiang Man Ying, greeted her warmly, and explained, "Man Ying, do you remember me? I am your neighbor from next door. My brother asked me to give this to you, saying he can invest in you for filming. If you are interested, just give him a call." After saying this, Wang Mengmeng handed her a business card. The card only had the name of Park Jimin online. Below it was a phone number and a social media account. The design was simple, clear, with no extravagant details. Jiang Man Ying took the business card, stirring up new hopes in her heart. "Oh, this is Chairman Lim's business card. Thank you so much, little sister." The next day at the Global Favenso office of the general manager, a secret meeting was taking place. Kuo, Ma, and Zheng, the ruthless young tycoons in the financial world, were all present. Zheng San spoke first. "Jin, the situation with Park Jimin is puzzling. I had arranged for a broken piano for his performance last night to embarrass him. But he unexpectedly switched to playing the violin, and he played it so beautifully that the audience was thrilled." Another young tycoon chimed in. "Indeed, even Chairman Long Wang personally met with him and had a pleasant conversation. I can't understand this guy. Is he lucky or cunning?" Jin Jiamu took a sip of his coffee, his eyes coldly scanning the people in front of him before arrogantly saying, "Your tricks are too obvious. Everyone can see through your trap for Chairman Lim, and his cunning skills are too sharp to fall into any trap." At this very moment, Qin Keiyan rushed into the office, looking panicked. "Young master, something big has happened. Negative news about us is spreading on the internet, and there are signs of a backlash." Jin Jiamu asked calmly, "What's going on?" Qin Keiyan quickly handed Jin Jiamu a tablet, saying with a worried expression, "Young master, please take a look." The headline on the screen was eye-catching. "The true face of Trap Boy President Lim." Just by looking at the headline, along with the current heat surrounding President Lim on the internet, it was enough to pique curiosity and make people want to click and watch. In the video, Oh Young-sil shared her bitterness and frustration over the past year. Right after the video was uploaded, it caused a shock in the entertainment industry and quickly rose to the top of the hottest search trends. Jin Jiamu opened to watch. The beginning of the video showed the familiar image of actress Oh Young-sil. "Hello everyone, I am Oh Young-sil. Recently, I haven't been appearing online much because I have been busy filming a new movie. However, these past few days, I'd suddenly discovered many negative news on the internet related to Chairman Lim. Chairman Lim is my boss, as well as the investor for the new film. Therefore, I feel the need to speak up and explain a few things. I want to affirm that the news about Chairman Lim having a child with actress Zhang Xiaoxiao is completely untrue. Zhang Xiaoxiao graduated from Manhwa Academy of Film and Theater. She is a professional actress. She has signed a contract with a major entertainment company and acted in a television drama. She continued. Furthermore, there are baseless rumors about Chairman Lim having relationships with other female students besides Zhang Xiaoxiao. These girls are all busy filming at Zhejiang throughout the year. In terms of background and context, they all have some connection to the acting profession. Meanwhile, Chairman Lim always lives and works at Gyeongbokgung. They and Chairman Lim are geographically distant from each other and have never met, let alone the rumored romantic entanglements. More importantly, Chairman Lim is a normal student at a university in Gyeongbokgung. How could he be both obsessively chasing girls, teasing the feelings of female students at Zhejiang, and sleeping with many other girls? To be frank, this scheme is truly despicable and completely fabricated. Below, I will present some evidence to prove Chairman Lim's innocence. After that, Oh Young-sil presented a series of evidence about the background and context of Zhang Xiaoxiao. This Zhang Xiaoxiao has a complicated personal life, claiming to be an actress, but in reality is a high-class escort. Everyone see that. These photos were taken 3 months ago. At that time, Zhang Xiaoxiao was still in a relationship with a middle-aged man named Du Guhu, who was already married. He is a shareholder of a large corporation, owning assets worth hundreds of billions of dong, and Zhang Xiaoxiao is his mistress. She is pregnant with Du Guhu's child, but falsely claims to be pregnant with Chairman Lim's child. All of these dark schemes were orchestrated by one person. So who is the mastermind? Right now, I will expose him to you. She said, he is Jin Young Master, full name Ma Yuan. Perhaps many people have never heard of this name, but I want to tell you that he has a huge influence in the entertainment industry. He is the general manager of the Jin family group, the legitimate heir of the Jin family, and the shareholder of Shinduan Television. Is there anyone with power who can do whatever they want? Is there anyone with power who can dominate the entertainment industry? A year ago, the affair I had with director Yang Sison was also fabricated by him. Because I have the protection of Chairman Lim, Jin Young Master has started targeting me. Hence the recent negative news targeting Chairman Lim. I hope he doesn't have to bear everything alone. We are ready to share the pressure with him. Please do not misunderstand him anymore. Let the truth and evidence speak up. Jin Jiamu erupted in anger, immediately smashing the tablet into pieces. After that, he clenched his jaw and shouted with a fierce expression, "You despicable person! I have always been the one to smear others online, yet now I am the one being smeared. How can the public relations department of the corporation be so incompetent? Hurry up and take down the video for me." Kim K-yen looked worried and hesitant. The young master has already contacted them, but they refuse to take down the video. The video has spread, not only involving Chairman Lim, but also related to the Kin family and Dai family. Jin Jiamu furrowed his brows, looking extremely serious. What is going on? Kim K-yen continued to report. According to the information we have, it seems that the Kin family has used many connections to investigate Zhang Xiaoxiao's true identity, which is how they obtained so much information about her. Furthermore, the dinner party yesterday was hosted by the Dai family. So without the silent consent of the Dai family, these videos and documents would not have been able to spread. The Chairman Lim doesn't need to say anything. All the yachts belong to him, and he may intentionally want to harm me. The key issue lies in the young master being left on the yacht during the birthday party of the Dai family's young lady. Therefore, many upper-class figures in Ma Yuan believe that Jin family and Dai family are at odds. So many people have sided with Dai family. And it is surprising that the situation has developed so quickly that Chairman Lim unexpectedly counterattacked with such a fierce blow. Jin Jiamu heard this and sweat poured down. In the end, he realized that he had fallen into a trap. His soul shrank back and a look of horror came over him. He already saw through my plan, knew that I was the mastermind behind it. He said, on his face, he didn't show anything. But in reality, he was just waiting for the birthday of Dai family's daughter to strike back. Then, he kicked me off the yacht, causing me to lose face. The important thing is that the party was organized by Dai family. Being left alone on the yacht will naturally make many people suspect that I offended Dai family. Jin Jiamu thought about his intelligence being trampled under Park Jimin's feet, driving him crazy. A life-threatening trick pushing me to the brink of death. Too cunning, too cunning. After a series of actions, even though I didn't really offend Dai family, in the eyes of everyone, I have betrayed them. Who would have thought that this story is not over yet? Kim K-gan continued to give Jin Jia-moo the video. The video clearly shows Jin Jia-moo acting arrogantly. Warning: I advise you to think carefully before you act. Perhaps you do not know who I am in my yuan. But in the next scene, Jin Jia-moo is slapped without mercy. There is also a stern warning from Captain Wu Chang-gong to him. Stop talking nonsense here. The boss said to throw you off the ship. Do you dare to threaten me? Want to take a hit, right? Brothers, grab him. Throw him out. Furthermore, at the end of the video, there is a line saying righteousness will prevail, with extremely mocking background music. Kim K-yan continued to report. The video of the young master being kicked out of the yacht at Dai family's birthday party has become the hottest topic of the day. I suspect Chairman Lim wants to play the young master, so they don't care that he was smeared in the video, and let it spread on the internet. These people only care about their own interests, and when they saw the attacks from Chairman Lim, Dai family and Kin family, they turned to support Dai family, creating a bad situation for us. Our public relations department has contacted social media platforms to request the removal of the video, but they do not care about our requests and let this situation continue to spread. The current situation is beyond our control. After watching this video, Jin Jia-moo immediately exclaimed, "Damn it, this video not only spreads information, but also reveals my identity, the Honorable Jin Heir, one of the 4 heirs of my yuan. General manager and heir to the Jin family conglomerate worth hundreds of billions. And yet I was humiliated by an unknown person in front of everyone, thrown down onto a yacht. Damn it, isn't it true that everyone now knows that Jin heir at my yuan was disgraced by Chairman Lim? Where is my dignity? Where is my prestige?" Thinking about this, Jin Jia-moo was furious. He clenched his jaw, his face grimacing as he shouted, who dares to upload this video online? Find out for me. I will not spare anyone." Looking at the scene, Jin Jia-moo seemed like a madman, starting to speak nonsense. The young masters at Maiyuan also dared not make any moves. After a while, Zhang San reluctantly spoke up. "Jin, you don't need to worry too much. It's just some dirty rumors, nothing serious. Netizens are forgetful. Once this storm passes, they won't remember anything." Beside him, another young master added, "That's right, Jin. Principal Wang has also experienced many scandals, but he didn't let it affect him. We don't need to care about online comments. They're just nobodies. How can they harm us?" Hearing this, Jin Jia-moo became even more angry. "Do you guys know anything? His father only has him as the heir, while I am the eldest son of the Jin family. They are always eyeing my position. Any mistake could lead to me being replaced." At that moment, Jin Jia-moo's phone rang. He looked at the ringing phone, his pupils contracting in an instant. As he was about to answer the call, Jin Jia-moo felt his heart start beating faster, pressure building up, making him feel scared. The air also seemed to freeze. Answering the phone, Jin Jia-moo was both anxious and uneasy. "Hello, father." On the other end of the line, a cold voice spoke up. "Take a break, son. I will arrange for someone to replace you." Before Jin Jia-moo could plead, his father hung up, not giving him any chance. The phone slipped from his grip, falling to the floor. He slumped onto the sofa, utterly desperate. The room fell into a strange silence, as if all sound had been swallowed up. The young masters held their breath, and dared not say anything. Just by looking at Jin Jia-moo's expression, everyone could tell that staying here at this moment was no different than inviting trouble upon themselves. Immediately, everyone left, making excuses to leave early. "Oh, Jin young master, I have some household matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave." Yes. I also need to leave early." Watching the young masters leave, Jin Jia-moo's tense nerves finally gave way. His voice hoarsely rang out, carrying a chilling and indescribable air, as if signaling an impending storm of anger. "Humph. I never thought there would come a day when even Jin Jia-moo like me would have nothing left. I might as well give up this position as general manager. I can do without it," he said. "For so many years, I have accumulated over 100 billion and countless relationships. Do you think I am easily defeated? Never. I will create my own path, and one day, I will return." On the other hand, the public opinion about Park Jimin has sunk. The emotional violent video of Park Jimin has once again spread across social media. Coupled with the video whitewashed by Oh Young-sil, the previous false rumors about Park Jimin have disappeared. Park Jimin's reputation has been regained and strengthened. Chairman Lim's image once again shines brightly like the midday sun. Finally, the new school year officially begins. Haverlist University, like many other universities, joyfully welcomes the new first-year students. The crowd eagerly pours in, the campus filled with laughter and greetings from young faces full of passion and dreams. Seeing the lively atmosphere of the opening day, the principal also takes the microphone to cheer. Welcome new students as you enter the gates of knowledge, ready for the journey to conquer new heights in learning and development. With a spirit of diligence and dedication, the new students promise to continuously strive, acquire knowledge, and improve themselves to contribute to the building of our homeland. Wishing the new students a year full of joy, success, and outstanding achievements. After a long summer working at the company, Jung Ho-seok also returns to the familiar school, seeing the young girls full of dreams and aspirations. Now, Jung Ho-seok carries emotional wounds on himself. Suddenly, memories of the 3 years spent with Park Jimin rushed back into her mind, making her feel nostalgic and emotional. The back-to-school season has come again. 3 years ago, I was also a naive girl like this. But now everything has changed. The man who used to pursue me has disappeared. I remember Park Jimin's thoughtfulness and care for me. Unfortunately, the once romantic boy has now flown high and far, like an eagle soaring in the sky. I have no way to hold on to him anymore. Recalling that time, Jung Ho-seok's heart clenches with regret. At this moment, 2 young girls eagerly approach Jung Ho-seok and greet her. "Hello, sister. I am a first-year student. Can I ask you something?" Jung Ho-seok looked a bit surprised, but still smiled and replied, "Yes, I'm listening." Upon hearing that, the new student continued, "Excuse me, do you know Senior Park Jimin? He's the Chairman Lim, a legendary figure of our school. It's said that he used to be a student here, and my friend and I applied to this school because we admired him." The other new student chimed in, "That's right, we're both big fans of Chairman Lim. Do you know him?" Jung Ho-seok hesitated in her response, her voice slightly trembling. Park Jimin, yes, I do know him." Upon hearing Jung Ho-seok's confirmation, the new student exclaimed, "Oh my! Really? You've met Senior Park Jimin? I'm so happy. What's his personality like? Is he approachable? Does he still come to school? Who knows, maybe I'll have the chance to have dinner with him in the future." Seeing her friend trying to hold hands and feet even before anything happened, the other girl immediately reminded her, with a hint of jealousy in her tone. "Don't be too greedy. Want to have dinner with Senior Park Jimin? Dream on. I just need a photo together with him to be satisfied. Ha!" Watching the 2 beautiful young girls chatting excitedly, Jung Ho-seok began to silently evaluate. These 2 girls are young, beautiful, and wearing designer clothes worth at least 100,000. Especially the cather pants and channel dress. It's clear they come from wealthy families. Yet, having dinner and taking a photo with Park Jimin is considered extravagant. It's just beyond words. Thinking that way, Jung Ho-seok suddenly felt his heart being squeezed by a pain he had never experienced before. Remembering the days before, Park Jimin invited me to eat countless times, but I always refused. I even felt uncomfortable eating with him in the canteen. As for taking photos together, Park Jimin secretly took photos with me, but I always made him delete them. At that time, I only thought that he might show off those photos, saying that I was his girlfriend. But now, taking photos and having dinner with Park Jimin has become the dream of countless female students. After that, Jung Ho-seok looked at the 2 new students suspiciously and asked again, "Is Park Jimin really that good?" Immediately, both new students were deeply in love with each other, constantly praising. Of course, Senior Park Jimin is more talented than handsome, charming, and wealthy, and I want to have children with him. Yes. Senior Park Jimin is really handsome. It is said that Senior Park Jimin once pursued a girl named Jung Ho-seok for 3 years with extreme sincerity, but she was blind and did not recognize the treasure, even looking down on Senior Park Jimin as a worthless person. And the most ridiculous thing is that she even hated him. Humph. I know that girl named Jung Ho-seok. I swear I will find a way to teach her a lesson. At this moment, Jung Ho-seok's heart felt a pain that was indescribable, Combined with the endless praises of Park Jimin, she felt like salt was being rubbed into her wound. But when hearing these two young girls planning to bury themselves, Jung Hoseok became awkward. "Sister, I don't know you." Then she started to make excuses to leave. "I have something to do. The advisor asked me to come to her room for a while." At that moment, a former female student looked at Jung Hoseok and spoke up. "Is that Jung Hoseok?" Seeing someone recognizing him, Jung Hoseok immediately changed his expression as another female student mocked in a disdainful tone. "I heard she made senior Park Jimin be a substitute for 3 years. So this is Jung Hoseok. Thought she would be pretty. Turns out just normal." Another student nodded in agreement. This Jung Hoseok does have some beauty, however. Compared to real goddesses, she is still far behind. And so, more and more students followed suit, their eyes filled with curiosity and scrutiny. Even these two beautiful girls looked at Jung Hoseok as if he were a monster. The senior student turned out to be, unbelievably, the despicable woman everyone was talking about, obsessed with money and fame, turned out to be the senior student in front of them. In front of so many people, Jung Hoseok felt ashamed, quickly shouting, "It's not me. I'm not Jung Hoseok. I'm not Jung Hoseok." After shouting, Jung Hoseok felt so embarrassed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide from this humiliation. Then, she quickly covered her face and ran back to her room. Jung Hoseok couldn't hold back the tears that flowed. Her heart felt squeezed with extreme pain. "My heart hurts so much. Why? Why is God so cruel to me? Is pursuing happiness for myself also wrong?" Jung Hoseok said, "I just hope to find someone with good conditions. I have no intention of deceiving Park Jimin." "Who? Park Jimin? I regret it too. Who?" Especially for a green tea like her, Park Jimin's wealth is no different from a life-threatening blow. Park Jimin turns out to be the richest young tycoon. His assets exceed trillions. What have I missed? Those trillions. Why didn't he reveal his identity sooner? If I had known earlier, I would have agreed. I would have loved him. Oh my God. Park Jimin, I love you. I really love you. If I could turn back time, I wouldn't need money, just his love. Oh my God. I regret it. I really regret it. And so, Jung Hoseok cried out loudly, and so she could not control herself. The wound became more painful. Her feelings for Park Jimin became more intense and profound. System notification. Jung Hoseok's goodwill score +1. Current goodwill score 99 points. At the moment, Jung Hoseok was hiding in the female dormitory crying. The sound of a mobile phone suddenly rang. The screen displayed the caller's name. Jung Hoseok quickly wiped away her tears, trying to regain her composure. She then pressed the button to answer. "Auntie, what's wrong?" Someone said, "Jung Hoseok, Mom is sick. Come to the hospital quickly. Hurry up." Upon hearing the bad news, Jung Hoseok felt dizzy. She then hurriedly ran out of the bedroom, rushed to the school, hailed a taxi, and headed straight to Gyeongbokgung Hospital. Upon arrival, Jung Hoseok rushed to the emergency room, ran up to her aunt, anxiously asked, "Auntie, how is Mom?" Jung Hoseok's aunt hurriedly explained, "Jung Hoseok, don't worry. The doctor is examining your mom. Luckily, I came to visit your mom today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known she fainted. I have called an ambulance for your mom. The situation is still unclear at the moment." Hearing that, Jung Hoseok's heart felt like it was burning, unable to sit still, thinking, "My mother has always been healthy. How would she suddenly faint?" In the midst of Jung Hoseok's anxious wait, a doctor in a blue coat, wearing a mask, stepped out. Jung Hoseok hurriedly asked, "Doctor, how is my mother doing?" Looking at Jung Hoseok, the doctor asked, "Are you the family member of patient Wang Tu-won?" Jung Hoseok nodded quickly, "Yes, yes." After confirming, the doctor looked at Jung Hoseok with a serious expression, explaining, "The patient's condition is quite complicated. Through blood tests, we suspect that she has leukemia, stage 2. This disease needs to be treated promptly, otherwise it could progress to the final stage." Jung Hoseok felt like he was struck by lightning, dizzy, almost falling to the ground. "Leukemia? It can't be. My mother has leukemia." Beside him, Jung Hoseok's face turned pale, his eyes wide with horror. The doctor continued to explain the regretful expression. "This type of illness used to be considered incurable, but it is not impossible to treat. However, The treatment costs are extremely expensive. It requires a bone marrow transplant combined with chemotherapy and supportive therapy for about a month. You need to prepare at least $500,000 for the surgery costs. Otherwise, the patient will be in danger of losing their life. Upon hearing this, Jung Hoseo grabbed the doctor's hand, bursting into despair. 500,000. 500,000 can save my mother's life, right, doctor? The doctor shook his head sadly. I can't say for sure, but there is still about a 50% chance. However, if you can participate in a better treatment therapy, have suitable bone marrow from a donor, and invite leading experts for treatment, the success rate will be higher. However, that also means you will need to pay more money. With Mrs. Wong Tu-Wan's current condition, to fully recover, the cost could be over 1 million. After hearing these words, Jung Hoseo was shocked. She took 2 steps back, her face pale. 1 million? Where do I get 1 million now? Then, Jung Hoseo sadly collapsed on the hospital floor, crying and in extreme pain. Hoo! Gradually, darkness seemed to engulf her fragile hope. Then, Jung Hoseo involuntarily remembered the bitter past. My family only rented a house to live in Gyeongbokgung. My father was a notorious gambling addict. Our house was lost in gambling and completely mortgaged. He borrowed money everywhere to pay off his debts. The more he borrowed, the deeper he sank, and in the end, he ran away, leaving his wife and children to face the debts. Jung Hoseo, I have suffered enough. I swear, I will never live in misery like that. Never step on my mother's footsteps. Jung Hoseo said. So when I went to college, I no longer asked my family for money. Just a snap of my fingers, I can make many guys willing to spend money on me. As long as I don't define a relationship with anyone, I can comfortably enjoy the good things from all men pursuing me. But living this way, Jung Hoseo lost himself and plunged into a whirlpool of desire. Thinking about curing his mother's illness, Jung Hoseo staggered out and called his lover to borrow money. In fact, she even thought about being willing to do anything, no matter how much sacrifice. But after making 780 consecutive phone calls, Jung Hoseo was completely discouraged and disappointed. These people, they used to promise to support me financially every month. Now when I need money, they don't answer the phone. The third lover is even worse, calling me a scammer. Men really can't be trusted, always sweet-talking, making promises. But when it comes to needing money, no one helps. Despicable. Everything is despicable. Half an hour later, Jung Hoseo sank into a despair he had never experienced before. Why is everyone like this? Is there no trustworthy man in the world? After all, they are all terrible. At this moment, a glimmer of hope flickered in Jung Hoseok's mind. He then opened Park Jimin's contact method. But when she saw this phone number, she became nervous. Park Jimin must be able to help me. 1 to 2 million is nothing to him. If he doesn't help me, I have heard him like this before. He may not seek revenge on me. How can he help me? And where can I find him for help? I can't let him see my current miserable appearance. That is my last bit of self-respect. In this way, Jung Hoseo stared at Park Jimin's phone number, hesitated for a long time, but still couldn't call him. 2 hours later, on the luxurious private plane, Park Jimin was taken care of by 8 beautiful fair-skinned, tall, slim-waisted flight attendants. The plane landed at the bustling Galaxy Airport. Over time, the number of fans gathering at the airport has increased. The spacious waiting area has now become crowded with people. Looking into the distance, all you could see was a sea of people, squeezing together. It was estimated that there were over 1,000 people. There were even many schoolgirls pushing and shoving their way here, holding up signs as if welcoming a famous figure. Furthermore, as each person stepped out of the waiting area, the flashlights immediately lit up continuously. This scene truly left people in awe. A wealthy woman weighing 200 pounds looked around, then asked curiously, "What's going on? Why is Galaxy Airport so crowded today? Why are there so many supercars parked outside? There must be at least a few hundred. Is there a big star coming to Gyeongbokgung?" The hot boy replied eagerly, "What big star could attract more than half of the wealthy young hairs in Gyeongbokgung to gather here? It's rumored that the famous God Richest Chairman Lim will return to Gyeongbokgung from Manhwa today." The wealthy in Gyeongbokgung who heard this news almost all came to welcome and admire the demeanor of this #1 tycoon. His reputation and influence are truly terrifying. Hearing this, the wealthy woman also showed an expectant and eager expression and asked, "Is Chairman Lim the handsome musician that everyone talks about?" "Oh my, I've been a fan of him for a long time." Shortly after, this 200-pound wealthy woman also joined the crowd, eagerly waiting. "Has Chairman Lim come out yet? Let me have a look." However, wherever this chunk of meat went, it immediately made everyone scared, amidst the lively cheers echoing everywhere. From the airport waiting lounge, Park Jimin quietly put on a baseball cap and walked out without anyone noticing. As soon as he reached the place where Yang Guibai was waiting for Park Jimin, he shook his head in annoyance. "Darn it, this scene is too horrifying. Do I have so many fans coming? There are people welcoming me from all sides. If I had known, I would have used face-changing techniques to the point of being unrecognizable." But to his surprise, Kim Jisoo drove up to Park Jimin, cheering happily. "Park Jimin, you're back. A remarkable man like you can't hide, shining like a firefly in the night. Get in the car quickly." Park Jimin looked at Kim Jisoo, feeling extremely awkward. Just a moment ago, he had agreed to ride in Yang Guibai's car, and now, within a few seconds, Kim Jisoo had driven up to pick him up. Refusing to get in the car would be truly impolite. Not knowing how to handle this situation perfectly, a fan saw Park Jimin on the side of the road and immediately shouted, "Oh my God, Chairman Lim is here! Chairman Lim is here! Everyone, Chairman Lim is over here! Come over here quickly!" The shout immediately attracted the attention of countless fans nearby, and they all rushed like bees to Park Jimin, especially a wealthy overweight woman weighing 200 pounds. But the speed at which she ran towards Park Jimin was astonishing. Furthermore, the wealthy woman looked at Park Jimin with a mesmerized look, as if wanting to drool. Too scared of this scene, Park Jimin sweated, quickly got into Kim Jisoo's car and closed the door, urging Kim Jisoo, Go fast, or we'll be surrounded by the crowd." With the powerful roar of the engine, the Bugatti raced away at terrifying speed, reaching 0 to 100 km/h in just 2.7 seconds. It disappeared from the airport road like an arrow leaving the bow, leaving behind eager hearts, hoping to admire the god richest in legend. On the way back, Kim Jisoo looked at Park Jimin kindly and asked, "Honey, what are you coming back for this time?" Park Jimin took off his baseball cap and breathed out, responding, "I have some business at school. The school is organizing a lecture for me and the students of the next class. This collaboration will benefit both sides. The school will have the opportunity to introduce the best students to our company and also enhance the reputation of the school." But just a few seconds later, Park Jimin realized something was not right. He looked at Kim Jisoo, puzzled, and asked, "Wait, what did you just call me?" Kim Jisoo calmly replied, "Husband. Why are you coming back this time? Is it not okay for me to call you husband?" Upon hearing that, Park Jimin exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide open with horror. "Husband? When did I become your husband?" Seeing Park Jimin's reaction, Kim Jisoo bowed her head, her voice filled with sadness. "Park Jimin, I'm sorry. Maybe I shouldn't have called you my husband. I was too eager to progress our relationship, to become your girlfriend, but I didn't consider your feelings. Maybe you don't like me at all. I should be more sober. I'm not worthy of you." As the red light shrouded the silent atmosphere, Kim Jisoo's mind was filled with chaotic thoughts. "I still want to find a chance to define my relationship with Park Jimin, and he seems slower in showing affection. But it's been over 2 months. I'm really worried. I'm running out of patience. Why doesn't he say he loves me? Why does he make me wait? Does he really not like me? Yes, I'm just a normal girl in Gyeongbokgung. How can I compare to him, a successful man renowned everywhere?" Kim Jisoo said, "No, he has spent so much money on me. I can ask him for anything, and he will buy it for me. How can a guy who doesn't like a girl be so generous? Does he really love me?" The more she thought about it, the more Kim Jisoo fell madly in love with Park Jimin. Unable to control herself, the more she thought, the more she felt like her mind was about to explode, completely unable to understand what Park Jimin was thinking. But thinking that calling Park Jimin her husband was not objected to, Kim Jisoo felt extremely happy in her heart. As the campus beauty queen, of course Park Jimin must like me. Asking like that is just lowering myself. I know he loves me, ha. Park Jimin seemed to have caught Kim Jisoo's emotional thread. He put his hand on her cheek, looked into her eyes, and said softly, "Darling, what do you mean by saying that to me? If I didn't like you, Why would I get on your car? Realizing that Park Jimin was approaching her, his eyes filled with affection and gentleness, the sudden closeness made Kim Jisoo extremely nervous. Her cheeks flushed, her heart beating wildly, as if it wanted to jump out of her chest. Too close, too close, is he going to kiss me? Then, Kim Jisoo closed her eyes, her heart pounding eagerly. There was a hint of awkwardness in the air, but just as their lips were about to touch, the sound of a phone ringing shattered the romantic atmosphere. At the crucial moment they were interrupted, Kim Jisoo's cheeks turning red with embarrassment as she quickly turned away. Park Jimin also hurriedly took out his phone to see that it was Jung Hoseok, muttering, "What? Why is it her? Why call now of all times?" Returning to Gyeongbokgung Hospital, Jung Hoseok saw his mother sick, feeling both helpless and desperate. She had borrowed from those who could, but no one was willing to lend her 3 billion, a sum too large for them. Finally, Jung Hoseok took out his phone and called Park Jimin. On the other end, the screen displayed Jung Hoseok's name, causing Park Jimin to frown. Damn it, she even has the nerve to call me, not listening. Park Jimin decisively declined the call, but less than 10 seconds later, Jung Hoseok called again. So patient, turn it off. Park Jimin once again rejected the call. Kim Jisoo curiously asked, "Honey, who's calling that you're not answering?" Park Jimin pursed his lips. With a look of disgust, Jung Hoseok is calling, probably just wants to borrow money, not answering. Seeing Park Jimin keep ignoring the calls, Kim Jisoo suspiciously asked, "How do you know she wants to borrow money? Maybe she just wants to mend the past." Park Jimin sighed heavily upon hearing that. Reconciliation, impossible. The past can never come back. Let everything go with the wind. I am no longer the Park Jimin of the past, and Jung Hoseok is no longer the Jung Hoseok of the past. In the end, she becomes the worst person I have ever known. In the face of Park Jimin's exclamation, Kim Jisoo wanted to say something, wanted to share her thoughts, but didn't know where to start. On the other hand, Jung Hoseok couldn't reach Park Jimin, so he sent him a series of urgent messages. "Park Jimin, can you help me? I really need money urgently. Can I borrow 3 billion from you? I promise to pay you back in full, for sure." Looking at Jung Hoseok's WeChat messages, Park Jimin couldn't help but frown. 3 billion? That's not a small amount. Seeing Kim Jisoo on the side helping Jung Hoseok, Park Jimin immediately handed her the phone to see. "See that? I told you. She's just borrowing money. Last time she used this excuse to deceive him. It's lucky that he didn't calculate with her for 50,000 last time. This time she's using the same old trick. Why not come up with a new excuse?" Kim Jisoo still hesitantly spoke up. What if this time she actually has a problem? However, Park Jimin was emotionally numb. He threw the phone to the back seat, disregarding Jung Hoseok's plea, and impatiently replied, "No way. What does her problem have to do with me? I don't owe her a single penny. Why would she come to me for money when she's short? Does she think I'm an ATM? All right, the light is green. Hurry up." Hearing that, Kim Jisoo stepped on the gas of her Bugatti and drove into the city center. Only after 2 hours, news about President Lim openly speaking at Haverless School spread rapidly like a storm. The entire school students, regardless of freshmen or seniors, all erupted with extreme excitement. "Listen, today President Lim is coming back to the school to speak. It is said that President Lim is the sole heir of the top-tier tycoon conglomerate. Due to his dense schedule of study and training, he doesn't have much time for romantic affairs." So Jung Hoseok had the chance to touch the lonely heart of President Lim. Unfortunately, she didn't appreciate this opportunity, causing herself to lose the chance to soar up the tree branch and become a phoenix. In just a moment, from 1 transmission to 10, 10 to 100, 100 to 1,000, and finally the whole city was boiling. Even the reporters rushed in to report on this speech. However, the auditorium can only hold a maximum of 1,000 people, unable to accommodate all the audience coming to Haverless School to watch, and the ticket prices were pushed up to an exorbitant level. In the crowded sea of people, 2 female students who couldn't buy tickets were extremely worried. "This is outrageous. Only Haverless student cards are allowed in. Now, even the cheapest student card is selling for 5,000. Damn it, so I can't see Chairman Lim up close. Oh well, seeing him from afar is fine too." At that moment, Park Jimin's 3 roommates heard the conversation of the 2 girls. Mr. Ju took the initiative to approach, flirting. "Beautiful ladies, how can I help? One of the girls turned back to look at the three of them and asked, "Who are you guys?" Hearing that, the three roommates proudly showed a photo of them, with Park Jimin. "We are Jimin's roommates in the dorm. We can also take you two inside to attend Chairman Lim's lecture." After the introduction, Mr. Ju took out his WeChat code and 3 VIP tickets. The intention was clear on his face. Chairman Lim left us these VIP tickets, which can be used to bring someone in. So, want to get acquainted? Upon hearing that, the two sisters immediately smiled brightly. "Oh mine, really? Let me scan your QR code. Let's go." And so, the three of them were led into the lecture hall by Park Jimin. Mr. Ju looked at the girls, constantly exchanging glances with him, then thought of Park Jimin and tears of joy fell. "Park Jimin, you truly are amazing. Without you, how could my friends and I ever meet such beautiful girls like these?" Quickly, the lecture began. The lecture hall was now packed with people, not even a single empty seat left. The principal stood up to preside. "Hello, distinguished guests. Hello, students. Today, we are honored to welcome our special guest, Chairman Lim, who has come to speak at our lecture today," the headmaster said. "And now, I am pleased to introduce our speaker, a successful businessman, representing the top 10 most outstanding hot boys in the country, and a talented former head boy of Haverless School, Mr. Park Jimin. Please welcome Mr. Park Jimin to the stage to share some inspiring stories with us." After the host's introduction, the whole school erupted in applause. Park Jimin stepped onto the lectern. Standing on the stage, Park Jimin appeared with a dignified demeanor, stating, "Hello everyone, I am Park Jimin, a final year student at Haverless School. I am delighted to be here and share some of my experiences and lessons." At that moment, a loud voice cut through Park Jimin's speech. "Chairman Lim, your money is not clean. Do you dare to publicly disclose the source of that huge wealth?" The room fell silent, everyone turning their eyes towards the hot boy with an angry expression. Then back to Park Jimin on the platform. Kwon Jae-young said, "Does Chairman Lim inherit the family's assets?" Currently, no authority has the right to investigate his financial sources. If you have the courage, then publicly announce your assets here. The one asking this question is none other than Kwon Jae-young. And today, it is clear that he is here to find a reason to make things difficult for Park Jimin. Facing his own cunning and sensitive question, Kwon Jae-young secretly thought, "This guy has embarrassed me many times, even kicked me out of the group chat, causing the Kwon family to be isolated and endure many scandals. In just a few short months, the clan's business has been continuously declining, stocks falling, and projects failing. It can be said that the Kwon family has suffered heavy losses. This time, there is a chance for revenge, to see how I can make him lose all face in front of our university classmates." However, in response to Kwon Jae-young's sharp question, Park Jimin just smiled mockingly. "So you're the heir of the Kwon family, here for revenge. How amusing." After that, Park Jimin also asked in return, "Declare assets, huh? That student didn't know. Can you tell me how much is the balance in your bank account? In your house, who manages the money? You or your wife? How many apartments do you have? How many cars? How many credit cards? Does your amount of assets exceed the legal limit? Also, how many apartments do your parents have? How many cars? What is your official salary? How much is your off-the-books income? Can you publicly disclose the source of your income for everyone to see? Can't answer, right, huh? Also, if you want to compare assets, then please come up here. We can compare each item. See who is richer and who is poorer. Surely after the comparison, everyone will be surprised, haha." Before the question, as if mocking himself, Kwon Jae-young paused, his face pale. "Damn it, this question doesn't need to be answered directly either. Especially income outside the mainstream. The source may not be entirely legal. If I answer directly here, I may be criticized by public opinion, and even investigated. As for comparing assets with that guy, it's even more impossible. Because everything I have is thanks to the help of the clan, not my own efforts to make it." Then, Kwon Jae-young did not hesitate, pointing to Park Jimin, scolding, "Our cases are not the same. I am just a normal person, while you are a successful businessman. So the total assets of my house are specific. This is private. Where do I have to disclose it to you? The important thing is, as a businessman, you only know how to throw money at beautiful female streamers." Kwon Jae-young said, "So is this a way to show off wealth on the internet, negatively impacting the youth, especially hot boys? As for losing face, I have no regrets. You have done wrong things, deserving punishment. You should self-examine instead of mocking others. The second question is very sharp, targeting Park Jimin's weaknesses, making him feel like sitting on a fire. And Kwon Jae-young's argument also received agreement from the audience below. It seems that President Lim is really generous in throwing money at female streamers. Every time I see news of him throwing money, I feel insanely jealous. It must be said, just being beautiful. Each time he smokes, the total thrown is hundreds of millions to billions. Truly terrible. Yes, what right does someone like him have to represent Haverlist for a lecture? People's anger is increasing. Many are starting to question the ethics and values of Park Jimin. On stage, Park Jimin still sneered, looking down. Oh, suddenly so smart. One to take advantage of the psychology of hating the rich, to use someone else's hand to attack me. After that, Park Jimin did not address this issue, but appeared apologetic. Dear students, I understand your concerns. I am still quite young and may not have considered carefully, neglecting certain social issues. And here I also admit that I have not done well in contributing to society and fulfilling my social responsibilities. This is a weakness that I need to improve. Finally, I will answer the question about giving gifts. It was a misinterpretation of values. And does it have a negative impact on the youth or not? I don't think so. Streaming is also a type of work, and there is nothing wrong with giving gifts. People can give gifts if they have money. No one is forced. Everything is based on voluntary. I spent my money. It has nothing to do with others. Park Jimin said, just like smoking clearly harms health, and how many people die from lung cancer every year. Why doesn't anyone speak up? Why doesn't anyone criticize? However, today someone has given feedback. I will accept criticism and make corrections. Park Jimin did not avoid but honestly admitted his shortcomings, seemingly soothing the anger of everyone. However, many still doubt the sincerity of those words. But after a few seconds, Park Jimin made a surprising decision. I declare, starting today, I will donate 10 billion from my personal fund to establish a private charity fund. This fund will be used to invest in building 10 hospitals in Gyeongbokgung, providing free treatment for all critically ill patients at these hospitals. At this point, Park Jimin leaned close to the microphone and said firmly and determinedly, I, Park Jimin, say it and do it. I hope that my actions will contribute to spreading the spirit of mutual love and help those in difficult circumstances. Park Jimin continued, and I also hope that young people will learn from my mistakes, live more responsibly for themselves and the community. The statement by Park Jimin was like a bomb exploding in the room. Everyone was shocked, unable to believe what they had just heard. This was followed by applause, cheers, and warm applause. 10 billion, a huge number. With that amount of money, Chairman Lim can help so many sick people, bring new lives to many families. Chairman Lim is amazing. Chairman Lim is a shining example for us to follow. Gradually, many people had a completely different view of Park Jimin. Some even shed tears, moved by his noble actions. As for Kwon Ji-young, he was furious when he couldn't bring down Park Jimin. But when over 1,000 people began to turn against him, pointing fingers back at him, it immediately made him shiver. Damn it. This guy, how dare he? I can't do anything, damn, can I? 2 hours passed on the top of the skyscraper, the sound of black crows echoing eerily, creating a gloomy atmosphere, signaling bad things. At that moment, Jung Hoseok started sitting on the rooftop railing, drinking beer to pour out his feelings. After drinking a few cans, she began to feel drunk, feeling extremely frustrated. Who? Park Jimin. Why doesn't he believe me? If my mother is not cured, then I don't want to live anymore. Goodbye to my youth, goodbye to my regrets, goodbye to Park Jimin. My life is too exhausting. I don't want to endure anymore. Maybe jumping down is a relief. If there is a next life, if I can start over. I definitely don't want to become the current Jung Hoseok. I'm sorry, Park Jimin. I have fallen. I don't deserve him. I don't blame him for being indifferent. I only blame myself for being unworthy. From the 30th floor, a gentle wind blew. Jung Hoseok's heart shattered into pieces. She closed her eyes tightly. Her heart also turned cold, no longer feeling any regret. In the moment of life and death, the most regretful thing appeared in Jung Hoseok's mind. I met Park Jimin at the best time of my life, but I didn't know how to appreciate it. I always felt unsatisfied, always wanting to find a boyfriend with high standards, but those who approached me were just scammers. It's ironic that the person Jung Hoseok considered a backup boyfriend turned out to be a truly handsome and rich man. Perhaps I was too greedy and truly had no blessings. Green tea is indeed green tea. Even in death, the habit of chasing money cannot be abandoned. Just as Jung Hoseok was about to let go and end his life, his mobile phone suddenly rang. Instinctively, Jung Hoseok looked at the screen. Is it Aunt calling? Well, listen to this last call. Say goodbye to Aunt and tell her to pass the message to Mom. Jung Hoseok takes one step ahead. As he pressed the button to listen, Jung Hoseok began to hesitate. Hello, Aunt. Help me pass the message to Mom. But before Jung Hoseok could finish speaking, her aunt cut in excitedly from the other end of the line. Hoseok, Mom has been saved. We don't have to pay for medical expenses anymore. Upon hearing this, Jung Hoseok was shaken. Her pupils dilated to the fullest. She asked eagerly, What's going on? Aunt, please explain clearly. Her aunt continued to explain enthusiastically. Just now, the hospital called with good news. A tycoon in Gyeongbukgung donated 10 billion for charity, covering medical expenses for all seriously ill patients who cannot afford it. Mom fits this criteria perfectly. It's lucky that there are still good people in the world. Upon hearing this, Jung Hoseok suddenly had a feeling in her heart, but she didn't dare to confirm it. She hurriedly asked, What is the name of that tycoon? Her aunt replied, It seems like his name is Chairman Lim. This name sounds strange, probably someone who likes smoking a lot. The story of Chairman Lim investing 10 billion to build 10 hospitals in Gyeongbukgung and providing free treatment for all poor patients has become the top trending topic on social media. Gyeongbukgung TV is also broadcasting this news, so it can't be fake. As soon as the name Lim hit Jung Hoseok's ears, her will to live immediately surged. With a sudden movement, she jumped from the balcony railing back onto the rooftop. Upon returning from the afterlife, Jung Hoseok was both happy and scared. It was part Jimin who donated. This life is truly full of ups and downs and drama. After that, Jung Hoseok collapsed on the ground, tears of happiness streaming down her face. Sob, part Jimin. I knew he would never abandon me. He must still love me. It's just that I betrayed him, so he doesn't want to forgive me. I'm sorry, part Jimin. I misunderstood you. After that, Jung Hoseok began to make a vow. I, Jung Hoseok, here swear to dedicate everything for part Jimin, even my life. Only through hardships, I truly understand what my heart desires. In that moment, she realized her true purpose in life. Her whole body felt uplifted, filled with joy. System notification. Jung Hoseok, kindness level +1. Current kindness level is 100 points. A second later, a supernatural phenomenon occurred in the sky due to Hoseok's vow. Dark clouds rolled in, covering the sky and shrouding the space in darkness. Soon after, thunder roared loudly and lightning flashed brightly, tearing through the night, as evidence of her unwavering vow. Not seeing Jung Hoseok respond, her aunt couldn't help but worry. Hoseok, what's wrong? Who is part Jimin? Say something. Hoseok. On this side, part Jimin looked up at the sky and couldn't help but wonder, what's going on? The weather is clear, but thunder is rumbling. Someone must be making big promises here. At that moment, the system immediately notified, causing part Jimin to be slightly shocked. Jung Hoseok's favorability rating increased by 1. Current favorability rating is 100 points. Identified target as Simp Lord with maximum points. This Simp Lord is extremely loyal to the owner, obedient, and will never betray. Congratulations to the owner for completing the Simp Lord mission with a maximum reverse score. Looking at the system, part Jimin felt extremely troubled. Damn it, a max score Simp Lord appeared, and it's Jung Hoseok. I thought the first person to set a max score Simp Lord could be Yang Weibai, or Kim Jisoo, or even Jung Ji-Lu. But I never expected it to be Jung Hoseok. I already rejected her. Part Jimin said, Why did her favorability suddenly increase? Why is it so easy for her to achieve max points, while others struggle? But the system did not stop there. Rewarding the owner with basic attributes, all attributes increase by 5 points, reward for enhancing 100 points. Because for the first time, the owner nurtured the Simp Lord target to achieve max mission completion. In the first stage, the system upgraded the Ken system. This upgrade, the system has opened the feature of enhancing points using power for the owner. The owner can use enhancement points to upgrade the appearance, figure, and health of the Simp Lord target. Looking at the notification board, Park Jimin couldn't help but be surprised. I didn't expect that after reaching max points, Simp Lord would have another interesting surprise. But then, a sense of dissatisfaction arose in Park Jimin's heart. Hey, this system seems unfair. Why can only the appearance of the Simp Lord target be upgraded and not mine? Can't I become more handsome? But at this moment, the familiar ringtone sounded again. Taking out his phone, Park Jimin answered a call from Jung Hoseok, making him think. To be honest, even though Jung Hoseok has reached the max level of Simp Lord, I still have no intention of forgiving her. There are some things that, no matter how high the goodwill level is, cannot be changed. However, when thinking about enhancement points and contribution points, well, listening to the phone call is fine. With that in mind, Park Jimin reluctantly pressed the answer button. When he heard, "Hello, speak quickly, I'm busy." However, on this side, Park Jimin was not mentally prepared. While on the other end of the line, Jung Hoseok's mood was extremely complex. Like riding a roller coaster, constantly going up and down. Then she carried this whole mood to express her gratitude, her voice full of excitement mixed with sobs. "Park Jimin, I know you still love me. I know about my mother's illness. You donated 10 billion to provide free treatment for poor patients. Park Jimin, thank you. Thank you so much. From now on I will live as yours, die as yours. You told me to go east. I will never go west. If possible, I am willing to dedicate everything to you, even my life. I love you, Park Jimin. I love you more than this lifetime, and I will never lose you again." Hearing Hoseok's sobs, Park Jimin felt both annoyed and panicked. This uncomfortable feeling made him sweat. Then, Park Jimin, not wanting to get involved with Jung Hoseok, said firmly, "Wait, you misunderstood. I did not. I do not. I have not done anything for you. I will never do anything for you." Park Jimin said, "Please don't fantasize, and don't call me anymore. Even if there were no other women in this world, I still wouldn't like you." But Jung Hoseok's next response left Park Jimin frustrated. "Actually, I know you're just hiding your feelings. You're still the same old Park Jimin. You haven't changed. If not, why would you insist on using a huge amount of money, 10 billion, to build a hospital and provide free treatment for poor patients? I love you. I really love you. Thank you for doing everything for me." Hearing this, Park Jimin almost knelt down in gratitude, then laughed bitterly. Damn it, how can her face be so big to come up with such a thing? It's just a coincidence. Who would agree to spend 10 billion on charity just to help her mother with medication costs? Does she think she's the center of the universe? Is this the max Simp Lord mode? Scary. Completely gone crazy, huh? Jung Hoseok hadn't even finished speaking when Park Jimin hung up the phone. He sighed as he walked, saying, "Simp Lord really hit 100 points. No matter what I say to offend her, she still thinks I'm doing it for her own good. I even firmly and clearly refused. But she can still find reasons on her own, without feeling hurt or losing face. We must be careful with these Simp Lords in the future. Jung Hoseok's mental state is probably about to disappear. It's really scary." Just as he ended the call with Jung Hoseok, his mobile phone rang again, making Park Jimin annoyed. "Who is it again? I just want to go home." He opened the phone to see Suk-won calling, which surprised him. Suk-won, why are you suddenly calling after so long without seeing each other? It seems like she still harbors feelings. I gave her a plane, and I can't accept this gift." Park Jimin continued. "Wait, last time, she quit her job in the police team just to defeat that little brat Nation N. How could I forget about this? Donating to charity is a noble act, but it is also a sensitive issue that needs careful consideration. Without strict control, there may be risks of loss and corruption. Therefore, we need an honest person to ensure that the donated money is used for the right purpose and benefits the community. I will choose someone from my Simp Lord to manage the fund and oversee charity activities." Thinking about this, Park Jimin smirked with cunning eyes. Yes, a woman with such strong political backing is indeed a worthy candidate for the position of chairman of my charity fund. I am truly a genius. This way I can spend money on Simp Lord, build my reputation, establish a hospital, and maximize the effectiveness of miraculous medicine. In addition, setting up a charity fund also helps me to fend off criticism from the public. It's like hitting two birds with one stone. Park Jimin said, What's more important is that Suk Won's approval rating has not reached 95 points yet. There are still many opportunities to spend money. I will definitely pour a few trillion into this charity fund until I am satisfied. 10 billion for 10 new hospitals is just the first step. In the future, I will build a chain of hospitals across the country. No, at least 1,000 hospitals. Park Jimin's mind works quickly. In the blink of an eye, he has many thoughts. Then, he quickly answered Suk Won's call. Hey, what's up with the police? On the phone, Suk Won's tone was both unhappy and accusing. Nothing. It's just that after receiving your gift, I sent you many messages and calls. Why didn't you answer? Eldest miss has never been ignored like this before. But you ignored me and gave me a helicopter. What are you up to? Hearing that, Park Jimin immediately explained vaguely. Well, recently I've been quite busy and I completely forgot. So how about this? Tomorrow, I'll invite you to dinner to apologize and also discuss something with you. Park Jimin's words made Suk Won very sensitive, and she furrowed her brows and thought, Mom, this is Park Jimin, huh? What's wrong with him, suddenly being so gentle when he didn't even care about me before? Could it be that Park Jimin has been approaching me all this time with the intention of using my political connections and the seemingly random gift of a helicopter? It's highly likely that he doesn't just want to express his feelings, but could also be a bribe. And even though I greatly appreciate his talent, Suk Won will never violate her principles. The more she thought about it, the more Suk Won couldn't accept that. Then her tone became colder and more formal. All right, let's meet tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. at Kim Family's restaurant. There are some things I want to clarify with you. After saying this, Suk Won proactively hung up, turning off her phone. In Park Jimin's heart, doubts filled him. Why do I feel like she's not happy? Maybe something's bothering her. At the same time, Suk Won, after turning off the machine, also angrily said, all men are the same, pretending to be cold to me, just because my father is the secretary. Then Suk Won fell into contemplation. I don't know what Park Jimin wants to say to me, whether Park Jimin is really sincere with me, or just using me. But if we meet tomorrow, and he still hasn't thought deeply about our relationship, but instead talks about helping him in business, I'm sorry, he has disappointed me a lot. However, tomorrow I will also return the airplane to him. I absolutely cannot accept this gift. After thinking for a while, Suk Won felt sad and disappointed. The system announced, Suk Won's goodwill decreased by 10. Current goodwill is 80 points. As soon as the system notified, Park Jimin was both irritated and puzzled. What's going on? Didn't we agree to have dinner and discuss tomorrow? Why did her attitude suddenly change so drastically? Did I say something wrong? What kind of creature are women after all? Why didn't they change so unpredictably? Or maybe she's on her period, it's very likely. But on his way back, Park Jimin still pondered about the recent incident. Anyway, Suk Won comes from a noble background, an extraordinary context. More importantly, if I invest in her charity work, it might cause a lot of gossip affecting Secretary's reputation. So her attitude is like that. I still have to approach Suk Won slowly and carefully. I believe that with sincerity and perseverance, I can win her heart. At this moment, Supervisor Lee Woo-suk finally found Park Jimin, and after chasing him to where he was, he shouted loudly, Park Jimin finally found you. After the lecture ended, where did you run off to that? I had to look for you half a day. Park Jimin was deep in thought, interrupted by the shout, making him immediately alert. Oh, there's hostility. Immediately, Park Jimin turned and threw a punch towards Lee Woo-suk. But as soon as he realized it was Lee Woo-suk, he stopped the punch right in front of his face and muttered, What, Mr. Lee? Although he stopped in time, the force of the punch still caused Mr. Lee's wig and glasses to shift to one side, revealing a shiny bald head like a copper ball. The two men stared at each other with sweat dripping down their faces and said, Damn it, you scared me to death. After that, Park Jimin, a little startled, asked, Teacher Lee, why are you the teacher? Lee Woo-suk, regaining his composure from the fright, looked at Park Jimin and scolded, You brat, you skipped more than 60 classes. Do you still consider me your homeroom teacher or not? Seeing Lee Woo-suk getting angry, Park Jimin waved his hand and smiled, saying, Teacher Lee, listen to my explanation, or rather, my excuse. Lee Woo-suk pushed up his black glasses smugly, thinking to himself, Hemph, scared now, huh? You make some money and suddenly act arrogant. Today, I will put an end to your arrogant behavior. Part Jimin is still upset about the charity fund lacking staff. Looking at Lee Woo-suk, Part Jimin's eyes suddenly light up. Suk-won alone is not enough. We need to have more management staff. Part Jimin then, overwhelmed with emotion, and hugs Lee Woo-suk, saying, Teacher Lee, you came at the right time when I needed you the most. I remember you dearly. Seeing this mischievous look, Lee Woo-suk realizes the intention behind Part Jimin's words. Oh my! Why is it like this? Before Part Jimin used to run away when he saw me. Why is he treating me nicely today? It seems like this is just a lead-in to switch to the main topic. Lee Woo-suk then looks at Part Jimin and asks firmly, Let's skip these social pleasantries. Get straight to the point. Part Jimin starts to ask earnestly, Teacher Lee, recently I have been wanting to establish a charity fund. You know that in the initial stage, we need to recruit some financial and personnel staff. But you are my homeroom teacher, and I really admire you. Teacher, I always appreciate your work capacity and moral qualities. You have leadership talent in school. It's a waste of talent. Teacher Lee, why don't you come work for me as my employee? Lee Woo-suk was surprised, but quickly became angry when he heard Part Jimin's suggestion. What are you saying? Do you not know how to respect your teacher? It's true that you have money and power these days, but you can't just casually ask a teacher to work for you. It's unreasonable. Seeing Mr. Lee getting angry again, Part Jimin quickly waved his hand and said with a forced smile, Teacher Lee, please don't be hasty. Just listen to me. I know you are a responsible person and always uphold principles. You are over 40, just a homeroom teacher at school, not even the professor yet. How many more years do you have to strive for that title? Are you really content with that? If you follow me to work, I will pay you 3 billion a year, promised Part Jimin, enticing Lee Woo-suk with an incredibly high salary. The principal did promise to nominate me for the professor position next year, but who knows what will happen in a year? Whether there will be any changes or not, the 3 billion a year salary is truly attractive. Thinking it over, I am already 42 years old with a PhD, but until now, my salary has only been a little over 35 million each month, so I would have to work for 10 years to equal 1 year of his salary, and recently my wife just gave birth and can't work. The burden of life weighs heavily on me. Although working as a servant for my own students seems a bit embarrassing, but is pride worth as much as money? Can pride bring me a 3 billion a year salary? Despite his desire, Lee Woo-suk still hesitated. But if I resign on my own, would that be okay? I don't want to disappoint the students too much. At this moment, Part Jimin was no different from a multi-level marketing person, advising Lee Woo-suk meticulously. Who said you have to resign? I'm saying to invite you to work with me. Not telling you to quit your job at the school. You can still do both. Upon hearing this, Lee Woo-suk still hesitated. But will it affect my main job? And will the leadership have any objections? Seeing that Mr. Lee liked it but hesitated, Part Jimin stood at the cornerstone of the family counseling. How could it affect it? Nowadays, many university professors both work and open companies, making a lot of money without any negative impact. In this era, everyone has to worry about their livelihood. Why don't we learn from them? The greater the ability, the higher the responsibility. Teacher Lee, I believe in your abilities. If you agree, from today, you will officially become the director of the charity fund, with the authority to approve financial expenditures exceeding 30 billion. What do you think? At this point, Part Jimin patted Mr. Lee on the shoulder and said earnestly, a person's status and position can bring them influence and the right to speak loudly. No one deserves it more than Teacher Lee. At this moment, the teacher-student relationship seemed to reverse. Lee Woo-suk's face turned red, his heart pounding, his enthusiasm boiling. All right, I agree. Thank you for the praise, boss. After accepting Part Jimin as the boss, Lee Woo-suk still had some hesitation in his thoughts. Initially, I just wanted to come here to urge him to study. Who would have thought that he would become his own boss? It's crazy, but I'll probably get used to it. Today, Lee Woo-suk does not regret. When we were young, we always fantasized that we were the main characters of the world. But as we grow older, I realize that I am nothing and just need to meet an extraordinary boss. They will help me soar high and far. Then, Lee Woo-suk looked at Part Jimin and asked, Boss, about your charity fund. It still doesn't have a name, right? Part Jimin pondered and then said spontaneously, What, my charity fund? It's our fund. Let's call it the PG Fund. Seeing Park Jimin being defensive, Lee Woo-seok could only swallow his anger and tears and said, "That name sounds too ordinary. PG isn't it the initials of Park Jimin's name?" At this moment, Jun Sun Sun was about to call Park Jimin when there was an interruption. "Sun Sun, finally found you." Jun Sun Sun turned back and asked, "Kim Jisoo, what's the matter?" Kim Jisoo blushed a bit and asked hesitantly, "Sun Sun, do you know how to drink alcohol?" "Wait for Park Jimin to finish talking with Teacher Lee. Let's invite him to have a late dinner and drink some wine." Jun Sun Sun understood immediately and had thoughts in his head. What does Kim Jisoo want to do? Does he want to? Kim Jisoo continued with determination in her eyes. Exactly that. Park Jimin is completely passive. Moreover, there are too many beautiful girls around him. I'm really worried. Tonight, I must make sure to catch him. Jun Sun Sun was shocked. "Kim Jisoo, you're a girl, and it's your first time. How can you have such a bold idea? Don't boys like the tenderness in girls? You seem to lower yourself too much." Kim Jisoo remained resolute. "I don't care. I can't take it anymore. Park Jimin and I are developing too slowly. We still haven't had a relationship. If I don't take the initiative, Park Jimin will be taken away by other girls." After hearing some extremely bold words from Kim Jisoo, Jun Sun Sun was a bit shocked, unable to speak. "Kim Jisoo, you seem..." She also didn't expect her best friend to be so proactive like this. Kim Jisoo spoke up. "Actually, I've been thinking about this for a while. I've just decided to act on it now." She fell into contemplation, adding, "If this step is successful, there will definitely be a breakthrough in my relationship with Park Jimin. Because there are too many temptations around him, so tonight I have to conquer him, from potential to realization." Jun Sun Sun was a bit reluctant, replying, "But Kim Jisoo, when a man is too easy to get, he won't know how to appreciate it." Kim Jisoo was determined, giving 100% effort, saying, "Sun Sun, don't try to persuade me anymore. I've made up my mind. Men like Park Jimin are really hard to come by. As I start my career, I become busier and encounter more nightmares. When a woman gets him, I want to have a passionate love for my youth. Remember in the Yang Wei Bai sisterhood, Park Min Young, Oh Young Sil, although the bond is as strong as sisters, in this competition, there can only be one winner. Because I have been given the opportunity, don't blame me for not mentioning sisterhood." Kim Jisoo reminded. "In a moment, you go to Park Jimin and invite him to a restaurant at the back of the school. We will get him drunk together." Seeing her determined friend like that, Sun Sun was a bit confused but replied, "Okay, if you said so, I will definitely help you." But deep down, she was struggling, thinking about her best friend wanting to sleep with the man she liked to advance to a higher relationship. "I also want to sleep with him," Sun Sun thought to herself. On Park Jimin's side, at this time he and Wang had finished their conversation and said goodbye. Suddenly hearing Sun Sun's call, he turned back in confusion. In the distance, Kim Jisoo stood in a corner observing, while Sun Sun looked earnestly pleading. "Park Jimin," Kim Jisoo said, "she's a bit hungry. Let's go to the back gate of the school to eat. There's a really good restaurant there." At this point, Park Jimin also did not know that he was about to be made into a salad, so he happily replied, "Okay, let's go." A while later, the three of them arrived at the restaurant behind the school. The waiter welcomed them from the gate, saying, "Please come in, there is a private room upstairs." Park Jimin sat down, took out his phone to order food. He called out, shredded chicken in a dry pot, crispy fried pork, spicy beef, and 3 bottles of Mao Tai liquor. Seeing this, Park Jimin was surprised and thought, Mao Tai. Why did they suddenly order Mao Tai? He asked, "Kim Jisoo, have you been having any problems recently?" Kim Jisoo was extremely embarrassed and hesitant, replying, "Oh no, I just wanted to have a little wine to change the atmosphere." At this point, Park Jimin felt that something was about to happen. He thought, just a little? Is that considered little? Beer and white wine, Mao Tai. Is she trying to get drunk? Or is she planning to drink tonight for some reason? Despite his outward expression, deep down he was very excited, thinking, she wants to confess with the help of alcohol, from potential to realization. With her here, Park Jimin is now happy, but secretly crying. It's really not easy. I have truly been waiting for this moment, and it has finally come. Finally, I can also escape my virgin life. Woo, woo, woo. Jun Sun Sun, looking mischievous, placed 4 cups of Mao Tai liquor on the table, mixed with beer. Today, she was determined to drink alcohol instead of rice, and she spoke up. Here's the deal, our girls will drink half a cup, and Part Jimin, you're the chivalrous hero. So drinking a full cup shouldn't be a problem, right? Part Jimin replied. Of course, there's no problem at all. That's quite fair. He thought to himself, who's afraid of who? I've already gained more strength. I can probably handle 1,000 cups without getting drunk. So the 3 of them finished their cups and drank like it was water. Jun Sun Sun laughed wickedly, thinking, Part Jimin, tonight I will definitely let you experience the celestial wine, divine physique. Details about Jun Sun Sun. She is the heir to a traditional liquor-making family. She has won 3 crowns in the beer competition in Hanchang, and has become an honorary member of the Wine Tasting Association. That's why she exudes such absolute confidence. But Part Jimin now doesn't know who's the chicken and who's the rice. The situation tonight seems like he'll have to weigh his options carefully. This drinking session lasted 180 minutes. 3 bottles of Mao Dai wine were all finished, and the jug of wine only had a few unfinished bottles left. Keep pouring. Let's finish it. Bottoms up. At this point, Jun Sun Sun was already tipsy, starting to speak without thinking. Oh my, how can this guy have such a high alcohol tolerance? Could he be a divine being of death reincarnated in the mortal realm? Kim Jisoo, I have a headache. It's over. It's really over. If I drink more, I'll pass out, she exclaimed. Beside her, Part Jimin was still stone-cold sober, holding a beer glass, looking at Jun Sun Sun with a smug smile. Sun Sun, stop it. You're already drunk. Jun Sun Sun's actions were a bit provocative. She continued to babble. Drunk? Impossible. Kim Jisoo, I give up. Who would have thought that Part Jimin could drink so much? Even though Kim Jisoo was also drunk, she looked at Jun Sun Sun and urged, Sun Sun, keep drinking. Today we're not leaving until we're drunk. It was now past the 181st minute and hallucinations began to set in. No matter how many times you blink or shake your head, this illusion will not disappear. It even stirs up deep emotions and unleashes the true selves of the 2 girls. Jisoo hesitantly says to the giver, Part Jimin, I love you. I want to live to the fullest for our youth. Part Jimin looks at this scene and can only sigh helplessly. Is this all it takes to make me drunk? Pathetic. Serve, pay. Upon hearing Jisoo's words, Jun Sun Sun no longer wants to continue suppressing herself. She begins to act recklessly. No payment. No leaving. After throwing the beer glass, she embraces Kim Jisoo and confesses, Kim Jisoo, can you give Part Jimin to me? We are best friends. We can share everything, right? If not, let's both be Part Jimin's girlfriends. What do you think? Kim Jisoo, not angry at all, responds cheerfully. Great, great. Let's both be Part Jimin's girlfriends. That way no one will be left out. Hee hee. Jun Sun Sun was astonished and asked, Is it true, Kim Jisoo? Do you really think so? Kim Jisoo continued to babble. Of course. I've known for a long time that you like Part Jimin. Did you think I didn't know? He's so outstanding. Everyone likes him. But why do you also like him? Didn't you say you wouldn't compete with me for Part Jimin? Why do you now want to steal him? You're such a deceiver. At this point, Kim Jisoo pushed Jun Sun Sun away, crying and angry at the same time. We've known each other for over 10 years. Since you deliberately approached Part Jimin, I've realized it but never said anything. Did you think I could overlook it because of our good friendship? No, that was just my way of easing the situation, so things wouldn't get worse. Sun Sun, I consider you my closest friend. Why would you deceive me? Boo-hoo. Jun Sun Sun was pushed away, but then hugged Kim Jisoo's leg, crying and begging. Kim Jisoo, I'm sorry. I really am sorry, but I really like Part Jimin. I love him so much. I have admired him to the point of madness. I can't control it anymore. Kim Jisoo, please give me a chance. Even if I become a third party, it's okay. I just simply love him and I don't want to deceive you. I am truly in agony. If you don't agree, I will let go. Who? Being held tightly by both legs, Kim Jisoo helplessly shouted, No, I don't want to. Get out of here. I don't want a friend like you. You are despicable. You are a third party. I hate you, and please give up on pursuing Park Jimin. Jilin Sun continued to plead. I won't leave. Even if you hate me, I can't lose you, and I can't not like Park Jimin. Kim Jisoo, we have over 10 years of friendship. Let's overlook societal prejudices. Can't we both love Park Jimin? Never. Get out. And so, Jun Sun and Kim Jisoo continued to argue for another half hour before finally stopping. Looking at this scene, Park Jimin widened his eyes and gasped. These two girls are really too scary. Drinking alcohol can easily lead to trouble. By the time both of them passed out and fell onto the table, the server rushed over with a pained smile. Excuse me, do you need any assistance? Can I call a taxi or contact their friends for you? Park Jimin shook his head, explaining, Thank you. There's no need to bother you. Yes, sir. Please take your time. After paying the bill, Park Jimin carried the two girls on his shoulders. As he left the bar, he thought, luckily, Kim Yuen private quarters is only a few hundred meters away. If not, late at night, I would have to take these two drunk girls to a hotel, which wouldn't be ideal. I wonder if they will stop arguing once they sober up. Will their friendship be strained? At that moment, a female server watched Park Jimin guiding the two drunk girls, and her chivalrous spirit suddenly intensified. That gentleman, please wait a moment. May I ask where you would like to take these two young ladies? Your behavior is not appropriate. Are you trying to take advantage of them while they are intoxicated, engaging in some shady deal? With this impolite attitude of the waitress, Park Jimin uncomfortably explains, Thank you, but we don't need your help. These two are my friends. Why do we need to report to you? The waitress, determined not to back down, shouts, No, you cannot leave. Wait for them to sober up before continuing the conversation. You are taking advantage of intoxicated individuals, violating women's rights. Otherwise, I will call the police. Park Jimin angrily reiterated once again. What business is it of yours? I already said this is my friend. Taking advantage of someone when they're drunk. What is that? The waitress stubbornly pushed back and shouted, No, I can't let you take them away. In the midst of the struggle, Park Jimin's face mask fell off. Immediately, the waitress was shocked and quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Her eyes were filled with astonishment. Who are you? Why are you interfering in other people's business? Step aside. Park Jimin turned around and scolded her. The girl then took out her phone and warned once again, If you dare to take them away, I will call the police. At this moment, Jun Sun, who was slightly drunk, also turned around and scolded her. Who are you? Why are you interfering in other people's business? Oh my God, am I seeing things? Is he Chairman Lim? And Chairman Lim is having dinner at the place where I work. Am I mistaken? Everyone in the bar was shocked. Some even left their tables to get a closer look at the powerful Chairman Lim. Park Jimin saw the waitress recognizing him. The girl worried about this misunderstanding. Then he reminded her, Don't worry, it's me. Facing Park Jimin's cold gaze, the waitress could only hurriedly bow and apologize. Don't worry, I'm really sorry for mistaking you for a bad guy. It wasn't until Park Jimin left the cafe that the waitress dared to lift her head. Her eyes looked a bit strange towards him, with admiration in her heart. At first, I thought this young man wanted to take advantage of the two drunk girls. Who knew he was the famous Bai Ijish and Hao, Chairman Lim? It turns out that Chairman Lim is even more handsome in real life than in photos. If only he was carrying me instead of those two girls. Those must be two very special women. Park Jimin thought and was about to take out his phone to take a picture. But seeing Park Jimin carrying those two girls like that, he hesitated. After 10 minutes, Park Jimin finally carried Kim Jisoo and Jun Sun into room 206 of the T8 building, Kinyuan private quarters. In the room, Park Jimin didn't hesitate to throw Jun Sun onto the sofa, while he carried Kim Jisoo into the bedroom. At this moment, Kim Jisoo was also in a daze, feeling the strong masculine breath of Park Jimin in an instant. Her heart suddenly beat wildly, blood boiling in her chest, awakening intense emotions hidden deep in her soul. Kim Jisoo pursed her lips and unconsciously wondered, What's happening? It's coming. It's about to start. Why does Park Jimin want to take me to his room? Finally, I'm about to have a relationship with Park Jimin. I wonder how it will feel. They say the first time will be painful. What should I do? What should I do? Even though I've had 2 glasses of wine, I'm still conscious, so I continue to pretend to sleep. Why am I so nervous? As soon as Park Jimin gently placed Kim Ji-soo on the bed, this sensation made her body start trembling uncontrollably. She closed her eyes tightly to let herself sink into a sea of passion, where all boundaries disappeared, leaving only love and burning desire. Looking at Kim Ji-soo's intoxicated body lying there, Park Jimin felt his blood boiling. He thought to himself, although taking advantage of someone when they're drunk is not the act of a gentleman, today Kim Ji-soo intentionally got herself drunk. Her intentions were quite clear. Park Jimin didn't feel any guilt. The effort he put into bonding with so many people wasn't wasted. There was finally a breakthrough. Thinking about this, Park Jimin's body also started to heat up, blood rushing, a wild energy flowing somewhere. After 17 previous failures, Park Jimin had learned from his mistakes to be more certain. He even locked the door to prevent Jun Sun from suddenly barging in. Despite careful planning, in a crucial moment, everything fell apart due to a Dan hand. In the blink of an eye, everything became clear. The room that was supposed to be their private space suddenly turned into a stage for a comical and embarrassing scene. Kim Jenny didn't know what was happening. Still in a daze as she looked at Park Jimin waving hello. Park Jimin, you're back. However, things didn't stop there. As Kim Jenny's gaze swept over the bed, she suddenly froze when she saw Kim Ji-soo lying next to her. The situation became even more embarrassing than ever. Kim Ji-soo, lying on the bed, was also embarrassed, her face red to the tips of her ears, but with a hint of not knowing what to do. News of Chairman Lim returning to Haverlist and giving a speech in the auditorium came from Kim Jenny. Around 5 p.m., Kim Jenny hurriedly ran to Park Jimin's house in Kinyuan private quarters and began to tidy up the room. She cleaned the room thoroughly and carefully redecorated the furniture. While working, Kim Jenny analyzed and predicted Park Jimin's next actions. It is highly likely that after finishing the speech, Park Jimin will return to Kinyuan private quarters to rest. The reason being that the school where he gave the lecture is only a short distance from Kinyuan private quarters. Furthermore, since summer break, Park Jimin has rarely returned to this apartment. Changing the bed sheets and sofa pillow covers, Kim Jenny felt both excited and thrilled, a successful completion. Now she can definitely surprise Park Jimin. After finishing the cleaning, Kim Jenny took out her phone to confidently mumble to herself, calculating the time. Park Jimin is probably finishing his speech soon. If he's tired, he is likely to come here to rest, and then go for a shower later. And now, I start cooking chicken soup, preparing dinner for Park Jimin when he comes back. So excited. It's almost a great opportunity for me to meet him again. I have to change into a sexy lace nightgown then. Surprise attack. Go for it, Kim Jenny. Tonight you will definitely win him over. I have planned carefully and believe that Park Jimin will not be able to resist my charm. Moreover, if a relationship arises, I have no intention of binding him. I only care about whether I can be with Park Jimin tonight or not. And so Kim Jenny meticulously does her makeup and changes into a sexy lace nightgown. Then, she enters Park Jimin's bedroom, lies on the bed, and waits for him to arrive. However, with a big twist, Kim Jenny waits until she falls asleep, and the result turns out like this. Returning to the present, Park Jimin is both startled and confused, asking, Kim Jenny, why are you here? Kim Jenny wakes up abruptly, feeling extremely embarrassed. I'm sorry, Park Jimin. Thank you. I'll leave first. After apologizing, Kim Jenny hurriedly stood up and left the room. But just as she reached the door, she didn't forget to add one more thing. Oh, by the way, I simmered some chicken and put it in the fridge. If you get hungry later, remember to eat it. With that, she opened the door and left, giving the space to the two of them. But at that moment, an indescribable emotion surged within Kim Jenny, a mix of loss and discomfort. It seemed like today's preparations had been in vain. I had initially thought that when the light was turned on, seeing the girl in seductive clothing on the bed, no man would be able to resist. Although doing this might seem overly forward and cheap for a girl, I didn't care. But when the nightlight was switched on, and I saw clearly, the person lying on the bed wasn't Park Jimin but Kim Ji-soo. Judging by his expression at that moment, was he planning to stay with her tonight? Then, what was I doing here when they were about to have their moment? Moreover, suddenly being on his bed, it was truly asking for trouble. When Kim Jenny entered the living room, she couldn't help but notice the strong smell of alcohol. Mom, why is there a smell of alcohol? And it seems like the smell of Mao Tai. Why is there another person here? What's going on? Park Jimin instinctively explained. Kim Jenny, don't misunderstand. These two are too drunk. I couldn't take them back to the hotel, so I had to let them stay overnight. I just took one person to the bedroom, so I temporarily let her stay on the sofa. Unexpectedly, with this explanation, Park Jimin felt a bit wrong. Damn it, Kim Jenny, you're not my girlfriend. Why do I have to explain to her? In my house, I can take whoever I want. Why do I have to explain? Explaining just makes me look unreasonable. Hearing Park Jimin's explanation, Kim Jenny immediately replied without any doubt, I believe you. I believe you. I believe you, Park Jimin. Park Jimin looked at Kim Jenny and saw her eyes shining. Then in Kim Jenny's heart, she didn't know why she felt warm. Park Jimin explained to me. Does he care about me in his heart? If not, why does he have to explain this relationship? Who he sleeps with, who he takes home is his own freedom. I am just someone who can exist or not exist. Besides, I also understand my position, and I will never put myself on the same level as Park Jimin's girlfriend. Moreover, Park Jimin is who? A wealthy person. Chairman Lim is a shining national idol. Why shouldn't he explain to me? Him explaining is enough to make me feel submissive. At that moment, Jun Sun Sun started to vomit. Gag gag. The messy food and vomit spread all over the sofa, with a very unpleasant taste, making Park Jimin and Kim Jenny feel disgusted. Immediately, the two couldn't help but curse. Damn, why didn't she vomit in the bathroom? Too nauseous. The rich young lady drunk is no different from those men. As soon as it was over, Jun Sun Sun felt nauseous again. Gag gag, this time Kim Jenny must curse Jun Sun Sun's ancestors. Just cleaned up not long ago. Now it's become extremely dirty again. Jun Sun Sun vomited everything she had eaten and drank during the night. The strong foul smell penetrated Park Jimin's nose, making him furious. Damn it, can't handle alcohol, but still drank so much. Disgusting to vomit on my sofa. Park Jimin exclaimed. Kim Jenny quickly advised. It's okay, it's okay. Calm down, Park Jimin. Let me clean up, and you should go take a shower. You reek of alcohol. Seeing Jun Sun Sun's vomit, Park Jimin didn't want to clean up. But Kim Jenny didn't mind and took the initiative to clean up. Her considerate attitude made Park Jimin feel guilty. At school, everyone says she's a gold digger, but she's doing this for me, Park Jimin thought, feeling conflicted. Jenny, what should I do with her? And so the four of them were all dissatisfied with the situation. After cleaning up, Kim Jenny took care of Jun Sun Sun, and Kim Jisoo, drunk, took off her shirt and went to sleep. Kim Jenny stayed until 2 a.m., so she didn't go home. She slept in the other room, leaving Park Jimin to sleep on the sofa all night. By 10 a.m. the next day, no one besides Kim Jenny had woken up after the drinking session. It wasn't until the sunlight peeked through the window, coloring the room golden and waking Park Jimin from his heavy hangover. Park Jimin rubbed his head, feeling dizzy, as if thousands of bees were buzzing in his ears. Remembering what happened last night, he felt a bit regretful. Oh, my head hurts so much. This sleep feels like going into battle. The smell and sounds coming from the kitchen made Park Jimin guess. It smells so good. Is Kim Jenny cooking breakfast? She stayed up late and woke up early last night. With only 2 bedrooms, if Kim Jenny didn't stay back to clean up, all 3 women would have to squeeze into my bedroom. Kim Jisoo and Jun Sun Sun had a big fight yesterday. They probably won't continue fighting when they wake up, right? After breakfast, Kim Jisoo and Jun Sun Sun were still asleep. Not knowing what to do, Kim Jenny had to knock on the door to wake them up. Kim Jisoo twisted her body, trying to get up from the bed. However, the feeling of fatigue and sluggishness still lingered. Oh goodness, my head hurts too much, Kim Jisoo sighed. But in a blink of an eye, fragments of memories from last night were drifting in her mind. When completely sober, Kim Jisoo was shocked to realize there was someone beside her, completely covered in blankets. After a few seconds of confusion, Kim Jisoo instinctively pulled back the covers, looking down at her body. She found herself only wearing a thin bra, blushing with embarrassment. Someone is next to me. Is it Park Jimin? Maybe Park Jimin and I. Oh hi. Kim Jisoo couldn't help but smile. But why does that part of me not hurt at all? And I don't feel anything. I heard the first time would be a bit painful. Despite her confusion, Kim Jisoo felt incredibly happy. She then continued to pull back the covers to look over, immediately feeling overwhelming disappointment. Ha! Sun, why is it you? At that moment, Sun was also awakened by Kim Jisoo's echoing voice. She opened her eyes and saw Kim Jisoo looking at her with a judgmental gaze. Sun scratched her head, unsure of what to say. This early in the morning, Jisoo. But then, they both looked at each other, realizing they were only wearing their bras, feeling extremely flustered. What did he do that with Park Jimin? Trying to steal Park Jimin from me, you fox? It's over. This time it's really messed up. How could I say such nonsense last night? I'm so embarrassed. How will Jisoo look at me now? I shouldn't have drunk so much. What should I do? As they thought back on what happened last night, they both became even more panicked. Deep down, they both regretted it immensely. Although I had a bit too much to drink, I still remember clearly what he said. And yet you still give him a chance. I can't face anyone anymore. Just kill me quickly. Sun also deeply regrets. I know I made an unforgivable mistake. If I confess, my friendship of over 10 years with Kim Jisoo will be shattered. I can't accept that happening. The only way is to pretend to be foolish. Thinking that way, Sun pretended to ask. Oh, my head hurts so much I could die of thirst. Haha, Jisoo. Did I also sleep with Park Jimin last night? I was too drunk. I don't remember anything. Sun pretended to be innocent. Kim Jisoo angrily scolded her. Damn it. Sun still has the audacity to pretend like he never said those nonsense words yesterday, and now he's acting like nothing happened. But if I expose her, our friendship of over 10 years might be ruined. Thinking like that, Kim Jisoo decided not to expose Sun. Her anger was suppressed, and she pretended to be calm. Oh really, last night I was a bit drunk. I don't remember what I said or did. Park Jimin is a good drinker. It seemed like he had everything arranged yesterday. But this place doesn't look like a hotel. Right. Listening to Kim Jisoo saying she doesn't remember clearly, Sun breathed a sigh of relief. It was too dangerous. Luckily Jisoo doesn't remember clearly. Otherwise, I wouldn't know where to hide. Kim Jenny, not seeing Kim Jisoo and Sun coming out, opened the door and called out again. Hey you two, are you awake? Let's go have breakfast. The appearance of Kim Jenny left Kim Jisoo both stunned and suspicious, asking, Kim Jenny, why are you here? Kim Jenny did not answer Kim Jisoo's question. 30 minutes later, 3 girls and 1 boy were having breakfast at the dining table in the living room, creating a slightly strange atmosphere. Kim Jisoo, sitting on the table, now knew that Park Jimin had hideouts everywhere. Unable to resist, she asked jealously, Park Jimin, did Kim Jenny give you this apartment? Park Jimin did not deny it and nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, that's right. Kim Jenny added an explanation. Well, the thing is, my father's internet cafe was struggling financially. I borrowed a few hundred USD from Park Jimin to help out. Later, I heard he was looking for a place near school, so I took the initiative to buy this apartment as a way of showing gratitude. This explanation only made Kim Jisoo feel more confused and suspicious. Listening to her words, why is everything so strange? If they were just friends, why would she come here to cook for Park Jimin? Surely she and Park Jimin have a special relationship. At that moment, Sun immediately sent a message to Kim Jisoo. Jisoo, Kim Jenny is a top-notch fox, with deep cunning and very clever. Be careful with her. After reading it, Kim Jisoo couldn't help but look at Kim Jenny, evaluating that she's not as pretty as me. But her cunning and schemes are truly admirable. She can buy a house for her son. Moreover, she chose the exact house that Park Jimin needs. Is it really just a gesture of gratitude? Clearly, she is calculating Park Jimin with a deep and cunning mind, willing to do anything to win over a man's heart. I used to think that my biggest rival was Yang Guibai, but unexpectedly, besides Yang Guibai, there is a silent enemy quietly stealing Park Jimin's heart, right in my own backyard. And why didn't I think of that? When buying gifts, I only thought of expensive gifts without considering whether the gift was appropriate or not. It seems that Kim Jenny is truly a classy lady, not easy to deal with. She always appears gentle and knows how to make men feel comfortable without any pressure. Park Jimin naturally would want to be by her side. At this moment, Sun looked at Kim Jenny apologetically. I'm sorry, Jenny. Did I bother you with my vomiting last night? Upon hearing that, Kim Jisoo also expressed her gratitude. That's right, Jenny. I'm sorry for bothering you to cook breakfast again today. We drank too much last night. It was really our fault. Come to my house one day. I will cook for you myself. Kim Jenny waved her hand hastily. It's nothing. We are all friends of Park Jimin. Helping each other is natural. No need for thanks. Jun Sun continued to ask with a meaningful tone. Jenny, I just saw many portraits of Park Jimin hanging in the room. At this point, Jun Sun turned to look at Kim Jisoo, then continued with a subtle tone. They are beautifully painted. Kim Jenny waved modestly and replied, Oh, that's just something I drew for fun. I'm not very good at it. You all know I study art, right? Haha. After hearing this, Kim Jisoo couldn't help but admire Kim Jenny even more. Kim Jenny comes from a humble background, not high in status or wealth, but she has a decisiveness and sophistication that surpasses ordinary people. The paintings are carefully decorated and full of heart. It can be seen that she has dedicated a lot of time and effort to this. Beware, or else she will become a very dangerous opponent. Looking at the three girls from Dongkung, sparring with stones, Park Jimin could only helplessly smile inwardly. These three girls talk and joke around, without any hint of sarcasm. But why do I feel a bit of a strange atmosphere? Kim Jisoo and Jun Sun are even more bizarre. They got drunk last night. Clearly they have no respect for each other. They were even on the verge of breaking off. However, this morning everything seemed as if it had never happened. Now looking at the two of them being so close, causing me to worry for nothing. Women's emotions are truly terrifying. After finishing breakfast, Kim Jisoo looked at Park Jimin and said, Park Jimin, I have to go back to the company today. There are still a lot of things to take care of. In a few days, there will be an e-commerce promotion campaign, so I have to prepare early. Upon hearing this, Park Jimin casually replied, It's okay. Go to work. If there's anything, just contact me. If the company lacks financial resources, let me know. As soon as Kim Jisoo left, Jun Sun couldn't help but ask, Hey, Park Jimin, I have something to tell you. Seeing Jun Sun being so hesitant and thinking about the drunken words from last night, Park Jimin couldn't help but be surprised. Huh? Is this a confession? You're quite bold, trying to steal someone's love right after arriving. Being in close proximity, Park Jimin almost got sucked into the deep cleavage. Jun Sun mentioned the issue of romantic relationships. Park Jimin casually replied, Oh, just say whatever you want, Sun. When Jun Sun did not ask further, Park Jimin glanced at Kia's rosy face, then started to boast. Wow, finally our best friends are sacrificing themselves for me, huh? After hesitating for a moment, Jun Sun gently bit her lip and asked in a gentle tone, Well, recently, our Big Cat TV is developing an e-commerce app and wants you to name it. Naming an e-commerce platform is a crucial decision, so we need input from the investor. Upon hearing this, Park Jimin realized he had been boasting all along. His face slightly unnatural, and awkwardly replied, Oh, that's it then. Jun Sun calmly responded, Of course, what else could it be? After a brief moment of thought, Park Jimin casually suggested, If it's Big Cat TV, then the e-commerce app should be called Kitten Shopping. After listening, Jun Sun no longer wanted to ask, then looked at Park Jimin's casual appearance. She could only helplessly smile. So gentle, huh? I'm not sure if he's just talking nonsense. What a waste of my time. But before confirming the meaning of kitten shopping, Park Jimin decisively declared, Let's call it Kitten Shopping. No need to hesitate anymore. Sun, you will be in charge of this entire e-commerce business. Initially, I will invest $1,376,670,900 USD for you. Park Jimin's words not only stunned Jun Sun, but also surprised Kim Jenny. Even their hearts were about to jump out. But thinking about the huge amount of $1,376,670,900 USD for a new project, Jun Sun began to panic. Then doubted herself. Park Jimin, how massive is your fortune? Taking action now with units in hundreds of millions of USD, but I'm just a computer engineer mainly responsible for technical issues. Does Park Jimin really want me to manage a company? Furthermore, he invested $1,376,790,900 USD in me right from the start. Is it too much? Do I have enough capability to take on this position? Although still unable to fully grasp it, Jun Sun Sun felt a bit spoiled afterwards. She turned her rosy face towards Park Jimin, her ample bosom heaving as she explained, "Actually, designing an app only costs a few hundred USD to launch. With this much money, I'm afraid I won't do well." Seeing Jun Sun Sun's hesitation, Park Jimin began to advise with gestures. "Don't overthink it. Trust yourself. As I've said before, our shopping app will not sell to any brands, only our own luxury goods. Your task is to turn kitten shopping into a famous app in a short time, no matter the cost. After that, corporations will also closely collaborate with kitten shopping. This 1,376,790,900 USD is just the initial cost. In the future, kitten shopping's goal is not only shopping, but also booking travel tickets, hotel rooms. All of our services related to our industry will be integrated into kitten shopping, and this number will continue to increase. Do you understand?" Listening to Park Jimin's words, Jun Sun Sun's spirit continued to ignite with passion. "Yes, boss, I will definitely do it." After saying this, confidence also soared. As Park Jimin said, in the not-too-distant future, kitten shopping will become the core operating center of the entire conglomerate, and I will play a very important role. Besides, he is more intelligent than others, always determined to win from miles away. How can I joke with him? Maybe I really have a talent in this area, I just never realized it. I have to trust Park Jimin's judgment. After leaving Kinyuan private quarters, Kim Jenny still felt scared going back to school. Park Jimin is indeed a rich young master, only in his early 20s and already has so much money. Not only is he exceptionally talented, but he also knows how to invest and make a lot of money. In addition, he also knows how to play basketball, piano, and Go. And most importantly, he is extremely handsome, truly the perfect husband of the nation. At that moment, Kim Jenny discovered that the school was organizing a recruitment activity. With curiosity in her heart, she walked over while thinking about her career. Yes, graduation season is coming soon. After graduation, should I go work or take over the family's internet cafe chain? Inheriting the family business isn't a bad idea, right? Why work for others when I can just step in and check out the job fair? This job fair attracted many different businesses and a large number of students. The atmosphere was lively and bustling. However, unlike the other busy booths, the recruitment booth of the PG Charity Fund was very quiet, with a simple sign. Many students glanced over and seemed uninterested. But it caught Kim Jenny's eye. "Oh, isn't that teacher Lee Woo-suk, the Academy's assistant literature teacher? Why is he here recruiting for the PG Charity Fund? Could it be that the 1,376,670,900 USD charity fund invested by Park Jimin is not attractive?" With doubts in mind, Kim Jenny approached Lee Woo-suk. At that moment, Lee Woo-suk sat sadly for half a day, only wiping sweat without doing anything. To make matters worse, he was attacked when hearing comments like, "It's nothing, just leave." What kind of fund is this that you can tell it's a non-profit organization just by hearing the name, definitely not paying any salary? Yes, just hearing the name sounds strange, and searching online yields no information. It's clear there's no guarantee at all. Probably those social organizations that specialize in going to nursing homes, helping the elderly clean up, doing charity work without pay. Kim Jenny listened to the gossip. For some reason, she suddenly thought of Park Jimin. Suddenly, she had an idea. If this is a project invested by Park Jimin, there will definitely be nothing shady. Today, listening to him and Jun Sun Sun talk, I also know Park Jimin has an extraordinary strategic vision. I used to think finding a job was unnecessary, but now my thoughts have changed. "Hello, Mr. Lee. I am a fourth-year art student, Kim Jenny." Lee Woo-suk smiled and replied, "Oh, Jenny, aren't you here to apply?" Kim Jenny straightforwardly asked, "Can I ask if PG Fund is the charity fund that your student, Park Jimin, intended to donate 5,506,684,000 USD to build a hospital in Hancheng?" Lee Woo-suk nodded. "You guessed it right, sharp student." Kim Jenny continued to inquire, "Mr. Lee, what are the requirements to join PG Fund? Do I have the qualifications to participate?" Seeing the opportunity with the first white rabbit coming to apply, Lee Woo-suk couldn't let her slip away. He then persuasively said to Kim Jenny, "I remember you now. You won the silver prize in the previous art competition, right? You are completely qualified to join the PG Charity Fund. Currently, as I can see, Because this is the first recruitment session happening today. Everything is not fully prepared, leading to the recruitment area being somewhat rudimentary. The teacher has reported to the school's leadership and requested a dedicated recruitment room. After recruiting more staff in the future, everything will gradually become more organized. In addition, the first people to join will receive priority salary. Do you agree to join? Lee Woo-seok is lamenting in his heart. After sunbathing all morning, I finally meet someone. I must keep this girl. Anyway, Kim Jenny is also the beauty queen of the art school. Her figure and beauty are top-notch. If a beautiful student like her joins, it will definitely attract many other students. Thinking like that, Lee Woo-seok is determined to attract Kim Jenny. In response to Lee Woo-seok's invitation, Kim Jenny anxiously asks, "Yes, Mr. Lee, I agree to join the charity fund, but I study art. Will it be suitable?" Upon hearing this, Lee Woo-seok responds without hesitation, "No problem, I can handle the recruitment work with the teacher. Before that, we need to recruit another group of employees." Under the warm and caring invitation of Lee Woo-seok, Kim Jenny basically couldn't resist. In just a moment, she nodded to accept. "Okay, I'm ready to join," Kim Jenny said, also harboring a plot despite being a bit sudden. "Joining this charity fund is a new step for me, giving me the opportunity to get closer to Park Jimin. So in the future, when he and other women discuss work, I won't be as passive as before. As for whether there is a salary or any benefits when joining the charity fund, I don't care at all. After all, the money I earn in a day at the internet cafe is more than a month's salary. I have to seize this opportunity by working hard." Before handing over anything, Mr. Lee suddenly left, not forgetting to remind with a sentence, "Jenny, this afternoon I have some matters to deal with, as you know. Currently, I am not only in charge of the work at this charity fund, but also a university lecturer. The teacher cannot neglect his main job because of his side job. Therefore, for now, he delegates everything here to you. You will represent him in charge of recruitment, or more accurately, in charge of recruitment for the PG Charity Fund. Today, it doesn't matter how many people are recruited." Upon hearing this, Kim Jenny couldn't help but let out a sigh, then hurriedly asked, "But, Teacher Lee." "But what?" "I trust in your abilities," Lee Woo-seok said before quickly leaving. And right then, Kim Jenny felt a bit lost for words, feeling a bit disoriented in the wind. "What's going on? I just agreed to join the charity fund, not even 5 minutes, and I'm already assigned the recruitment position. Why do I feel like this position is a bit off?" Thinking this, Kim Jenny felt extremely confused. But as she held up the sign, an idea popped into her head. Maybe people haven't heard of the CG Charity Fund, but everyone knows about the reputation of Chairman Lim. Yes, Chairman Lim donated $5,506,684,000 USD to charity. How could anyone not know about it? Or should we change the name to make it sound more appealing? Immediately, Kim Jenny took the sign and edited the title to "Official Recruitment for Chairman Lim's Charity Fund." Just 11 simple words without any conditions. But to passers-by, it immediately caught their attention, and they stopped to ask, "Chairman Lim's Charity Fund. Is this the fund of the wealthy person, Chairman Lim?" A student quickly approached, excitedly asking, "Senior, is this Chairman Lim's fund currently recruiting?" Kim Jenny nodded and explained, "Yes, yesterday at the school's small ceremony, the news was announced. Chairman Lim donated $5,506,684,000 USD to charity, and this charity fund will be managed by us, the Student Charity Fund Committee. In other words, our charity fund will be responsible for the flow of $1,376,670,900 USD and is now officially recruiting." Before Kim Jenny could finish speaking, the whole school erupted. Everyone rushed over, and in less than a minute, the crowd was buzzing with excitement. Really, Senior, this is my resume. Before me, I also wanted to lock Jenny in. I also study art. Open the door for me. And finally, the charity fund invested by Chairman Lim has started recruiting. I know right now all of Chairman Lim's companies are competing to hire. Everyone wants to truly participate. It's really hot. People don't know why. The promotion speed at Chairman Lim's companies is extremely fast. The high-level managers are all young, without discrimination. My sister graduated from university just 2 months ago, and now she is a team leader at Feidong Corporation, with a salary of $137,667 and 10 hundredths USD per year. When the crowd heads towards Chairman Lim's charity fund, other businesses look empty and desolate. Seeing this scene, the recruitment team from other companies can't help but be curious. On the other side, why are there so many people? I heard Chairman Lim's fund is recruiting. Yesterday, I heard they are offering $5,506,684,000 USD for charity work. That's a lot of money compared to our company. This employee had not finished speaking when another employee removed their work badge and immediately quit on the spot. Afterwards, the young man ran towards Chairman Lim's charity fund, full of enthusiasm. Can recent graduates apply? Why can't I? I also want to apply this afternoon. Park Jimin had a meeting with Suk-won at the Zhao family restaurant. After showering, with about 30 minutes until the appointment time, Park Jimin drove John Roy to the Zhao family restaurant. Upon arrival, Park Jimin couldn't help but feel nervous as he checked the time. It's time. He then took out his phone and called. I'm here, where are you? As before, the scene was both elegant and ancient. A picturesque lotus pond, corridors adorned with warm red tones. Everything blended with a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere, causing Park Jimin to linger and forget about returning. Upon entering the private room, Park Jimin was immediately drawn to a beautiful figure sitting quietly on the chair. Particularly different from usual, the flowing traditional dress, the exquisite pearl bracelet exuded an elegant and noble charm, like a noble lady. In that moment, Suk-won's gaze seemed to have a strong attraction, causing Park Jimin's heart to beat unusually fast. Is this Suk-won? Why is she so beautiful? Upon seeing Park Jimin, Suk-won seemed to snap out of her thoughts. She blinked mischievously and looked at him with a complex expression. Park Jimin walked to the opposite chair, smiled and waved in greeting. Officer, have you been waiting long? At this moment, for some reason, upon seeing this handsome man, Suk-won's thoughts were in turmoil. I both love and hate the man in front of me. He is handsome, more talented than others, good at martial arts and business. His abilities make me admire him greatly. But I hate being used for my status. I can appreciate his character, but he only values my social status. It's all about intertwined interests. Perhaps I pay too much attention to trivial matters, but I truly hate being manipulated by a man using emotions to achieve his goals. If Park Jimin proposes, how should I reject him? Rejecting someone is extremely difficult, but I don't want to violate my own principles. As Suk-won was still dazed, Park Jimin sat down across from him and asked, "What are you thinking, officer?" Suk-won immediately shook his head and changed the subject. Not thinking about anything. Now that you're here, let's order. And don't call me officer anymore. I've retired from the police force and currently unemployed. Park Jimin took the menu, ordered a series of dishes, and then looked at Suk-won for his opinion. All right, let's have dinner first. I don't know what you like, so I ordered a variety of dishes, hopefully including your favorite. While waiting for the food to arrive, Park Jimin still hadn't mentioned the reason for meeting, leaving Suk-won both suspicious and surprised. This was the first time I had met a man who ordered food without asking for my opinion. Park Jimin was indeed a dominant man, with money to spare, but he only invited me here for dinner. Park Jimin hadn't eaten anything yet, so when the food arrived, he ate very attentively and seemed very satisfied. The flavors and quality of the ingredients were excellent, truly deserving of being the #1 cuisine in Hancheng. After eating for a while, Suk-won couldn't help but speak up, looking at Park Jimin and asking, "So what is it that you came to talk to me about? Inviting me to dinner was just an excuse, right?" Park Jimin replied with a cautious tone. "Well, yes, I invited you to dinner today because I really need your help with something." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Suk-won's tone also turned cold. "What specific topic are you talking about? If I can help, I will try my best. However, my help is limited to my abilities. If this involves others or violates my principles, I'm afraid I won't be able to help. Also, last time you gave me a helicopter. I hope you could take it back. If you don't take it back, I will report and handle it according to regulations. I don't want to receive that gift anymore." After saying this, there seemed to be a distance between the two. Suk-won stared at Park Jimin, waiting for an answer, but feeling a bit disappointed. He still asked for help, even though he had predicted this. But I still couldn't accept his blatant request. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Park Jimin tried to explain. "Do you misunderstand something? Don't rush, you will need it in the future." Suk-won interrupted Park Jimin with a very decisive tone. "I don't need it. If you deliberately want to give me a gift, we can only part ways. Facing Suk Hwan's stubbornness, Park Jimin could only sigh and surrender. All right, you win. You know I've been setting up a charity fund lately, right? Upon hearing this, Suk Hwan immediately analyzed the situation meticulously. Of course, the media reported it yesterday. You're planning to invest $5,506,684,000 USD in building a hospital and providing free medical services for critically ill patients in Hancheng. However, honestly, if you really want to take on the management of all major hospitals in Hancheng, I'm afraid $1,376,670,900 USD won't be enough. Not to mention you want to build 10 more hospitals. Furthermore, have you considered that the actual number of critically ill patients in Hancheng may not be accurate? There are many impoverished families who lack knowledge about diseases and choose to self-medicate at home, missing out on treatment opportunities. The actual number of patients may be much higher than the current statistics. You decide to provide free treatment for critically ill patients who have been hiding their illnesses, so they will definitely come forward in droves. Besides, there is another issue. When the news spreads widely, will seriously ill patients from other cities come here for treatment or not? At that time, will you refuse or accept them? In any case, this is also a charity project. If you refuse, will you be criticized? Will the public have a strong reaction? At that time, you will be the one causing trouble for yourself for doing charity work. Do not say $1,376,670,900 USD, $13,774,290,000,000 USD is not enough. You cannot keep pouring money endlessly. Many things are not as simple as you imagine, and if you use this amount of $1,376,670,900 USD to invest in education or build infrastructure for the community, you can gain much higher reputation and value than investing in the medical field. She also knows how busy I am. I truly don't have the spare time to worry about these things. I need to find someone I trust and who is capable, and after careful consideration, I thought of her. She certainly did not disappoint me. Upon the sincere invitation of Park Jimin, Suk Hwan was extremely surprised. He doesn't want to take advantage of my relationship, but wants me to be the president of the fund worth $1,376,670,900 USD. After knowing Park Jimin's intentions, Suk Hwan's breathing became heavy. With wide eyes and a chaotic speech, he said, "I can't." Seeing that Suk Hwan was no longer as stubborn as before, Park Jimin continued to persuade him. "Don't rush to refuse. I sought you out for a reason. First, I gave you a plane that you didn't want. It wasn't for personal gain that I did that. It showed your noble ethics, that you're not a greedy, money-grabbing person. Furthermore, you just resigned from the criminal investigation team, making you suitable to take over the charity fund. That's why I chose you, along with other considerations for your special status. If you take on the role of charity fund president, no one will dare embezzle this enormous sum of 10 billion, and every penny will be handed directly to the patients. I don't care if society appreciates me or not, or if I gain fame and benefits, as long as that money can truly help the patients. Whether they thank me or blame me, I don't care. I just want to do my best, and not be ashamed of my conscience." The words just spoken immediately shook Suk Hwan to the core. She looked up at Park Jimin, her eyes sparkling, and asked, "So why did you arrange to meet me today? Do you want me to be the president of the charity fund and entrust me with managing 10 billion? Suk Hwan had only wanted to confirm, but Park Jimin nodded affirmatively. To add to the drama, he even slammed the table, determination shining in his eyes. "Yes, I want to choose you as the president of the charity fund at this moment." Suk Hwan suddenly understood everything. Reflecting on her attitude towards Park Jimin before, she felt regretful and remorseful. It was clear now. Why did Park Jimin gift me such a luxurious plane out of nowhere? Turns out, he was testing me. Indeed, entrusting 10 billion to someone else for management, of course, requires choosing someone with good moral character, principles, and absolutely not swayed by personal interests. I was narrow-minded and misunderstood that he wanted to take advantage of the relationship. If he had officially invited me to take on the role of chairman of the charity fund, I might have passed his test. This man really knows how to probe into people's hearts. Thinking about it, all the anxiety in my heart has been completely resolved. Suk Hwan once again could not contain his emotions. his feelings for Park Jimin causing his system to continuously echo. Suk-won's goodwill score increased by 10 points, reaching 90 points, completely different from his previous cold attitude, quickly disappearing. Instead, there was gentleness and openness. Then, she hesitantly said, "I'm sorry, Park Jimin. I may have misunderstood you before." Although Park Jimin already knew the answer, he still pretended to be surprised and asked, "Huh? What did you misunderstand?" Thinking that Park Jimin still did not understand his previous thoughts, Suk-won quickly changed the subject, then hesitantly asked, "It's nothing, it's in the past. But you appoint me as the chairman of the charity fund. Are you sure I can do it well? I am just a former criminal detective. Do you really trust me with this huge amount of 10 billion? After asking this question, Suk-won felt a little sad. Recently, because I have resigned from the criminal investigation team, my father has been constantly trying to set me up on blind dates, which is very annoying. Even if it's not a blind date, he wants to arrange a job for me within the government system. If I could become the president of the charity fund, managing 10 billion until the construction of hospitals and charity work, perhaps my father would see me differently. Moreover, this job would not affect my father's reputation." Seeing the compassionate look in Suk-won's eyes, Park Jimin gently reassured him. "Suk-won, you don't need to worry about this at all. Charity work is not like business. You don't need to make money. Just ensure that each amount is used for the intended purpose. As for treatment options for patients, I will personally handle it." Pausing for a second, Park Jimin pulled out an elegant black card and handed it to Suk-won. Then confidently continued, "Suk-won, you don't need to worry about the financial aspect at all. In this card, there is 10 billion. In a moment, I will send you the WeChat account of Mr. Lee, who is my university professor, in charge of handling the charity fund. Currently, the fund has started recruiting employees." Looking at the black card in front of him, Suk-won was both shocked and shaken. Is this really 10 billion? Why did he entrust it to me like this? But as he held the card in his hand, Suk-won couldn't help but feel moved. This is the feeling of being trusted. Indeed, there is nothing more valuable than absolute trust. Who can confidently entrust 10 billion to someone they don't fully trust? His actions not only show trust, but also high regard for my abilities and talents. Thinking this way, Suk-won felt the deep understanding and appreciation from Park Jimin towards him. Suk-won's goodwill increased by 1. Current goodwill score is 92. Then, Suk-won glanced at Park Jimin, feeling shy in his heart. And why has he been calling me Suk-won all this time? Only my father calls me that at home. Is it too intimate to call someone by such a familiar name? I really don't like being called that by others, but Park Jimin seems to enjoy calling me that. Furthermore, he seems younger than me. Is it really appropriate to address someone in such a familiar way? As Suk-won thought more, he blushed and shyly put his hands on his cheeks, shaking his head, leaving Park Jimin confused. During this meal, Suk-won served Park Jimin, almost humbly, even appearing to be submissive to him. Back at Haverlist University, it was already 7 p.m. Since Lee Woo-seop gave up his position to Kim Jenny, the Charity Foundation's recruitment campaign had been launched vigorously. The number of candidates today exceeded 800, and even the venue for recruitment was insufficient. They had to borrow the Student Activity Center, with the help of the vice president of the student union as the recruitment venue. Around 7:30 in the evening, Lee Woo-seok suddenly remembered the charity fund. He looked at the clock and muttered to himself, "I wonder if Kim Jenny's recruitment went smoothly today. Did she hire someone?" Then, Lee Woo-seok took out his phone and called Kim Jenny to inquire. "Hello, Jenny. How did the recruitment go?" Kim Jenny enthusiastically reported, "Dear Master Lee, the recruitment was successful. Can you come to the Student Activity Center to have a look? You can come here, mainly for the issue of salaries and bonuses. I'm not very good at it." After hanging up the phone, Lee Woo-seok was very puzzled. The Student Activity Center? Why did they change it to there? I'll go take a look. With suspicion, Lee Woo-seok immediately went to the Student Activity Center. Young people are always in a hurry, changing locations quickly. How many people can they recruit in such a remote place? As he opened the door to the Student Activity Center, which was originally spacious, it was now almost packed. There were more than 1,000 people estimated, which startled Lee Woo-seok. The noisy and bustling crowd, as soon as they saw Master Lee, greeted him in unison. "Hello, Master Lee. Seeing this scene, Lee was so shocked that he almost stumbled. 10 seconds passed. Lee Woo-seok still looked bewildered. It wasn't until more than 1,000 people greeted him again that he finally came to his senses. After scanning the crowded crowd once again, Lee Woo-seok broke out in a cold sweat. His mouth felt a bit dry. Oh my, why is it so crowded? Then Lee Woo-seok forced a smile and asked Kim Jenny, "Jenny, did you recruit all these people?" Kim Jenny nodded affirmatively. "Yes, that's correct, sir. We were in a hurry so we could only find this many. Can you criticize me?" Upon hearing this, Lee Woo-seok felt something was amiss and asked suspiciously, "How could you do this?" Kim Jenny continued to explain, "Sir, thanks to the student union members. After recruiting some student union members, we used them as the center to spread information to all student union members and even the whole school. One person introduces two people introduce a group, totaling more than 1,000 people." After listening to Kim Jenny's explanation, Lee Woo-seok pointed to the recruitment board, which was prominently displayed in front of the activity center. With a furrowed brow, he questioned, "Jenny, didn't you say that the issue of salary has not been decided yet? Why is the starting salary clearly stated on the board as 8,000 per month?" Kim Jenny, realizing her unintentional mistake, hesitantly responded, "Sir, many students have been asking me about the salary. They are very interested in this issue. I vaguely mentioned about 8,000 per month, along with other benefits, such as percentage deductions and specific responsibilities for each category. We have to wait for the leadership to make a decision." Trying to defend herself, she added, "I feel at Haverlist, being a prestigious university, the salary of 8,000 is not too high. It is within a reasonable range and can be considered a basic salary." But these words struck a nerve with Lee Woo-seok, causing him to become extremely angry. Unable to contain his frustration, he angrily exclaimed, "Not too high. I've been working for decades, and my salary is only 10,000 per month. This little girl doesn't know the price of rice, meat, firewood, or salt. How does she understand? Even regular employees only get 3,000 a month. Who would pay interns up to 8,000? Now she's recruiting over 1,000 people at once. The personnel costs alone are already a large amount." Thinking about this, Lee Woo-seok rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache. "What should I do? Park Jimin trusts me so much and I messed it up. But the die is cast. If I suddenly announce dissolution, it might be breaking a promise. Will this affect the reputation of the PG charity fund? If some bad guy takes advantage and spreads false information, it might become the center of attention of the public." The more he thought, Lee Woo-seok could only sigh helplessly. Right at that moment, Park Jimin called. "No mention. No problem. As soon as it's mentioned, Kao arrives." Park Jimin saw Mr. Lee pick up the phone and asked, "How's the recruitment going, Mr. Lee?" On this end, Lee Woo-seok could only stammer, "Ahaha, everything is going smoothly, ha ha ha." Park Jimin happily announced, "Teacher Lee, I have arrived at school. I will introduce the candidate to you later." Lee Woo-seok curiously asked, "Who is it?" Park Jimin calmly replied, "The chairwoman of the charity fund. I have found a suitable candidate, and I will introduce her when we meet." But thinking that Suk-won was just a student, suddenly becoming the chairwoman of the charity fund, and even higher than Lee Woo-seok, then thinking about unnecessary troubles and fearing that Mr. Lee will not be comfortable, Park Jimin quickly revealed, "Teacher Lee, I warned you in advance. The chairwoman of the charity fund is the daughter of Ki-jun." Lee Woo-seok tried to remember. Who is Ki-jun? This name sounds familiar, but I can't remember. Kim Jenny, standing next to him, reminded, "As soon as I heard this name, I remembered, Ki-jun. Teacher Lee, I remember now. In Han Chang, we have a secretary who is also named Right." The name whispered in his ear like thunder. Lee Woo-seok couldn't help but be shocked. Then choked up and exclaimed, "Secretary Ki-jun, I remember now. That brat Park Jimin brought his daughter here, right? Damn it, Ki-jun. But he's a high-ranking official. Even the former principal had to bow respectfully." On the other side, Park Jimin hung up immediately after speaking, then walked alongside Suk-won, along the familiar path leading back to the school. Recognizing the significance of his work, Lee Woo-seok instantly became extremely excited. However, Park Jimin had a connection with Secretary and is the daughter of the chairman of the charity fund. This absolutely cannot be messed up. Mr. Lee looked at Kim Jenny and ordered urgently, "Jenny, hurry up. quickly informed everyone to gather. He then prepared to welcome the inspection leader. Kim Jenny asked in surprise, "Which leader is it?" "It's our charity fund chairman PJ, the daughter of Secretary After Lee Woo-suk finished explaining, Kim Jenny also quickly gathered everyone. Everyone stood in order, the atmosphere suddenly became silent, and the hall became solemn. At this moment, Lee Woo-suk raised his hand and loudly requested everyone to be quiet. Those who didn't listen were immediately kicked out of the hall. The chairman is the daughter of a high-ranking official, so don't be disrespectful. Today, I will teach you the first lesson about the workplace. Let's prepare together to go out and welcome the new inspection leader." In less than a minute, everyone became extremely excited. Who is the leader? Our charity fund has a new president. Oh, so the charity fund has a new president, huh? Is it President Lim? Isn't she the daughter of Secretary Oh my goodness. Such a prestigious leader, huh? And with strong political backing. This is no joke. President Lim wants to use 10 billion for charity, but the president of the charity fund is the daughter of Secretary So, the family and President Lim have a close relationship, right? Does President Lim secretly hold such a terrifying relationship? I heard that Feidong Corporation can develop so quickly, also thanks to political backing. Did the family help President Lim in this matter? President Lim lets the daughter of Secretary be the president of the charity fund, as if to repay this matter. It is truly a deep cooperation. Isn't this just a way to connect with officials? Don't say it sounds hateful. The charity fund is for good deeds. President Lim agrees to spend money to help the family gain fame. From any perspective, it is reasonable. It must be said that after many years as a teacher, Lee Woo-suk still has a very good ability to control situations. Not even 3 minutes. In the center of activity, more than 1,000 students lined up neatly. Lee Woo-suk and Kim Jenny stood at the front of the line, the heat of the atmosphere gradually rising. After 10 minutes, Park Jimin and Suk-won also arrived at the center. What's all the noise inside the activity? Park Jimin opened the door. Hundreds of people gathered in the auditorium, immediately bowing. The atmosphere was especially solemn. Immediately after, more than 1,000 people cheered loudly, accompanied by a banner with the words, "Warmly welcome CEO Lum to visit the charity fund." Park Jimin widened his eyes in amazement. Damn, just announced the news. Not even 10 minutes, and this grand gesture is already being displayed. Mr. Lee is a bit too much, or is it because Mr. Lee has been working in the government agency for too long and likes to do these elaborate formalities? Indeed, the patron saint of the charity fund. Lee Woo-suk and Kim Jenny also smiled, running to welcome. Park Jimin also gave a thumbs up. "Master Lee, you didn't misjudge the person." After that, Lee Woo-suk and Kim Jenny approached Suk-won with a very respectful attitude, introducing CEO is Lee Woo-suk, the Chief Executive Officer of the PG Charity Fund. Alongside him is Kim Jenny, the Human Resources Director of the PG Charity Fund. Additionally, there are Wang Bao, Liu Ji, the Director of Public Relations, and the Director of Finance. Mr. Lee is indeed a bit of a perfectionist. Despite his brief and somewhat formal introduction, he cleverly changes titles, making Suk-won unable to ignore his capabilities. Suk-won looks at Park Jimin with a mix of suspicion and surprise. "Park Jimin, didn't you say the charity fund was just established? Why do I see such a grand scale here?" The establishment of the Finance and Human Resources departments makes sense, but even the Public Relations Department and other departments have been set up. Are you sure this is newly established? Park Jimin confidently waves his hand. Yes, it is newly established. Upon hearing this, Suk-won shows admiration, with a momentary look of fascination and gratitude. Initially, I thought I would have to handle everything myself. As they say, everything has a difficult beginning. I need to quickly build my team. This will take time. But this man is even more efficient than I imagined. Not only did he give me money, but he also prepared personnel for me. Now I have money, people, and even a network of relationships that my father brought. Oh my God, I don't need to do anything. Just rely on him, and I can expect to reap the ripe fruit. Thinking like that, Suk-won looked at Park Jimin with gratitude. Thank you, Park Jimin. Why? Just thank you in general. Park Jimin also didn't pay too much attention to Suk-won's mood, then looked at Lee Woo-suk and asked, "Teacher Lee, how many members do we have in our charity fund now?" Lee Woo-sik pointed to the crowd and reported, "There are about 1,072 people, 90% of whom are fourth-year students at Haverlist University." Hearing that, Suk-won calculated with his chin resting on his hand. So many people, the workplace is a difficult issue. Despite his outward expression, he silently appreciated it in his heart. I can't believe this man is so thoughtful in this aspect as well. Due to the nature of the charity fund's work being different from regular businesses, employees do not need extensive experience in the field. What is needed are sincere, enthusiastic, and obedient workers. I feel like everything is being prepared and arranged by him in advance. It seems like his success is not without reason. At this moment, Suk-won is like an innocent girl constantly being moved. But it doesn't stop there. Park Jimin continues to whisper in her ear. It's simple. So first buy a house, 10 hospitals, 10 buildings. Add a bunch of offices, a total of 11 buildings. Buy a little extra to prepare for any situation with this bottomless pit. Park Jimin feels the urge to spend money again and has the opportunity to splash cash. Buying the house, renovating, decorating will cost a lot more. Then, hiring a bunch of medical staff. Money keeps pouring out like water. Ha! This time, I'll make a big profit without any losses. I truly am a genius. Suk-won heard that and seriously asked Park Jimin, "Do you really plan to buy a house?" With the housing prices in Hanchang, 10 billion from the fund may only be enough to buy a house. The money will be all gone. And considering the standards of hospital construction, I think your 10 billion, even if thrown into the river, would not be enough. And if we follow your requirements, a preliminary estimate would require at least 50 billion. Park Jimin just shook his head nonchalantly and replied, "Who said we're buying a house with donation money? I think you're the kind of person who talks the talk and walks the walk. As for financial matters, I'm not worried. Whether it's 50 billion, 100 billion, or even billions, I will support you wholeheartedly, and all of our hospitals in the future will be built to the standards of first-class hospitals. By then, the PG Charity Fund will provide free treatment for everyone, regardless of the severity of their illness. However, we may suggest using medication or charging a symbolic fee. All prices will be transparent, and there will be no indiscriminate fee charging, bringing practical benefits to patients." Park Jimin talked so passionately that spit flew everywhere, exaggerating and painting vividly wild scenarios. Suk-won was blown away by Park Jimin's grandiose visions. Gradually, she felt like she was turning into stone, dizzy as if in a dream. It turns out Park Jimin's plans were so massive. If he could truly accomplish what he said, it would indeed be a blessing for society. But no matter how wealthy he may be, this bottomless pit can never be filled. So even though this charity fund has some commercial aspects, there is nothing to blame. Regardless of how difficult the project may be, as long as there is a dream, there is a direction. I believe in him. We will surely succeed. Suk-won looked at Park Jimin with a respectful gaze, then nodded vigorously. "Park Jimin, I never expected your long-term planning goals to be like this. It seems that I really underestimated you. I used to think that you only forgot about the money because you were being criticized by many people online, saying that you have hundreds of billions, but refuse to donate a penny, only giving gifts to female streamers, truly enriching yourself unfairly. I also thought that you just wanted to shut up those people. That's why you angrily donated 10 billion. It turns out that you don't care at all about the comments of netizens about you. Every step you take is part of a long-term plan. You are a person with a very determined inner strength. Although you are still young, your way of working, thinking, and acting are very clever. I believe in your abilities, regardless of whether the project succeeds or not." Looking at Suk-won's eyes full of admiration and his face even more radiant and beautiful, Park Jimin felt a bit embarrassed and touched his nose. She guessed it right. Indeed, there are a few worms every day cursing me, not willing to donate money, hypocrites trying to tie me down. I really couldn't bear it anymore and decided to give up the money. But she kept imagining things, so I gave in. Thinking about it, Park Jimin suddenly raised his hand and lightly tapped Suk-won's shoulder. "All right, don't overthink it like that. You are my confidant, you understand me." As their eyes met, Suk-won felt a flutter in his heart. Then, she had a new perspective on this man. "Every time I'm with him, I feel different. The first time I saw Park Jimin when he auctioned off the crystal piano from 30 million to 500 million. I thought he was a bit arrogant. But I also have to admit that he has extraordinary musical talent. The second time we met, I witnessed Park Jimin single-handedly defeat and disable many criminals. The violent and bloodthirsty image made me dizzy. The third time we met, I saw Park Jimin demonstrate his superb skill in chess, defeating the chess genius Fu Tang. This time meeting, Park Jimin not only surpassed others in talent, but also is a very kind and emotionally sensitive person. He is socially responsible and does not care about fame, only wanting to work sincerely. In front of the media, he only mentioned donating 10 billion, but secretly planned to donate 50 billion, even 100 billion to benefit society. He is humble, not bothering to explain when people speak ill of him. Isn't this showing a good quality? Sparkling like a bright moon, truly my amazing man. At this moment, Suk-won looks at Park Jimin with increasingly appreciation, mixed with worship and admiration. Suk-won, current goodwill score of 93 points. From the moment his eyes changed when looking at Park Jimin, Kim Jenny is the same. Kim Jenny, current goodwill score of 99 points. Kim Jenny, only 1 point away from reaching the maximum score of 100. Park Jimin is a bit surprised. Unexpectedly, drawing a cake on a whim has increased the goodwill of Suk-won and Kim Jenny at the same time. Inside the auditorium, Kim Jenny watched Park Jimin's back as he walked away, full of admiration. Just the scent of him made my heart beat faster. Park Jimin is truly handsome. How can he be so good-looking? Before, I only knew him through videos online. Despite witnessing his countless talents, I had never met him in a leadership role and truly felt his charisma in person. But today, I got to see it with my own eyes. With just a few brief words, he captured everyone's attention, sparked hope for the future, and inspired them to strive to join the charity fund. He was like a stimulant, making everyone full of enthusiasm. This is the power of personality. Moreover, not only the teachers at school listened attentively, but also the daughter of the party's secretary, was captivated by him and willing to dedicate herself completely. This is the strategy of a wise and sophisticated leader. He is my ideal role model, a true man. Thinking about it, Kim Jenny felt regretful and extremely insecure. I am no longer innocent because of the stakes in the past. My private life is not very good and has a bad reputation at school. No beauty, no influence, and no pure body. So what can I compete with? Even Kim Jisoo I cannot compare to, let alone the daughter of Secretary cannot be compared. Perhaps I really don't deserve him. I'm afraid that even being his secret lover, he wouldn't bother. I can only try my best to get closer to him a little bit more. It was almost 8 p.m. now. Just leaving Haverlist, Suk-won immediately remembered Park Jimin using the helicopter to test his feelings, then said firmly, "Oh right, Park Jimin still has one more thing to solve. The helicopter he gave you, you absolutely cannot accept. How can you repay Simp Lord's money?" So Park Jimin had to stand from a work perspective, advising you not to rush to refuse this helicopter. It is the private jet of the charity fund chairman. Currently, I am speaking on behalf of Chairman Lim. How can there not be a private jet to show off? Furthermore, my future work will be very busy, needing to travel all over the country. Having a private jet will be much more convenient. You should also know that building the hospital is just the beginning of the charity foundation in the future. We will also participate in the education sector. Principal Gouv has donated to over 100 schools, so I should donate to at least 1,000 schools. Not only elementary schools, but also specialized schools to train talents. At this point, Park Jimin feels very relaxed. Haha, I am truly a genius. To be able to identify a costly project so quickly. The feeling of this chess piece, Suk-won, is indeed right. Anyway, 90 billion and now only spending a few hundred billion. I wonder when it will ever run out. But in Suk-won's ears, he becomes worried. Park Jimin, does he really have that much money to donate? Does he know what he is talking about? Hundreds of billions is a huge number. If he really wants to donate that much money, will he go bankrupt? However, Park Jimin has a good heart to help others like that, and I can't help him much. It seems that I can only ask my father to provide Park Jimin with some additional support policies. Otherwise, he may really have difficulties. Around 8:30 p.m., Park Jimin took Suk-won home. "Thank you for taking me home. Okay, rest early, we'll discuss work tomorrow." However, the family is just a modest house in the neighborhood. A 6-story old house with an area of about 150 square meters. Overall, it's not a wealthy type of house. As soon as the door opened, The warm voice of Suk-won's father echoed. Suk-won, are you home? Suk-won quickly changed his shoes and replied, Yes, I'm home. As he stepped into the house, Suk-won saw two men, both over 50 years old, focusing on a game of Go on the table. One person is her father. The other is Jang Deok-wai, a longtime close friend of the family. Suk-won approached to greet. Hello, Uncle Jang. Jang Deok-wai smiled kindly in response. Hello, Suk-won, your father and I are playing bavak here. Oh, Suk-won, your father and I were just discussing earlier. There is a vacant position in my secretary's office. I think you would be a good fit, even though the position is not high-ranking. It will give you the opportunity to interact with many important figures. Your career path will be more open than ever. However, unexpectedly, Suk-won firmly declined. Thank you, Uncle Jang, but I don't want to go. I find working in the government too boring. I want to establish my own career. Despite his efforts to persuade, Suk-won bluntly refused. Kejun frowned slightly and spoke with a hint of severity. Why doesn't this girl appreciate such a good opportunity? Do you know how many people would want to fight for this position, but couldn't? Suk-won ignored him and leaned in to announce, Father, I was going to discuss this with you. I have found a new job. Hearing that, Kejun still kept his eyes fixed on the chessboard, contemplatively asking, What kind of work is it? Suk-won proudly boasted, I am currently the chairman of the PG Charity Fund. How impressive does that sound, Father? Without relying on your connections, I can build my own career. Kejun noticed the bragging tone in Suk-won's words, but for this still young child, he made a move on Mr. Jang's chess piece, before glancing at her and furrowing his brows to ask, I have never heard of the PG Charity Fund. From the name, it seems like a non-profit organization. Suk-won eagerly explained, It's normal for you not to have heard of it, as the fund was just established. But there have been reports in the newspapers that Lim, the chairman, decided to invest 10 billion to establish a free charity fund to treat seriously ill patients in Hancheng. He is a well-known figure in the city. Kajun immediately understood and couldn't help but praise. This little girl's work does have some significance. Although there are many wealthy people or donors, immediately allocating 10 billion is extremely rare. The father has been interested in Chairman Lim for a while, but he couldn't investigate him thoroughly. His background is very strange, with no information about his hometown. However, regarding his financial origins, everything is legal. Fundamentally no suspicion of money laundering. It's strange that such a huge fortune has never been detected before. As soon as he finished speaking, Jang Deok-wai was shocked and changed color. Mr. He's not joking. Even he couldn't find out his background. Then Jang Deok-wai also suggested, It is true that we need to talk about Chairman Lim's background in context. It is indeed a mystery like fog that makes people curious. Moreover, he is still young, but has many talents. I heard that his Go skills are also very high. Mr. Why not invite a few friends over one day to discuss a few games, and he brings his daughter along? Who knows if there is any malicious intent? The youth nowadays are full of bad intentions. Suk-won is stunningly beautiful and as flawless as jade. It's hard to avoid that boy will have bad intentions. After speaking, Jang Deok-wai quickly placed a chess piece on the table. Seeing the piece, Kejim gritted his teeth and stood up angrily exclaiming, Mr. Jang plays dirty. Not only did he mislead me, but he also set a trap for me. I'm not playing anymore. Mr. Jang put down the chess piece, stood up and sighed farewell for 2 hours. If you don't want to play, then don't play. For many years, I have never been able to win against this old man. I'm afraid I can't win. Mr. Jang, I'll see you off. As soon as Jang Deok-wai left, Kejun eagerly asked, Suk-won, come here. Tell me about this charity fund. What's the situation? What does Chairman Lim plan to do? Seeing his father's interest, Suk-won also reported in detail, Dad, since this involves a large sum of money, I need to clarify. Suk-won spoke for over an hour, roughly introducing the charity fund and Park Jimin's plan. She explained carefully, beautifully describing Park Jimin's ambitions and ideals. For this ambitious and grand charity plan, Kejun nodded in agreement if what you said is true. Father can come forward, help and support him a little. It's okay. This is a good thing. Suk-won seriously asked, Father, you must keep your word. Park Jimin has directly given me 10 billion. I cannot betray his trust. This needs to be verified quickly, as many patients are waiting for money for treatment. This amount of money for some families can even change their destiny. Rescue them from the depths of despair. Ki-jun was extremely shocked to hear this. What? He just announced the donation yesterday. Why did he give you the money today? And it's 10 billion. This efficiency is really too high. Suk-won replied in confusion. Yes, that's right. Hearing this confirmation, Ki-jun's mood became extremely excited. So he entrusted this huge amount of money to his son without much closeness between them. Isn't he afraid that this 10 billion will be lost? This society is too complicated. Even doing good work may not be recognized, but a little carelessness could ruin everything. Suk-won took out a black card, handed it to a bewildered Ki-jun, and continued. I don't know why either. Maybe he trusts your abilities, and also trusts you a lot. I've checked this account number. It is exactly 10 billion, no more, no less. At this point, she quickly took out her mobile phone, started checking the balance on the card. But at this moment, the account, which Park Jimin had transferred an additional 50 billion into at some point, shocked Suk-won, leaving him stunned and bewildered. Wait, is this 60 billion? Suk-won was almost speechless. Then looked at Ki-jun in disbelief and asked, Son, am I hallucinating? Tell me this is not true. This time, Ki-jun widened his eyes, mouth agape, staring at the screen in confusion. Suk-won was surprised to see 60 billion, not just 10 billion as he had expected. Why add 50 billion more? Both father and son looked at each other in disbelief. 30 seconds later, Suk-won was still stunned after seeing the amount in his account. Wait a moment, I'll call Park Jimin right away, he replied. She quickly called Park Jimin, looking at the phone screen. Park Jimin already knew why Suk-won was calling, so he teased as soon as he picked up the phone. Oh, Suk-won the beauty, have you already missed me less than an hour after we broke up? On the other end, Suk-won blushed too much because the speaker was on. His face immediately turned red, and he quickly got to the point. Don't talk nonsense. I'm asking you about this. Give me an honest answer. Why did you give me that black card? And the amount on the card suddenly turned into 60 billion. It's too much. Park Jimin quickly found an excuse and explained. This is how it is. I just transferred 50 billion to you before that. The charity fund not only wants to buy land, but also intends to build a first-class hospital. So it needs a lot of money. You should transfer the money directly to me, and I will quickly handle the necessary procedures. Hearing this, Suk-won had nothing more to say. But the unannounced transfer left her unable to help but criticize Park Jimin. Can you tell me how much money you have? This is 60 billion we're talking about. Are you sure you want to use all this money for charity? If you regret it now, I can return the money to you. You don't need to be embarrassed. I just feel that you're not thinking clearly at the moment. Withdrawing such a large amount of working capital will definitely have a significant impact on your business. Seeing Suk-won insisting like this, Park Jimin calmly explained. All right, don't worry. For me, money is just numbers. It doesn't hold much meaning. Earning a few billion can't be spent all at once. Just a few million each month for a normal life is enough. There's no need for extravagant living. Excess money, no matter how spent, never runs out. So why not use that money to do more meaningful things? According to him, if life revolves only around making money, then that life will be meaningless. Being poor takes care of oneself. Being rich helps others. That is his ideal. Helping others brings benefits to society. Park Jimin speaks very accurately and deeply philosophical. Suk-won is very impressed, but the admiration quickly turns into approval. Even Ki-jun silently admires. This boy is very smart, at over 20 years old, and already has such enlightened thinking, truly extraordinary. Nowadays, many people only live to make money, their minds only revolving around money matters. Unable to make money, they worry. Making money only adds to their worries. When they have no money, they only hope to make enough money to live. When they have money, they want to buy a house, a car. After buying a house, a car, they want to improve their living standards, want to buy a supercar, buy a mansion. There are always people comparing themselves with others, making them feel insignificant and wanting to strive for more money. Their whole life is spent chasing money, worrying only about their livelihood. Money is something that can never satisfy a person. Park Jimin, despite being young, has already realized this. knowing that making money is not the ultimate goal, but rather to do things that are more meaningful. This is truly valuable. Think about it. Kejun remembered the unintentional words of Mr. Jang. Immediately his eyes lit up as if he could see through. Recently, my daughter has been very resistant to interacting with Jang To-won, Mr. Jang's son. Jang To-won is indeed very outstanding. Whether it's background, context, or personal ability, all are highly valued. Why doesn't Suk-won like Jang To-won? This girl seems to have already fallen for the name Park Jimin. Like father, like daughter. Park Jimin, let me see, are you worthy of Kejun's daughter or not? After understanding the issue, Kejun let out a sigh. Then unexpectedly suggested, Suk-won, set up a dinner with Park Jimin at the end of this week. Father really liked this kid, so he arranged to meet him this weekend. Upon hearing this, Suk-won immediately shared the good news. Park Jimin, did you hear what your father just said? I will come to your house this weekend for a meal. Your father wants to meet me. After hearing this, Park Jimin hesitated and declined. Oh really? This weekend I might not have time, as I am usually very busy. Ending the call, Park Jimin hurriedly turned off his phone and lamented internally. Damn it, the provincial party leader wants to meet me. I'm a bit panicked. A leader of that level, if they investigate the source of my finances and see a high school student like me with so much money, how am I supposed to explain it when they ask for my declaration? I'm afraid I won't be able to explain it. If the country starts investigating me, then I'm done for. I don't know what this system is based on, but the economy can't go against the law. Oh, at 8 a.m. the next day at the M-Gang Villa in Mado, Jin Jio-mu furrowed his brow. Staring intently at the screen broadcasting news about Park Jimin, he immediately went berserk, threw the cigarette butt at the screen, and roared. Damn, this Park Jimin guy really doesn't know how to be content. Weibo, QQQ, TikTok, almost all are flooded with images and information about him. The internet is about to be saturated by this kid, even overshadowing the hot news. He used to just have money, do whatever he wanted, give gifts to female streamers, flirt everywhere, couldn't do anything right. Why is he suddenly pretending to be charitable now? He's good at being a real person, in movies, live streams, real estate, and even healthcare. He wants to dabble in every industry. Isn't he afraid of being greedy and choked? Fine. If this Park Jimin guy wants to do charity, how can I not lend him a hand? At this point, Jin Jio-mu chuckled coldly, then looked at Kim K-yan with a disdainful gaze. When people are most successful and shining, they also reveal their weakest points. This is the time to strike them a fatal blow, making them unable to rise again. Charity work is like a double-edged sword. Doing good can benefit everyone, but if done poorly, it can only bring disaster. This is a vulnerable point that can be easily exploited by humans. If these seriously ill patients cannot be treated and end up dying, what will the outcome be? Kim K-yan immediately understood the meaning, and so did my young master. Let me arrange it. Young master, I understand your point. Let me handle it. As Kim K-yan was about to leave, Jin Jio-mu stopped him and advised, don't rush. Eating rice must be done one bite at a time. Proceed slowly. If Chairman Lin wants to do charity, he cannot just focus on the patients in Hancheng and neglect other places. There are countless patients. How can we discriminate based on geographical location? Are the patients in Hancheng human, while the others are not? We need to add more burden to him. The heavens entrust great responsibilities to those capable of bearing them. Of course, one must first endure hardships, suffer mentally and physically, endure hunger and thirst, and even sacrifice oneself. We must create opportunities for as many patients as possible to benefit from his charity fund. Jin Jio-mu raised his voice. I cannot bear to see others suffer. Do you understand my point? Kim K-yan suddenly realized, nodding vigorously. I understand, young master. I understand your point. Young master is truly clever. After saying this, Kim K-yan looked at Jin Jio-mu with endless admiration. Although Chairman Lin was standing in front of the charity, the reality was that he was about to face a tragedy. He had promised to provide 10 billion to treat a severely ill patient, but the chances of success were very low as the incurable disease could not be completely cured. If he could only improve a part of it, would he dare to refuse patients from other provinces coming to Hancheng for help? If he refused, he would provoke hatred from many people. But if he didn't refuse, the 10 billion would not be enough to solve the problem. compared to the huge amount needed to treat all patients. Just one wave of public opposition, he would fall into a dilemma, spending money without solving the problem, and tarnishing his reputation. In the end, it was not just about losing money, but also carrying a bad reputation. This time, the young master can definitely take revenge. Qin Kaigan continued cautiously. Yes, young master, there is another important matter I want to report. Jin Jiamu replied in a cold tone. Speak. With the permission of Jin Jiamu, Qin Kaigan reported and explained in detail. Yuling Shuang recently acquired 2 more construction companies. Their film studio project has officially started, and Ouyang Sil has also collaborated with Yang Sison to begin filming a new movie. It is said that the construction company, in cooperation with Fi Dong, is implementing a strategy of simultaneous filming and construction, where they build and film at the same time, not hesitating to spend huge resources. Therefore, the construction speed is very fast, and the number of workers is extremely large, significantly improving work efficiency. Listening to Qin Kaigan's report, Jin Jiamu frowned uncomfortably. Shuang's management ability is truly excellent. Managing a corporation with thousands of people is not easy. Her capacity far exceeds that of Park Jimin. Losing her feels like a huge loss, like breaking an arm. It's really lucky for this cunning brat. Qin Kaigan continued to present a set of photos in front of Jin Jiamu and reported, Young master, I also heard that the scar on Yuling Shuang's face has been completely healed. Here is the recent photo of Jin Jiamu, immediately denied. What good? But when looking at the photos, his face looks extremely serious. In the eyes, it is also hard to believe. The beauty of Yuling Shuang is now even more radiant than before. Like as beautiful as a flower, and as radiant as the moon, exuding a powerful aura of authority. She is like a courtesan that makes men hate not being able to press her on the bed and indulge in lust. Then, Jin Jiamu looked at Qin Kaigan, suddenly feeling uncomfortable. Damn, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let Shuang go. Shuang has both ability, beauty, and absolute loyalty. A perfect woman like that let go by me. Compared to Shuang, Qin Kaigan has no chance at all. Mother, it's really heartbreaking. The more he thought, the more Lai Jimuk felt like burning inside. At this moment, Qin Kaigan threw a bomb with a bitter tone. Young master, you should not doubt anymore. Yulei Shuang has long been bribed by Chairman Lim, betraying the corporation, causing you great losses. And you still treat her with pity. Looking at the provocative photos on the table, then looking at Qin Kaigan intentionally speaking ill, Jin Jiamu shouted in anger, waving his hand to slap her fiercely. Shut up, you despicable person. Stop talking nonsense here. Qin Kaigan was confused by the slap, tears welling up in her eyes, trying to hold back from falling. I'm sorry, young master, I spoke out of turn. Jin Jiamu continued with a look of disdain. Fine, get out, don't dare to annoy me here. A woman who was inherently submissive, even when being beaten, Qin Kaigan did not resent it, instead blaming herself. Why has the young master become like this? Becoming more easily angered. The young master was not like this before, perhaps it's because of me. The young master was already troubled, I shouldn't bother him further. Hemph. Even Yuling Shuang is because of this despicable person. If it weren't for you, why would the young master hit me? I won't let you off easily. The more Qin Kaigan thought, the more resentment she felt in her heart, looking back at Jin Jiamu's figure for a moment before quietly leaving. After Qin Kaigan left, Jin Jiamu frowned again. It's really a pity. Really a pity. I wonder if it can still be salvaged or not. This thought just came up. Jin Jiamu quickly shook his head to dismiss it, then regretted it to the point of going crazy. I used to think Park Jimin was just a reckless investor, relying on money and investing in unnecessary projects. But who would have thought? Park Jimin not only invests, but he dares to risk investing hundreds of billions. Something that ordinary people cannot have, both in terms of capital and courage. Moreover, he has gradually built up a complete industrial chain, supporting each other to create a perfect ecosystem. This madman, he is truly a madman. This layout and strategy are truly terrifying. Understanding the true purpose of Park Jimin, Jin Jiamu took a deep breath, a cold smile appearing on his face. I will not let that dog Park Jimin succeed. I will definitely stop him. No matter how carefully he calculated, step by step cautiously, building this complete industrial chain could not be achieved with just a few $100 billion. Once his capital chain broke, he would fall into an abyss from which he could never return. He still dared to donate to charity, still dared to show morality online. Did he think he had the courage of a lion and the heart of a rabbit? Thinking of this, Jin Jiamu suddenly had a very greedy idea in his heart. This time I will use all the power of the family to strike him a fatal blow. I will crush him, leaving no bone intact. However, this game was too big to borrow more than $100 billion from the bank. It required many relationships and smooth coordination. This was truly complex and needed to be publicly announced. Mobilize all the resources of the Lai Shi group to arrange. My ability is limited, I cannot solve this alone. After hesitating for a moment, Jin Jiamu decided to call his father. Hello, father, I have something to tell you. His cold voice rang out, carrying an undeniable authority. Speak. At the moment, Jin Jiamu called his father. Part Jimin kept sneezing at home, then frowned and wondered to himself. Someone must be thinking of me. He opened his phone, and sure enough, Part Jimin saw a WeChat message from Part Min Young. Long time no see. Can I invite you to dinner? After reading it, Part Jimin chuckled lightly. Min Young, you really have the patience to wait so long before taking the initiative to invite me to dinner. I thought your kindness was fake. Unconsciously, it was already 5 p.m. and almost time to meet Part Min Young. Part Jimin put down his phone, took a quick shower, styled his hair, and changed clothes, taking a total of 15 minutes. Once everything was ready, he bought a bouquet of flowers, drove towards Samyang, Chengku Chien Silang Street, crossing the tunnel across the river. Part Jimin kept smiling to himself. Today Min Young invited me to dinner, and even took the initiative to come to my house. Could it be that eating at home is more comfortable than at a hotel? Around 5:30 in the afternoon, Park Min Young's phone rang. Hey Part Jimin, are you busy? No, I'm already across the river. I'm on Samyang Road, about 10 minutes away. Why did you suddenly think of inviting me to dinner? Park Min Young tried to explain. I recently bought a house, and since I have the day off today, I want to cook a meal to invite you to taste my cooking. Don't misunderstand, I just cook too much, and if I eat alone, it would be a waste of food. After listening to Part Min Young's explanation for a while, Part Jimin felt that something was not right. On the other end of the line, Park Min Young also felt something was off and quickly hung up on Park Jimin. But for some reason, when she heard that Park Jimin was about to arrive, Park Min Young was so happy that she felt like she could fly, her heart pounding in her chest. Oh, I'm so nervous. It's the first time eating alone with Park Jimin, and it's at my new house. Park Min Young excitedly exclaimed. Since Yi-EO app received a $1 billion investment from Park Jimin in just 3 short months, Yi-EO app has grown rapidly. Currently, the number of daily active users of the Yi-EO app has exceeded 30 million and the number of registered users has reached over 80 million. It can be said that Yi-EO app is the perfect star version of Facebook. During the training period with Do Ji-sung, Park Min Young exuded the authoritative aura of an assistant president. However, Do Ji-sung is an ambitious person, and he is not willing to stop until Yi-EO app becomes the dominant social network. Therefore, this ambitious president sought out Park Min Young to discuss and strategize cleverly. Min Young, you've been working hard lately, haven't you? Busy with work, probably no time for romance. It's good for women to be independent. Even though men can't rely on them in crucial moments, they still have to carry the burden themselves. But you're different, you have such a solid support beside you. If you grasp it, it's better than trying for 1,000 years. The important thing is that your Chairman Lim is still willing to spend for you, buying back half of the shares and giving them to you. Now, at least you are worth 7 billion. The road to becoming the internet overlord is full of challenges. Without the support of tycoons, one day it may turn to dust. In fact, sometimes I really admire you. I struggled in business for over 10 years to achieve the success I have today. You're only 20 years old and already hold power and high-level connections like Chairman Lim. This is something that I couldn't achieve even after more than 10 years of hard work in business. If I can be 10 years younger, I might also want to compete with you for men. Do Jae-sung joked, but his words carried a deep meaning, causing Park Min Young to furrow her brows. Chairman Do, what's on your mind? Just say it. Du Jae-sun began to express his concerns. Min Young, I'm not beating around the bush with you. Previously, QQ Group held half of the internet market share, dominating without a rival. But the rise of TikTok has shaken QQ's position. And now there are two tigers fighting each other. But when two tigers fight, one will surely be injured. And this is the crucial moment for a rising power like our Yi-Eo app. She needs the support of Chairman Lim. She needs strong financial backing. But her relationship with Chairman Lim is only at a normal level. So this time, she wants to ask for your help. She needs 10 billion in capital. You see, the potential of Yi-Eo app in the past 3 months has spoken for itself. Yi-Eo app will soon launch an international version, aiming to dominate the market. Min Young, can you help me? Can you bear to see our hard work being oppressed by QQ and TikTok and turning to dust? The gears have started turning. We have no retreat, only moving forward. Behind us is a deep abyss. Only by opening a new path can we become the last survivor. Min Young, you have never disappointed me. This time, you can definitely do it. Du Jae-sun thought about what he had proposed. Park Min Young's emotions were both confused and difficult. Knowing that she should not have accepted this apartment, it turns out that the company giving her a house and high salary has ulterior motives. Finding Park Jimin to invest is not a problem, but such a request is too much. What should I say to Park Jimin? Should I be straightforward and ask for money up front? No doubt, he will think I only see him as an ATM. This is difficult. I don't want to ruin my good image in his eyes. As Park Min Young's mind was filled with various complicated thoughts, the doorbell suddenly rang, ling ling. Park Min Young immediately went to open the door, and there was Park Jimin. Park Jimin took out a bouquet of bright red roses from behind his back and presented it to Park Min Young. Min Young, congratulations on your new home. I came a bit hastily today, didn't have time to prepare a gift, so here, this is for you, Park Jimin said. Park Min Young smelled the roses and suddenly felt an indescribable emotion. What do roses symbolize? They symbolize love. What else? Park Jimin replied. Giving you roses like this, isn't the meaning clear enough? It's been a long time since I've seen Park Jimin. Park Min Young thought silently. The atmosphere between the two was a bit awkward, and in front of him, Park Min Young now looked like a cute girl, without any hint of aloofness. Then she said hesitantly, "The house is a bit simple, please don't mind. Just sit naturally." Park Jimin entered Park Min Young's new house. His first impression was the spaciousness. He looked around, and everything was extremely clean and luxurious. Then, Park Jimin casually asked, "Haha, Min Young, you don't need such fancy guests." But at that moment, Park Min Young suddenly turned off the lights, leaving Park Jimin surprised. Under the shimmering candlelight, the atmosphere became incredibly mystical and romantic. "Oh wow, this is a candlelit dinner." Park Jimin then awkwardly asked, "Oh, does your house have other guests tonight?" Park Min Young didn't answer Park Jimin but invited him to sit at the dining table. They raised their glasses to toast to the new home. Under the shimmering candlelight, Park Min Young gazed at Park Jimin with sparkling eyes. Her beautiful face, lightly made up, elegant and exquisite, with snow-white skin and eyes shining as if holding countless words to say. "Park Jimin, do you know what day it is today?" Park Jimin, who usually looks aloof towards Park Min Young, was surprisingly gentle as he asked, "Isn't today your housewarming party?" Upon hearing this, Park Min Young showed a romantic gesture, her face thoughtful as she replied, "No, today is my birthday, but I only invited you." After saying this, her demeanor was like that of a fairy from Gwanghwan. Park Jimin smiled awkwardly and chuckled. "I knew today was Park Min Young's birthday, so I didn't rush to buy a bouquet of roses." Then he hesitantly scratched his head and replied, "Turns out today is your birthday. I'm sorry, I didn't prepare anything. I was too embarrassed." Upon hearing this, Park Min Young just shook her glass of wine indifferently and replied, "It's okay, you coming here is the biggest gift for me. Actually, I don't have many friends. I didn't have any real close friends during my 4 years of college." As Park Min Young talked about this, she sank into thoughts, old memories flooding back, making her mood turn sour. "I really wish I had friends like that. Friends who could gather together, talk and laugh. But I always feel like I don't fit in with everyone. There were times when I truly felt like a failure." Listening to Park Min Young's story and thinking about her reputation, Park Jimin was extremely surprised. I never expected that the dazzling beauty of Haverlist University, the dream girl of countless guys, could feel insecure. Perhaps she doesn't know that many people want to be friends with her. Perhaps the reason is because her demeanor is too strong, too cold, making others feel that she is very aloof and difficult to approach, so they dare not be friends with her. Another reason may be because she is too beautiful. Thinking like this, Park Jimin feels a bit philosophical. Indeed, there are many beautiful girls but few friends. The more beautiful, the more insecure, the more accomplished, the more imperfect they feel. Like she is always a fresh flower, and friends are just leaves to adorn. Who wants to be a background for her? Of course, friends will keep their distance from her, leading to a distorted self-perception and starting to feel insecure. Thinking briefly, Park Jimin does not delve into this topic, then moves on to the positive aspects of Park Min-young to comfort her. Hey, don't say that. You are still young, beautiful, accomplished, and already become a deputy CEO, right after graduating from college, with a net worth of billions. If you still feel like a failure, then how should others live? The students graduating with a salary of only $5,000. Is it so embarrassing that they have to bite their tongue and commit suicide? Park Min-young's eyes were tinged with sadness, her attitude extremely sincere. You're right in saying that maybe I'm a bit eccentric, Park Jimin said. You know, I really want to let go of everything. I know it sounds crazy, but I really want to resign. The transition from eccentric to resign made Park Jimin's mind start to blur, and he asked with a voice full of doubt, Resign? Are you kidding me? Why suddenly want to quit? Do you know what you're saying? Everyone dreams of this deputy general manager position. Park Min-young was truly dejected at this point. Despite Park Jimin's constant advice, her heart could not overcome her reason. So she just bowed her head, avoiding eye contact, her voice choked up. In fact, I don't have enough ability and experience to handle this deputy general manager position, Park Min-young admitted. It's thanks to your relationships and help that I was able to sit in this position. But Yeo App needs someone more suitable for the deputy general manager position. I feel unworthy, so I've decided to proactively resign. To this reason given by Park Min-young, Park Jimin reacted as if he'd just heard a joke. Then, he found himself in a bittersweet situation. Oh my! What do you mean, unworthy? This excuse sounds utterly absurd. This whole company is practically hers. If she's not worthy, then who is? Park Jimin fell into a 10-second contemplation, his eyes flashing with realization. Wait a minute, something's not right. Could it be that the position of vice president isn't fulfilling enough, or is it the pressure from Do Ji-sung? If so, there can only be one reason. Then, with genuine concern, Park Jimin asked Min-young, Is your company facing financial difficulties? Park Min-young was so shocked that her eyes widened. What? How? How do you know? Park Jimin spoke frankly, his eyes focused, analyzing the business issue seriously. Why guess? Recently, Yeo App's advertisements have been ubiquitous on game shows, practically everywhere. The number of users has increased dramatically, but the company's profits do not correspond. Clearly, Yeo App is investing heavily to dominate the market, and the initial investment of $1 billion is certainly depleted. He once met Do Ji-sung and felt that she had great ambition and ruthlessness. Perhaps she wants to find investors to expand her business, and then find a way to exploit him. He asked you to talk to him, thinking that discussing money with him would affect your image in his eyes, so you decided to resign to avoid this difficult situation. Right? Park Min-young widened her eyes, speechless. Seeing this expression, Park Jimin continued confidently. You may not say it, but looking at your face, I know I guessed right. Min-young, you don't need to worry about this. Even if you don't say it, I already intend to discuss this with you. In fact, from the moment he invested in Yeo App, he had the intention of buying the entire company. However, Do Ji-sung only wanted to sell a small portion of the shares, finding this game not interesting. He decided to spend a large sum of money to buy half of Yeo's shares. Looking back now, he also considered it a good deal, because he was not only interested in Yeo App, but also paid close attention to Do Ji-sung. She is a talented person with great ambition. He heard that she had recruited a group of top AI experts, and their products are very promising. She only lacked capital. With money, Yeo App will surely thrive, as he is ready to invest in the company's future. Park Jimin talks big as if he knows everything. Who would have thought that he hit the nail on the head? Even better than a fortune teller. But thinking about Do Ji-sung's true intentions, Park Min-young openly expressed her anger without hiding it. Park Jimin, do you know how unreasonable Chairman Do's conditions are? She wants to hold a 20% stake in the company for 10 billion, while the current market value of Yi Eoap is not worth that amount. It's like she wants him to be her prey. Making a profit is just too greedy. At this point, Park Jimin doesn't care about Do Ji-sung's intentions or how Yi Eoap is doing. What he cares about is making a lot of money. The more the better. Then he raises his hand and says, "Wait for me." After saying this, Park Jimin quietly takes out his phone. Park Min-young thinks he's calling someone, but in less than 30 seconds, Park Min-young's phone buzzes with a message. "Ken, your account has received 10 billion. Please check." Park Min-young quickly picks up her phone and checks her bank account balance. Seeing a series of numbers beyond her wildest dreams, she immediately widens her eyes in shock. Then she feels like she's in a state of shock, almost fainting, feeling overwhelmed and even turning into stone. "This is 10 billion, Park Jimin? You transferred 10 billion to me." Looking at Park Min-young's excitement, Park Jimin's eyes remained as light as the wind. Then, he held her hand sincerely. "Min-young, I don't want you to feel uncomfortable about this. If you feel uneasy working at the company, I will buy back the entire Yi Eoap. Then, you will be the CEO, and all decisions will be made by you. To me, you are much more valuable than that 10 billion, Park Jimin said with a firm and confident tone. Seeing his sincere eyes and strong commitment, the 1,000-year-old iceberg continued to melt incessantly. Then, Park Min-young's cheeks blushed gently, as if she was enchanted. "Am I really more important than 10 billion? How many men in this world are willing to spend 10 billion just for a woman? Even many men break up with their lovers for a few $100,000 in dowry, even though they have loved each other for many years. 10 billion is a huge number, yet Park Jimin is willing to spend it just so I don't feel uncomfortable. This is so romantic and touching." At this moment, Park Min-young could no longer restrain her emotions, the thread of her feelings tugging wildly and chaotically. Park Min-young's favorability increased by 1 point, bringing her current favorability to 98 points. However, Park Min-young was the type to cherish feelings rather than wanting to take advantage of Park Jimin, so no matter how moved she was, she still felt a pang of guilt. Unconsciously, she bit her lip, suppressing the tumultuous emotions in her heart, and then looked at Park Jimin seriously to respond. "Park Jimin, why are you so good to me? I don't deserve it. I can't accept this money." "Park Jimin, I can't accept this enormous amount of 10 billion. You have already given me too much." As Park Min-young was about to return the money, Park Jimin quickly stopped her. He then calmly spoke, his eyes full of calculation. Don't, Min-young. Your card has a limit. When you plan to pay it off? For me, this investment is nothing. But for you, it is extremely important. After this investment round, you will surpass Do Ji-sung, gaining full control over Yi Eo. Of course, there are conditions attached. I will ask Fei Gong to invest in Yi Eo and send some people there. They will work independently on the surface, but in reality, they will follow your orders. You can pretend to cooperate with Do Ji-sung, wait for the right opportunity, and then kick her out of the board of directors. Yi Eoap will completely belong to you. So a little loss at this moment is insignificant. Park Jimin explained calmly and naturally, but his gentle and breezy attitude shocked Park Min-young. Gradually, the scalp also felt numb, raising his hand to cover his mouth. In those beautiful eyes, there was an unbelievable expression. I thought Do Ji-sung was already outstanding, extremely cunning and clever, with high-level tactics. Who would have thought that Park Jimin is even more terrifying? From the beginning, she calculated everything, constantly using clever tricks to make her jump into the pit that had been dug. It's really a pity for a talented person. Do Ji-sung worked hard to build Yi Eo, step by step developed to this day, pouring all his efforts and dedication into it. But in the end, he had to endure the control of Park Jimin and be removed from the board of directors. What fate is this? Park Jimin is truly a cunning fox. Why can he think so deeply? Even younger than me, but has such cunning ways of working. Truly, the righteous path is 1 foot high, evil is 1 rod high. I only see immediate benefits, while he sees far and wide. Is this the big picture? Park Min-young momentarily felt a bit fascinated. However, Park Jimin did not know what Park Min-young was thinking. She just saw her staring at him strangely like that, so he asked in confusion, "Min-young, what's wrong with me? Why do you keep staring at me like that?" Park Min-young hesitated, immediately blushing, quickly waved her hand, and denied, "No, there's nothing." But a huge plan appeared before her eyes. Park Min-young couldn't stop thinking. Do Jae-sung had said that the current internet situation was beginning to shake up due to the rise of TikTok, gradually weakening the dominance of QQ. Yeo app was just a small shrimp in this battle. But in a fight between two tigers, Yeo could possibly benefit. In the end, Yeo app could become the master of the internet. Chairman Lim truly lived up to his name as Chairman Lim. His ambition and cunning were truly terrifying to this extent. How dreadful! Not only that, Park Jimin also expanded the activities of Feidong Corporation to include Big Cat TV, entertainment industry, and even the medical field. I know exactly what he wants to do. I can't imagine. The man's goal seems to exceed all my imagination. Just a small part of the sinking iceberg made me feel scared. But how can he remain so calm? I see in his eyes not pretending to be calm, but truly calm. A person in their early 20s, how can they be so composed and mature? How did he finally train himself? The more she thought, Park Min-young felt like she was facing a deep mystery. Not to mention, Park Jimin is not only intelligent, but also very handsome, making her admire and love him from the bottom of her heart. Facing those beautiful sparkling eyes hiding a hint of excitement, Park Jimin didn't ask this time. Instead, he just smiled bitterly, sighing involuntarily. Women are really annoying. Just because they don't want to take money, they force me to come up with a big plan to accept it. Oh my God, I'm really drunk just giving money to girls. My purpose is simple, but they keep making me think there's a complex conspiracy. They even make me cooperate with those actors, as if there's a big plan. Too difficult, really too difficult. After being terrified by Park Jimin's plan, Park Min-young's inner turmoil surged violently, unable to contain her excitement as she shouted, "Park Jimin, no matter what, I will still cooperate with you. But if such a day really comes, I hope you can bring a good ending for Do Ji-sung." Hearing this, Park Jimin felt the utmost pain, then deliberately put on a cunning expression to respond. Of course. If one day Do Ji-sung is really eliminated from the game, her wealth will be enough for generations to spend. Upon hearing Park Jimin's words, Park Min-young felt a little relieved. Just as she was preparing food for Park Jimin, she slipped, lost her balance, and fell down. Park Jimin reacted quickly, immediately reaching out to support her. "Oh Min-young, be careful." And Park Min-young fell into Park Jimin's arms. Her soft lips touched his directly. The sensation that transferred from her lips made Park Jimin stunned, and then the kind of fresh feeling he had never experienced before made him feel excited and stimulated. So soft, so fragrant, so sweet, truly captivating, intoxicating to the point of uncontrollable. I used to be just an ordinary person who could only silently shake my head when seeing a goddess towering above. The goddess was always a goddess, an ideal in every man's heart. Reaching such heights could only be admired from afar, not dared to dream. But now, unexpectedly, she kissed me like this. Park Jimin felt extremely comfortable. Not only the sensation on his lips, but also his spirit was satisfied. As soon as Park Min-young touched his lips, Park Jimin felt his mind like being hit by a strong shock, dizzy and indescribable. Immediately after, her face turned red, her eyes widened, her chest rising and falling in confusion. "I am sorry, Park Jimin. I didn't mean to. I don't know." But the thought of slipping inside the house is unbelievable to Park Min-young. Just received the money. Now encountering this situation, it's really too artificial. Could I be misunderstood as having any ulterior motives? I really don't want Park Jimin to misunderstand me, but the situation is too coincidental. Moreover, he is a national heartthrob, a role model for countless girls. Someone like that, shining brightly, and I approach him like this. Isn't this climbing too high? Thinking so, Park Min-young quickly pushed Park Jimin away. But Park Jimin used his strong arm to hold her close. Why apologize? Whether you did it intentionally or not, I don't mind. This time, Park Jimin no longer kept his distance and actively kissed Park Min-young. But then, Park Min-young also did not resist and eagerly responded. Her jade arm tightly hugged Park Jimin's back, their chests constantly rubbing against each other. His arm also tightened, as if wanting to merge the woman in his arms into his body. At this moment, the breathing becomes more and more intense, the soft sensation from the lips constantly transmitting. The wet tips of the tongues also continue to entwine, each wave of pleasure continuously spreading, invading Park Jimin's mind, creating an indescribable feeling. Even steel can be bent someday. The goddess that I have admired for so long has finally succumbed to me. Today, I must have her. The flames of desire in the body are burning more and more fiercely. In a daze, Park Jimin unknowingly moved his hand over Park Min-young's slender waist, gently moving and then sliding over the white shirt, touching the two soft melons inside. The clothing is more than half removed, revealing the vibrant and seductive lines. In front of Park Jimin, now is the charming Park Min-young. Her face is blushing with seductive lips, and her eyes, once lively, now appear dreamy. The flames of desire seem to be gradually taking over her rationality. Even her inner passion is growing stronger. Park Min-young also feels her body getting increasingly heated, to the point where she just wants to undress. After 5 minutes, Park Jimin's hand has grasped Park Min-young's soft breasts. Every time his naughty hand caresses her body, her breathing becomes more intense. Meanwhile, the enchanting sound occasionally escapes from Park Min-young's red lips. Oh, oh, oh. After 10 minutes, Park Jimin's mouth slowly releases. His gentle tongue lightly glides down, as if being gently nibbled by a kitten. The sensitive area is suddenly attacked, bringing Park Min-young's consciousness back. And as a conditioned reflex, Park Min-young's body suddenly stiffens. Her face shows a startled expression, her voice slightly filled with distress. Park Jimin, we can't. I'm about to start my period today. Park Jimin asked blankly, What? Do you mean your menstrual period? Hearing this, Park Jimin's passionate mood suddenly turned cold, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him. It felt like the heavens were mocking him. At that moment, Park Jimin completely lost the will to continue. He immediately ended everything, with Park Min-young right then and there. Seeing Park Jimin's mood dip, Park Min-young gently explained, I'm sorry, Park Jimin. It's not that I don't want to. It's just really inconvenient today. Park Jimin responded without any resentment. It's okay, I got a bit carried away just now. Are you on your period? Let me make you some ginger tea and brown sugar water. With that, Park Jimin quickly calmed down and went to the kitchen to prepare ginger tea for Park Min-young. This caring gesture nearly brought tears to Park Min-young's eyes. I thought that after being rejected, Park Jimin might be very disappointed, even angry, and leave. Because at a young age, he has achieved such great success. He could easily become arrogant and haughty. But he is not like that. He is even willing to make ginger tea with brown sugar for me. He must have endured a lot recently. This man is not only talented, but also very gentle and considerate, always paying attention to others' feelings. He does not let his negative emotions affect others. This is too perfect to believe. The more Park Min-young thinks about it, the more deeply touched she feels. Even her eyes couldn't help but shed a few tears. Park Jimin is also crying silently in pain. Oh my God, my life is so miserable. Why is my life so unlucky like this? I thought this time would be a perfect success. But it turns out to be a failure. When will I ever escape from this virgin life? Why does fate keep playing tricks on me like this? What have I done wrong to endure this? Fate is so unfair, constantly pushing me into hopeless situations. Oh sky above, does anyone understand my pain? I have tried so hard, but why can't I find peace? 15 minutes later, Park Jimin brought a cup of red sweet tea to Park Min-young and said, Here, the red sweet tea is ready. Have some to warm yourself up. Park Min-young gratefully replied, Park Jimin, thank you. Park Jimin softly responded, No need to thank me. Just preparing a cup of red sweet tea for you. Come on, drink some red sweet tea to warm your belly. Park Min-young sat there, feeling embarrassed. Park Jimin gently lifted the cup of red sweet tea and fed her spoon by spoon. Every time it touched her lips, her heart raced faster. She couldn't look straight at him, only slightly bowing her head, her eyes sparkling like gems. At that moment, Park Min-young couldn't help but ask, Park Jimin, why are you so kind to me? Park Jimin nonchalantly replied, It's just a cup of red sweet tea. You are too easily pleased. This is nothing special to me. Previously, every time Jung Hozo came around, he would prepare red syrup for her. Yet, people still weren't satisfied and complained about it all. Park Jimin laughed it off, saying, "Ha ha ha." Park Min-young couldn't help but feel her heart beating fast when Park Jimin spoke these words. In her heart, she felt empathy and a warmth that couldn't be put into words. Friendliness score +1. Current friendliness score 99 points. Target Simp Lord Park Min-young. Breakthrough friendliness score 99 points. Rewarding owner with 10 bonus points. Total bonus points 239. When Park Min-young's friendliness score reached 99 points, Park Jimin couldn't help but be surprised. But thinking back to the past, he felt a bit bitter. He never expected that just a small cup of red syrup could have such an effect. Truly the right person, at the right time, and lending a helping hand when she needed it. I have to admit, I was just a normal person before. No matter how many times I cooked for Jung Hoseok, I never saw her so touched, even feeling a bit uncomfortable. But when I am a male god, a mysterious tycoon young master, personally making red bean soup, my care and affection truly touch any girl. There is nothing more to say. At this moment, Park Min-young's cheeks blushed like ripe peaches. She bowed her head, unable to look directly at Park Jimin. She wanted to say something, but the feeling of shyness made her throat feel choked. Park Jimin, I want. What do you want? Seeing Park Jimin's gaze, Park Min-young felt even more embarrassed. She gently bit her lip, her eyes filled with hesitation, then lowered her head, her voice as soft as a whisper. Can you not go tonight, and stay with me instead? As soon as she said this, Park Jimin couldn't help but feel a bit of imaginary resentment. Stay. This request is too much. Isn't she supposed to have a chaperone? Why does she still want me to stay? I can only look but not touch. Isn't this a psychological test? Seeing Park Jimin's face subtly change, Park Min-young became even more flustered, her heart beating faster with each pulse. Finally, after a moment of inner struggle, she tried to speak up. I've recently moved into this apartment and it still feels quite unfamiliar. The space is wide, but I always feel a bit lonely. If you truly want to do that, I can try a different way to help you. Finishing her words, Park Min-young felt her face flush, not knowing how to face Park Jimin in this moment. The next day, as the sun rose, Park Jimin woke up abruptly. The sweet fragrance and soft body of Park Min-young made him stretch and tense his tired body, feeling relaxed spreading all over him. Oh, it feels so refreshing. In this moment, Park Jimin finally had the chance to look at Park Min-young up close. His eyes carefully observed her, and suddenly a sense of awe surged within him. Her finely shaped eyebrows, snow-white smooth skin, and slender body seemed like a precious gem. To describe her in words, perhaps frigid and translucent physique is not an exaggeration, leaving a profound impression. Of course, the high-scoring system is justified. It's just a shame that last night was not the right time. Besides hugging each other all night, everything that needed to be done was done. There was still one final step missing. Unfortunately, truly extremely regrettable. After leaving the bed, Park Jimin brushed his teeth, washed his face, and quickly rushed into the kitchen to prepare a delicious breakfast for Park Min-young before going to work. At this moment, Park Min-young just woke up with a feeling of embarrassment overflowing in her heart. The gentle sunlight crept through the window frame, shining on her elegant face, enhancing her gentle yet charming beauty. She lay still for a while, recalling what had happened last night. Her heart beats faster. The blood rushed to her cheeks, making them blush. Like an instinct, Park Min-young pulled the blanket to cover her face, hoping that this small gesture could hide her embarrassment. Last night I was too bold, so embarrassed. But maybe this has brought the relationship between me and Park Jimin one step further, she thought to herself. Just thinking that, Park Min-young felt her heart race as if it wanted to jump out of her chest, so embarrassed that she didn't dare to leave the bed. Time passed in just the blink of an eye. It had been 3 days. Over the past 3 days, there were intense fluctuations within the Fei Dong Group. Shocking news spread. Fei Dong Group has completed the acquisition of 300,000 hectares of land in Tianmen City from 4 major financial groups: Hongjian Capital, Nguyen Kim Ngan Bank, Rim Shi Group, and Lai Shi Tycoon. This time, Fei Dong spent 32.5 billion to complete the acquisition, and the contracts were also signed. For the future planning and development of the film city, this is definitely good news. In addition, Yeo App's chairman, Madame Du Ji-sung, unexpectedly publicly announced the successful completion of the second round of fundraising on the media. In this fundraising round, Fei Dong Group invested 10 billion in exchange for 20% ownership of Yi.io app. Before long, the market value of Yi.io app will truly surpass 50 billion. As soon as the real estate market is booming, Park Jimin feels a bit uneasy. Recently, Fei Dong is buying land as easily as water. So why doesn't Yu seem to lack money at all? It's not normal at all. Before, because of her ability to spend money, that's why she was promoted to chairman. As a result, the business has been growing. But it must be acknowledged that this little sister is a genius in the business world. At this moment, Suk-won's phone call came in. Park Jimin casually answered, "Hello." But on the other end of the line, Suk-won was continuously scolding. "Park Jimin, what have you been doing these days? Why do you seem to disappear from the world? I didn't get any response to my messages. Last time I told you my dad invited you over for dinner. Did you forget?" Suk-won was about to lose his temper, and Park Jimin hurriedly explained, "Suk-won, I'm sorry. I've been researching medicine these days. Maybe I was too engrossed and forgot." The reason why Park Jimin caused all the accumulated resentment that Suk-won had built up over the past 2 days to disappear in an instant was because she reminded him with respect. "Today is Sunday. You said you would come to my house for dinner. I have sent you the location. Just come straight there. My father is waiting at home. And today my mother personally went to the kitchen. You cannot not show respect." Park Jimin felt a little uncomfortable hearing this. He had pretended too much before. And now that the leader had taken notice, it was best to make a move. Anyway, for the past few days, he had also asked Yu to investigate the wife of the secretary from the Rim family, from the capital city, one of the top 8 noble families of Yanjing. Kejun could potentially become a leader of the province, largely thanks to the help of his wife. She even personally went to the kitchen to entertain guests. If he did not come, there could be trouble. After careful consideration, Park Jimin reluctantly agreed. "All right, I will make arrangements and come over." In the afternoon, around 5:30, Park Jimin carried 2 bottles of Mao Tai in front of the gate of Suk-won's house. This is the modest house of the provincial party committee. When arriving for the first time, bringing these things shouldn't be too rude, right? Then, Park Jimin walked up to the doorbell and pressed it. Ding dong! The bell rang twice and the door opened. A second later, a handsome young man appeared before Park Jimin. Park Jimin's eyes also glanced over this young man. Aside from his handsome face, he was not wearing designer clothes and looked simple yet elegant. But as soon as the young man saw Park Jimin, his eyebrows arched with arrogance, and his mouth curved with a hint of disdain. Then, the young man scanned Park Jimin and the things he brought, and said disdainfully, "Food delivery?" This person was too impolite, leaving Park Jimin speechless. "Do I look like a food delivery person to you? I came to visit Uncle." But before Park Jimin could finish speaking, the young man slammed the door shut. From inside came a voice echoing out, "Uncle is not here, only a food delivery person. Wrong address." For the first time encountering this kind of situation, Park Jimin felt a surge of anger in her chest. "I clearly said it's not a food delivery. Is this person deaf or what?" Standing outside the door, Park Jimin was very annoyed. They've arrived on time. Why are they joking like this? Afterwards, Park Jimin took out her phone and called Suk-won. "Suk-won, are you sure you didn't give me the wrong address? Check the message again." "It's not wrong. It's apartment 301 in building number 5, replied Suk-won confidently. Hearing this, Park Jimin interrogated angrily. "Then why is there a man around 20 years old at your house?" Trying to explain the situation, Suk-won hesitated. "Sorry, Park Jimin. That person is my mother brought back from Beijing. His name is Jiang Shenwu, a descendant of the Jiang family in the capital city. My mother inexplicably arranged for me to meet him. It's so annoying. Facing such incompetence before and now hearing this revelation, Park Jimin felt bitter and said, "Really, it's just one disaster after another. It turns out that way. Did I call you from far away just to be a shield for me?" Suk-won knew that Park Jimin had misunderstood, and with a guilty tone, he explained, "No, Park Jimin, don't misunderstand. My father also said to invite you over for dinner this weekend. I just didn't expect this coincidence. Park Jimin, have you arrived at my door? Let me go open it for you." With that, Suk-won hurriedly ran to open the door. "I'm sorry for making you wait so long." After that, Suk-won furrowed his brow, and his face became annoyed as he scolded, "Jiang Shenwu, This is my house. Park Jimin is my guest. Why did you leave him outside? You are very rude. Being scolded by Suk-won, Jang Shenwu only smiled faintly. Then, with a pretense of regret, he self-reproached. Oh, sorry Suk-won. I didn't realize he was the delivery person. After saying this, a corner of Jang Shenwu's mouth slightly lifted, with a hint of contempt in his gaze. Today, if it weren't for the hospitality of the Rim family inviting me, I wouldn't have come to Hancheng. Yet I was still scolded by Suk-won because of a delivery boy, thinking he was so important. Park Jimin only needed one look to recognize it immediately. His gaze towards him turned cold instantly. This brat must have done it on purpose, but pretended not to know, acting so arrogant. Facing Park Jimin's sharp gaze, Jang Shenwu didn't avoid it at all. Instead, he stared back with a disdainful look, as if looking down on everyone. The atmosphere between the two became tense, like an unspoken challenge, where each glance was a provocation. Seeing this scene, Kejun reluctantly cleared his throat and interrupted. Jiang, is your grandpa still in good health these days? When mentioning the patriarch of one of the 8 great families in Yanjing, Jang Shenwu appeared modest, but couldn't hide a hint of arrogance in his tone. Uncle my grandpa is very healthy. Lately, he enjoys gardening and raising fish. Moreover, Park Jimin still carried a dark speculative gaze. Even the provincial party leader must respect his grandfather. Why not Zhang? Could he be Zhang from one of the 8 major families in the capital city? Although it has been gradually weakening in the past decade, the foundation is still very formidable. Zhang's disciples are spread throughout the government. Thinking of this, Park Jimin did not change his color, and even felt a bit sarcastic in his heart. This person's background is truly extraordinary, a descendant of a powerful family. All he talks about are his ancestors. At this moment, Kejun also turned back to Park Jimin and asked with a smile, Park Jimin, you've arrived. Please have a seat. I heard that you are very good at playing Go. Want to come here to play a few games? Are you interested? Park Jimin hesitated at the sudden invitation and replied, Yes, sir. But who would have thought that Jang Shenwu suddenly pushed Park Jimin aside and took the opportunity to say, a dog and cat trying to steal the limelight. Truly ignorant of the sky and earth. Jang Shenwu's actions clearly showed his disregard for Park Jimin. His attitude was arrogant and excessively disdainful. Later, in his mind, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. To be honest, with my background, my relationship with the is somewhat forced. The are just a big fish in the province, not worthy of being friendly like this. But unexpectedly, after meeting their daughter, I was immediately captivated. Not only is she extremely beautiful, but she also has curves in all the right places. Soft, fragrant, warm, and firm. I must have her. No one is allowed to take her away from me. What is Chairman Lim in Han Cheng's eyes? These people are just clowns, not worthy of even tying my shoelaces. In front of Kijun, the young people fighting, Mr. didn't care at all. After all, with such a background, a little pride is understandable. Then Mr. sat down on the sofa. All right, Jang. Uncle hasn't played chess with a young person in a long time. Don't let him down. Jang Shenwu replied confidently, Uncle don't underestimate me. I'm not afraid to tell you that I have the strength and skill at the 9 professional levels of a master. Park Jimin couldn't hold back anymore. Ever since his identity as Chairman Lim was revealed, he had never been so blatantly underestimated. His pride swelled up, and he couldn't help but mock. 9 professional levels of a waste. Jang Shenwu glanced over, only to see a faint smirk escape from Park Jimin's lips. Just an offspring of power from the imperial capital. Not enough to make me fear. And what about the Jang family? Already in decline, still considering yourselves as overlords. This time, I won't indulge this arrogant brat anymore. Provoked by Park Jimin's humiliation, Jang Shenwu exploded in anger. 9 professional levels, but a waste. You little brat, dared to provoke a top player from Nation H. This trash, are you even worthy to talk about the game of Go? Little kid, if not then you come and fight me to see. At this moment, Park Jimin also exuded the imposing aura of a dragon. Every movement of his hands and feet emitted a heavy pressure around him. The living legend of the chess nation H. The lifelong rival of Kimura Ichiro. The hero of the anti-Japanese chess grandmaster. Then, Park Jimin immediately opened his mouth to engage in a verbal battle, pouring out all of his emotions. emphasizing each word, like the echoes coming from the 9 underworld rivers. All right, let me see how terrifying the 9 levels class is. The chess match between 2 top players was ready. As soon as the board was set up, the atmosphere in the room changed completely. Park Jimin, playing with the black pieces, made the first move towards the center of the board. This was not just a move, but a statement of confidence and absolute control. Zhang Shenwu remained calm and composed, analyzing and responding. The sound of the pieces being placed on the board was steady, gentle but full of pressure, making the tension in the room even more palpable. At this moment, Zhang Shenwu did not want to just play as usual. He started to escalate. "Kid, if you lose, kneel down and call me daddy, dare you." Park Jimin, with a system that feared no one, quickly responded to Zhang Shenwu's challenge, adding a cheeky remark. "Sure, whoever loses will kneel down and call the other daddy. Today, even if the party's secretary is here, or even the head of state, they can't stop me from having another child." Seok-won turned to Ki-jun, angry and worried. "Why don't you intervene and let them mess around like this?" Ki-jun shook his head and smiled. "Why bother? It's normal for young people to be a bit impulsive. A young person who is polished by society's basic corners will not achieve great success. Young people with real abilities are those who dare to change the rules, change circumstances. Have you seen anyone who endures humiliation and ultimately succeeds? If they overcome dangerous situations and succeed, they can be appointed as generals, or even reach the 9 summits of ultimate power. If they fail, they will be considered rebels." After saying this, Ki-jun also silently evaluated. Now looking at this Park Jimin kid, he's definitely not ordinary, daring to openly flatter the top powerhouse of the imperial capital. Either he's fearless, or he has deep roots, a shocking background, and the strength to resist. In any case, when examining a future son-in-law, one must be careful. Zhang Shenwu was angry, but smirked contemptuously. A second-tier city in the midst of deep mountains and remote valleys dared to challenge me. How audacious! You do not know the consequences of your actions, do you? Young man, I know they call you Chairman Lim, who recently earned over 100 billion. But I must remind you, do not be too arrogant. The young and arrogant are easily brought down. Park Jimin did not hesitate to respond. I also have a reminder for you. Do not call me a young man. Did your parents not teach you manners? You are just a parasite, relying on your family. What do you have to be proud of? You want to talk about how talented your grandfather, father, uncles are, so I ask you, what are you good at? Park Jimin's sarcastic remark made Zhang Shenwu furious, but he could not refute. You, how dare you? What do you mean by how dare you? You are nothing but trash, boasting about the glory of your ancestors. What do you have to be arrogant about here? Zhang Shenwu was helpless, taking a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. The two continued to play, with each move being made quickly. But less than 5 minutes later, Zhang Shenwu was completely defeated by Park Jimin. Park Jimin placed his chess piece down, then looked at Zhang Shenwu with a smirk. "You lose. Is this your supposed 9 summits of ultimate power? You must have cheated to achieve this title, right? Pathetic." This time, Zhang Shenwu was furious and wanted to explode, only able to argue back. "How could this be? You little brat, you tricked me, deliberately distracting my attention. I refuse to accept this. Let's play another round." But even the Green Mountain cannot be overturned. In less than 10 minutes of the second round, Zhang Shenwu was completely crushed by Park Jimin, with no chance of getting back up. Zhang Shenwu felt embarrassed after losing the first round, but he couldn't even lift his head in the second round. To make matters worse, Park Jimin didn't hold back in mocking him. "Why did you lose so quickly? I told you that you're trash, and you still didn't believe me. Even I, an amateur player that you can't even beat. What kind of professional 9 summits of ultimate power player are you? If you are a professional 9 summits of ultimate power player, then everywhere you go, everything you do is 9 summits of ultimate power." Zhang Shenwu's eyes darkened, almost on the verge of tears. Why am I completely defenseless against Park Jimin's attacks? It can't be. Did other players intentionally go easy on me because of my identity? But faced with the reality, Zhang Shenwu had to swallow his pride and admit, "Yes, I am not as skilled as others. I accept defeat." After saying this, Zhang Shenwu harbored a deep grudge against Park Jimin. His eyes turned cold and ruthless. I may have lost, but you are about to lose your entire life. Once the order is given, these businessmen are just weeds to be cut down. I will show you how big of a mistake it is to offend a high-ranking official. With that in mind, Jiang Shenwu immediately calculated his next move. He then stood up, turned towards the door. With a calm expression, he politely excused himself, feeling unwell, and asked to leave first. But at that moment, Park Jimin suddenly placed his hand on Jiang Shenwu's shoulder. "Slow down, Master Jiang. Did you forget your words? Don't forget what you just said. Kneel down and fulfill your promise before you can leave." Jiang Shenwu's face paled, immediately shouting, "What do you want? Let go." Park Jimin didn't say much nonsense. Without hesitation, he used force to press down on Jiang Shenwu's shoulder, saying, "Kneel down." With that, a tremendous force like a 1,000-pound boulder forced Jiang Shenwu to kneel down. Park Jimin was ruthless, causing Jiang Shenwu's face to pale, sweat pouring down his face. How dared he? I am the eldest son of one of the top 8 elite families in the imperial capital, a high-ranking figure. Yet I am humiliated like this. A second later, everyone was confused. Suk-won gasped. Kijun furrowed his brows in disbelief. Even Rim Yim-ku's eyes widened in astonishment. At this moment, Suk-won's inner turmoil was like a fierce wave crashing. Breathless, terrified, petrified, a numb sensation spread all over his scalp. Emotions became extremely chaotic and tumultuous. Am I dreaming? The person my mother struggled to bring back from capital city forced me to meet only to be humiliated by Park Jimin like this. Even though he is Chairman Lim, who is Jiang Shenwu, the son of one of the top 8 Yanjing clans, yet he is humiliated like this by him. Park Jimin is truly insane. Seeing this scene, Rim Yim-chu angrily shouted, "What are you doing? Do you know who young Master Jiang is? Let him go now." Park Jimin remained indifferent, unmoved. Just as the atmosphere was tense, Park Jimin's words alone made everyone even more stunned. "You can release him, but he must fulfill his promise." Uncle Lum, you heard it too. Being a person means keeping your word. If you think words are just like the wind, then I will release him immediately. Before Kijun could say anything, Jiang Shenwu, pinned firmly to the ground by Park Jimin, began to desperately resist, shouting fiercely, "A lowly creature. Do you know who I am? You will regret this. You will definitely regret this." Ren Yim-ku continued to admonish, "Do you know whose house this is? How dare you act so recklessly? Don't ruin your life over a moment of impulse." At this moment, Kijun maintained an unchanged expression and gently spoke in an attempt to mediate. Words should be kept, but a young person's jest doesn't need to be taken so seriously. Young people sometimes just joke around with each other. Park Jimin, for the sake of giving Uncle Lum some face, let it go. Be a bit more magnanimous. Park Jimin did not show any consideration for Kijun, speaking with unwavering firmness. "All right then, if you are intent on showing favoritism, then there's no need for this meal. It seems this place does not welcome me. I'm leaving." As Park Jimin reached the door, he suddenly turned back. A hint of grim ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. "Don't think that just because you hold power, your words are sacred edicts that everyone must flatter you. I'm annoyed. I don't care who you are. Money may not equal power, but to me, a normal person, having a system is more important. When someone has enough money to buy a whole country, power means nothing to me. Do you really think a lackey of the Jiang family can suppress me? Let's see how capable he is." Park Jimin thought to himself, closing the door with a bang. His attitude shocked everyone. Park Jimin's behavior made Rim Yim-ku turn pale with anger, glaring at Suk-won and scolding. "Is there any reason for this? Is there really any reason for this? Suk-won, is this how your friend behaves? Does he even know whose house he's in? He's completely clueless." Suk-won could only look towards Kijun, blaming and reproaching. "Father, why would you say that? It's not fair. Jiang Shenwu clearly lost the bet. If he lost, he should be willing to accept it." Kijun remained silent, unsure of what to say. Since Park Jimin pushed the door and left, Mr. knew that everything was beyond his control. Hearing Suk-won defending outsiders, Rim Yim-chu angrily shouted, "Shut up, Suk-won. Are you possessed, or why do you dare to suspect your father? Seeing the tiger in the house being so fierce, Kejun remained silent, then fell into contemplation. I only intended to investigate a little, but I didn't expect the situation to be so chaotic. This young man is too stubborn. He even dares to arrogantly leave the secretary's house, truly defying the heavens. Moreover, where does he get the courage to not care about the Jang family in Capital City? Who is behind him in the end? Could it be the Park family in Capital City? The Park family, ranked third among the top tycoons of the nation H. The heir of the Park family, also an extremely talented individual. It's impossible. Could it really be a coincidence? But they say that person came to the remote province as secretary for a year in Tianmen City about 25 years ago. At that time, he still had a girlfriend, who was later forced to return to Capital City to marry another tycoon's daughter. But that was a long time ago. I heard that woman is pregnant. Could it be just a coincidence like this? Thinking about this, Kejun suddenly thought a possibility. Mother, could it be that Park Jimin is... But if he is not the biological son of the Park family in Capital City, who could completely hide all information about him, making all records about him disappear? So the only possibility is, could Park Jimin be the son of the other person? If one day the other person truly ascends to the position of leader, then Park Jimin will not have to. Then this is also an opportunity. Currently, Park Jimin and Jang Shenwu are completely at odds. With the temper of Little Vu, this situation is definitely not going to be resolved peacefully. I decide to remain neutral, sitting on a mountain, watching tigers fight. Let these two young people, with their intense background and energy, fight it out and see what happens. Realizing that his dignity had been completely lost, Jang Shenwu's face was full of hostility, his tone sharp and fierce, saying, Aunt Rim, Aunt and my mother are close friends. Our two families are also considered close. Being humiliated like this today, I must demand justice. Young man Park Jimin must pay the price. I know he is a friend of Miss but this is a matter between me and him. I hope the family will not interfere. I hope uncle and aunt can remain neutral. After saying this, Jang Shenwu was so angry that his veins bulged on his face. Gritting his teeth, his eyes also showed a deep sense of hatred. As long as the family does not intervene, I am completely sure that I will handle Park Jimin to the point where he does not recognize himself. Chairman Lim, am I right? I will make him regret being born in this world. Hearing Jang Shenwu's words, Sukwon was worried to the point of going crazy, not knowing what kind of disaster Jang's family would bring to Park Jimin. She quickly ran into the room, immediately calling Park Jimin. As soon as Park Jimin answered the phone, Sukwon spoke first. Park Jimin, why did you suddenly push the door and leave? Do you know that doing so will make your parents very uncomfortable? Anyway, they are also. But before Sukwon could finish speaking, Park Jimin interrupted directly. Anyway, what? In today's situation, I also saw Jang Shenwu disrespect you first. But it seems that your father values the face of the Jang family and doesn't respect you at all. What does that mean? Does it mean that you are not as valuable as him? Or do you think that Chairman Lim coming to your house doesn't have the right to speak up? Upon hearing this, Sukwon couldn't help but feel uneasy. But thinking about Jang Shenwu's words, she reminded with a bit of enthusiasm. My father didn't mean that. Today, Jang Shenwu was humiliated. He will definitely seek revenge on you. His status is not ordinary, not like the usual rich kids can compare. Also, my parents said they will not intervene in this matter. You will face trouble. Especially Fei Dong's side has been watched by many. If you lose protection, you will encounter big problems. After hearing this, Park Jimin didn't understand why he felt a bit happy. Recently, Fei Gong has also been self-reliant and has no place to spend money. If that kid does that, then I have to thank him. Then he responded challengingly. Trouble? Just those things? Then let him come here. I can't wait anymore. Park Jimin's words made Sukwon feel that he was not aware of the consequences, so he seriously advised, Park Jimin, I know you can't bear to be insulted, but if your Film City project is sabotaged, you will not only lose money, but also risk losing all your capital. If you really go bankrupt, thousands of people will suffer. Park Jimin, go apologize to Jang Shenwu. After hearing this sentence from Sukwon, Park Jimin suddenly felt an indescribable joy, both excited and extremely happy. Since having 90 billion, What makes me most distressed is having too much money and not knowing how to spend it all. Oh my God, the more I spend, the more I have, the more I spend, the more it fills up. Just spending a few 10 billion casually, you all are amazed and drop your eyes. But you all keep hesitating to take the money, insisting that I must find excuses, reasons to spend the money before you accept it. Now, it's so difficult to spend hundreds of billions. It's truly not easy at all. On the phone, Park Jimin spoke sincerely from the depths of his heart. Don't say anything. This is the kind of money that you don't know where to spend. I have been striving all my life. The goal is to go bankrupt one day. Hurry up a bit so I can go bankrupt. Don't disappoint me. Upon hearing that, Suk-won was completely at a loss. She tried to advise sincerely. Is your mind sick? Park Jimin, stop saying those useless words. If you don't think for yourself, at least you should think about the employees under you. They need jobs to support their families, pay off home and car loans, save money for weddings and engagement ceremonies. If Fidong goes bankrupt, do you intend to let tens of thousands of people lose their jobs because of you? Park Jimin, go apologize. Bow down to Jiang Shenwu. I will persuade my father to resolve this matter. Patience takes one step, peaceful tranquility. Retreat one step, open sky. Park Jimin may be happy, but forcing him to apologize to someone who has humiliated him, I cannot do. Immediately after, Park Jimin, annoyed, angrily scolded, "Are you crazy? You. As soon as Park Jimin hung up, Suk-won went crazy. Eldest miss. When have I been treated like this? I try to help solve the problem. But not only is there no appreciation, but you also dare to hang up my phone. Forget it, I don't care. The emperor is not in a hurry. Why is the eunuch in a rush?" The next morning, in the three cities of Tianmen, Xiantao, and Quanjiang, a sudden land purchase restriction order was announced overnight. This restriction order only targeted land planning in the film city, truly leaving people at a loss for words. Quickly, Fidong also received this news. The female assistant hurriedly ran to report, "Chairman Yu, it's not good." Seeing the assistant in a hurry, the calm expression remained on that beautiful face. Then, Xiao Yu reminded in a calm tone, "What's the matter that you're shouting? Stay calm." The assistant presented the news to Yu Ling Shuang and expressed dissatisfaction. "Chairman Yu, why suddenly issue such a strict land purchase restriction order? I really can't understand. A 5th or 6th tier city, what's worth restricting land purchase? Are these leaders out of their minds? Don't they want the local area to develop? Don't they want to make achievements for themselves?" Xiao Yu took the tablet and looked at it, frowning at the headline. This land purchase restriction order is indeed too strict. Local residents are only allowed to own a maximum of 2 houses, while those without local household registration must prove that they have paid social insurance or local taxes for at least 5 years. This is not the leaders looking for trouble for themselves, right? If big cities like Mado, Yanjing, or even second-tier cities announce restrictions on home purchases, that can be understood. With limited land and a large population, limiting home purchases is reasonable. The female assistant continued to explain, but in a voice that could not contain her anger. Normally, if there is a restriction on home purchases, there should be advance notice. This time there were no signs at all. Suddenly issued overnight, it is too unreasonable and illogical. They might be targeting us. Don't they know how many employment issues Fidong's capital has solved? If we collapse, how many people will be unemployed? Don't they think about this serious consequence? Are these leaders no longer willing to work? Currently, there is no loss. It's just that we have sold many houses in those 3 places, haven't transferred ownership yet, and now we are stuck. Upon hearing this, Yu Ling Shuang's expression became serious. She began to analyze the intention behind this action. A housing purchase restriction is not significant. Furthermore, after the housing purchase restriction, preventing speculation will help stabilize housing prices. This will support the sustainable development of the city. Of course, first and foremost, we must address the immediate concerns. At this time, if the houses have not been transferred but are already restricted, the money used to purchase them must be refunded. If not refunded, the public will be outraged. But if refunded, the corporation will face financial issues, and the capital chain will be broken. We must consider the worst-case scenario. If we fall into a negative spiral, lose the trust of the public, this project will collapse. In a crucial moment, Yu Ling Shuang immediately showed determination. Lie. Don't panic. There is a solution to everything. We must refund the money immediately now. If they want, we will refund at the current market price, not allowing the public to lose trust in Fei Dong Corporation. As a large enterprise, we must have the courage to take responsibility. Now, please call the major banks and ask about our loan situation. More people may come to demand repayment. The rest I need to negotiate with Chairman Lim. We will soon have a solution. The female assistant did not dare to delay for a second, hurriedly bowed respectfully. I will go right away. 10 minutes later, the female assistant returned, her face full of worry. Chairman Yu, currently the 150 billion loan has been rejected by the major banks. They give all kinds of reasons to delay as if they want to observe the situation. It's unreasonable, clearly approved, but now they refuse to lend. It's really not trustworthy. Yu Ling Shuang raised her hand, then looked up at the endless sky. A hint of worry appeared on her elegant face. It seems that the banks intend for Fei Dong to solve the problem on his own. The problem is that Fei Dong has invested most of the finances in the Film City project. If the repayment is made at the current market price, it is very likely to lose about 20, 30 billion. The capital chain will be broken, limiting the purchase of houses that cannot be turned around, delayed loans. Everything seems to have someone pulling the strings. Who is it? Why target Fei Dong? Now the only solution is to rely on the all-powerful boss. At this moment, no matter how determined Xiao Yu is, as soon as Park Jimin answered the phone, she felt like a fragile butterfly, her beautiful eyes now filled with complex emotions. Boss, this is Xiao Yu. There's a problem. I know, the capital chain of the group is facing issues, right? This is nothing new. Ever since hanging up on Seok-wan, sooner or later something would happen on Fei Dong's side. But I didn't expect Jiang Shenwu to act so fast. In Xiao Yu's eyes, she felt extremely admiring. This man seems to have predicted the situation. It's miraculous. This is not a coincidence, but the intelligence and foresight of him, as if he can foresee the future. After that, Xiao Yu began to summarize the situation. Fei Dong Corporation is facing a crisis. Major banks are refusing to disburse a loan of 150 billion, despite it being approved in signs that home buyers are being stirred up from behind, risking a chain reaction of refund demands. If this actually happens, it will cause huge damage to both the economy and reputation of Fei Dong Corporation. Yu Ling Shuang carefully explains the story, extending to 20 minutes, with each detail clearly stated. Park Jimin listens to the point of eating 5 bowls of noodles, showing a bit of impatience. After finishing the explanation, Yu Ling Shuang bows and blames herself. I'm sorry, boss, I thought I could handle everything well. But I didn't expect such a sudden situation. The situation changed too quickly, giving me no time to react. Boss, I have disappointed you. Indeed, Xiao Yu has not asked for money recently, making Park Jimin very upset. But Park Jimin not only does not worry after hearing this, but also appears excited and ecstatic. Finally, I have a chance to spend money. Heaven help me. Facing such a risk, I can spend even more money. After that, Park Jimin said with a determined tone, All right, you didn't disappoint me. On the contrary, I am very pleased with you. If the bank doesn't lend, what's the big deal? If the home buyers demand a refund, so be it. Let's just comfortably refund them. Currently, they are withdrawing, and in the future, they may not necessarily come back to buy. Remember, refund them at the highest market price, not missing a single penny. We are a big company and must show generosity. Whatever money is lacking, I will transfer to you. Yu Ling Shuang, after listening, felt impressed by Park Jimin's determination. The boss is too wise, truly too wise. Going against the current, this is the fundamental way to solve the problem. At first glance, the behavior seems foolish, causing significant losses to the corporation. But if we decisively refund, furthermore, at the highest market price, people will start to doubt. And the limit on home purchases is evidence that the housing prices in Tianmen have great potential for growth. In the future, the price of land and housing in the Film City will be higher than in the urban area, even on par with Yanjing. This could be a great business strategy. If handled well, this risk could turn into an opportunity. Boss, your strategy of taking 1 step back to move 2 steps forward is truly amazing. Although Park Jimin is known for his strategic thinking, his intentions this time are too high level, surpassing Yu Ling Shuang's understanding. So she carried a hint of doubt in her heart and asked again. But if we use the highest market price, the total compensation could reach 30 billion. Although this amount may be exaggerated, without the Yanjing property, we don't necessarily have to pay that price. In response to this issue, Park Jimin only replied in a vague and mysterious manner. Shall you look further ahead? Many times, the value of a piece of land does not lie in the real estate, but in the people. If everyone feels that the house in Yanjing is worth it, then it is worth it. Conversely, if no one wants to live there, its value will decline. The human heart is a very complex thing. Therefore, we must show them that refunding them not only does not result in a loss, but also earns us a large sum. Immediately, they will see that refunding is just a foolish act. Just 30 billion. In the future, we can earn even more than that. Finally, Xiao Yu understood Park Jimin's subtle intentions. Immediately, she felt a deep admiration for him. Understood, I understand boss's plan now. I must cooperate with his instructions immediately. The more generous the compensation, the more favorable the conditions, the more people will believe that Fei Dong Corporation is stronger and the film studio project has more prospects. The housing purchase restriction order only pushes the potential and value higher. Mado Yanjing is a vivid example, despite the stricter housing purchase restrictions in these areas. This explanation is completely reasonable. With a boss with such excellent vision and strategy, his competitors are truly pitiful. After carefully considering everything, a strong determination ignited in Xiao Yu's heart. Rest assured, boss, I understand your intentions. I will follow your instructions immediately. At this moment, Park Jimin had already eaten his 7th bowl of noodles just to cooperate with Yu Ling Shuang. However, when he heard this, he felt something was off. But in the end, Xiao Yu also understood my distress, willing to cooperate with me in spending money. This feeling can only be described as truly refreshing. After hanging up the phone, in less than 15 seconds, Yu Ling Shuang's phone suddenly rang. Your account ending in 7687 has just received 200 billion. 10, 100, 10,000, 100,000, 100 million, 100 billion. Is this 200 billion? Yu Ling Shuang looked like her eyes were about to pop out. At this moment, Xiao Yu felt like her mind was hit by a strong shock, only knowing to widen her eyes and open her mouth. Even her soul felt shaky. After her emotions had settled, with the familiar graceful demeanor, in Xiao Yu's heart, emotions surged like waves, one after another. With 200 billion in hand, all risks become non-existent, as if holding the dragon spear to kill chickens, issuing orders to the world is truly so easy. But to mobilize such a huge amount of money, boss must have anticipated this situation. He always appears indifferent, only indulging in pleasures. But in reality, he has silently sacrificed too much. In places where no one sees, he has endured all the pressure for me, even lowering himself to do menial tasks. Boss, I will not disappoint you. You have placed the greatest trust in me, and I will not let you down any further. After going through a wave of self-reflection, Xiao Yu's heart suddenly beat passionately in her chest, the feeling of love beginning to spread throughout her body, filling every cell with vitality. Yu Ling Shuang's goodwill score increased by 1, currently at 99 points. Target Simp Lord Yu Ling Shuang, with the wisdom and sophistication of the master, gradually persuading the innermost emotions to rise, like a knight willing to sacrifice for a beloved friend. A breakthrough in goodwill score of 99 points, rewarding a strengthening bonus of 10 points, currently at 249 points. At a corner in Mado, outside the mansion pier, Jin Jiamu was both shocked and amazed when he heard the news about the real estate city in Tianmen. What? The surprise city is restricting house purchases? And so suddenly? It's really troublesome. But it's not the right time yet. Fei Dong is not in a high debt situation, and the cash flow is still very stable. Taking action now would not be fatal. To achieve that, we have to wait until most of the Film City projects reach their peak, causing them to sink into debt and be pulled down by huge debts. Currently, it's still too early. Could it be? Park Jimin has realized my plan, so he suffered some losses to create this limit order. Damn, this kid is too vigilant. Analyzing Park Jimin's intentions, Jin Jiamu said firmly, immediately contact the major financial conglomerates. I want to organize an emergency meeting. We must lift this house purchase limit order, or else all our plans will fail. Understood, sir. After that, Jin Jiamu thought about the humiliation that Park Jimin had caused. Jin Jiamu's face now became even more menacing to a frightening degree. Damn it, this is not what I wanted. With the film city developing in this direction, the influence of large financial conglomerates will weaken. At this rate, Park Jimin will realize the benefits of limiting home purchases, leading to sustainable development for the film city. No, I have to put pressure on the leaders of the three cities to force them to lift the home purchase restrictions. Around 2 p.m., Kim Kagan hurriedly entered the young master's room. You were right, Park Jimin has figured out our plan. I just received new information from Tanmen City. Yu Ling Shuang has announced to everyone that all home buyers will be refunded, and not the initial amount, but the current highest price. This is probably to eliminate unstable factors and help the film city develop sustainably. She continued. Furthermore, refunding at a high price increases confidence in the city's potential, making many believe that its value will soar. If this continues, Tianmen Film City will have a big impact on our Shen Duan Film City. Whenever Park Jimin is mentioned, Jin Jiamu clenches his jaw in hatred. I can't forget the humiliation on the yacht that day. I won't be worthy of being Mado's young master if I don't seek revenge. Then, Jin Jiamu said menacingly, I understand. This time, I want to see what Park Jimin can do when faced with this pressure. That evening, the situation in the city became tense. The power network began to focus on restricting property purchases in Tanmen. Xiantao and Qianjiang sparked heated debates, almost dividing into three factions. One faction, determined, insisted on enforcing the purchase limit as it was an order from above and could not be refused. Another faction, determined, opposed, due to pressure from various forces everywhere, and they believed that from a strategic perspective, this order was not appropriate. The remaining faction did not know what to do, being pressured from both sides. The difficult situation left them unable to decide and unwilling to offend either side, creating a tense power struggle. Elsewhere, in the capital city, Zhang Shenwu had just entered a bar to relax. The dim lights and lively music created an exhilarating atmosphere. Surrounding Zhang Shenwu, a few tall women gathered, each with a different look. One wore a seductive red dress, her eyes sparkling like stars and a bright smile like a blossoming flower. A girl in a blue outfit, with eyes as blue as the sea and a deep gaze that reaches the soul. In Zhang Shenwu's heart, a sense of satisfaction and confidence arises. He is delighted with the attention he is receiving, feeling like a king, enjoying every moment of the beautiful people around him. Still the most generous Zhang young master, just small matters. At this moment, Zhang Shenwu receives a phone call. What's the matter? Speak quickly, don't disturb my enjoyment. The person on the other end responds, Zhang young master, there is a bit of trouble. The house purchase restriction order has caused a major dispute in the city. The pressure on us is really huge. Hearing the unsettling situation, Zhang Shenwu's face is filled with seriousness. Why can't even a few people handle it? Is Park Jimin really that powerful? The other person replies, That's right, Zhang young master. Park Jimin's communication network is extremely powerful. He is supported by many top domestic financial conglomerates, and even international corporations. The pressure from all sides is not easy to deal with. After hearing this, Zhang Shenwu could not contain the anger in his heart. He slammed his fist on the table and roared, Even if I can't resist, I have to resist. I can't swallow this. Wait a moment, I will call my cousin. I don't believe that even he can't solve this. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Shenwu felt a bit fearful. Before, I thought that Park Jimin's success mainly relied on the support of Ki-jun. If Ki-jun remains neutral and doesn't intervene, I could easily dominate him. But now, even without Ki-jun, Park Jimin still has such a strong support network, including international financial conglomerates. This is truly unexpected. However, once the arrow is shot, it cannot be retrieved. The Zhang family has made a move, and the momentum cannot be weakened. Otherwise, where will my reputation go? What face will I have left? As the thought ended, a smile appeared on Zhang Shenwu's face. However, this smile also carried a hint of coldness. On the other hand, the Lai Shi family and major financial conglomerates are coming together. They are using their network of relationships to exert pressure to cancel the house purchase limit order. The two opposing forces have created a great misunderstanding, a comical yet entirely reasonable situation. If Park Jimin knew about this, he would definitely burst out laughing. While the world is in turmoil, Park Jimin calmly makes his way to the school stadium. He never wanted to participate in track and field competitions, but the principal begged him to the point of tears, so he reluctantly agreed. All right. Don't worry, this time I will definitely represent the school and achieve a good ranking. Upon hearing this, the tearful principal calmed down somewhat, but his voice still trembled with emotion. Park Jimin, this time our school is counting on you to represent the Haverlist University track team in the provincial track competition. So strive to win the first prize. After hanging up, Park Jimin shook his head and sighed. Sigh, the principal has put me on the spot. I have to respect his face. What a crowded registration list. Upon arriving at the registration area, Hyunjin Ryu immediately saw Park Jimin. The enemy met, eyes red with anger. But at this moment, Hyunjin Ryu only felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Park Jimin, why is he here? If in the past I was always jealous and resentful of him, even not hesitating to provoke and mock him, now facing the reputation of Chairman Lim, I can only look up to him. Even the hatred has diminished a lot because I know the distance between me and him is too great, as large as 100,000, 8,000 miles. What courage do I have to be jealous anymore? Hyunjin Ryu walked towards Park Jimin, then took out a cigarette and offered it. Smoke. Park Jimin shook his head and refused. No, I quit. Smoking is harmful to health. Hyunjin Ryu put away the cigarette and lit one for himself. Then, he couldn't help but bitterly say to himself, yes, smoking is harmful to health, but men also have their small passions. If you can't smoke, can't drink, even if you live to be 100 years old, it's meaningless. He continued, Park Jimin, I am truly envious of you. I envy you for being young, wealthy, and loved by Yang Weibai. I have pursued her for years, but she has never paid attention to me. Yet she loves you, and I can't understand why. Why would she be fond of someone like you? Therefore, I am deeply regretful and ashamed of myself for trying to sabotage you, intentionally causing trouble for you. It wasn't until the end that I realized I was just a clown, truly underestimating myself. Park Jimin, let's forget about the past. I bullied you, and you bullied me. Let's consider our matters settled. Hyunjin Ryu finished speaking, and suddenly a tall, slender girl with a beautiful face and alluring curves approached. Park Jimin, I know you're here to register today. I'm here to cheer you on. Park Jimin turned back at the crisp voice, recognizing her as none other than Kim Hae-won. Since the summer break, she knew her heart had found its way back. Every second, every minute, she longed to see him. And now, standing before the call of her heart, her emotions suddenly became intensely restless. Her eyes sparkled with joy mixed with nervousness. Emotions surged like waves. But in the end, Kim Hae-won realized the distance between her and Park Jimin was too far, unreachable. Only admiration remained. With a heavy heart, she suppressed all her feelings and greeted him as if there was nothing special between them. Hyunjin Ryu couldn't bear to hear this voice, almost bursting with anger. The surge of rage made his eyes blaze with resentment and anguish. Kim Hae-won, why are you here? Kim Hae-won looked at Hyunjin Ryu with disgust, then turned away indifferently. Hyunjin Ryu, my business has nothing to do with you. We broke up a long time ago. You have no right to interfere. Then, Kim Hae-won turned back to Park Jimin, smiling sweetly. Park Jimin, the principal has spoken. From today, I will be your personal assistant. I will take care of everything for you, from now until the end of the sports festival. Seeing this scene, Hyunjin Ryu felt uncomfortable to the point of madness. Just when he was about to let go of all past grievances, seeing his ex-girlfriend flattering someone else truly broke his heart. At this moment, Hyunjin Ryu only has one word to describe his emotions: pain. The feeling of pain is like someone using a knife to disturb his chest, making each breath heavy and difficult. The pain tightens, like a clamp squeezing his heart, making Hyunjin Ryu feel more agony than death itself. The sharp cramps make his nostrils feel constricted. But quickly, Hyunjin Ryu calms down and thinks to himself, maybe this isn't a humiliation. If my ex-girlfriend is really by Chairman Lim's side, this could be a story to boast about. Yes, the woman next to Chairman Lim used to be my girlfriend. Then, I didn't need her anymore, so we broke up and Chairman Lim took over. How cool am I, right? Thinking this, Hyunjin Ryu feels completely different, as if Chairman Lim is only wearing things that he has discarded. Seeing Hyunjin Ryu's satisfied face, Kim Harawan's elegant face darkens, full of dissatisfaction. Her sparkling eyes even reveal a hint of contempt. She thought, Hyunjin Ryu's expressions are truly disgusting. Ever since discovering the videos he filmed with all the girls he has been with, I feel nauseous. Luckily, I broke up with him. It seems like he has psychological issues. After Hyunjin Ryu left, Kim Harawan's face gradually softened. Then, she looked at Park Jimin cheerfully and asked, Park Jimin, how many events are you planning to sign up for? Hearing this, Park Jimin, confused, asked back, Are there many events? Seeing Park Jimin's confusion, Kim Harawan enthusiastically explained, Yes, there are many events and track and field competitions. Do you think there's only the 100 meters dash? Specifically, it includes short distance running, middle distance running, long distance running, hurdles, steeplechase, 20 kilometers walk, 50 kilometers walk, high jump, long jump, triple jump, pole vault, shot put, discus throw, hammer throw, javelin throw, and more. In school sports festivals, due to limitations of space, time, and equipment, some events may not be held. But in the provincial track meet, it's different. Very organized, almost all events are on the list. Kim Harawan explained very carefully and clearly that she had prepared very thoroughly for this temporary assistant role. After understanding the gist, Park Jimin confidently raised his hand and said, Then sign me up for 10 combined events. Seeing Park Jimin's nonchalant expression, Kim Harawan was also surprised and asked, 10 combined events? Are you serious? But no matter how it looked, Kim Harawan still couldn't believe it, so she had to explain in detail once again. Do you really want to participate in 10 combined events? This competition is very demanding. Usually just participating in 2 or 3 events is enough. You run very fast. I suggest you participate in the 100 meters sprint and 110 meters hurdles. If you participate in 10 combined events, the competition will take place over 2 days. On the first day, you have to compete in the 100 meters sprint, long jump, shot put, high jump, and 400 meters run. The second day will be the 110 meters hurdles, discus throw, pole vault, javelin throw, and 1,500 meters long distance run. Participating in all of these events over 2 days will require a lot of physical stamina, and you haven't had enough time to train properly. Talking about this, Kim Harawan wanted to say more but hesitated. Seeing the constantly changing expression on Kim Harawan's face, Park Jimin raised his hand to show off his muscles and confidently said softly, It's okay, I've been training at home. I'll make sure to bring back the championship for Harvard University. As soon as Park Jimin said these words, the stadium became lively. The female students couldn't help but gaze at him with admiration and madness. Isn't that Chairman Lim? He's back at school. He's even participating in sports events. Initially, this news only spread within Harvard University, but because of Chairman Lim's reputation, the news quickly spread beyond the school, becoming a phenomenon and attracting the attention of many netizens. Some upper-class individuals also analyzed, Have you heard? Chairman Lim is participating in sports events. The Film City project is facing a big issue, and yet he still has time to participate in the sports event. Upon careful consideration, it seems like he has the mouth of a tiger, but the courage of a rabbit. Someone else said, I also feel that Chairman Lim's participation in this conference seems somewhat superfluous. He wants to appear calm and unburdened, but this very action exposes his weaknesses. Ordinary people might not notice, but those who are perceptive will infer the current state of the company from his behavior. They were discussing, Fei Gong might really be in trouble. Why overthink it? Initially, I didn't plan to watch this competition, but since Chairman Lim is participating, I have to watch it. Did you hear? Chairman Lim is participating in the men's decathlon. I admit he's fast, but with his frail physique, can he really handle weightlifting? That frail appearance. This time, Chairman Lim will probably be the laughingstock in some of the events. Another person said, Don't be too quick to laugh. From my research on Chairman Lim, even his behavior and style show that external matters don't affect him much. Chairman Lim has a solid foundation. As dusk fell, Park Jimin returned alone to the Kinyuan district. As soon as he opened the door, he smelled a faint fragrance lingering in the air. Indeed, when he turned on the light, he saw a table of food that had been prepared, immaculately arranged with each dish carefully displayed. There was also a small note on the table. He read the line that said, "Kim Jenny came," leaving a note behind. Park Jimin picked up the small note to read. It said, "Park Jimin, I have cooked your favorite pork rib lotus root soup. When you come home, the soup will be ready to drink. I heard you are going to participate in a track and field competition. I believe you will achieve great success. Anyway, you are the most wonderful person. But you also need to take care of your body. Lately, I have been busy with work. I have been promoted to CEO of the Charity Fund's Human Resources Department. Hi. I never thought I could be a CEO, but I will try my best. Park Jimin, you are so outstanding. I think only when I become better can I deserve to be by your side." Striving for excellence from Kim Jenny. Many times, it is the little things like this that easily touch people's hearts. Park Jimin looked at the small note and the still steaming pot of soup. Suddenly, his heart felt warm, but also a bit overwhelmed. I never said that I like lotus rib soup the most. But Kim Jenny seemed to know that without needing to ask. Currently, she is the director, and the charity fund has been very busy lately. Yet she still found time to come to Kinyuan to cook soup for me. Did she not consider the possibility that I might not come to Kinyuan today? How did she know for sure that I would come? Unless she cooks soup every day. Thinking about this, Park Jimin felt even more guilty towards Kim Jenny. She seems to always quietly dedicate herself without asking for anything, while I rarely make time for her. Should I use the power enhancement system on her if I have the chance to meet Kim Jenny again? He thought to himself. Anyway, since unlocking this ability, I have never used it. Kim Jenny's looks only score 7.9 points. Although to outsiders, this is already very beautiful. Compared to other Simp Lord targets, her looks are the lowest. Let's see how effective it is this time. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed at the villa in Mado. The atmosphere here was filled with a terrifyingly solemn air, making anyone who entered feel a chill down their spine. Kim K-Yan was reporting, feeling uneasy in his heart. Young master, Park Jimin's background is truly terrifying. Although large financial conglomerates are all exerting pressure, his powerful network of relationships is so strong that not only does it make the local government dare not cancel the house purchase restriction order, but it also pulls in high-ranking government officials. It is said that the Jiang family, one of the 8 major families in Yanjing, is also involved. It's really terrifying. After listening, Jin Jiamu's face turned pale, sitting still not knowing what to do. I didn't expect his backstage to be this powerful. Jin Jiamu sighed. I have considered it, young master. Should we continue to target Park Jimin? Getting involved with characters at this level, continuing to clash, I'm afraid our Lai Shi group will. At this point, Kim K-Yan wanted to say more but hesitated, her face showing clear reluctance. Jin Jiamu was also helpless, waving his hand to dismiss her. Clearly, Jin Jiamu was not mentally prepared for such an outcome. His face displayed a myriad of complex emotions: worry, fear, anger, and even hatred. The constantly changing emotions made his face unpredictable. Every furrowed brow, every pursed lip contained a different emotion that was both shocking and extremely unsettling. Damn it, dealing with the Jiang family in the capital city is not easy either. How did Park Jimin manage to connect with them? At the same time, Jiang Shenwu was also being scolded by senior members of the family over the phone. Xiao Mu, you have been too reckless this time. A stern voice spoke up. The issue related to the purchasing restriction order in the cities of Tianmen, Xiantao, and Qilanjiang has stirred up the entire leadership class of the cities. It has caused chaos everywhere. The Jiang family, relying on its strong political roots, has gained the upper hand in suppressing other forces. The senior continued. Although we have achieved victory, it required us to use many connections. However, imposing the purchasing restriction order in the 5th and 6th cities goes against the norm and can easily be criticized by others. Furthermore, the other party has a formidable background. If we are forced into a corner, it may lead to the bankruptcy of the Feidong Corporation. Our Jiang family will also suffer heavy losses, giving other families the opportunity to take advantage. In fact, if we fail to eliminate the opponent, other families may use this as a reason to accuse the Jiang family. Think about it at home this time. Don't cause any more trouble. Warned strongly by the elders in the family, Jiang Shenwu could only listen and then hung up the phone. Sitting there, he felt extremely frustrated. Damn it, it's so annoying. He muttered to himself. I just intervened and everything got messed up. This time, the house buying restriction is just a temporary measure. It can't be fatal. On the contrary, this restriction is actually good for him. Damn it, it's heartbreaking. He continued, am I really helping that Part Jimin guy get another chance? I just hope he doesn't have enough capital to get through this. The feeling of helplessness and frustration overwhelmed Jiang Shenwu, making him feel like all his plans were meaningless in the face of Park Jimin's cunning. Then, Jiang Shenwu quickly thought of countermeasures and muttered sadly, that's right, with such a huge film city, as long as the bank doesn't approve the loan, I don't believe he can manage his finances. In addition, I have prepared many more attack plans, such as conducting site inspections every 3 days to find vulnerabilities and disrupt construction. He thought to himself. Or deliberately spread rumors about poor quality real estate, hire actors to sabotage, force residents with unreasonable compensation. Just a few tricks like that will make him unable to bear it. Park Jimin, sooner or later, I will make him suffer. Ignoring Jin Jia-mu and Jiang Shenwu arguing to the point of losing their heads, Park Jimin was not concerned. He was present at the stadium in Hancheng. This provincial track and field competition was considered the biggest sports event in the past 2 years in Hancheng. Athletes from all over participated, with over 2,000 people registered for the competition. The audience at the stadium exceeded 100,000, filling the entire venue. The lively chatter of the crowd never ceased, creating an extremely vibrant and exciting atmosphere. The athletes were instructed to position themselves for the first event. The high jump event is about to begin. The rules of the competition are very simple. The competition will start with a height of 1.5 meters. Anyone who clears 1.5 meters will automatically move on to the next round. Then, the height will gradually increase to 1.6 meters, 1.7 meters, 1.8 meters and so on. The competition will continue until no one can jump over anymore. The number of participants in the next round will gradually decrease until the champion is found. The top 3 will be promoted, participate in national competitions, and receive the title of a first-class national athlete. Under the attention of thousands of people, Park Jimin walked to the competition venue in a black sports suit, exuding confidence, style, and handsomeness. Immediately, the handsome appearance and wealth of Chairman Lim made many young girls infatuated and unable to help but drool. Someone said, it seems like Chairman Lim is participating in the high jump competition. Right? It sounds unrealistic. He is very strong in running 100 meters, but in high jump, she said. I heard that in this high jump competition, there is a number 1 seed named Liu Jiannan. He is a 3rd-year student at Hancheng Sports Academy and has achieved the height of 2.25 meters, breaking the school record. This achievement can even be compared on the international stage. As a crowd of spectators eagerly discussed, a tall athlete about 1.9 meters, with a well-proportioned body, suddenly approached Park Jimin. His appearance caused a stir, as everyone's gaze shifted towards the two of them. Then, he crossed his arms and said challengingly, President Lim has a big reputation, but you only rely on money. In sports competitions, the most important thing is strength. Even with money, you cannot buy the champion in the eyes of the public. In the end, it all comes down to real strength. What about President Lim? I also have to crush his reputation. Seeing Liu Jiannan crow so early, Park Jimin just looked at him with a calm gaze. His mouth didn't twitch, clearly not understanding what was going on. Ignoring Park Jimin's calm and somewhat solemn demeanor, Liu Jiannan continued to speak. He looked straight at him. Even though they were separated by 10 meters, his voice still clear. I despise people like you, using sports to boost your reputation. With me here today, you will lose miserably. The brief encounter lasted less than 15 seconds. Liu Jiannan immediately turned and walked away, leaving Park Jimin bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. It felt like a herd of alpacas had just rushed past, leaving Park Jimin unsure of how to react to this strange situation. But as the pieces came together, Park Jimin was also frustrated with this kind of attitude. Is this person Liu Jiannan, the top seed of the high jump competition? Did he take the wrong medicine to provoke everyone, and confidently want to step on my reputation? Quickly, the high jump competition officially began. The process also happens very quickly. After the first person completes the competition, the second person immediately jumps up, with no interruption. At the same time, the competition is divided into 5 groups conducting simultaneously. Initially, the height of 1.5 meters did not pose any difficulties for the athletes. But when the height increased to 1.8 meters, many people were immediately eliminated. Park Jimin, with a non-professional posture, jumped over 1.8 meters, receiving a lot of attention and cheers. Quickly turn around. President Lim jumped strongly, can also jump over 1.8 meters. This news will surely become the hottest news of the day. Amidst the excitement in the air, a sense of pride surged in Liu Jiannan's heart. The name President Lim only jumps in a rough way, without technique. With this jumping style, it is very difficult to overcome the height of 2 meters. But thanks to that name, this competition is now so crowded. Not only is it broadcast live, but there are also a series of sports reporters coming to report. This time, I will borrow his fame to affirm my own name, achieve both fame and profit. And just win this time, I will be as famous as alcohol. Thinking about this, Liu Jiannan requested to increase the height to 2.2 meters. At this point, the audience in live channels also started to boil. All eyes were focused on this tall and slender young man. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Liu Jiannan slowly took 3 steps, his speed transitioning from slow to fast. His movements were smooth like flowing water. He accelerated, each step powerful and firm. At the jumping point, he put all of his strength into one leg and jumped high. In midair, he arched his body gracefully, creating a beautiful arc. Everything seemed to pause in that moment. Finally, under the intense gaze, he landed on the mat gently and gracefully. 2.2 meters cleared. Liu Jiannan had cleared the terrifying height of 2.2 meters without any mistakes. A second later, the stadium erupted in cheers and the unbelieving eyes of everyone. No one could believe what they had just witnessed. The surprise and excitement were evident on every face. Damn it, this height can really be cleared. On the field, there are very few who can surpass this height. This is true professional level. Looking at the other contestants is disappointing. This high jump is textbook perfect. Liu Jiannan truly lives up to his reputation as a top player. He's really strong. In this provincial tournament, the champion can definitely be no one else but him. After witnessing Liu Jiannan's tremendous strength, a sense of gloom enveloped the other athletes. Many decided to give up. Park Jimin looked at the bar and calculated, 2.2 meters, it doesn't seem too difficult. With my physical condition, the hardest part isn't jumping high, but not jumping too high to avoid scaring others. In this jump, Park Jimin had learned the high jump technique. His performance was just a bit short of professional level. Each running step was as swift as the wind. His backflip technique and his actions over the bar were almost perfect. Park Jimin cleared 2.2 meters. After Liu Jiannan cleared 2.2 meters, Park Jimin also achieved a similar result. It's truly incredible. The words of the referee hit Liu Jiannan's ears like a thunderbolt in a clear sky. Could he really jump 2.2 meters? Immediately, the competitive nature surged within him. Liu Jiannan turned to the referee, loudly declaring, I will challenge 2.3 meters. This limit was also Liu Jiannan's limit. Looking into the distance, his eyes were filled with determination. This was my previous record, but it was not easy to surpass. This time, I will definitely succeed. Under the gaze of the audience, Liu Jiannan began to accelerate, running, jumping with one foot, arching his back, the movements seamless. In that moment, everything seemed to freeze. But as he glided over the bar, at that moment, a small mistake occurred. The movement on his thigh was not perfect. A hook on the bar caused it to fall. The challenge failed, causing Liu Jiannan's eyes to widen in disappointment. Oh no! A second later, the referee announced the result. Liu Jiannan, 2.3 meters, failed. Looking at this scene, Park Jimin's mouth corner slightly lifted, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Is 2.3 meters his limit? Well then, that's easy. Immediately, Park Jimin approached the referee and requested, please raise it to 3 meters for me. Hearing this, the referee couldn't help but be surprised. Are you sure you want to increase the height to 3 meters? Of course, when this height was announced, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. It was hard to believe. 3 meters? Is Chairman Lim crazy? Is he extremely confident or just arrogant? It should be noted that this is the level of an Olympic athlete in international competitions, even the world record in high jump. This height is still in the top 10 in the world. At this moment, everyone seemed to have forgotten the identity of the wealthy Chairman Lim of Park Jimin. He was no longer a billionaire businessman, not a national heartthrob, nor an idol. On the field, he was just a true athlete and also a top professional athlete. The atmosphere was tense. The whole school was quiet to the point of suffocation. All eyes were focused on the handsome man calmly walking away, filled with suspicion and doubt. Some people hurriedly spoke up. Chairman Lim. What is he doing? Why isn't he running? The competition has started, and he's planning to give up. More and more people began to point fingers, make comments, making the atmosphere slightly solemn. Seeing Park Jimin not intending to jump, Liu Jian-nan also secretly chuckled to himself. So he's planning to quit the competition. Pretending to challenge 3 meters, I'm sure to win. As soon as the bar was at a suitable distance, Park Jimin lowered himself, spread out his legs, and firmly planted one hand on the ground for balance. That posture is like a spider hunting, emitting a strong aura from the body. It's time to show real skills. Only 3 meters, too easy. With that thought, all the energy was focused on one leg. Park Jimin kicked down with the strength and agility of 8 normal people. Immediately, the ground under his feet cracked from the center, spreading like a spider web. At that moment, his body disappeared as if into thin air, soaring into the air, flipping gracefully over the bar. Finally, under all eyes holding their breath, Park Jimin landed safely on the mat, completing the jump with a super cool posture. A second later, applause and cheers resounded loudly. The perfection in his movements and aura made everyone almost terrified and impressed to the point of goosebumps. They couldn't contain their admiration and awe. Even the audience watching live couldn't contain their excitement. Wow, so cool. Unbelievable. Chairman Lim just jumped over the world record challenge. Quick, slap me. I must be dreaming. Let's slap each other. Ladies and gentlemen, just now, Chairman Lim has left an indelible impression on everyone. With an astonishing leap, the world record was broken in a provincial competition. 3 meters is the new record set by Chairman Lim. Truly deserving of the title of basketball superstar. It's no surprise that he excels in high jumps. It was an incredibly impressive performance. Absolutely phenomenal, truly extraordinary. At this moment, under the imposing shadow of Park Jimin, a profound sense of dread appeared in Liu Jian-nan's eyes. He involuntarily slumped to the ground, feeling as if his legs had lost all their strength. Sweat poured down as if he were bathing. No way. 3 meters, is he even human? How could he surpass the world-class height? Upon seeing Park Jimin approach, Kim Harry-won jumped up with excitement. Her eyes were filled with admiration. Park Jimin, you're amazing, you won. Park Jimin replied casually. This is only the first round, but you will win forever. In 10 minutes, the long jump competition will begin. The rules for long jump are also very simple. The athlete must take off without stepping on the red line and must land with the correct technique. Each person is allowed 3 jumps, and the best result will be used as the final score. Of course, the one who jumps the farthest will win the championship. Time passed minute by minute. The long jump results of the contestants were announced one by one. Finally, it was Liu Jian-nan's turn. The entire stadium watched every move of his, and his expression became determined, dispelling the previous look of frustration. Many people only know that I am good at high jumping, but few know that long jumping is my specialty. In long jump, I have never lost, and this time will be no different. I will not lose again. The long jump champion will definitely be me. Years of hard training have led to this moment. With his resolve firm, Liu Jian-nan began his approach. His body was like a lightning bolt, moving so fast it was astonishing. In an instant, he leaped from the takeoff mark, his body gliding effortlessly through the air. And then he landed softly in the sandpit. The referee announced the measurement result. Athlete Liu Jian-nan, 7 meters. Liu Jian-nan glanced at Park Jimin with a cold look. This achievement, even top international athletes at the Olympics have to admit defeat. Jumping 7 meters means he has met the standard to represent the national team at the Olympics. If he doesn't win the championship, it's truly unfair to himself. Thinking about this, Liu Jian-nan's mouth corner lifted with arrogance. Then, he pointed his thumb down towards Park Jimin. This gesture was not only a declaration of war, but also an affirmation that no one could surpass him. I want to see how you can surpass me. Thought I was the center of the universe. But in the end, Liu Jian-nan was completely ignored by Park Jimin. His indifference was like a slap to his pride, making his self-satisfaction and arrogance disappear, replaced by anger, almost to the point of bursting. Damn it, he completely ignored me. At the moment when everyone was curious about Park Jimin, he had no preparation and directly ran to take off, accelerating and suddenly jumping. He soared into the air, as if escaping the Earth's gravity. Park Jimin floated in the air for 1.5 seconds before landing on the sandpit in a very unprofessional posture. However, this distance was enough to leave Liu Jiannan behind by several years of hard training. Athlete Park Jimin, 9 meters. Park Jimin once again broke the world record. Chairman Lim is the hope of the nation's athletics. As this result was announced, the entire stadium erupted. 100,000 spectators stood up simultaneously, cheering loudly like the sea. Some female fans couldn't contain themselves and screamed loudly, "Chairman Lim is amazing. My husband is so good. My husband is the best in the world. I am 16 years old and I want to dedicate myself to Chairman Lim." At the same time, fans across the country were going crazy. The number of live viewers skyrocketed, surpassing 20 million. Even Kim Woo-sung and Dae-han and Mado couldn't take their eyes off the screen. Chairman Lim, he is truly impressive. As soon as the long jump competition ended, Kim Woo-sung was also extremely astonished. Dae-han, Park Jimin is truly amazing. He has just won both the high jump and long jump championships. Moreover, his performance is nearly at the level of an international athlete. Dae-han calmly responded, his clear eyes showing no ripples of emotion. Indeed, Park Jimin really knows how to hide his talents well. He always surprises everyone. Seeing Dae-han continuously praise Park Jimin, Kim Woo-sung's heart suddenly raced. She immediately became interested and asked, "Dae-han, when will we meet Park Jimin?" Currently, the Feidong Group is facing difficulties due to the housing purchase restrictions, leading to a wave of refunds from previous transactions. This has caused significant losses, and it seems that the bank loan issues are also encountering problems. In this situation, the capital chain of the Feidong Group is definitely facing issues. I am very interested in Park Jimin's project. If our two families join forces to buy a portion of the shares of the Feidong Group and help them overcome their difficulties, when this project develops, we will reap substantial profits. Park Jimin will definitely not refuse. Seeing Kim Woo-sung anxious to the point of being restless, while Dae-han remained calm, resting her chin and analyzing. There's no rush right now. Based on the current situation, Park Jimin has not faced any real difficulties yet. He may have prepared contingency plans for the Film City project. The refund from previous transactions only slightly slows down the development progress but does not cause serious harm. And I have also investigated the financial situation of Feidong. Their management team is excellent, and the financial situation is quite stable. Their ability to withstand danger is very strong. Even if the bank does not lend, they can still get through this difficulty. If we propose cooperation now, it is very likely that they will not accept. Plus, the rumors about Chairman Lim participating in athletics. It is just to divert attention, because Feidong's capital chain has run dry. But I don't believe that. If Chairman Lim could be easily seen through, he would not be Chairman Lim. Every word from Dae-han seemed to have a magical power, soothing the worries in Kim Woo-sung's heart, but she still couldn't help but feel puzzled. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with a sense of confusion. So what should we do? Wait a little longer. Dae-han's gaze sparkled with wisdom and understanding, beginning to convey a deeper message. Yes, wait a little longer. Recently, many high-ranking leaders have been caught up in the home purchase restriction order. In this case, there are two forces with astonishing backgrounds, and some people suspect that one of these forces is connected to Park Jimin. But I feel that something is very strange. One of these forces comes from large financial conglomerates, like Lai Shi Tycoon, Hongjian Capital, banks, and even your Qin Shi family is involved. These conglomerates want to lift the home purchase restrictions solely to target the 10-men Film City project, aiming to profit from real estate purchases. And it has nothing to do with Park Jimin at all. The second force comes from Imperial Capital, with a very tough attitude and a strong background. They possess tremendous energy, leading many to believe that this is the backdrop behind Park Jimin. The issue here is, if this force comes from Park Jimin, why choose this moment to issue the home purchase restriction order? Currently, the Film City needs to develop quickly and attract investment. The home purchase restriction order can be issued after the Film City has developed strongly. There is no need to rush. Therefore, I believe that both of these forces have nothing to do with Park Jimin. Han paused for a moment after saying this. This thought seemed to go beyond what could be articulated, making her shudder at the possibility. If someone is behind controlling both of these opposing forces, causing them to fight against each other and profiting from it, then that would truly be a frightening thing. To be so intelligent and strategic is indeed terrifying. Feeling as if a shocking secret had been uncovered, Qin Wusong exclaimed with great excitement. Could it be that these two forces are really targeting Park Jimin? Do they want to create trouble for the Fei Dong group, sabotaging and limiting its development? But perhaps they have misunderstood each other, thinking that the other side is a force of Park Jimin, and thus they started to confront each other? Isn't this a humorous misunderstanding? Han continued, her gaze briefly flashing with sharpness, her lips curled into a smile full of meaning. If it's just a coincidence, then it's nothing to discuss. But what if someone is deliberately leading the way? Then, Han leaned forward slightly, her clear eyes scrutinizing every thought of Qin Wusong. At this moment, Qin Wusong felt a wave of dizziness, frozen in place. His wide-open eyes clearly showed astonishment. This can't be. How could anyone lead such a complex situation? There are too many variables. Even a single segment could encounter issues, and the entire plan would collapse. Moreover, there is also the possibility of being targeted by two opposing forces joining together. Yet now, it has turned into a natural confrontation. Is Park Jimin really that intelligent? People often say that those with developed limbs have simple minds. But why does Park Jimin have developed limbs yet a mind that is anything but simple? He can toy with major financial conglomerates and powerful families at his fingertips. What astonishing intellect this is, truly frightening. At the moment when Qin Wusong's mind seemed unable to comprehend anything, it was Park Jimin's turn to participate in the shot put event. Next, let's welcome the double champion Park Jimin to the field. Let's see what our athlete Park Jimin will do next. The world record in shot put is 23.12 meters. With the shot put in hand, how far will he be able to throw it? Standing on the competition platform, Park Jimin awkwardly held the shot put weighing over 7 kilograms. Wow, this shot put is really heavy. Let's give it a throw. Liu Junman stood outside the competition area, watching Park Jimin clumsily hold the shot put, unable to suppress a chuckle. Wow, what an amateurish posture for shot putting. It usually requires athletes to have a strong physique, especially muscular arms. Watching him struggle with the heavy shot put is nothing short of a joke. It seems that, aside from the distance thrown, the likelihood of him slipping the shot or throwing it onto the grass is hard to avoid. The more he thought about it, every expression on Liu Junnan's face clearly showed mockery. Every gesture and gaze radiated contempt and self-satisfaction. In that moment, he felt like a victor, savoring every second as he watched Park Jimin bewildered by the weight. However, Liu Junnan barely enjoyed 3 seconds before he was startled and turned pale. The weight shot off, tearing through the air at a terrifying speed. Its trajectory was like a lightning bolt, brilliantly bright, creating an immense pressure and a powerful shockwave that spread around, shattering everything in its path. The pressure from the weight affected nearby objects, like Liu Junnan, so violently that his clothes were torn into shreds. Finally, the weight fell to the ground, leaving behind a thick and swirling trail of smoke. The referee approached with a look of horror, measuring the result. Holy crap! 2.225 meters. As the result was announced, Liu Junnan felt as if he had gone numb. His mouth agape, he knelt on the ground, looking at Park Jimin as if he were a deity. What is this? Is this a human? Over 200 meters. After watching Park Jimin live, the two sisters decided to travel to Hancheng, partly to see him in person, and partly to seek cooperation opportunities with Park Jimin. The first is Han, the young lady of the Dai family, renowned as the most powerful woman in Mado. After taking on the position of vice president of Yonghua Corporation, she needs a promising investment project to establish her identity. The second is Qin Wusong, the eldest daughter of the Qin family. This time in Hancheng, her goal is to survey the Film City project. On the second day of the tournament, the competition continued. While the audience had not yet filled the seats the day before, after the dramatic performances, today the Hancheng Sports Center was packed with people. Everywhere was a dense crowd, with no empty seats left. Many spectators even had to squeeze into the aisles. The atmosphere reached a peak of excitement. Not only that, But today many individuals with special identities also appeared to watch the competition. Among them were the two young ladies, Kin and Dai, accompanied by a dozen bodyguards. The event began with the 400 meters race, a discipline that demands both physical strength and endurance. It requires not only speed but also the ability to withstand extreme fatigue. Running the entire distance with maximum effort will exhaust one's stamina tremendously. However, this event held no surprises. In a relaxed state, Park Jimin still secured first place with a time of 45 seconds. Everything seemed too easy for him. It felt as if this was a personal showcase for Chairman Lim. When Park Jimin appeared for the next event, the javelin throw, tens of thousands of fans went wild as if they were going insane. The venue was filled with deafening screams. Park Jimin was not just an athlete. He was also a young, handsome billionaire known to everyone. Without the security forces, the female fans might have rushed onto the field to get closer to him. This time, Park Jimin did not disappoint the eye either. Standing at the throwing point, he achieved first place in the javelin throw, outdistancing his competitors by such a significant margin that it was immeasurable. In fact, the force of his throw was so strong that the javelin soared into the stands, startling everyone in attendance. As the break time arrived, Kim Hae-won, filled with excitement, approached Park Jimin, tightly holding a bottle of water. Her hurried steps seemed unable to contain the emotions surging within her. Park Jimin, you are truly remarkable, continuously breaking numerous competition records. Taking the bottle of water, Park Jimin casually asked, Kim Hae-won, what's the next event? Just hearing that made Kim Hae-won's heart race faster. With a gentle yet slightly hurried breath, she replied, the next event is the 110 meters hurdles. After asking, Park Jimin didn't pay much attention. He took the bottle of water and drank it in large gulps, each movement powerful yet natural. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Kim Hae-won's gaze followed every action of Park Jimin, from the way he tilted his head to drink to the moment the water slid down his throat. In that instant, Kim Hae-won felt captivated. Her cheeks flushed, her lips slightly parted, feeling as if time had stopped, leaving only the image of Park Jimin in her mind. Every heartbeat synchronized with each sip of water he was drinking. Her gaze was filled with infatuation, causing her heart to become even more chaotic and immersed in indescribable emotions. No matter how many times she looked, she still found Park Jimin perfect like an unattainable dream. Whether it was jealousy or something else, Kim Woo-song said with a hint of annoyance, Dae-han, the atmosphere at the scene is much more lively than in the live broadcast room. Park Jimin is really too annoying. He has so many female fans, and he even has personal attendants. Dae-han calmly remarked, that's right. Today, most of the audience came just to see him. If it weren't for Park Jimin, how could a provincial athletics competition attract so many people? After hearing this, Kim Woo-song couldn't help but feel sympathy. The other athletes are really pitiful. They all become a backdrop for Park Jimin. Dae-han, do you think he could have used money to bribe everyone to create these performances? Kim Woo-song asked. Dae-han immediately refuted, no way. Competing in all-around events is not a one-on-one competition. To win the championship, real strength is necessary. Park Jimin clearly stands out far beyond the other contestants. This is something everyone can see. Kim Woo-song reminisced and suddenly spoke up with irritation. But how can this person be so skilled? What exactly has he done to become like this? Last time, I had 5 or 6 of my best bodyguards face him, but they were all easily defeated by him. Those bodyguards are all top masters, and just thinking about the first time I met Park Jimin using disguise techniques to defeat me makes me furious. Dae-han, upon hearing this, couldn't help but be astonished and asked back. He defeated 5 or 6 top bodyguards by himself and also knows disguise techniques. This man is becoming increasingly mysterious. That's right, Dae-han continued. Each of the bodyguards from the Kim family is paid an annual salary of 5 million and are masters capable of defeating 10 people alone. Yet such masters were all taken down by Park Jimin. It's truly frightening, and he also knows disguise techniques. This time, even though they didn't want to admit it, the ladies of the Kim Dai family couldn't suppress a bit of turmoil in their hearts. It is indeed a bit confusing. Park Jimin. This person doesn't look particularly strong, yet is he really that powerful? Dae-han's train of thought was interrupted by the resounding cheers and the piercing screams around her. The allure of Park Jimin was once again heightened. Han felt her favorability increase by 10 points, now totaling 20 points. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-song's gaze remained fixed on Park Jimin quietly. Her instinctive admiration for strong and fierce individuals suddenly surged. For some reason, the images of Park Jimin mistreating others unexpectedly flashed in her mind. They lingered stubbornly like a strong wind, stirring her heart. Hemph. This person is not only skilled in martial arts but also strikes with great force. In an instant, this dark thought made Kim Woo-song's heart race. Her normally plain face suddenly flushed bright red, blood rushing to her cheeks as if set ablaze. A profound conflict surged within her, both alluring and filled with guilt. Kim Woo-song felt her favorability increase by 5 points, now totaling 90 points. At that moment, a notification from the system suddenly rang out, causing Park Jimin to be taken aback. What's wrong with Han? Even though I previously showcased impressive talent on the yacht, it didn't change her feelings much. Yet now, without doing anything special, her favor towards me has increased by 10 points. Not only Han, but Kim Woo-song has also raised her favor by 5 points. This is too strange. Park Jimin scanned the audience and was surprised to recognize many familiar faces. A smile flashed across his face as he immediately waved his hand in greeting. In response to that wave, thousands of female fans went wild with admiration. This created a halo around Park Jimin, making his charm shine even more brightly. The halo radiated and the charm exploded, causing Kim Woo-song's mind to be swept into a whirlwind. Emotions surged uncontrollably, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes were captivated without escape. Han slightly tilted her head to observe Kim Woo-song, her clear eyes reflecting a sharp yet understanding gaze. Nearby, Jang Shenwoo sat with Kwon Young-ae, great young masters of the Kwon family. Jang Shenwoo cast a disdainful gaze over the entire venue. He watched Park Jimin being cheered on by tens of thousands of fans, the corners of his mouth curling into a sneer of contempt. He is a billionaire worth hundreds of billions, holding a status equal to mine. Yet he is willing to be a social media celebrity, scrutinized by others for every action. I really don't understand. Fame is just a burden. Jang Shenwoo chuckled lightly, his gaze suddenly stopping on two girls sitting in the stands below. He took notice and asked, "Hey Kwon, I didn't expect there to be such outstanding girls in Hanchang. Do you know who those two girls are?" Kwon Young-ae, merely one of the top 10 outstanding youths in Hanchang, maintained a respectful demeanor in front of Jang Shenwoo and commented, "I don't know them. But those two girls have a special aura. Their attire is simple yet clearly not ordinary. One of them is wearing an outfit from Milan Fashion Week, a handcrafted piece by a British royal designer, worth hundreds of thousands. With such details, plus the fact that they have bodyguards accompanying them, it's clear they are not ordinary people. Associating with a young lady from such a family would surely be advantageous. Could it be that young Master Jang has taken an interest in them?" Jang Shenwoo responded with a glimmer of desire in his eyes. "Then I would like to get to know them." Jang Shenwoo slightly curled his lips, a mocking smile sweeping across his face. "I never expected to encounter a beauty in such a remote place." Hearing Jang Shenwoo's implication, Kwon Young-ae cautiously probed, "Does young Master Jang have an interest then?" Jang Shenwoo glanced over, not responding, but his silence was an implicit acknowledgement. Seeing this attitude, Kwon Young-ae immediately understood and promptly expressed her excitement. "Young Master Jang, rest assured, I will immediately have someone investigate and verify the identities of those two girls. To be noticed by young Master is a blessing for them. Ha ha ha." Upon hearing this, Jang Shenwoo couldn't hide the delight in his eyes, the corners of his mouth curling into a half smile full of insinuation. "Then thank you, Mr. Kwon." Soon, amidst the resounding cheers, the 110 meters hurdles competition officially began. Jang Shenwoo cast his gaze downwards, fixating on Park Jimin. A glint of malice flickered in his eyes. "Park Jimin, keep being arrogant. You can evade today, but you can't escape the full moon. This time, I prepared a big gift for you." In that moment, the simmering anger burned like a fire within Jang Shenwoo. He not only saw Park Jimin, but also glimpsed his own future, a future for which he was willing to pay any price to defeat his enemy. Below, Park Jimin could not afford to relax too much like in other events, as this would greatly affect his running speed. At that moment, the referee stepped forward to begin directing the competition. The 110 meters hurdles race is not simply an additional 10 meters compared to the 100 meters distance. It also requires athletes to clear 10 hurdles along the running track. Currently, the world record for this distance is 12.8 seconds. The 110 meters hurdles race. Athletes, please prepare yourselves. With that, the referee raised the starting pistol. Bang! The sound of the gunshot echoed, and all the athletes surged forward like hunting leopards. Their reflexes were extremely agile, clearly having undergone professional training. Each running step was calculated precisely, and almost all of them used the same leg to clear each hurdle. Park Jimin easily cleared the first barrier with his right foot, but when he reached the second barrier, he made a serious mistake. Due to miscalculating the distance, this time he had to use his left foot to get over the barrier. At that moment, inertia and hesitation greatly affected Park Jimin's speed. In the blink of an eye, he fell behind everyone else. Right then, the commentator's voice rang out. Chairman Lim has fallen behind. Did he just make a rather basic mistake? This mistake will be very hard to adjust for, and he can only be left further behind by his opponents. Is Chairman Lim's winning streak about to end here? The atmosphere in the arena became suffocating, tense to the point of being breathless. Hundreds of thousands of eyes were focused on Park Jimin. Above, Daihan also exclaimed worriedly, "This is not good. Chairman Lim has made an error." Hearing this, Kim Woo-song was momentarily stunned and quickly asked back, "Made an error?" Daihan explained, his expression revealing a rare seriousness. "That's right, hurdling requires high technical skills. Rhythm is the key factor. Each stride must be calculated meticulously. If the step is a bit longer or shorter, it can hinder the hurdling and affect speed. Look, Park Jimin has fallen behind." Hearing this, Kim Woo-song turned to follow Park Jimin's silhouette, her heart suddenly tightening. Disappointment welled up inside her, and her once sparkling eyes now reflected worry and regret. So, is Chairman Lim's winning streak about to end here? I shouldn't have thought of this earlier. No one can win the championship in all 10 events of the decathlon. Below, Park Jimin could clearly feel each heavy step as the gap between him and the competitors ahead gradually widened. In that moment, Park Jimin furrowed his brows, his once confident eyes now showing signs of tension. Just as expected, it's easy to encounter problems when you're not used to it. No, I must focus all my strength. But just when everyone thought hope had faded, Park Jimin suddenly changed. A look of determination was evident on his face. Must be quick, even faster. The thought had barely finished when Park Jimin's calf muscles suddenly exploded with extraordinary power. The veins bulged, coursing along the length of his calves like tightly stretched steel chains. In an instant, Park Jimin dashed forward like a hunting leopard at terrifying speed, beginning an impressive comeback. In less than 2 seconds, Park Jimin's speed compared to the other contestants created a clear disparity. From a situation of falling behind, he unexpectedly broke through, surpassing everyone and leaving the second-place competitor 5 meters behind. In the end, Park Jimin claimed victory with a crushing advantage, overwhelming all his opponents. First place, Park Jimin, time 12.77 seconds. As soon as this result was announced, all eyes turned to Park Jimin. The shock overwhelmed every thought. The astonishment rendered their minds numb. After a few seconds of silence, the entire stadium erupted in extreme excitement. The deafening cheers mingled with thunderous applause, causing the atmosphere to explode in jubilant fervor. Is this a world record? And Chairman Lim did it despite making mistakes. I can't believe it. Chairman Lim is the champion. He is truly outstanding. Oh my God, I love him so much. It's unbelievable, so amazing. In this moment, only one name echoed throughout the venue. Park Jimin became the center of attention, the unbeatable king, the champion warrior. A wave of girls in the stands became ecstatic, their faces flushed with excitement. Park Jimin's determination was once again affirmed. When Park Jimin won, Kim Woo-song's heart raced uncontrollably. Her cheeks flushed, unable to hide the intense emotions inside. She then looked at Daihan, shouting enthusiastically, "Daihan, I have to admit that Park Jimin is really talented. When I first met him, he even hit me. I really couldn't understand how there could be such a rude person in the world. But after getting to know him better, I realized he is truly exceptional." Daihan knew exactly what Kim Woo-song was thinking. But hearing her mention Park Jimin with such infatuation immediately stirred up discomfort within her. All right, you seem to have a good impression of Park Jimin, don't you? Recently, it seems like you can't stop talking about him. Do you like Park Jimin now? The simple yet direct question caught Kim Woo-song off guard, making her cheeks flush even more, and her gaze was uncertain about where to look. Her big round eyes blinked continuously, the temperature on her face rising, causing her to feel even more flustered. I don't. Dae-han, don't talk nonsense. But every word Kim Woo-song uttered didn't align with her inner thoughts, leaving her even more confused. Her hands hurriedly waved as she tried to explain amidst her embarrassment. I just. Seeing that Kim Woo-song couldn't articulate a coherent response, a gentle smile appeared on Dae-han's lips. She didn't press further, just quietly placed her hand on Kim Woo-song's shoulder to reassure her. Her eyes sparkled with teasing yet understanding. All right, having feelings for someone is nothing to be ashamed of. Romantic feelings are completely normal. It's just that you will have quite a few competitors. Dae-han's words seemed to touch the emotions deep within Kim Woo-song. She immediately tried to act proud and denied it. Dae-han, don't talk nonsense. I really don't like him at all. Women sometimes say one thing but think another. They may claim not to like someone, but deep down, they are incredibly fond of them. Thus, no matter how much Kim Woo-song tried to deny it, those feelings clung stubbornly to her heart, growing deeper and deeper. Like roots of a tree digging deep into the soil, they gradually spread throughout her body, surging with a feeling that was both joyful and thrilling. Kim Woo-song's affection level increased by 2 points. Current affection level, 92 points. Dae-han was no exception. She found herself increasingly admiring Park Jimin. Dae-han's affection level increased by 5 points. Current affection level, 25 points. But Dae-han herself did not realize that feelings often begin from admiration, small and humble like that. The competition continued without a hint of suspense. Park Jimin continued to dominate the following events. He single-handedly handled everything, overwhelmingly sweeping aside all opponents. Just finished competing. Kim Harry-won immediately ran over to ask, Park Jimin, how do you feel? There's only one event left, the 1,500 meters. Handing a towel to Park Jimin, Kim Harry-won continued. This event requires endurance and the ability to sprint continuously. Previously, you participated in many events, which has consumed a lot of your physical strength. If you continue, you won't have much of an advantage, especially since among your competitors there are national-level athletes. Even Liu Jiannan, with a record of 3 minutes and 37 seconds from 2 years ago, is participating. He is a strong contender, and so are you. Can you keep going? Park Jimin, wiping his sweat, casually replied, Didn't I just start feeling warmed up, and now it's already the last event? Who is Liu Jiannan? Why can't I remember him? At that moment, Liu Jiannan was sitting in the recovery room, but no matter what, he was just a small stone on Park Jimin's path. If it wasn't convenient to kick him aside, Jimin would simply step over him without a second thought. As for Liu Jiannan, sitting there, he still could not accept being pushed down to second place. Watching someone else seize the glory that should have belonged to him, making him even more resentful. At that moment, someone stepped forward and spoke. I know Chairman Lim has left a psychological shadow in your heart, but as long as you have this, you'll definitely win the championship. Hitting the right nerve, how could Liu Jiannan not be moved? The other person continued. Of course, we won't help you for free. Think carefully, this is your last opportunity. After saying that, he handed a doping substance to Liu Jiannan. Liu Jiannan looked at the banned substance in competition, making him extremely hesitant. But thinking about all his efforts, all his struggles being overshadowed by the glory of Park Jimin, Liu Jiannan's pride felt shattered, and a surge of anger rose within him, urging his mind on how to overthrow Park Jimin. After just a few thoughts, Liu Jiannan's eyes flashed with determination and resolve. All right, I accept. He immediately took the doping substance and injected it without hesitation. At this moment, the MC's voice echoed throughout the stadium. Our final event is the 1,500 meters run. The current world record is 3 minutes and 26 seconds. In the previous 9 events, Chairman Lim has continually amazed us and changed our perceptions. Will Chairman Lim be able to win the championship in all 10 events of the pentathlon? And now, The competition officially begins. As soon as the MC's voice faded, the stands erupted in cheers of joy. The atmosphere once again reached a fever pitch. In the same lane, Liu Jiannan looked at Park Jimin, his eyes gleaming with sharpness and hatred. Park Jimin, just wait and see. Get ready. Start. The starting gun fired bang. Immediately, all the athletes shot off the starting line like arrows released from a bow. To everyone's astonishment, Liu Jiannan quickly surged ahead of all his competitors, leaving all the other athletes behind by 50 meters in the blink of an eye. After the first 300 meters, Liu Jiannan glanced back at his opponents with a smug expression. Hemph, this time I will not. However, he had not finished his sentence when Park Jimin darted past him like a shadow. As soon as he realized this, Liu Jiannan's face darkened. Every muscle on his face tensed, and his eyes were filled with hatred. This guy, did he grow up drinking gasoline? How can he be so fast? At this point, Park Jimin's extraordinary physical strength began to take effect. With a physique 8 times that of an average person, his endurance and resilience showcased a remarkable superiority. The audience erupted in cheers of astonishment, still not slowing down. Damn, this speed is incredible. How can Chairman Lin run so fast? It's just the beginning, and he's already exhausting himself. How will he have the strength to run back? However, as the race reached the 1,000-meter mark, Park Jimin still did not reduce his speed. He maintained a pace of 7 meters per second. When he surpassed Liu Jiannan in the second lap, Park Jimin's speed exploded once again, reaching an astonishing 10 meters per second. Liu Jiannan's face grew darker and darker, feeling increasingly helpless. Damn it, I've been left behind by a whole lap. Is it possible that even with the drugs I can't surpass him? No way. Even if I can't win this match, Park Jimin, don't think you'll be safe. I will take you down. Thinking of this, the feeling of helplessness made Liu Jiannan boil with uncontrollable rage. In the depths of his darkened eyes, a blazing flame of hatred flickered. In the 1,500 meters running event, as Park Jimin entered the final 100 meters, he immediately surged forward with great strength. Each powerful step propelled him ahead. Liu Jiannan was left far behind, filled with jealousy and envy, and began to plot a dirty trick. He saw Park Jimin getting closer, and a dark idea ignited within him. Park Jimin, aren't you supposed to be fast? Running fast will hurt a lot if you fall. As that thought crossed his mind, Liu Jiannan squinted, waiting for the perfect moment to act. When Park Jimin came near, he stealthily stuck his foot out, hoping to trip him and cause him to lose balance and fall. But unfortunately for him, Park Jimin calmly stepped over it. You not only discovered Liu Jiannan's scheme, but also calmly stomped on his foot, continuing to surge forward with an unstoppable force. Liu Jiannan felt a strong impact on his leg, but strangely, Park Jimin kept moving forward without falling. He stood there, his eyes filled with confusion. Why isn't he falling? Knowing his plot had been exposed, Liu Jiannan watched Park Jimin with immense anger. Park Jimin, you won't have a good ending. Meanwhile, Park Jimin didn't look back. He only focused on the finish line, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Hemph, you think I'll trip? You're truly naive to the point of being pitiful. Those who only know how to play dirty will never understand the true value of absolute strength. If you make your own bed, you must lie in it. At this moment, Liu Jiannan initially didn't feel pain right away from where Park Jimin had stepped on his foot, but that was merely the temporary effect of the doping in his system. But after 3 seconds, the pain suddenly surged like a sharp blade piercing through his body, causing him to halt in his tracks. His eyes widened as he looked down at his foot in horror and utter fear, and screamed loudly, "Ah, my leg!" The shrill scream of Liu Jiannan, like a pig being slaughtered, shattered the atmosphere on the racetrack. The pain radiated from his leg up to his brain, causing him to immediately collapse to the ground, his whole body convulsing in unbearable agony. Soon after, Liu Jiannan could only clutch his leg tightly, writhing on the ground, his face contorted with pain, then moaning, "Ah, my leg hurts so much, it feels like I'm dying." At this moment, millions of spectators across the country erupted in celebration for Park Jimin's victory. Before the award ceremony, the MC spoke enthusiastically. Let's give a round of applause to Park Jimin, the champion of the decathlon at the Provincial Sports Festival, who has single-handedly taken it all. An utterly astonishing achievement. If he were just an ordinary person, This accomplishment would be enough to amaze, but the noteworthy thing is that he is anything but ordinary. Park Jimin is already very famous. A billionaire, a national heartthrob, a talented individual. Basketball, piano, violin, in every field, he has reached the pinnacle. His talent is truly extraordinary, and no words can fully describe it. At the competition venue, Park Jimin made the hearts of young girls flutter intensely. The deafening screams echoed continuously, with waves of emotions rising higher and higher. Kim Woo-song. Favorability increased by 1. Current favorability 93 points. Dai Han. Favorability increased by 5. Current favorability 30 points. Kim Hae-won. Favorability increased by 1. Current favorability 98 points. The subject Simp Lord Kim Hae-won is strongly attracted by the charm of the master. Favorability has broken through 98 points. Reward for the master. Strengthening points increased by 10. Remaining strengthening points 259. Jun Sun Sun. Favorability increased by 1. Current favorability 98 points. The Simp Lord Jun Sun Sun was strongly attracted by the talent of his master. The affection level broke through 98 points. Reward for the master. Strengthening points plus 10. Remaining strengthening points 269. Suk-won. Affection level plus 1. Current affection level 94 points. When the award ceremony ended, Kim Hae-won could not wait any longer. With her heart pounding in her chest, she quickly ran towards Park Jimin. With each step closer to him, she felt more excited and nervous. I knew it, you would definitely create a miracle. The principal was so happy to hear that you won the championship that he cried tears of joy. Park Jimin, you are amazing. In the smile of one person, there were always tears from another. At this moment, Liu Junnan was being carried on a stretcher, his body twitching uncontrollably, his face pale. He looked as miserable as a stray dog, foam forming at his mouth along with sorrowful moans. However, as he was carried past Park Jimin, his mouth still kept muttering curses filled with hatred. Park Jimin, you won't die in peace. The scene was truly tragic and pitiful. A once arrogant individual now lay on a stretcher, mouth frothing, in pain and humiliation, yet still unwilling to abandon the dark hatred in his heart. Kim Hae-won looked at Liu Junnan with a mix of pity and astonishment. Isn't that the genius from the sports academy? What happened to him? Hearing this, Park Jimin replied with a sly smile. I don't know. Maybe he fell. Sports really are a risky activity. However, just as Park Jimin and Kim Hae-won were leaving the stadium, they were immediately stopped in their tracks. Before them was a chaotic scene. Reporters jostled like ants. The situation outside the fitness center had turned into a complete mess. At that moment, a crowd of enthusiastic fans surged in. Wow, it's Chairman Lim. Chairman Lim has appeared. Chairman Lim is so handsome it makes me faint. Park Jimin, you are my husband. Please sign for me. Husband, you are the best. Park Jimin, I want to marry you. Chairman Lim, may I ask if you plan to participate in the Olympic Games? Chairman Lim, what is your secret to training? Can you share it with us? Park Jimin felt his scalp tingle, finding himself in an awkward situation, unsure of how to handle this complex scenario. Seeing this, Kim Hae-won immediately stepped in front of Park Jimin, raising her voice. Please make way. Everyone, stay calm. Chairman Lim is very tired. Please give him some space. Song Joong-kai had also come today to cheer for his childhood best friend. Standing from a distance, watching Park Jimin surrounded by a crowd of fans, Song Joong-kai couldn't help but feel admiration and pride. Park Jimin is truly amazing. I never realized how outstanding he was before. He is just like the main character in a web novel. Meanwhile, Du Xiaoyu, seeing Park Jimin completely ignoring his best friend, couldn't contain his growing anger. Song Joong-ki, I really don't understand. Does Park Jimin even consider you a brother? You've been waiting here for over an hour, just to see him. But he doesn't even care about you. Yet you still claim that the relationship between the two of us is great. Are you deceiving me or just fooling yourself? Forget it. I don't want to hear your explanation anymore. Let's break up. Over the past 2 months, I have truly been foolish to waste my time on you. This morning I still had to take the subway to get here. Not even enough money to take a taxi. I really can't stand it. Are you planning to make me go ask for help from you? Who knows, maybe he's investing in you to start a company? What kind of man are you if you can't even take responsibility? So pathetic. Song Joong-ki was scolded harshly, but he could only endure and smile bitterly. Xiao Yu, I know I made you angry. I'm sorry, truly sorry. It's my fault for not doing well. But this isn't good at all. After all, we are brothers. How can we be so practical like this? Duke Xiao Yu had been annoyed for a long time. But now seeing Song Joong-ki flustered, not daring to ask his friend for help, made her feel even more disgusted. What a useless person. I thought I could rely on him to bask in a little light from Park Jimin. But it turns out this guy can't accomplish anything. After feeling that she could no longer make a living with Song Joong-ki, Yu Hai-ri decided to cut ties. She then coldly said, "Do you think I'm joking with you? I said we're breaking up, can't you hear me?" Yu Hai-ri's words were like thunder striking his ears, leaving Song Joong-ki stunned and frozen in place. His heart felt like it was being squeezed. His face turned pale, and his eyes widened in shock and pain. The fear of losing the person he loved was unbearable for Song Joong-ki. He hurriedly grasped Yu Hai-ri's hand, his voice trembling with desperation. "Hai-ri, don't go. I beg you, don't break up. I'll fix what I did wrong. I'll change. I'll do everything for you. Don't abandon me. I can't live without you. Please don't break up, okay?" The more he pleaded, the more Song Joong-ki resembled a simp lord guilty of grave sins, continuously clinging and begging for forgiveness. But this weakness only made Yu Hai-ri look down on him with disdain and discomfort. Then she pushed Song Joong-ki's hand away and laid her cards on the table. "Stop talking nonsense. I have never liked you at all. Initially, I thought you were someone with potential because of your relationship with Chairman Lim. Sooner or later, you would rise rapidly, becoming a dragon or phoenix in Han Chang. But after a few months together, I realized I was terribly mistaken. It was truly a waste of my youthful months. You are just a fool, clueless about how to deal with people. You never seize opportunities for yourself. A man who spends all day bowing his head and yielding will achieve nothing in his life. There is no future for you. The more I look, the more I detest you. I really can't stand it." After pausing for about 3 seconds, Yu Hai-ri looked at Song Joong-ki with a cold gaze, her tone filled with disdain. "I don't need a man like you, a useless piece of trash." Having said these heartless words, Yu Hai-ri resolutely turned and left, without hesitation, leaving Song Joong-ki in shock and pain. At this moment, Song Joong-ki felt everything around him collapsing, as if he were falling into a bottomless pit, empty and desperate. This painful reality was too cruel. He couldn't believe that everything had ended so abruptly and harshly. His trembling hand reached out as if to grasp the last bit of warmth from Yu Hai-ri, but she had already moved out of his reach. Watching Yu Hai-ri's retreating figure, Song Joong-ki shouted in despair, "Hai-ri, I really love you. Why are you treating me like this?" Yu Hai-ri felt extremely embarrassed and quickened her pace. During the argument, Park Jimin had already noticed the situation between Yu Hai-ri and Song Joong-ki. But he did not intervene because he understood her true nature all too well. Park Jimin even felt a bit of schadenfreude. "Originally, I had planned to invite Song Joong-ki to participate in a promising financial project today, but who would have thought that just because of waiting for more than an hour, Yu Hai-ri couldn't stand it and left. It turns out she was never sincere from the start. Her relationship with Song Joong-ki was probably just for her own benefit, and clearly she didn't have enough patience to maintain this relationship." But just at that moment, Park Jimin discovered that the harem had arrived, causing him to change color. "Why are you all here? This seems complicated," he thought. "The whole fish tank has come. It's hard to handle it smoothly. Last time, Kim Jisoo and Jun Sun Sun fought over me, ready to turn against each other. If I'm not careful, it might just spark a world war." Park Jimin knew that if he agreed to the invitation of one person now, he might as well confirm his fate. In a moment of difficulty, he had a clever idea when he saw Song Joong-ki looking like a lost soul. "Thank goodness, Song Joong-ki is here. I have a way. Sorry, Joong-ki, I have to take advantage of you once again." While the simp lords were all looking toward Park Jimin one by one, he immediately slipped away from the crowd, walked over to Song Joong-ki, threw his arm around his shoulder, and pretended to act cool. "Kim Jisoo, today Song Joong-ki is heartbroken. I'm going to take him out for a few drinks, so I can't join the celebration party." Kim Jisoo was extremely reluctant to nod, but still put on a sorrowful and regretful expression. All right then, you go ahead. Without waiting for Song Joong-ki to agree or not, Park Jimin picked him up and quickly ran away, escaping from the stadium. At the same time, he didn't forget to call Yu Ah-in, Yi Rian and a group of other wealthy kids to join him. Watching Park Jimin run faster than a rabbit, Park Min-young, Suk-won, Kim Jenny, Kim Jisoo, and Jun Sun-sun felt a bit disappointed, but also let out a sigh of relief. Damn it! We were originally waiting for Park Jimin here to see who he would finally choose to go with. After all, everyone is gathered today, forcing Park Jimin to make a choice. But unexpectedly, he pulled Song Joong-ki away. This kid really knows how to keep people guessing. Half an hour later, in the private dining room of Tonghu Villa, Park Jimin led Song Joong-ki, Yu Ah-in, Yi Rian, and over 20 other rich kids, all gathered to celebrate. However, deep down, Song Joong-ki was being torn apart, in so much pain that he couldn't contain himself. He could only keep downing drinks to vent his feelings. Hoo-hoo, it hurts so much, my heart aches. Hi Ri, why is she so indifferent? What should I do to win her back? How can I live without her? Hi Ri. Seeing Song Joong-ki in such agony, Yu Ah-in patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. Joong-ki, stop crying. You're a man, why worry about not having a girlfriend? Beside them, Yi Rian chimed in with a few words. That's right, a woman who is after money and fame isn't worth shedding tears over. Besides, you're the best friend of Chairman Lim. Just say the word, and there will be plenty of women. If you want, women will naturally crawl at your feet. Why should you suffer for someone who doesn't love you? At this moment, Park Jimin also earnestly advised, Song Joong-ki, humbling yourself like this won't help at all. What's important is that a man must have his own career. When you are excellent enough, women will come to you on their own. After saying this, Park Jimin unconsciously fell into deep thought. Lately I have been so busy making money that I have neglected my good friends. Part of it is because I am too occupied, and another part is that Song Joong-ki seems to be avoiding me more and more since he knows my true identity, and a girl like Yu Hai-rai is not worthy of him. He deserves someone better. Thinking of this, Park Jimin stood up, raised his glass solemnly, and announced, I now have a big money-making plan that I am about to share with everyone. As Park Jimin's words came to an end, everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity. Even Yu Ah-in and Yi Rian became intrigued. I wonder what Park's money-making plan is preparing to do this time. Wang Gai spoke with a sincere tone. Brother Park, I am always with you. We are all brothers in this together. Now we are like sitting on the same boat. Just give the order, whoever has money will contribute money, and whoever has strength will contribute strength. Xiao Lin also chimed in. That's right, Brother Park, just tell us, don't be vague anymore. Being part of your plan is an honor for us. Park Jimin explained while taking out from his jacket pocket a test tube containing a blue liquid. This time I have prepared thoroughly. This is the key to our wealth-making plan. Yu Ah-in took the test tube from Park Jimin's hand. His eyes focused intently on the liquid inside. His eyes sparkled with curiosity. What is this? All the gazes of the rich kids were also fixated on the test tube in Yu Ah-in's hand. Park Jimin smiled, his voice full of confidence. This is a drug, but not the kind of drug you think. This is a specialized pharmaceutical developed by my company, Medicine, specifically to combat virus G. Upon hearing Park Jimin mention virus G, Yi Rian could no longer maintain his composure, his eyes widening in shock and excitement. The virus G you mentioned, is it the virus that is spreading globally? This virus is causing a lot of trouble abroad, and it has even spread to our country, reportedly very serious. Park Jimin nodded in affirmation and continued to explain. That's right, you heard me correctly. This drug has a clear effect on patients infected with the virus, whether it is the original strain or a variant, just by turning it into a tablet form. Taking 3 tablets at a time, 3 times a day, one can recover their health. And do you know what makes the most money during a pandemic? You probably don't know, right? It's face masks. Surely you didn't expect that what you are currently trading would ultimately be outdone by a simple face mask. He said, until now, the demand for masks in the country has not decreased. Almost every household has gotten used to wearing masks when going out. If we consider the global scale, more than 1 billion masks can be consumed every day. But that's a thing of the past. I believe that soon, people all over the world will no longer need to wear masks and won't have to worry about getting infected. All of this is thanks to this specific medicine that will make the G virus a thing of the past. So what you all think the price of this medicine should be? The rich kids were taken aback, as if just waking from a dream. Wang Gi stammered, full of urgency as he asked, G virus? Isn't Park's specialty in real estate? How is he involved in the field of medicine? And moreover, he has developed something that global medical experts have never been able to create. Park Jimin merely smiled, saying nothing. But looking at his confident expression, the rich kids, despite their doubts, did not dare to think that he was joking. Xiao Lin is the simp lord of Park Jimin, so he did not hesitate to stand by him and say, no matter what Park does, he is a billionaire. He definitely won't make a joke out of this. And if what Park says is true, and this specific medicine really works like that, I think selling a box for a few thousand is not a problem. After all, if someone contracts the G virus, to avoid hospitalization and quarantine, they will be willing to spend this amount of money without hesitation. Another hot guy agreed. That's right, if we can carry out a strong marketing campaign to prove that this medicine can prevent the G virus, then there's no need for vaccinations anymore. Buyers will flock to it, and the sales volume will probably rival that of masks, with revenue being a huge number. He continued, of course, this medicine may initially be sold at a high price, but later on, the price must be reduced so that everyone can easily afford it. Moreover, when other medicine companies start to copy and produce it, the value of the medicine will drop significantly and become a common item. Park Jimin continued. That's good. I plan to establish a medical product company and assign this task to you all. If everyone here voluntarily invests, I will share 50% of the profits with you. Park Jimin's words ignited the enthusiasm of the wealthy second-generation crowd at Gyeongbokgung. The eagerness and excitement were evident in each person's eyes, as if a bright future with an unmissable opportunity for wealth lay before them. Yu Ah-in was the first to react, pounding his chest like a chimpanzee, his voice filled with excitement. But if what Park says is true, then this will be a project making hundreds of billions. Park, let me invest. Next was Wang Gai, with eyes blazing with ambition. Park, I have ready resources for marketing and advertising. I want to invest too. The others in the group were not to be outdone, quickly taking turns to propose their participation. Park, I specialize in medical equipment. I have all the resources ready. I want to invest. In the end, everyone was united, vying for the opportunity to participate, as if fearing to be left behind in this project. Park Jimin pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke. The right time and the right place are both sufficient. I have decided to name it Gyeongbokgung Medicine Group, and the position of CEO will be held by. At this point, Park Jimin turned to pat Song Joong-ki on the shoulder and casually continued. Joong-ki, you will be the CEO of Gyeongbokgung Medicine. Song Joong-ki was still engrossed in drinking, but when he heard that he would be the director of Gyeongbokgung Medicine, he felt shocked for a moment, and the drink he had just taken was sprayed out. After that, Song Joong-ki's eyes widened as he looked at Park Jimin, his mouth stammering, his hands waving repeatedly. What? CEO? What is that? I can't do this. I'm just a student. How can I be a CEO? No way, no way. Knowing Song Joong-ki's personality, Park Jimin stood from a perspective to advise. Joong-ki, no one is born knowing everything. I believe you can do well in this role. You are a person with ideals and talent, just lacking an opportunity. He continued. Moreover, I chose you not because of our friendship, but because I see your potential. Do you want Yumi Kim or Yu Hairi to kneel before you and apologize? If you don't want those women to call you useless, then prove yourself. Song Joong-ki felt completely isolated from the party, amidst the wealthy crowd. He felt, I am completely lost, insecure, and have no value at all. Coupled with the pain from my feelings, I was so gloomy that I couldn't pull myself out. In Song Joong-ki's mind, the image of Yu Hairi kept flickering, with her bitter words and disdainful gaze, making him feel small and powerless. Joong-ki, you are just a fool, a useless person. But then, Park Jimin's words came like a powerful gust of wind, shattering the gloomy veil that was covering his mind, awakening him and moving him. At this moment, Song Joong-ki suddenly felt a strong will rising within him, an unwavering determination. The image of Yu Hairi appeared in his mind, but this time, it was no longer pain but motivation. After that, Song Joong-ki took Park Jimin's hand, his gaze becoming more resolute than ever. Park Jimin, I will not disappoint you. I will prove my worth, so they will regret underestimating me. Having said these words, Song Joong-ki also felt the fire of determination blazing in his heart, burning away all the pain and insecurity from before. From now on, I will no longer be the Song Joong-ki of yesterday, but a strong man. And I will not let them look down on me anymore. I will prove that I am not a useless person. You Hai-ri, you will have to regret. Gentlemen, there is no feast that does not end. As for today's matter, we have not finished discussing. But that's all right, we can continue tomorrow. Time passed quickly, and before long, it was 11 p.m. Everyone gradually left, leaving only Park Jimin behind, drinking with Song Joong-ki. However, Du Xiaoyu had deeply ingrained herself into Song Joong-ki's life, so this sudden farewell made him feel an immense sense of loss. Park Jimin, I don't know how to thank you, but this is the only opportunity I have to turn the situation around. I must seize it at all costs. If I can truly make something of myself, with money, Xiaoyu will definitely come back to me. She was right, no girl loves a useless man. Not just Du Xiaoyu, but even Lee Sung-gi or any other girl would feel the same. Hearing this, Park Jimin also encouraged Song Joong-ki with a few words. All right, everyone has left. No need to talk about these things anymore. I need to remind you of this. On the surface, these rich kids seem harmonious, but in reality, their relationships are very complex, with hidden rivalries and alliances. If any of them were chosen as a manager, it would surely lead to widespread dissatisfaction. But you are different. You have a neutral stance, handle everything fairly, and most importantly, you are my person. Choosing you as the CEO of Han-Cheng Jiak is the best option. Once you become the CEO, all responsibilities will fall on your shoulders. This position is not easy. You must balance relationships, or you will easily become a target of criticism. In this world, if you want to achieve something, you must be prepared to pay the price. Nothing good will come to you without a cost. Joong-ki, the road ahead of us is still long. After the party that evening, early the next morning, Yu Ah-in and the group of rich kids took the International Riverbank as their temporary headquarters. Subsequently, Han-Cheng Jiak leveraged relationships to seek out individuals infected with the G virus, while also using large sums of money to entice them to participate in clinical trials. The results are truly astonishing. The effectiveness of the drug has exceeded all expectations. The severely ill patient with fever has cooled down and returned to normal in just half a day, and the PCR test results have also come back negative. Even more astonishing is that there are no side effects at all. In light of this outcome, the hearts of the wealthy offspring beat rapidly, feeling as if they have found a mountain of gold. Their eyes widened, each person's gaze shining brightly and filled with excitement. We've succeeded. The fever has subsided. The drug is effective. This time we're going to get rich. But this business opportunity is only short-term. It cannot last forever to make money. Therefore, it is crucial to act quickly and decisively. That's right, we need to seize the opportunity quickly. Before others realize it, we will have filled our pockets with money. So the wealthy offspring began to showcase their talents, working together to devise a plan. Song Joong-ki also contributed and added, "Currently, the experimental drug has succeeded. We must quickly register a patent for this drug, and must quickly seize the market before others can react. I think we can divide it into 3 steps. The first step, immediately increase production and stockpile goods. The second step, create public opinion, making news about this specific drug a sensation. The third step, when the timing is right, launch the product to the market and find distributors for consumption." Song Joong-ki may be foolish in love, but in business he proves to be extremely sharp and professional. In less than 3 days, Han-Cheng Jiak Group was officially established. They quickly completed the company registration procedures, began purchasing pharmaceutical factories, and secured exclusive production of the specific drug. Their work efficiency was so fast it was hard to believe. But that was not surprising given their extensive relationships and networks. Most importantly, everything was carried out quietly, with no information leaking outside. This specific drug was named H666. On the first day, several hospitals decided to purchase the trial batch of H666, and the results were truly miraculous. Just after the second day of use, patients infected with virus G were completely cured. Immediately, news exploded everywhere. Weibo and TikTok simultaneously reported on H666, making it the hottest topic. Even top medical experts in the country acknowledged the effectiveness of H666. Even the oldest living person who recovered from illness was swarmed by reporters for an interview. Mr. Kim, you are 114 years old this year. May I ask if you have any secrets to living a long life? A secret? Of course. Every day I drink a kilogram of white liquor, smoke 2 packs of cigarettes, and there's also my married life, 7 nights and 3 days. Haha, Mr. Kim really knows how to joke. I've heard that recently you were infected with the G virus, but recovered very quickly. Is that also thanks to this secret? No, I have to say that I recovered thanks to the special medicine my son brought back. I think it's called H666. Hearing this, the reporter remained skeptical. The special medicine H666? Huh. And then, everything began to spiral out of control. Almost the entire stock of Han Cheng Jiak Corporation was wiped clean. Damn it, these guys are really deceitful, eating people and not spitting out the bones. At such a high price, why not just go rob it? My friend, at this price, it's still cheap. As far as I know, some traders in the country have been shipping it abroad. The selling price over there has reached 15,000 per box. 15,000, huh? Then the price in the country is still quite reasonable. As news about the special medicine spread, major media outlets rushed to interview and broadcast live. Hello dear viewers, recently a special treatment drug named H666 has appeared on the market. This drug has miraculously cured the G virus and has no side effects. Currently, this drug is being hunted down, with supply almost unable to meet demand. Hey little friend, did you buy this medicine for your family? You're so kind. Oh, I bought it to resell. This drug is now selling for several thousand per box on the black market. This month, my dad can't even earn as much as I do. This foreign friend hears that this special treatment is very expensive. So how did you manage to buy so much? I am a purchasing agent. Although the medicine is expensive, I sell it back at more than 10 times the price to foreigners who are fighting to buy it. Additionally, I am Chinese, and my skin has darkened, because I have been queuing to buy that medicine for several days. In less than half a month, news about H666 caused a frenzy around the world. Other countries rushed in, placing order after order like snow falling. As a result, in just one day, Han Cheng Jiak Corporation received orders worth 10 billion. As soon as these orders were received, the shareholders of Han Cheng Jiak Corporation immediately celebrated. Each one of them was so excited that it was as if they had taken ecstasy. Congratulations! Our revenue for one day has surpassed 10 billion. It's unbelievable. That's right, this is just the beginning. Tomorrow there will definitely be even more. The production cost is only a few cents, but the wholesale price reaches thousands per box, making money easier than robbing a bank. Chairman Lim is truly amazing. Just by following Chairman Lim, even drinking the bit of leftover soup earns more than our family has struggled for over 10 years. Time flies, and before one knows it, October has arrived. This afternoon, the golden sunlight shines from the west, creating a warm and pleasant feeling. Du Xiaoyu is enjoying afternoon tea with a few close friends at a 5-star hotel. Her life is truly comfortable, and she cannot imagine letting someone like Song Joong-kai lower her quality of life. Clearly, the decision to break up with Song Joong-kai was entirely the right one. Hey, Xiaoyu, did you get a new bag? Did a wealthy new acquaintance give it to you? It's really beautiful. It seems like the latest model from Handmade, right? Du Xiaoyu replied with a proud expression. That's right, my boyfriend just bought it for me yesterday. Another friend looked at her bag with suspicion. Wait a minute, looking closely, it seems like it's not genuine. Although it looks very similar, handmade limited editions usually have anti-counterfeit codes. It might only be a few 100,000. Xiaoyu, don't tell me you're wearing a fake, right? Du Xiaoyu immediately retorted, no way. This bag, I bought it at the official counter, and I even have the receipt. Her friend reminded her, oh my, receipts can be forged. But are you sure this is genuine merchandise? Why don't you try scanning it with your phone? At that moment, Du Xiaoyu realized she had been deceived. As the bitter truth gradually became clear before her eyes, she felt as if the entire world was collapsing beneath her feet. Du Xiaoyu's face turned pale, her eyes wide open in horror and shock. Her heart was racing in her chest, but not from love or happiness as she had once felt, but from the bitterness and embarrassment to the core. Yu Hai-ri began to get angry when challenged, immediately retorting, "That's 111 and away. I will scan it with my phone, and I will know right away if it's the real deal or a fake. That's 111. Her voice grew increasingly defiant, as if she wanted to prove that she wasn't as foolish as everyone thought. However, when she scanned and found no limited edition, only fakes, her other friends laughed and rejoiced at her misfortune. "That's 111 XLU. Your handmade limited edition. Only costs a few hundred. I can't believe the Yu Hai-ri. I know it wear a fake Thatch 111. Hearing those mocking words, Yu Hai-ri felt as if she was being pushed into an abyss. Her face darkened, and her hands trembled as she took out her phone to dial a number, cursing as she spoke. "Thatch 111, damn it. No way. I will call that guy right now. Thatch 111. Thatch 111. It's clear that I've misunderstood Kim Seo-gil. He's truly from a wealthy family, not the type to rent a supercar to impress girls. Thatch 111. She couldn't believe that he had given her a fake handmade bag just to easily lure her into a hotel. Yet she had once been deeply moved thinking she had received a gift worth hundreds of millions. Yu Hai-ri waited, feeling tense for nearly a minute before the other end finally picked up. A voice rang out. "Thatch 111. Hello, my dear Chao Yu. Have you missed me so soon after we parted? Thatch 111. Yu Hai-ri tried to suppress her anger, demanding, "Thatch 111? What nonsense are you talking about? Wasn't yesterday enough? I ask you, is the handmade bag you bought for me a fake? Thatch 111. Kim Seo-gil seemed indifferent, casually admitting, "Thatch 111. Oh, you found me out? That's right, it is fake. Thatch 111. Hearing the shameless admission, a wave of fury ignited within Yu Hai-ri like a fire consuming every cell. She shouted, her voice filled with rage, "Thatch 111, you fraud, you scoundrel, Thatch 111. But Kim Seo-gil did not back down. He immediately retorted, "Thatch 111, Yu Hai-ri. Don't take it too far. Thatch 111. That fake bag cost 800, and you're only worth that much. Do you think you're something precious? Sleeping with you for one night and asking for hundreds of millions? Have you lost your mind? Do you think you're pure gold? Don't think that I don't know what you want. We are just two sides benefiting from each other. At first, I thought you were fresh, but it turns out you're just old stock. During this time, I've fed you, given you drinks, let you have fun, and that's enough. Get lost. Don't bother me anymore." After Kim Seo-gil finished speaking, he hung up, leaving Yu Hai-ri in shock. At that moment, she realized she had been ruthlessly discarded by that scoundrel, like a toy that had lost its value. This feeling was truly unpleasant. She could only cover her face and cry bitterly, feeling bitter. "Thatch 111, wah wah wah. All are frauds. Thatch 111. Her best friend, seeing her in tears, handed her a tissue and spoke with concern to comfort her. "Oh, Xiao Yu, don't cry anymore. There are a lot of bad men these days. You must have just encountered a scumbag." Another friend reminded, "I've researched that guy Kim Seo-gil. Although his family has some money and he's quite handsome, he is extremely flirtatious and heartless. The perfect type of jerk." "That's right. Handsome guys may be attractive, but many of them only like to play around. Don't invest too much emotion. Otherwise, the one who gets hurt will only be you." Yu Hai-ri calmed down a bit, but when she thought about being played with and then dumped, she still felt wronged, crying continuously. "Wah wah wah. I just want to find a rich guy to rely on, but he just thinks of using me. How despicable." Just at that moment, Yu Hai-ri glanced out the window and immediately caught sight of a familiar face that left her surprised and stunned. "Huh? Why is it him?" Across from the five-star hotel where they were sitting, a series of images began to appear on the advertisement board. The main character in the picture was none other than Song Joong-kai. Her close friends beside her also looked in the direction of Yu Hai-ri, and then asked suspiciously, "Thatch 111 XLU. That person on the big screen over there looks like your ex-boyfriend, Thatch 111. Thatch 111, oh my god, that's right, It's Song Joong-kai. Is he the CEO of Hanchang Jiak? Thatch 111. Another friend, who had some knowledge about business, immediately recognized the significance of this information. Her voice became higher, unable to hide her surprise mixed with admiration. Thatch 111 a Hanchang Jiak? Isn't that the company that's been making waves online recently? Even international media are scrambling to report on Hanchang Jiak. The company achieved a miracle with a 500 billion order in just 1 month. Now the market value of Hanchang Jiak has surpassed 1 trillion. Thatch 111. She looked at Yu Hai-ri, truly speechless. Thatch 111 XLU. You gave up on Song Joong-ki, a top young entrepreneur, to chase after a deceitful playboy, and all you got in return was a fake bag. Thatch 111. When Yu Hai-ri heard her friends murmuring about Song Joong-ki, her heart seemed to stop for a moment. Words like Thatch 111 a CEO of Hanchang Group, Jiak Thatch 111, and Thatch 111 a market value exceeding 1 trillion. Thatch 111 echoed in her mind, leaving her so stunned that she could hardly believe her ears. She blinked repeatedly, feeling as if the entire world was being turned upside down. But this was truly too surprising and hard to believe for Yu Hai-ri. Her heart raced wildly, a myriad of tangled thoughts swirling in her head. Thatch 111 finally, I understand. A person with a best friend who is Chairman Lim, such a powerful figure. How could he possibly be just an ordinary guy? He must have a background that is anything but ordinary, just always keeping everything under wraps. I was wrong. I shouldn't have trusted my own judgment. It turns out, Song Joong-kai is indeed an extremely valuable handsome man. Thatch 111. As the truth about Song Joong-kai gradually emerged, Yu Hai-ri's greed surged stronger than ever. Even the blood in her veins seemed to boil. Her eyes sparkled with the glint of money and full of calculations. Thatch 111 I must win back Song Joong-kai. A man like him is the key for me to advance further, to live in luxury and power. Thatch 111 A. I cannot let this opportunity slip away again. No matter who I have to face, no matter what means I have to use, I will get Song Joong-ki back. However, when searching for Song Joong-ki's contact number, Yu Hai-ri was driven to madness by regret. Damn it! I accidentally deleted Song Joong-ki's WeChat. Oh my god, why was I so foolish? A feeling of regret and panic flooded Yu Hai-ri's heart. But then, a spark of inspiration flashed in her mind, and her eyes immediately lit up with hope and excitement. Oh right, I still have Alipay. I have him added on Alipay. Song Joong-ki often transfers money to me. Immediately, each heartbeat of Yu Hai-ri seemed to synchronize with each action on her phone as she opened the Alipay app with urgency and hope to reconnect with Song Joong-kai. After finding a way to contact Song Joong-ki, Yu Hai-ri felt as if she had just escaped the brink of despair. Now, she had more motivation to carry out her plan. However, a minute passed and Song Joong-kai still hadn't replied to her message. After waiting another 10 minutes, he remained silent. Worried, Yu Hai-ri sent another message. Song Joong-kai, are you okay? I miss you a little. After sending it, Yu Hai-ri continued to wait, her eyes glued to the phone screen. But the suffocating feeling she once hated turned into an uncomfortable restlessness. Yu Hai-ri grew increasingly anxious, her heart filled with mixed emotions of regret, nostalgia, and a hint of fear. Why hasn't he replied yet? Has he not read the message? In the past, whenever I texted him, whether through WeChat or Alipay, Song Joong-kai would always respond immediately. No matter where he was or what he was doing, he always kept his phone close, afraid of missing a message from me. Sometimes, I just need to not reply to a message for a day, and he panics as if he's lost his mind. Then, he hurriedly apologizes, lowering himself like a simp lord to the point of having no self-respect left. Time passes, but Song Joong-kai still doesn't respond. Yu Hai-ri begins to feel anxious. Then, she, the editor, with tangled emotions, sends a message to Song Joong-ki for a whole month. Song Joong-ki, the things I said before were just in a moment of anger. Please don't take it to heart. Over this time, I've thought a lot. When you're not by my side, I realize that I can't live without you. I'm used to having you around. It was my fault for being too stubborn and childish before. I want to apologize to you. Song Joong-ki, I want to see you. Do you have time? After sending this series of messages, Yoo Hae-ri's heart is filled with hope. But an hour has passed, and Song Joong-ki still hasn't replied. At this moment, she feels the anticipation of waiting for a response, overwhelmed with longing, restless to the point of being anxious, like ants crawling on a hot pan. Gradually, Yoo Hae-ri began to feel tormented. Confused thoughts kept swirling around in her head. Song Joong-ki, could it be that he no longer cares about me? Back then, every time I replied, he would incessantly text, able to chat all day without ever ending. There were times I wondered as a man, why didn't he have anything else to do? Why not give each other a little space, just focusing on one woman all day long? His clinginess, to the extent of being like a simp lord, sometimes annoyed me. But now, that annoying concern has become incredibly suffocating for me. Song Joong-ki, is this the feeling you once experienced? The feeling of waiting for someone. At this moment, Song Joong-ki was at the headquarters of Hanchang Jiak Corporation, hosting a shareholders' party. Park Jimin also personally attended along with over 20 other shareholders. Everyone was present. No one was absent. This is the first time, since the establishment of Hanchang Jiak Corporation, that a comprehensive shareholders' party has been organized. However, since the career took off, each of them has changed their appearance. They wear stylish clothes and look significantly more handsome. Previously regarded as a bunch of playboys, they are now the pride of their entire family. As for the position of CEO that Song Joong-ki held before, out of respect for Chairman Lim, no one dares to voice any opinions now. Under the skillful management of Song Joong-ki, the Hanchang Jiak Group has earned tremendous profits. Thanks to this achievement, he has even been honored on the cover of the New York Times, making his reputation soar. Indeed, benefits speak for themselves. This shareholders' meeting is taking place in a very relaxed atmosphere. Everyone present is a wealthy heir, discussing matters while enjoying a feast. Rarely having the chance to meet Park Jimin, Yi Ryun steps up in front of him to toast with an extremely respectful demeanor. Mr. Lim, I raise my glass to you. Thank you for guiding me. Thank you for helping me prosper. After that, Yi Ryun treats Park Jimin as if he were his own flesh and blood, constantly embracing and clinging to him. Park Jimin casually asked Song Joong-ki, Song Joong-ki, how much have we earned this time? Song Joong-ki excitedly replied, we've earned quite a bit. Let me report to everyone. As of now, the company has received orders worth over 500 billion, mostly from international orders, including some worth over 10 billion each. After deducting expenses such as labor, materials, packaging, taxes, and operational costs, our net profit is around 300 billion. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire banquet hall erupted in aghast, then suddenly fell into complete silence. No one uttered a word, and no one dared to breathe loudly as if they had just heard something incredibly unbelievable. All eyes were fixed on the revenue displayed on the tablet, and the expressions on everyone's faces were wide-eyed and gaping in extreme astonishment. At this moment, the happiest was Yi Ryun, who had secretly borrowed money from her parents, sold all of her assets, and vowed to follow Park Jimin at all costs. This profit feels like an exciting wave surging within, the heart pounding and spreading throughout the body. The happiness makes him feel as if he is floating on clouds. With 300 billion in profit and only 1% of the shares in hand, this time I can take home 3 billion. Amazing. My father worked his whole life and his company only earned a few dozen billion. Yet I, following Lim for just 1 month, have already earned 3 billion. I am even better than my father. Another person, upon thinking about the money Park Jimin earned, immediately turned pale with fear. Chairman Lim has even more. This time he must be bringing in 150 billion in profit. Not to mention, H666 still has a lot of potential. We will earn even more. Chairman Lim is truly exceptional. But just when everyone was excited, Song Joong-ki unexpectedly spoke up. Ladies and gentlemen, although today is a day of joy, I cannot help but issue a warning. A leading pharmaceutical company in nation, M, has begun in-depth analysis of H666. Other countries have also purchased H666 for research purposes and even established professional research teams. I believe that soon, our H666 formula will be cracked, and when that happens, the pharmaceutical market will be in turmoil. The time for us to profit from H666 will not last long. Additionally, recently, many spies have appeared in our pharmaceutical manufacturing plants. Since we have focused too much on mass production without enough time to ensure security, the theft of information is almost inevitable. H666 is too attractive. No one can stay out of it. Therefore, the enormous profits from H666 will not last. Prices may start to plummet as early as next month. Although there is some psychological fluctuation, the immediate profits still make the wealthy optimistic. It's okay, even if prices drop, making a profit is still better than nothing. That's right, we have anticipated this situation. There's no such thing as easy money forever. We are just seizing this opportunity. Even if competitors cannot steal the formula, as the number of G virus infections gradually decreases and the virus is eradicated, H666 will also become popular and lose its value. Song Joong-ki retorted with a rational tone. We can make a profit once and withdraw, but I think that's a waste of opportunity. Han Chang-jiak became famous in just a month. This is truly an outstanding achievement, but why should we let it fade away? We should focus our resources on establishing a proper pharmaceutical research facility of our own. At the same time, we should openly recruit top medical experts. With the current reputation of the corporation, I believe many talents will seek us out. At that point, we can form professional research teams and truly root ourselves in the pharmaceutical industry. Why should we let it go? Park Jimin listened to Song Joong-ki express his views and felt extremely surprised. Song Joong-ki is now different from before. After his time as CEO, it seems he has begun to truly understand and excel in his work. This is my brother, someone who can accomplish great things. However, a brother is a brother, and rules are rules. No matter how much money there is, it cannot be distributed carelessly. Earning money through one's own abilities brings a sense of security and comfort. Otherwise, it is merely charity, and I will not allow Han Chang-jiak to decline. That is certainly something I do not desire. Only when the company continues to thrive will the position of CEO of Song Joong-ki have meaning, and I will earn more money. Right after that, Park Jimin also spoke in agreement. I agree with Song Joong-ki's opinion. If we have stepped into the most lucrative industry, why would we want to withdraw? Today, I have called everyone together to discuss this matter. But since Song Joong-ki has already said it all, I will not be long-winded. Let's get straight to the point. Having said that, Park Jimin opened a suitcase. Inside were more than 10 vials. He picked up a red vial and a brown vial and continued to introduce. These are two types of medicine that my pharmaceutical research department has poured all its effort into inventing. The first one is called a medicine for regenerating the immune system. This type of drug can kill the HIV virus, but it is only effective for those infected with HIV. If a healthy person is injected, it can pose a life-threatening danger. The second type is a specialized drug for cancer treatment. This drug is extremely effective in treating terminal illnesses. However, it is very expensive, with each injection costing over $1,000, and it only has an effect for 1 year. After 1 year, it needs to be injected again. This red pharmaceutical I will name H568 with the incredible power of H568. If injected into a healthy body, it can cause adverse effects, even threatening life, because the immune system of a normal person does not require such strong intervention. However, H568 is expected to completely change this century's disease. As for this one, I call it H696. The treatment capability of H696 is truly impressive. It can penetrate deeply into tumors, disrupting their growth and spread. This is a significant change in the approach to cancer treatment, as it not only extends life, but also enhances the quality of life for patients. H696 will represent a new hope, showcasing remarkable advances in modern medicine that can treat previously incurable diseases. Park Jimin's words hit like a powerful shock to the belief in the limits of medicine, causing the wealthy elite, who are usually full of confidence and arrogance, to feel that they are now facing something beyond their imagination. The entire banquet hall seemed to plunge into a tense atmosphere, each person feeling their heart racing and their breathing becoming heavy as fear crept into their minds. This is the conundrum that the global medical community has struggled with for so many years, yet no expert has been able to solve it. And now, have we really resolved it? Yu An swallowed hard, feeling his throat dry as he contemplated the possibility that Park Jimin had just mentioned. Then, his eyes widened, cold sweat breaking out as he anxiously asked again, "Mr. Lim, is there really a world-class research team behind us? If not, how could we have invented such revolutionary drugs?" Park Jimin smirked with a knowing smile and replied, "What do you think?" At that moment, Yi Rian interjected, cutting in, "Brother Lim, now I understand. I used to think our corporation was merely a company relying on luck, but it turns out that's not the case. We truly have a world-class research team in pharmaceuticals. The invention of a specific drug for virus G was not coincidence. Everything has been meticulously planned from the beginning." As if Yi Rian had opened their eyes, the group of rich kids chimed in, "Brother Lim, why didn't you reveal this sooner? It turns out you didn't just want to make money. You've had deep calculations in mind all along. H666 was just the first step to build Hanchang Jiak's reputation globally. What H568 and H696 are the real knockout blows." That's right. With these two drugs, becoming a dominant force in the global pharmaceutical industry is no longer a distant dream. Creating a strong brand effect that even AI must acknowledge the power of Hanchang Jiak. At this moment, each person gradually feels the weight of Park Jimin's actions, making them feel small and filled with admiration. It turns out that Chairman Lim not only has foresight, but has also planned for the future. What if other countries succeed in decoding the formula of H666? In the end, that will become worthless. By the time you finish your research and start mass production, Hanchang Jiak will have moved on to another playing field. Under Chairman Lim's guidance, the path laid out is not only bright but also secure, as every step has been calculated in advance, ensuring victory from thousands of miles away. Indeed, according to Chairman Lim, making money will soon lead to visible wealth. Seeing the rich kids without a hint of doubt, Park Jimin patted Yi Rian on the shoulder and reminded, "Yi Rian, this time we must learn from our previous mistakes. When we start producing and developing H568 and H696, keeping it a secret is crucial. We stumbled once, and we cannot make the same mistake again this time." Yi Rian responded with passionate enthusiasm. "Rest assured, Mr. Lim. This time I will keep our trump card secure. I'm still looking forward to making a fortune with you, Mr. Lim." This shareholders' meeting was filled with a lively and enthusiastic atmosphere. The rich kids seemed to trust unconditionally. Perhaps this was the charm of Park Jimin's personality. "Come on, everyone, keep eating." After more than 2 hours had passed, Song Joong-ki finally saw these messages. Immediately, he felt a familiar excitement rising in his heart. But this time, instead of hurriedly replying with anxiety as he had before, Song Joong-ki decided to retain some of his self-respect. Then, recalling every time he had groveled to show concern for Yu Hai-ri, he felt extremely uncomfortable. "You say break up is break up, you say regret is regret. What do you think I am? A person you can call on and dismiss at will. This time, I will not let my emotions take control." Although frustrated, he still decided to respond with a different attitude this time and refused. "I have a meeting today. I don't have time to meet." Upon receiving a message from Song Joong-ki, Yu Hai-ri exclaimed, "Song Joong-ki texted me. Should I reply? Would that be too lowly of me?" Though she said that, her fingers began to type rapidly, responding immediately. "It's okay, Song Joong-ki. I know you've been very busy lately. If you can't meet today, could you spare some time to see me tomorrow? I used to be so stubborn, but you said you would be understanding of my temperament, that you would love me for a lifetime. Song Joong-ki, do you still remember?" Yu Hai-ri's reminder of the promise made Song Joong-ki feel a bit weak. Memories suddenly flooded back. That promise had been made with all sincerity, but now, faced with reality, he felt heavy and conflicted. She still remembers what I said, yet she was the one who wanted to break up. Now she acts as if I'm the unfaithful one. Then, Song Joong-ki replied with a hint of resentment. "It's true that I said those words, but you were the one who abandoned me first. Could it be that you still want me to cling to you like a dog to get your attention? I'm not that pathetic. I am a man and I have my pride." After reading this, Yu Hai-ri immediately replied, "Song Joong-ki, I know I have hurt your pride. You can hit or scold me if you want. I just ask for one chance to meet you. Is it really true that you don't want to see me anymore? Tomorrow at 1 p.m., I will wait for you at the company downstairs." After sending this message, Yu Hai-ri felt an indescribable joy. I knew right away that I still had a chance. Song Joong-ki is just trying to appear strong, maintaining his dignity in front of me. But through the messages, he still cares about me. Seeing the satisfied smile on Yu Hai-ri's face, a curious friend asked, "Xiao Yu, what's up? Did Song Joong-ki agree to meet you?" Yu Hai-ri confidently replied, "Of course. I understand Song Joong-ki too well. It's easy to manipulate him. The reconciliation is almost certain." Hearing that, the group of friends excitedly cheered in admiration. "You are amazing, Xiao Yu. If the two of you get back together, you will become the wife of that billionaire CEO. Song Joong-ki is definitely 100,000 times better than that guy who gave you a fake bag." That's right. Hancheng Jiak is a globally renowned company, making a fortune every day. Xiao Yu, when you become successful, don't forget to take care of us. Hearing the compliments from her friends, the smile on Yu Hai-ri's face grew brighter. Easy peasy. When I become the CEO's wife, you guys will also become senior managers in the corporation. I heard that the shareholders of Hancheng Jiak are all from the upper class in Hancheng. If we manage to step into this circle, who knows, you might also have the chance to marry into a wealthy family. In that moment, Yu Hai-ri felt as if she had touched the life she had always longed for. Song Joong-ki thought for a moment, and in the end, he softened, but he still tried to control his emotions and replied with a simple word. "Okay." Returning to his CEO office and thinking about facing Yu Hai-ri tomorrow, Song Joong-ki's heart, once hurt and tormented by old memories, now felt soothed. A mixed feeling of happiness and relief spread throughout his body. I have worked hard to prove myself, haven't I? I used to feel unworthy of Yu Hai-ri, always insecure and thinking I was just an ordinary guy. But now everything is different. I have changed, become more successful and stronger. It's time for her to see that I am not only worthy of her, but also someone who can bring her happiness. The more he thought about the upcoming reunion with Yu Hai-ri, the more joy surged within Song Joong-ki. He kept smiling foolishly and naively. Just then, Park Jimin sneaked over. With a mischievous glint in his eyes and a teasing tone, he said, "Song Joong-ki, who are you texting that makes you smile so wickedly?" Song Joong-ki felt flustered. Beads of sweat began to form. He quickly waved his hands, denying immediately. "No, I'm not texting anyone at all." Park Jimin did not miss the opportunity and continued to probe. "Could it be Yu Hai-ri? Are you really planning to get back with her?" Seeing that Park Jimin could read his innermost thoughts, Song Joong-ki's face turned as red as a ripe tomato, and he puffed up his feathers and shouted, "Damn it! How did you know?" After confirming that it was indeed Yu Hai-ri, Park Jimin's gaze gradually became serious. His voice, both soft and firm, said, "I knew it all along. You are now the CEO, even gracing the cover of the New York Times. With so many other girls to choose from, why are you so fixated on Yu Hai-ri? Are you okay?" Song Joong-ki replied with a tone full of determination. "Park Jimin, you don't understand. I have a deep emotional foundation with Xiao Yu. The first time we met in the library, just one glance and I was already drawn to her. Although she can be a bit hot-tempered and hard to please, she is incredibly kind-hearted. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has a sweet smile and an interesting personality. In the past, I always felt unworthy of her, insecure because I couldn't provide her with a good life. As a man, if I cannot provide the basic things like a house, a car, and a stable life, then what reason would someone like her have to choose me? But Xiao Yu has never demanded those things. She may not need them, but I cannot help but want to give them." Hearing this, Park Jimin could only sigh. Then he grasped Song Joong-ki's shoulders, his voice filled with concern. "You are right, men must take responsibility and not shy away from it. But are you sure you really understand Yu Hai-ri, and is this responsibility one-sided? Moreover, the image of Yu Hai-ri that you describe is far from the Yu Hai-ri I know." At this point, Park Jimin tilted his head in thought, but the more he thought, the more he couldn't understand. Could there be another Yu Hai-ri? Isn't she the type of girl who would want to climb into a supercar at first sight? The kind of gold digger who always looks for ways to exploit rich men to satisfy her personal ambitions. Why is Song Joong-ki so submissive to someone like that? Song Joong-ki remained firm in his stance and replied, "Park Jimin, you have helped me a lot, But this is something I want to decide for myself. Can you not interfere? All right, I don't want to interfere in your matters. But there are some things I think you should know. Here are some photos. You can take a look for yourself. After saying this, Park Jimin took out a stack of photos and presented them in front of Song Joong-ki. Taking the stack, Song Joong-ki clearly saw Yu Hai-rui embracing a wealthy guy as they enter a hotel. His whole body felt like it had been struck by lightning, his face pale. He stepped back a few paces and stammered. This can't be. Seeing that Song Joong-ki was processing this information, Park Jimin continued to explain. After you broke up with her, I kept an eye on her and investigated whether she was worthy of you. The result is that the very next day after breaking up with you, Yu Hai-rui appeared with a rich guy driving a Bentley. In the photos, they are seen entering entertainment venues and even going into a hotel together. Song Joong-ki, now that she has come looking for you, you should think carefully about why. Be cautious and reconsider everything. Finishing his words, Park Jimin patted Song Joong-ki on the shoulder and left the room, leaving Song Joong-ki standing there, dazed, with a stack of photos. I'm sorry, Song Joong-ki, I can't let you be deceived any longer. You deserve a genuine love, not one based on exploitation. Sitting alone in silence, Song Joong-ki felt his heart being torn apart as he looked at the photo. Tears streamed down uncontrollably, his hands trembling from the pain surging within. The girl I always regarded as pure and timid, the one I thought had never crossed the boundaries of morality, is now in a hotel with another man, barely a month after we broke up. It turns out she wasn't timid. She was just timid in front of me, wasn't she? Why did she deceive me? Did she think I was a fool? In the end, Song Joong-ki could no longer bear it. He cried out, choked with anguish and pain. Why is this happening? Why can't it be any different? His cry was not loud, but it carried the weight of ultimate suffering. Every time he tried to utter a word, the sound was choked in his throat, leaving only painful and desperate moans. Outside, the group of Yuwa and also heard the heart-wrenching cries coming from the meeting room, unable to help but curiously ask, Mr. Lim, is something wrong with Song Joong-ki? It seems like I hear crying in the meeting room. Park Jimin coldly replied. There's nothing going on, so don't just stand there being curious. Do you want to quit your job? Before CEO Song leaves the meeting room, no one is allowed to enter. And whatever happens today is as if it never existed. Anyone who dares to mention it will bear the consequences. After the warning, Park Jimin looked at the tightly closed door from which the sobs were emanating, his own mood weighed down by deep empathy for what he had gone through. A man who rarely shed tears, but when the tears fell, it was when the pain had become unbearable. At this moment, Song Joong-ki does not need comforting words. If I were in Song Joong-ki's situation, I would probably choose silence until the tears run dry. Because when the tears have run dry, one must face the truth, and then become stronger. Everyone must grow up. It is not a matter for children who need someone to comfort them, and sometimes growing up comes with unavoidable pains. The next day, the morning sunlight spread across Hancheng, enveloping the city in a gentle and warm glow. The sun hung like a fiery orb, brilliant yet not harsh, making the entire city come alive with a new vigor. The sweltering summer had passed, making way for the romantic atmosphere of autumn. The weather was no longer hot and oppressive, nor cold and bleak. A gentle breeze wafted through, bringing a sense of comfort that lifted people's spirits. Song Joong-ki had been at the company all night, the images of Yu Hai-rui embracing another man continuously replaying in his mind like a slow-motion film that he could not shake off. His heart felt constricted, each beat painful, each breath heavy. Gradually, dark thoughts began to flood Song Joong-ki's mind, and from within that pain, a cruel idea began to take shape. Around 8 a.m., Song Joong-ki decided to call Park Jimin. Hello, Park Jimin. Help me with something. I want to take revenge on Yu Hai-rui. I want her to regret it for the rest of her life. After finishing this sentence, intense anger ignited within him, not allowing any feelings of pity or weakness towards Yu Hai-rui anymore. Seeing that Song Joong-ki had come to his senses, Park Jimin cheerfully replied, It's a small matter. I'll arrange it for you right away. Today, to impress Song Joong-ki, Yu Hai-rui spent 3 hours on makeup, transforming herself into her most perfect version. After that, she and her best friend Sun Chien arrived in front of Song Joong-ki's company 10 minutes early. As soon as she got out of the taxi, Yu Hai-ri took out her phone and called Song Jong-kai. The call was quickly connected. "Hello, Song Jong-ki, I'm downstairs at your company." "Yeah, I know," Song Jong-ki replied briefly and hung up immediately. This attitude from Song Jong-kai had never happened before, making Yu Hai-ri feel confused. Did he just hang up on me? Yu Hai-ri irritably turned to Sun Qian. Song Jong-kai has never hung up first before. He always lets me hang up first. Hearing that, Sun Qian immediately kindly advised, "Oh my, what's so strange about it? Now people's identities are different. Moreover, you came here today to make amends, so keep a proper mindset and don't worry about trivial details. The important thing is to get them to come back. There will be plenty of opportunities to teach later." Yu Hai-ri nodded, feeling that Sun Qian's words made a lot of sense. But just as the two of them arrived at the entrance of the Chadgaon building, they were stopped by a security guard. "Sorry, please swipe your card." The feeling of being looked down upon made Sun Qian respond in a tone full of challenge and threat. "Swipe my card? Is your dog like eye blind? This is the fiancé of CEO Song, you know. Let us in quickly, or when CEO Song arrives, you'll bear the consequences." The security guard remained standing firm, seemingly unconcerned, and replied, "Fiancé? Who doesn't know that CEO Song is still single? You two should stop dreaming. No card, no entry. Step aside." Sun Qian's inherent arrogance could not accept being treated this way. Her cheerful mood was completely shattered, and she immediately exploded in anger, shouting, You are really something. Yu Hai-ri, hurry up and call Song Jong-kai." The phone was once again connected to Song Jong-kai. "Hello, Song Jong-ki," Yu Hai-ri hastily said. "I've been blocked by your company's security at the door. Can you—" Before she could finish her sentence, Song Jong-ki abruptly hung up, maintaining the same attitude as before. "Got it, I'll be right out." The sudden hang-up from Song Jong-ki made Yu Hai-ri feel like she was about to explode, especially in the humiliating situation she was facing in front of others. She kept silently cursing. Hanging up again. Song Jong-kai is really something now. "You bastard, just wait. You'll know what consequences are later." Her friend Sun Qian was still arguing with the security. "See, my friend just called CEO Song. You security guards better wait to get fired." Just as Yu Hai-ri was about to let out her pent-up emotions, she had to rein in her feelings due to her status as the wife of a CEO. "No, I cannot get angry. I must not get angry. Anger will only ruin all my plans, causing me to lose the opportunity to get closer to the luxurious life. I will endure. Song Jong-kai definitely still likes me. He is just testing me. As long as I can endure hardship within hardship, he will be under my control. Go for it, Yu Hai-ri. You can do it. The luxurious life is waiting for you." As a result, half an hour passed. Yu Hai-ri and Sun Qian stood under the scorching sun, with not a single place to rest. Sweat poured out, running down from her neck to her feet. Every minute seemed to stretch on endlessly, her throat dry, her endurance pushed to the limit. The cheerful and confident mood she initially had now vanished, giving way to an indescribable frustration. Most notably, the makeup she had carefully applied was now smudged due to the sweat. The eyeshadow and mascara had been dissolved by sweat, creating dark streaks running down her cheeks, making her look somewhat horrifying. Just as she was about to faint, the roar of supercar engines invigorated Yu Hai-ri, bringing her back to life. "Oh, so many supercars. It seems like these cars are heading towards me. Is he coming?" Each one costs over 80 million. In less than 3 minutes, to the astonishment of Sun Qian and Yu Hai-ri, more than 100 supercars suddenly appeared and parked neatly in front of the Chadgaon building. The engines roared in unison, like a powerful symphony, sending chills down the spines of these two girls. Then, the doors of the supercars opened one by one, and each wealthy heir and heiress stepped out in their expensive designer outfits. They all walked confidently, their gazes unwaveringly directed towards one spot. The most sacred moment finally arrived when a private jet marked with a Nation M logo appeared in front of the Chadgaon building. The entire space seemed to pause, all eyes focused on it, holding their breath, waiting for the appearance of the most powerful figure. Finally, the door of the jet opened. Song Jong-kai stepped down, followed closely by 4 female secretaries, each exuding beauty and professionalism. At this moment, before Sun Qian and Yu Hai-ri, the scene resembled a perfect painting. with every detail clearly reflecting opulence and absolute power. Under the respectful gaze of everyone around, Song Joong-ki confidently walked forward, radiantly handsome and full of charisma. As he approached the entrance of the skyscraper, hundreds of employees simultaneously bowed and shouted in unison, "Hello CEO Song! Long live CEO Song!" The cheers echoed everywhere, creating a grand and emotional scene. For Yu Hai-ri, in just 1 month, the person she once considered useless now stood above thousands. This earth-shattering change left Yu Hai-ri stunned, her whole being shaken. As Song Joong-ki's footsteps drew closer, her heart raced faster, exclaiming with deep emotion, "Song Joong-ki, is this love? This is the allure that a mature man should possess. What I've always sought is not wealth, but feelings, allure, and attitude. That's right, it is just like this." Hearing that, Sun Qian added in a tone full of jealousy and admiration, "That's right, Xiao Yu, your husband is so handsome, looking so handsome. Damn it, if you weren't my best friend, I would have almost fallen for him. Driving a plane worth hundreds of millions here, who could compare to him?" Hearing her best friend assertively say this, Yu Hai-ri's gaze became more enchanted, her face flushed and the shyness was increasingly evident on her features. "That's right. I've never seen Song Joong-ki so attractive." When Song Joong-ki was just 3 steps away, Yu Hai-ri felt as if her whole body was illuminated, filled with excitement, but also so flustered that her heart felt like it was about to leap out of her chest. At this moment, Song Joong-ki stood right in front of Yu Hai-ri, and with a casual remark that sent chills down her spine, he said, "If you have something to say it quickly, I'm very busy." But for a woman like Yu Hai-ri, feelings were just an excuse. She had learned all the seductive tricks from her romantic experiences, and now boldly rushed in, wrapping her arms tightly around Song Joong-ki's waist. Her eyes sparkled as if she were about to cry, showing regret and self-blame. "I'm sorry, Song Joong-ki. Can you forgive my stubbornness? Last time, I really didn't want to break up. In my heart, I still care about you a lot. Can we get back together?" After saying that, Yu Hai-ri's eyes gradually shifted from weakness to calculation. She knew Song Joong-ki's critical weakness was his soft heart. Just showing vulnerability and shedding a few tears would make him immediately soften, unable to refuse her. Thinking like that, Yu Hai-ri leaned her head against Song Joong-ki's chest, her self-satisfaction and triumph increasing, like a predator waiting for its prey to step into the trap. Perhaps that was the case before, but now it was different. Now, Song Joong-ki stood there, distinctly feeling Yu Hai-ri's touch, but instead of feeling soft-hearted as he used to, all that remained in his heart was disgust and revulsion. Without hesitation, he firmly pushed Yu Hai-ri away, his voice cold and emotionless. "Yu Hai-ri, please have some self-respect." Yu Hai-ri stumbled back, her eyes wide with astonishment and disbelief. "Song Joong-ki, you..." But Song Joong-ki gave her no chance, turning away and continuing to speak in a tone of rejection and determination. "From now on, don't look for me anymore. We are completely finished, as if we have never known each other." Song Joong-ki's cruel words cut into Yu Hai-ri's self-esteem like a knife, shattering every last bit of patience she had left. She began to unleash all of her pent-up frustration, her venomous words pouring out like a torrent. "Why? Song Joong-ki, have you changed so quickly? You once said you would protect me for life, but now that you have a bit of money and status, you start to despise me. Men are truly no good. Once they have money, they become debauched, all scum, beasts. And just a moment ago, I had to endure the humiliation, being blocked outside the door, standing under the scorching sun for half an hour. Not only did you not comfort me, but you also uttered such cruel words. It seems I was too foolish, truly blind." Song Joong-ki coldly turned back, his tone contemptuous, showing no mercy. "Scum! You are indeed the wicked one who is good at crying injustice." As soon as he finished speaking, Song Joong-ki continued to pull out a stack of photos and threw them straight into Yu Hai-ri's face. "I am trash, so what are you? It hasn't even been a month since we broke up, and you've been going in and out of entertainment venues with the young master of the Kim family, even going to hotels with him. Now that you've been dumped, you're coming back to me to rekindle our old flame." Exposed, Yu Hai-ri's face turned pale, her eyes wide with horror. Every action of hers had been clearly understood by Song Joong-ki. The initial arrogance of Yu Hai-ri suddenly vanished, replaced by panic and guilt. No, it's not like that. Psalm Jong-ki. Please let me explain. But Psalm Jong-ki no longer wanted to hear any more excuses. Everything she said was now just meaningless lies to him. The long-accumulated anger erupted, and Psalm Jong-ki poured all his strength into shouting at Yu Hai-ri, his voice filled with frustration and contempt. Clear evidence. Do you still want to lead me by the nose? I don't want this to get awkward, but you can't treat me like a fool. She has never respected me, nor had she respected the feelings between us. I am just a backup in her eyes. After saying these words, Psalm Jong-ki felt as if his heart was being torn apart, an immense pain overwhelming him. But despite the deep hurt, he resolutely uttered one last contemptuous sentence. Get lost. Never show up in front of me again. Seeing you makes me feel disgusted. Under Yu Hai-ri's panicked gaze, Psalm Jong-ki coldly turned his back and walked into the building, leaving her in despair. Yu Hai-ri didn't know what to do to salvage the situation. She collapsed onto the ground. Crocodile tears began to fall, her heart filled with regret and despair. Psalm Jong-ki, no. I know I was wrong. I was enchanted. But I truly love you. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Can't you give me a chance? Boo-hoo. At this moment, Yu Hai-ri felt as if the entire world around her was collapsing. Her desperate pleas became weak and hopeless. Gradually, she lost herself in the pain. But it was not the pain of lost love, but it is the pain of realizing that she has lost the last opportunity to hold on to the power and status she has always desired. Time flies like a dog running in the fields. It has been a month since Park Jimin participated in the decathlon competition at the villa in Mado. Jin Jia-moo has recently been feeling extremely bored. The previous incident caused him to be sternly warned by the family, making him dare not act recklessly anymore. The more he held back, the more frustrated he became. At that moment, Kim K-yan entered the room, handed Jin Jia-moo a stack of documents, and reported, Young master, after a month of investigation, I finally understand the whole situation. Previously, we all thought that the housing purchase restriction was orchestrated by Chairman Lim, but later, I discovered that there is another person behind it. That person is named Jang Shenwu. I have the information about him in hand. Upon hearing this, a sudden sense of unease surged within Jin Jia-moo. Jang Shenwu. Kim K-yan continued to report. This Jang Shenwu seems to have a grudge against Chairman Lim, so he has planned for revenge. He is targeting the home buying restrictions of the Feidong Group, aiming to slow down the development speed of Feidong and cause a financial crisis. At this point, Kim K-yan paused, seemingly wanting to say something more. However, seeing the dark expression on Jin Jia-moo's face, she didn't dare to say anything further. Jin Jia-moo sat silently, his eyes deep in thought, staring at a point of nothingness on the desk. At this moment, he suddenly understood everything. But it was too late. His pupils widened in shock, and he felt as if he was dizzy. He asked again, Are you saying that the kid Park Jimin has no backing, and that the entire situation is being manipulated by someone else? That person is even an opponent of Park Jimin? As Jin Jia-moo spoke, the feeling of being led by the nose almost made him spit out a mouthful of blood. This situation was too absurd for him to accept. Immediately after, Jin Jia-moo's face twisted in anger. He roared fiercely and indignantly. Damn it, so all this time we have been fighting the enemy of Park Jimin? How could this happen? As the young master Jin of Mado, I have been played a painful trick, and that brat sees me as a joke. Immediately contact young master Jung. The misunderstanding from before is just a misunderstanding, but remember, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If our two families join forces, I don't believe that Park Jimin, that son of a bitch, will dare to be so arrogant anymore. As he finished speaking, the space around Jin Jia-moo became like a wall of fire, hot and terrifying. Even the air seemed to be drained away, leaving only a heavy, oppressive feeling with no way out. Park Jimin, I will definitely make him pay a heavy price. This time, he will not be as lucky as before. In contrast to the tense and suffocating atmosphere, in the Kim Yuan private quarters, the atmosphere was quite warm. Recently, because Kim Jenny has been taking care of him, Park Jimin rarely returns to his large villa. Instead, he increasingly enjoys living in this small apartment. At this moment, the door opened. Kim Jenny entered, carrying various cooking ingredients. Park Jimin. If it were before, Park Jimin would have been a bit annoyed that his private space was being disturbed. But recently, he has gotten used to having Kim Jenny here, so he happily greeted her. "Kim Jenny, you are here." Although they were not yet at a level of intimacy, Park Jimin's warm welcome was enough to make Kim Jenny feel delighted inside. Then Kim Jenny obediently replied, "Yes, Park Jimin. Today I learned a new dish, and I will cook it for you to try later." Park Jimin said sincerely, "Kim Jenny, you don't have to be my personal maid. You don't need to come over every day to cook for me. You don't owe me anything." Hearing that, Kim Jenny just smiled lightly, her eyes sparkling, and spoke from the heart. "Park Jimin, I do this willingly. As long as you don't dislike the dish I cook, that's enough for me." Furthermore, he had lent me 5 million to solve my difficulties. I have only used 3 million to buy a house, and I still owe him 2 million. He doesn't charge interest. I just need to cook for him a few meals. What's the big deal? Looking at Kim Jenny's lively and energetic figure in the kitchen, Park Jimin felt incredibly warm. Kim Jenny is truly a good girl. If she has done so much for me, then I should do something for her too. After thinking for a moment, Park Jimin spoke more seriously. "Kim Jenny, you can leave the food there. I have something to talk to you about." Kim Jenny stopped cooking, then quickly ran over to Park Jimin, her face radiating a gentle and irresistible charm. "What secret do you want to tell me, Park Jimin?" Park Jimin said nothing, gently extended his left hand to place it on her head. This unexpected and intimate action made Kim Jenny's heart race. Her cheeks flushed like peach blossoms in spring. Did he just pat my head? What is he planning to do? Could it be that? If it's Park Jimin, I really look forward to it. Thinking about the possibility of advancing further with Park Jimin, Kim Jenny's heart showed signs of irregular beating, both tense and full of anticipation, but also undeniably excited. Park Jimin placed his hand on Kim Jenny's forehead. Immediately, a series of notifications from the system appeared before him. Full name: Kim Jenny. Appearance: 7/9 superior body, 8/5 superior health, 7/6 healthy. Reminder: the owner can spend 10 strengthening points to perform strengthening on Kim Jenny. Strengthening has random effects, and the specific outcome depends on each individual. Each subject can only receive strengthening once, so please use it carefully. When the affection level of the subject exceeds 100 points, the owner will have the opportunity for a second strengthening with the ability to allocate strengthening points as desired. Currently, strengthening points can be used to enhance the subject's body. The owner has 269 points left. Would you like to spend 10 strengthening points to strengthen Kim Jenny? Hearing the reminder sound from the system, Park Jimin felt both worried and somewhat excited. "Kim Jenny, this is the gift I give you. A gift that money cannot buy. System, I want to strengthen Kim Jenny immediately." Waiting for a long time, I still only see Park Jimin roping around his head, feeling no different than a mother patting her daughter's head. But thinking about breaking the boundaries of feelings between him and Park Jimin, Kim Jenny could only wait. Her gaze dared not look directly at him, only able to secretly glance up at him from below like a shy girl before a step towards the sky in confusion. But Kim Jenny did not know that a change was taking place within her. In this moment, in Park Jimin's mind, each fragment of memory about Kim Jenny slowly unfolds like a slow-motion movie, every scene clear and vivid. He recalls the first time Kim Jenny gifted him a painting, as her clear gaze looked at him with sincere admiration. "Dear Park Jimin, this is a gift for you." Park Jimin remembers the times Kim Jenny was by his side, her soft pink lips moving as if she wanted to say something but held back, only to reserve tender words of encouragement for him. "Dear Park Jimin, I will try to become the girl worthy of you." And every time he thinks of Kim Jenny recently, Park Jimin's heart feels unusually warm, as if wrapped in a soft and cozy blanket. Her radiant smile like the morning sun dispels all the worries in his heart. "Dear Park Jimin, the rice is done." At this moment, Kim Jenny, with her flushed cheeks and sparkling eyes full of anticipation, makes Park Jimin feel that all the beautiful memories of her come to life more clearly than ever. A deep sense of respect and appreciation surged within him, making him want to bring the best things for this girl. Strengthening system for Kim Jenny, now. Confirming. Kane. Strengthening in progress. Strengthening completed. Remaining strengthening points: 259. When the strengthening process ended, Kim Jenny did not feel anything particularly special. It was just a pleasant, euphoric sensation spreading throughout her body, an unprecedented comfort. Kim Jenny's data on the system had also changed significantly. When Park Jimin looked at her, he sensed a clear difference. Her aura underwent a strange transformation. Although her face was still familiar, her beauty now shone even more brilliantly. Her skin was glowing, her lips plump and smooth, as if just peeled from a fresh egg. Kim Jenny's eyes also sparkled more than ever before, like a clear lake reflecting the moonlight. In those eyes, Park Jimin could see a world full of emotions, containing so many things to say but unable to be voiced. Name: Kim Jenny. Beauty: 8.8, striking beauty. Physique: 9.0, perfect body. Health: 9.9, excellent health. Kim Jenny shyly, her sparkling eyes filled with a confused question, asked, "Huh? Park Jimin, what are you doing? I am ready." After saying that, Kim Jenny felt her heart racing. When she closed her eyes and gently puckered her lips, a wave of excitement and anticipation flooded her chest. "Come on, Park Jimin. I can't contain my excitement about touching your lips." The more she thought, the more emotions swirled within Kim Jenny, making her mind hazy, leaving only a singular thought: I am about to take a step further with Park Jimin. However, all Park Jimin did was stroke her head for a few minutes, then made no further moves. Afterward, seeing Kim Jenny's expression, Park Jimin managed to pull out a somewhat reluctant smile and replied, "Oh, it's nothing. You just go about your work." "Oh, okay," Kim Jenny awkwardly replied, and then turned to head towards the kitchen. But her heart was filled with regret. She wondered, could it be that Park Jimin misunderstood me as rejecting him? Why did I talk so much? I shouldn't have opened my eyes at all. But I can't just say directly that he should kiss a little faster instead of making me wait so long, right? It's so embarrassing. If I had been more proactive just now, would things have been different? After all, does Park Jimin want to take things further with me? Gradually, the jumbled thoughts began to invade Kim Jenny's mind, filling her with bizarre images. After finishing dinner, Kim Jenny hurried back to the company to continue working. But as she passed by the school, she still didn't realize that from being an ordinary-looking girl, she had now transformed into a goddess, rivaling the school's beauty queen. This remarkable change made countless boys unleash their desires. Day by day, the gazes of the boys increasingly fixated on Kim Jenny, filled with admiration and a fair bit of yearning. Some people unconsciously blush, their hearts beat faster. Is that Kim Jenny at the art academy? Why does she look so much more beautiful? That's right. How did I not realize she was this beautiful before? I must be blind. Exactly, now she is no less than Kim Jisoo. If I could be by her side, I would willingly be a simp lord for life. At school, Kim Jenny's reputation was not good. She had become accustomed to the whispers about her from afar, but still could not help wondering, what's with these people today? Is there something on my face? After passing through the back gate of the school, Kim Jenny crossed the street and walked into a luxurious office. Since most of the staff were teachers and students from the school, they took a nearby headquarters as the office for the charity fund. However, as soon as she stepped into the elevator, Kim Jenny immediately noticed the gazes of all the male and female colleagues fixated on her, as if flowers had just bloomed on her face. This scene made Kim Jenny feel both confused and embarrassed. Why is it that everyone looks at me with such strange eyes from home to the association? Navigating through a crowd of people lively talking about her, Kim Jenny immediately stepped into the bathroom to check if there was anything unusual on her face. But within 5 seconds, a high-pitched scream erupted. Oh, 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 oh! After regaining her composure, Kim Jenny slowly and meticulously gazed at her beauty in the mirror. She gently touched her smooth skin, her large, sparkling eyes twinkling more than before. The light in her eyes reflected an unusual confidence. Her naturally rosy lips, along with the soft, delicate lines of her face, seemed more refined and graceful. All these details blended together, making Kim Jenny feel both surprised and happier than ever. Why do I feel like I've become more beautiful? Is it really true that when women have careers, they change? A female colleague stepped in, unable to hide her admiration, asking, "Oh, CEO Kim, you look so beautiful today. What cosmetics are you using?" Kim Jenny replied, though she had some doubts in her heart. "Really? I don't think I look any different than usual. Come on, don't flatter me. Flattery won't get you any rewards. I'm barefaced today." Barefaced and still this beautiful. I'm really jealous. By the way, Chairman asked for you to come to the office to discuss something important with you. While Kim Jenny was chatting with her colleagues, the assistant entered Suk Won's office to report. Suk Won listened to the assistant presenting the latest information about Hancheng Jiak Group. CEO Recently, the Hancheng Jiak Group seems to have leaked some internal information. They are not only researching and producing the specific drug H666, but are also about to launch a new drug named H696, specifically for the treatment of malignant tumors. Last night, there were rumors that a terminal cancer patient had received this new drug, and the cancer cells in his body had significantly shrunk, moving from the terminal stage to the intermediate stage. This has caused a huge stir in the medical community of Hancheng. It is said that even a prominent figure, a member of the academy, is about to get involved. Suk Won nodded, her face showing a serious expression. This matter is very important for the charity fund and cannot be taken lightly. If our charity fund can connect with Hancheng Jiak Group and acquire this new drug at a preferential price, it would be a tremendous benefit for severely ill patients. However, regarding the cessation of the relief program at some hospitals, we have no other choice. When discovering that a hospital forged documents to embezzle a large amount of aid from the charity fund, this is not only unfair to those who truly need help, but it's also a blow to the trust we have built. The assistant strongly agreed, but also offered an opinion. That's right. If we can purchase medication at a preferential price, we could save a significant amount on treatment costs. However, the decision to halt the relief program has drawn the charity into a storm of public opinion. We are being accused of embezzlement, exploiting the charity fund to enrich ourselves, and it has even brought a bad reputation to CEO Lim. Therefore, the charity must be more cautious in its future activities to avoid any slip-ups. Just a moment later, Kim Jenny arrived at Suk Won's office. CEO you were looking for me. Suk Won, tense over the suspension of aid, looked surprised when she saw Kim Jenny walk in. Kim Jenny, you look beautiful today. Kim Jenny humbly replied, her face blushing yet her sparkling eyes could not hide the joy. CEO please don't praise me too much. How could I compare to you? You are the true beauty. Suk Won interrupted, speaking in a serious tone. All right then, let's not flatter each other anymore. I called you here to discuss work matters. Then, Suk Won took out an appointment letter and handed it to Kim Jenny. On the letter, the bold words "appointment decision" were printed along with a shiny golden circular emblem and a red ribbon background. Below it, there was a signature recognizing and trusting Kim Jenny's abilities. Realizing the significant responsibility she was about to bear, Kim Jenny was moved but also felt pressure. CEO, do you want to promote me as the deputy CEO of the charity fund? Suk Won said sincerely. That's right, I have been following your work. You are very good at communication and always know how to handle situations skillfully, making everyone feel comfortable working together. Moreover, I not only know how to handle interpersonal relationships, but also can boldly make difficult decisions when necessary. Such qualities are what the charity fund needs in a leadership role. Next, I want to assign you an important task. Kim Jenny felt her enthusiasm bubbling up. She took a deep breath, her eyes shining with steely determination. CEO, just assign the task to me. I will definitely complete it well, and will not let you down. Hearing this, Suk Won casually said while giving her instructions. Do you know Song Jong-ki, the CEO of Hancheng Jiak Group? I want you to represent the charity fund in meeting CEO Liu to negotiate the supply of the new drug H696. Our purchase price must be lower than the market price, and if possible, you should also try to persuade them to sponsor our charity fund. Kim Jenny confidently replied, CEO, no problem. Interestingly, I also know CEO Liu quite well. Suk Won couldn't help but ask in surprise. Oh, do you know him? Kim Jenny recounted, her eyes sparkling as she remembered that memory. Indeed, Song Jong-ki is very close friends with Park Jimin. There was a time when Song Jong-ki got into trouble and was looked down upon by his ex-girlfriend. I even pretended to be Song Jong-ki's girlfriend to help him get through that situation. Who would have thought that the guy who was once looked down upon has now become an important figure in the Hancheng Jiak Corporation? Suk Won, upon hearing this, was a bit shocked and asked back, wait, does that mean the Hancheng Jiak Corporation has a very close relationship with Park Jimin? Kim Jenny nodded in confirmation. That's right. In fact, the Han Cheng Jiek Corporation belongs to Park Jimin. As soon as the words left her mouth, Suk Won's expression changed repeatedly, alternating between shock and dissatisfaction, causing Kim Jenny to go from perplexed to somewhat suspicious. Then, Suk Won realized that this was a grand scheme and immediately fell into deep thought. Recently, I've called Park Jimin several times, but he hasn't answered. Clearly, he's still sulking. A petty man like that is really frustrating. I've decided not to care about him anymore. But now, I just found out that the real owner behind the Han Cheng Jiak Group is none other than Park Jimin. If Han Cheng Jiak belongs to Park Jimin, then investing in medical treatment and establishing a charitable fund is undoubtedly the perfect way to promote and sell new drugs, quickly garnering support from patients, right? It turns out Park Jimin has seemingly been planning this for a long time. On one hand, doing charity, on the other hand, making money from pharmaceuticals. Truly a clever trick to deceive others, setting up a grand chessboard that everyone failed to recognize. In summary, the charitable fund is merely a final tool, with all benefits flowing back into Park Jimin's pocket. What is noteworthy is that charity can halt, but pharmaceuticals cannot. Well done, Park Jimin. I even thought you were sincerely doing charity, wholeheartedly for the patients. I even admired you to the point of disregarding criticism and being willing to bear the bad reputation. But now what? It was all just a trick that Park Jimin had skillfully arranged beforehand, step by step, pushing everyone into his money-collecting scheme. It's truly infuriating. All right, do you think you can lead me by the nose? If you have taken advantage of me like this, don't blame me for not saving money for you anymore. I used to worry that you were financially struggling, so I carefully saved every penny and advised you not to get involved with Jiang Shenwu. Yet you were unhappy with me. I was really too naive. If you are so skilled at calculating things, then letting you bear a little more expense is nothing. After that, Suk Won turned to Kim Jenny and coldly instructed. Kim Jenny later announced to the finance department to increase the salary this month by 3,000 for all employees, and for outstanding employees, increase it directly by 5,000. As for the hospital, the salary for doctors and healthcare staff, especially specialists, must be increased by 20%. Other healthcare staff should also receive a 10% salary increase. We need to speed up the construction of the hospital and expand our financial assistance approval process. Kim Jenny nodded in agreement. Understood, CEO. At this moment, Suk Won could no longer contain the anger boiling within him. Her eyes burned like two fierce flames. With her mouth wide open, she shouted in anger. The people's money must be used for the people. Park Jimin, this capitalist, I will use your money to bring benefits to everyone. Let's see if you feel heartbroken. Seeing Suk Won seething with rage, Kim Jenny couldn't help but think. It's CEO feeling overshadowed by Park Jimin's intelligence, which is why he's so furious. But it's good. The world is bustling. Everyone is here for profit, and raising salaries is the best way to motivate. However, spending money recklessly like this, Park Jimin must feel incredibly disappointed, to the point of not wanting to answer CEO calls anymore. At night, the lights shone brightly everywhere. While it couldn't compare to Mado or Yanjing, Han Cheng was also dazzling at night, with thousands of neon lights illuminating everywhere. There was a sleepless corner of the street where everyone harbored stories and unforgettable experiences. Recently, every night, a feeling of heartache surged in Song Joong-ki's heart. He often went to the bar, and even proactively called Park Jimin. Park Jimin, having no other choice, decided to confide in his best friend, Song Joong-ki. I'm here. As he stepped into the bar, the surrounding atmosphere stirred memories of the time spent with Jung Hoseok in the past, causing Park Jimin to lose himself in thought. Seeing Song Joong-ki and Yu Hairi end things decisively and comfortably, while managing to protect some residual dignity, he still seems a bit sad. Does that decisiveness truly bring Song Joong-ki the peace he desires? The more he pondered, the heavier these thoughts weighed on Park Jimin's heart, making him feel compassion for his friend. Upon entering, the first sensation was the loud music that nearly numbed Park Jimin's ears. The flashing lights created an exhilarating atmosphere. In the middle of the dance floor, beautiful girls swayed to the rhythm. Their outfits were incredibly hot, from the revealing crop tops that showcased their alluring bare shoulders to the high boots, enhancing their dynamic and expressive nature. Every movement was as if the whole world faded away, leaving only their unique dance. At that moment, the DJ of the bar suddenly shouted, "All the expenses tonight will be covered by young Master Song. Let's get the party started." Immediately, the entire bar erupted with cheers. Long live young Master Song. Young Master Song is truly amazing. Hearing that name, Park Jimin couldn't help but startle. Damn it, young Master Song. Is Song Joong-ki really that generous? Covering the whole bar tonight? Maybe he finally decided to let loose and become a real scoundrel. Park Jimin asked the server about the location of young Master Song, but when he looked up at the best spot in the bar, he realized that the person sitting there was not Song Joong-ki, but someone else. Not Song Joong-ki. Could there be someone else with the surname Song? Why are there so many people with the surname Song? So where is Song Joong-ki then? I should try to find him. As Park Jimin pondered to himself, he took a stroll around the bar. Eventually, in a hidden corner that was less noticed by others, he discovered Song Joong-ki. He was sitting at a small table, with only a few cheap beers in front of him. Park Jimin stepped forward, slammed his hand on the table loudly. "Waiter, I would like to order a Divine Dragon set." The waiter was a bit surprised, but still politely asked, "Dear guest, the Divine Dragon set 888,888 consists of 6 colors of black-ass liquor. When ordering this set, the whole restaurant will light up, and everyone will cheer. Are you sure, sir? The price for the Divine Dragon set is 88,888. Song Joong-ki was taken aback, turning to Jimin, hesitantly complaining. "Park Jimin, isn't this a bit too extravagant? But didn't you just say, young Master Song, that you would buy out the entire restaurant? So why still pay?" "Park Jimin, I don't have enough money to pay for that. The amount I was saving is meant for buying the house. If you order such a round of drinks, it will surely deplete my savings for my house." Park Jimin replied excitedly, "It's a small matter. Houses are just material things. Land in all 4 seas is home. If you don't mind, you can come stay in my villa, which is over 1,000 square meters in the future. There is also a private airport, a private golf course, a fish pond, a wine cellar, a hot spring, a library, and a flower garden. I am also preparing to hire 100 beautiful girls to serve in the estate, along with 20 gardeners and 30 nannies. What I need now is to show off this wealth." Hearing Park Jimin excitedly tell this story, Song Joong-ki felt as though poverty had limited his imagination. Even the sadness from his romantic troubles had faded away. The waiter smiled and explained, "This esteemed guest has a slight misunderstanding. Young Master Song, booking the whole bar only covers common costs, such as a few bottles of wine priced in the hundreds. The Divine Dragon set is certainly not included in that. Would you like to pay with Alipay or WeChat?" Park Jimin replied playfully, "All right, then let's each have a Divine Dragon set. This guy, and I will settle the bill." See how generous these two were. The waiter immediately became enthusiastic and flattering. "Yes, sir. Would you like to move to the VIP area? It's more spacious there." Park Jimin stepped forward, but Song Joong-ki began to worry. "Park Jimin, each person a Divine Dragon set. How could I have that much money?" Park Jimin, with a voice like an old man, replied, "Song Joong-ki, you are already a CEO with a monthly salary of hundreds of millions. Why be so stingy? We used to go to the bar, and didn't even have enough money to pay. Now we are different. You have changed too. With your current condition, there will be outstanding girls coming to you. Besides, no one is irreplaceable. You can't forget your ex-girlfriend just because you haven't met someone better." At that moment, the DJ shouted loudly again, "Everyone, Master Song is treating each person to a bottle of Black S. Let's party it up." Immediately, the bar erupted once more with cheers. Amidst the enthusiastic applause, a group of beautiful girls quickly surrounded Song Noong's couch. In the blink of an eye, the seating area was packed with stunning long-legged girls, slender waists, and sizzling figures. Cheers to Master Song. Amazing. Master Song is truly wonderful. Master Song, I raise my glass to you. At this moment, Song Noong felt dazed by the situation. Then he looked at the server and shouted loudly, "Damn it! Have I ever said to give everyone Black S? Do you think I'm a fool?" The server, also confused, replied, "Huh? Young master, isn't Black S what you gave out? Are we misunderstanding something?" Song Joong-ki continued to angrily shout, "Of course not. Go quickly find the DJ and clarify everything. But just at that moment, two beautiful figures caught his attention. Oh, stunning! Those were the daughters of the Dai and Kin families. The two beauties appeared with striking and alluring looks, and notably their demeanor and outfits were completely different, making many people curious and envious. Qin Wusong asked with a somewhat shy tone, "Dai Han, have you ever been to a bar before? This is the first time I've come to places like this. I feel a bit tense." Dai Han shook her head, her tone decisive and full of confidence. "Never. You need to speak up so I can hear clearly." Qin Wusong asked in surprise. "Oh, you've never been to a bar? Then why you look so calm?" Dai Han replied confidently, "I'm just pretending. I read through the bar guidelines yesterday. As long as you act a bit cool, no one will realize you're a newbie." While the two girls were chatting, the music from the sound system blared with enthusiasm. A cheerful voice inspired everyone. "Come on, raise your hands up. Left, right, left, right. Shake it up." Where are the deafening cheers? Let's get wild. Riley, welcome everyone to Firefox tonight. Let the music guide you. Step onto the stage under the sparkling lights and immerse yourself in the dance. Tonight, let it all go. Let your emotions rise and enjoy the world of music that belongs to you. Now fly high. The atmosphere in the bar became increasingly vibrant under the DJ's direction. The entire bar was swept up in a whirlwind of music and light. The girls, with a variety of styles, from seductive black meshed to cute lowly, from alluring bad girls to pure students, showcased their fiery dance moves. Meanwhile, Qin Wusong remained silent, her mind in turmoil, unsure of how to dance or where to start. This was the first time she had stepped into such a lively place, and being accompanied by her sibling, who was equally awkward, only made her more embarrassed, leaving Qin Wusong standing there, feeling frustrated and at a loss for what to do. Qin Wusong suddenly spotted a familiar figure, causing her heart to race. During this time, Tien Jin Dai and Qin had stayed in Hanchang, quietly waiting for Park Jimin, struggling to advance their collaboration. But after more than a month, their plans had not gone as hoped. The longer they stayed, the more they realized that this man's intellect and vision far exceeded their expectations. Not only had he built a powerful business empire, but he had also established a charitable hospital, rendering any collaborative ideas futile. Therefore, the two decided to enjoy a fun night out before returning the next day. But unexpectedly, fate brought them together right here. Qin Wusong pointed and tried to shout over the loud music in the bar. "Dai Han, look over there. Does that person wearing a mask look like Park Jimin?" Dai Han nodded in agreement. "He really does look a bit like him. Let's go check it out." So Dai Han and Qin Wusong held hands and walked towards Park Jimin with determined eyes. Meanwhile, Park Jimin was like a little old man educating his best friend. "Money is meant to be spent, you understand? When you spend enough, women will be naturally attracted to you. Instead of sitting here sulking, get up and take control of the situation. Women won't always chase after someone who's lost in sorrow. Life is not only about love. If you put yourself in the position of the one in control, you won't be swept away by regular emotions anymore. Don't let love make you falter. You are Song Joong-K, not someone easily defeated like that. Remember, women are attracted to confidence and power. When he proves that he can live well, even better without relying on anyone, that is when he truly holds the power in his hands. For now, let's leave the past behind and move forward." As soon as he arrived, Qin Wusong couldn't help himself, hastily pulling down Park Jimin's mask, both astonished and annoyed. "Damn it, Park Jimin. It's true that my brother and Dai Han have never stepped foot in places like this, and suddenly feeling curious to try it out. I didn't expect to run into you right after entering the bar. Truly a scumbag. Just a glance, and it's clear you were regular at the nightclubs. A real player." Park Jimin was also very surprised to see the two girls here. Is it the crazy girl from the Qin family? What a narrow alley for enemies. She keeps running around in unexpected places, and Dai Han is here too. What are they doing in Hanchang? It's not something serious, is it? Qin Wusong continued to question, her voice full of doubt and curiosity. "Park Jimin, do you often go to bars and deceive girls?" Park Jimin waved his hand, his tone completely unconcerned. "What does it have to do with you? Don't bother me while I'm drinking at the bar. Who are you to me that I should report to you?" Acting all high and mighty. Hearing this, Kim Woo-song was furious. That bastard Park Jimin dares to talk to me like that. Let's see how I deal with you. Thinking of this, Kim Woo-song smirked cunningly. Then, she pretended to feel wronged, tears welling in her eyes. You're too much. How dare you speak to me like that? Before this, you promised to take me out to eat. You useless man, so quick to turn your back. Saying this, Kim Woo-song even hugged Dae-han and cried loudly. Clearly, I'm already with you. Yet you still go out flirting with others. How much money have I spent on you? Isn't it enough? Boo-hoo-hoo. Thinking she was joking, her dramatic tears while hugging Dae-han made Park Jimin feel quite annoyed. Oh my gosh, what situation is this? I knew that whenever I meet her, there would never be a peaceful moment. And now I have to face a scene of loud crying. Looking at the beautiful goddess so stunning that everyone is captivated, yet pitifully betrayed by a worthless man, many people around began to get annoyed and gossip. Going to a bar to dance, caught by the boyfriend, and still daring to act like that. Besides, his girlfriend is so beautiful, yet he still has the nerve to go out and have fun with others. True, he looks charming, but is actually frightening. What a scum, leeching off women and being unfaithful. Song Joong-kai couldn't help but curiously ask. Park Jimin, is what she said true? Park Jimin could only force a smile, her lips twitching slightly. Kim Woo-song, are you out of your mind? But at this moment, Song Noon felt incredibly frustrated. Isn't tonight the attention should be on the young master Song with his shiny bald head? However, where did another guy named Song come from, brazenly snatching away the spotlight that should rightfully belong to me? What made Song Noon even more irritated was that the two beauties with perfect figures and outstanding charisma completely ignored him and chose to walk toward that guy. Unable to accept being overshadowed in front of the crowd, Song Noon stormed over and furiously questioned. You're Song Joong-kai, aren't you? Are you taking my name to call each person for a bottle of Black S? At this moment, Song Noon's mood became extremely furious. He was so angry that the veins throbbed on his face. His eyes were bloodshot and full of rage. Unable to contain his anger, Song Noon grabbed a bottle of XO whiskey and slammed it onto the table, the sound of the shattering bottle resonating, causing the entire bar to fall silent for a moment, filled with fear and astonishment. Then, Song Noon roared in anger. Damn it, which bastards dare to mess with me? Do you think I can easily be turned into a fool? No way. A worried waiter, fearing the situation would spiral out of control, rushed over to intervene. Young Master Song, please don't be angry. Let us handle this matter. Planning to shout at the waiter, but when Song Noon's gaze landed on Kim Woo-song and Dae-han, his demeanor immediately softened and he appeared quite elegant. Move aside. Do you intend to put these millions on your head? Surely you plan to compensate for this mess. Well, as for the drinks, I can pay. It's just a few million. But I also want to vent this anger. Hello, beautiful ladies, why don't you come over to my table and avoid getting involved in this? Looking at the two young women, Song Noon was both astonished and unable to contain his infatuation. He didn't expect that a person like him, who had once rolled in the world of pleasure and women, could be so captivated by the stunning beauty of these two ladies. Although losing several tens of millions felt painful, being able to impress these two beauties was worth it. Song Noon thought that his generosity, like a true gentleman, would create a good impression on the two ladies. However, unexpectedly, Kim Woo-song suddenly pushed him away and shouted loudly, "What do you think you are? Get lost!" In the face of such a strong reaction, Song Noon could only freeze in shock. I lie you. Kim Woo-song's sharp gaze looked directly at him, her tone cold and emotionless. What do you mean you? Those few million are just pocket change. Do you think you can stir things up with me? If you don't have money, it's best not to come out here and act flashy. Have you even looked properly? How many zeros are in my allowance? Want to win me over? Are you dreaming? After finishing his speech, Kim Woo-song confidently dropped his phone, revealing his WeChat account with a long string of numbers reaching up to 10 digits, shocking Song Noon. His mind was reeling as he realized, this seemingly weak and wronged beauty is actually a super wealthy person. The balance in her e-wallet is over 10 digits, which means she holds at least an enormous sum of up to $1 billion dong. Just the amount in her e-wallet is so much, I can't imagine how much her total assets really are. Behind her, there is definitely a massive family background. Seeing that Song Noon had become understanding, Kin Woo-song continued to be arrogant. Tonight, I will cover all the expenses here. As for you, young Master Song, you can just disappear. After that, Kin Woo-song turned back to Park Jimin and continued his act. Darling, don't come to places like this anymore. If you want to go to a bar, I can buy the whole club for you. Every month I will give you pocket money, just as long as you stay by my side and don't leave me, okay? As soon as the words ended, Song Noon continued to be stunned. The unimaginable wealth of this beauty shocked and made him envious. Damn it, why is there no rich person here paying attention to me? Clearly, I'm much more handsome than that guy. The more he thought about it, the more he looked at Park Jimin with eyes full of hatred. In the bar, all the laughter went silent, and the atmosphere became suffocating. Especially the waiters. They looked at Kin Woo-song with horrified expressions, then turned to Park Jimin with surprise and scrutiny. But more than anything was the mixture of disdain and admiration, clearly visible on their faces. I can't believe a girl so young, only around 20 years old, is actually wealthy. It's truly outrageous, so outrageous that it's hard to believe. Why is there no rich person interested in me, even for just a few million a month? I'm willing to be their dog. That is the level of a gigolo. Being able to capture the hearts of such wealthy people is truly frightening. But this gigolo even dares to come to the bar and dance openly. Has this wealthy person chosen the wrong one? Seeing the gaze full of hatred from those around him, Park Jimin couldn't help but sigh and wave his hand. Not knowing what else to say, Kin Woo-song, can you please not meddle in other people's business? What does this have to do with you? Inside, he could only silently endure. She is clearly trying to play with the emotions of everyone around and flaunting such a huge amount of money. Isn't she trying to turn me into a real gigolo? I don't lack money. Why does she care about this? It has always been me spending money on the younger girls. So when did it become my turn to let the girls spend money on me? Does she intend to humiliate me? Aside from being concerned about this wealthy person, everyone in the bar was waiting for Song Noon's next reaction. He slowly stood up, the humiliation creeping through every fiber of his being, igniting his pride. But apart from swallowing his humiliation, Song Noon didn't know what else he could do at this moment. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and utter his words with great bitterness, his eyes filled with threatening fury. Song Joong-ki, I remember your face. Keep hiding behind women, huh? Next time I catch you, you won't get away with it. After saying that, Song Noon turned to leave, but not without leaving a gesture full of contempt. Kin Woo-song remained oblivious to Park Jimin's mood and continued to perform. First, she paid decisively, uninterested. Then, Kin Woo-song approached Park Jimin with a gentle and pleading tone. Park Jimin, it's getting late, and Die-han, and I need to go home. I didn't bring any bodyguards today. Can you see us off? Park Jimin waved his hand in refusal, clearly showing a stubborn attitude. My brother is drunk. I want to drink with him. Why do I have to take you back? I'm not your bodyguard. It's too much trouble. Just go quickly. After saying this, Park Jimin's expression darkened, his lips pressed together, feeling both helpless and frustrated. Even drinking can't be peaceful. Being involved with her means there's never a moment of calm, always getting dragged into unwanted troubles. Don't bother me anymore. Just get lost. Being rejected so bluntly made Kin Woo-song angry as he retorted, You're something else. You're really something. Park Jimin, you bastard. After saying that, Kin Woo-song, both pouting and resolute, pulled Die-han away. Here we are, prestigious young ladies of the highest rank, and when given such an opportunity to showcase ourselves, you choose to rudely make excuses and turn it down. This is a chance that countless young gentlemen could only dream of, and yet you dare to reject me. You're truly unbearable, absolutely outrageous, lacking any semblance of a gentleman. A man like you deserves to remain single forever. As soon as the two young ladies Die-kin left, Song Joong-ki patted Park Jimin's thigh vigorously, his voice full of emotion. Park Jimin, you are truly a good brother of mine. Two beautiful girls like that, and they are incredibly wealthy, yet you dared to reject them just to drink with me. I'm so touched. Without missing a beat, he grabbed the bottle of wine and began to chuck it down to express his gratitude. But upon further reflection, Song Joong-ki continued. Park Jimin, you should still take those two girls home afterward. It's not safe for girls to be out on the streets after midnight, especially after they've just revealed such a large sum of money. the risks definitely increase. Moreover, the two girls came to you for help. How could you feel at ease if you don't take them home? Hearing this, Park Jimin's gaze turned towards Song Joong-ki, a bit surprised and then questioning in doubt. Song Joong-ki, since when did you become so chivalrous? Are you really worried about those two girls? What about you? Song Joong-ki laughed loudly and scratched his head awkwardly. I'm a man. What is there to be afraid of? Aren't you saying I should worry about being taken home to sleep by some girls? At first, Park Jimin thought carefully about what Song Joong-ki had just said and then decided to leave. But he couldn't help teasing Song Joong-ki with a comment. Truly a manly man. If a girl takes you home to sleep, you won't lose anything. But if it's some kind of pervert instead, that would be a huge loss. After finishing his words, Park Jimin even raised his hand in a military salute, his mouth forming a sarcastic smile. Unfazed by Park Jimin's teasing, Song Joong-ki just laughed and responded with a thumbs up. All right, Park Jimin, don't jinx me. You should be careful too. Hearing that, Park Jimin didn't say anything more and stood up to leave the bar. It seems like Song Joong-ki has become more understanding now. I can leave with peace of mind. Outside, Kim Woo-song was still sulking and upset. Her pride made her refuse help from Park Jimin. Looking at Dae-han, she said. Dae-han said, to have the bodyguards come pick us up. We don't need this bastard to take us home. Dae-han also seriously reminded. Actually, you shouldn't have been so impulsive just now. Wealth shouldn't be flaunted. Places like bars are full of strange and complicated people. Sometimes caution and restraint are necessary, especially in unclear and potentially dangerous situations. Seeing that Dae-han seemed to blame her, Kim Woo-song waved her hand dismissively. Dae-han, you're overthinking it. Security in Nation H is very good right now. Besides, the bodyguards are on their way to pick us up. Indeed, boasting about wealth can lead to trouble. At that moment, as if Kim Woo-song received a call from the bodyguard, an unexpected incident occurred. A black van suddenly stopped near the two of them. The door of the van swung open violently, and immediately, 4 men in black jumped out. Their formation was strange, resembling the monks Samjang Byapse gathering Buddhist texts, while Sun Wukong and Pigsy rushed like hungry tigers towards Kim Woo-song and Dae-han. At the door of the van, Samjang Byapse and Sandy kept urging, "Hurry up!" In the blink of an eye, Kim Woo-song and Dae-han were caught off guard. Sun Wukong charged straight at Kim Woo-song, while Pigsy, with his massive physique and overwhelming strength, attacked Dae-han. The agile and skillful moves left Kim Woo-song and Dae-han with no time to react. As both of them realized they had been kidnapped, a strange scent wafted through their noses, causing them to become dazed and lose consciousness. Their bodies grew weak, and they had no strength to resist. As Park Jimin stepped out of the bar, he caught sight of Sun Wukong and Pigsy dragging Dae-han and Kim Woo-song into a van. Stunned and shocked by the scene, he exclaimed, "Damn it, a kidnapping!" The entire incident unfolded in less than 15 seconds. The van immediately accelerated, shooting away like an arrow and vanishing from the scene. At that moment, from a distance, 2 bodyguards in suits had noticed the situation. They quickly pursued and immediately pressed the gas pedal. But unfortunately, a car unexpectedly reversed right in front of the bodyguard's Maybach. The car was stuck, unable to move forward. The bodyguard inside the car kept yelling loudly, "Get out of the way, sir. Hurry up and move aside." But more ironically, the driver of the car blocking the road was an old deaf man. The old man raised his hand, looking bewildered, and loudly asked back, "Huh? What did you say? What the hell is going on?" In the face of this scene, the bodyguard helplessly punched the steering wheel, his heart filled with worry. "It's over. This is serious. How are we going to catch up now? Run on foot." Then he could only watch helplessly as the van gradually disappeared from sight. Just when it seemed there was no hope, Park Jimin unexpectedly erupted like a beast, bursting with power. His foot stomped hard on the ground, creating a terrifying force that cracked the pavement beneath him. The sound of the crack echoed like thunder in the clear sky, and the fissure spread out, forming spider-web-like cracks. With that kick, Park Jimin surged forward like a whirlwind. His speed skyrocketed with every passing second. His body seemed to merge with the wind. The image of him became a blur in the eyes of those around. No one could believe what they were witnessing. A man was chasing the van at a terrifying speed, using only his own legs. This scene left the two bodyguards in the vehicle dumbfounded, their eyes filled with amazement. What the hell is that? How can a human possess such strength and speed? Could it really be Superman? Running this fast. In the time it took for the two bodyguards to utter these words, Park Jimin had darted forward with astonishing speed, breaking all limits of the human body. He was like a storm sweeping down the road, leaving only the sound of howling wind behind, and the astonished gazes of those who witnessed it. The distance to the black van was shrinking rapidly. With each step, Park Jimin seemed to deliver a powerful punch to the air, bringing him closer to the van. Furthermore, his unbelievable speed created a strong gust of wind, causing the white dress of a girl with pink hair standing on the roadside to flutter wildly. The girl was startled and quickly used both hands to shield her dress, her eyes wide with amazement as she caught sight of something racing by like a flash of lightning. The scene not only left the girl, but also those around her stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Damn it! Can a person really run fast enough to create a gust of wind strong enough to lift a skirt like that? In this urgent situation, Park Jimin had no choice but to run at full speed. His hair flew back, his whole body like an arrow shot from a bow, cutting through space with unstoppable force. But for some reason, the words of Song Joong-kai echoed in his head, causing Park Jimin to curse. Damn it, Song Joong-kai. You're truly a black crow's mouth, always saying what turns out to be true. On the stolen car, Sandy couldn't believe his eyes as he looked into the rearview mirror. At first, he thought he was hallucinating, but the figure of Park Jimin was still closely tailing behind the car, not disappearing at all. He glanced back again, his heart filled with confusion and fear. His eyes widened, and his forehead started to bead with sweat, despite the speed now, nearly reaching 100 kilometers/a. Then, Sandy began to swallow hard, shouting in panic. Damn it! How can this be? Boss, someone is chasing us. His speed is too fast. He's about to catch up to our car. Immediately, both the teacher and students of Sanjang Biapsa began to panic. Great, they hadn't even grabbed what they were after and were already facing the 80-second disaster. Sanjang Biapsa was also filled with shock. Impossible! Is that guy Superman? How can there be such a freak? Although he tried to maintain a calm demeanor, Sanjang Biapsa still felt the heavy pressure. Then, he gritted his teeth and barked out an order. Old man, step on it. Leave him behind now. Sandy was an experienced driver, having gone through countless robberies, each time escaping the police pursuit in spectacular fashion. He not only knew the city map by heart, but also had the ability to maneuver the vehicle like it was part of his own body. All right, boss. Sandy nodded, then began to press down hard on the gas pedal, his actions decisive and unwavering. As the van surged forward at speeds exceeding 100 kilometers/, Sandy calmly handled the steering wheel. Its sharp eyes scanned each intersection and other vehicles on the road. When he saw the distance between Park Jimin and the van gradually widening, he couldn't help but break into a self-satisfied smile. Damn, I thought I ran into Superman for real. He dares to chase after us. Let's see if he can keep up. Ha 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 ha. After laughing with delight, Sandy arrogantly raised his middle finger in a provocative gesture. Hearing this tone from Uncle Ba, the robbers in the car also breathed a sigh of relief, but this provocative action only added fuel to the fire, causing Park Jimin to explode with rage and roar. You damn bastards, still daring to provoke me. Let me show you what despair feels like. In that moment, anger surged within. Park Jimin's eyes were sharp as a knife, glinting with an unwavering determination, strengthening the entire attributes by 50 points. Master has chosen to strengthen all attributes. Strength, agility, spirit, and physique. Totaling 200 strengthening points will be consumed. May I ask if the master confirms the strengthening? Confirm. Clan. Strengthening is in progress. Strengthening complete. In that instant, Park Jimin felt a tremendous wave of power erupting from deep within his body, as if all limits had been torn apart. From his chest, a powerful thermal energy spread, filling every organ and reaching every cell. That feeling was both familiar and strange, as if this power had always resided within him, just waiting for the right moment to be unleashed. Before this boundless surge of energy, Park Jimin no longer felt fatigue or depletion, but only an extreme euphoria. This feeling is incredible. Park Jimin did not hesitate for another second. Immediately, his foot stomped powerfully down onto the road, creating a deafening crash that caused the pavement beneath him to crack and shatter into pieces. Even the force from his stomp spread like a terrifying wave throughout the surrounding space, shaking the very air. In an instant, Park Jimin vanished from the sight of anyone. Space and time seemed to bend before his absolute speed. Vehicles, people, everything around stood still, as if they could no longer keep up with his pace. Each blur of Park Jimin streaked past, leaving only fleeting images in the night, while Pigsy peeked out of the window, looking back with a smug expression. "Boss, we can shake him off now. That kid has disappeared." The monk Sanjang Byapsa remained seated, motionless like the old monk entered Samadhi, showing no signs of complacency. "And do not allow for any mistakes," he immediately ordered. "Driver, drive to the warehouse. We need to switch vehicles. Right now, there are surveillance cameras everywhere." The man Sandy replied in a confident tone. "All right, boss. We'll be there in about 5 minutes." In the hijacked vehicle, the man Pigsy was indeed a lascivious figure, speaking while drooling in a disgusting manner. "Boss, these two beauties are incredibly stunning. I've lived over 30 years and have never seen anyone as beautiful as them. I can't take it anymore. Can we have a little fun?" At this moment, Kim Woo-song was gradually waking up. The haze disappeared, replaced by a chilling sense of fear seeping into every fiber of her being. Her eyes widened, filled with horror, as she realized her current situation. With every second that passed, the feeling of helplessness and despair grew stronger. Kim Woo-song's gaze revealed her extreme fear and anxiety. "What do you intend to do? If you want money, just tell me the amount you need. But if you dare to take reckless action, the consequences will be something none of you can bear." The masked leader, resembling Samjang Byapsa, slowly pressed a cold blade against Kim Woo-song's neck. His actions were deliberate and menacing, as if he wanted to ensure that Kim Woo-song felt every bit of the pressure from the knife. Seeing the fear in his victim's eyes, the leader's gaze radiated ruthlessness, laced with a hint of amusement. He then responded in a calm voice, yet filled with intimidation. "Oh, it seems these young ladies come from an interesting background. Fine, I will give you an account. You must transfer 100 million into it. Once that's done, we'll release you right away." As he spoke, the eyes of the Samjang Byapsa narrowed slightly, assessing Kim Woo-song's reaction. The sharp blade remained pressed against her delicate skin, and he continued in a mocking tone. "Don't worry, we are very trustworthy. If not, just a small move is enough to slice your face open." Kim Woo-song found herself with no other option. Under the threat of the robbers, despite her objections, she could only nod in agreement. "All right, I will." But just at that moment, Dai Han suddenly spoke up, cutting through the cold, challenging tone. "No need to act anymore. Who's really behind this?" The group of robbers paused in surprise, but Dai Han continued to interrogate with a vigilant gaze. "You are not ordinary robbers. Your skills far exceed those of an average person. Both of us have been trained in self-defense martial arts, and a normal person cannot easily subdue us. Moreover, at this late hour in the city center, how could there be such unusual traffic congestion? Today is not a weekend. How could all the routes be blocked like this? Clearly, you have been well prepared in advance. Who exactly are you, and who has sent you?" Dai Han's words left Sun Wukong astonished. "Boss, this girl is really smart." The cold and indifferent Samjang Byapsa commanded. "Don't pay any attention to her. Administer more sedative and make them pass out." Upon receiving the orders, Sun Wukong and Pigsy began to pin them down and press the cloth soaked in sedative against the noses of Kim Woo-song and Dai Han. Just as the tension was at its peak, an unexpected event transpired, tearing the atmosphere in the van apart. In an instant, the rear right window of the van suddenly shook violently and shattered into thousands of tiny pieces that scattered like sharp blades. The sound of breaking glass echoed deafeningly, shaking the confined space inside the vehicle. "Is that Park Jimin?" "Oh, you guessed it right, it's our Park Jimin. And that kick just now was no ordinary kick. The power has reached a level 15 times that of a normal person. It sounds like Park Jimin has just been upgraded to a superhero version, right?" With that kick, the air around felt compressed, creating a powerful shockwave that radiated in all directions. Inside the vehicle, it was as if this kick stirred things up, shaking like an earthquake of up to 9.5 on the Richter scale. commonly known as the Valdivia earthquake of Chile, which caused thousands of casualties. That moment froze as everything seemed to slow down, revealing every detail of the chaos. Each shard of shattered glass flew like shooting stars in the night sky, creating a scene that was both terrifying and intense. Looking through the broken window left a large hole, and the robbers inside the vehicle sat there like doe-eyed creatures caught in headlights, completely bewildered and unsure of what had just happened. What the hell was that? But before they could ask each other if anyone understood what just happened, suddenly, from the shattered window, a strong hand reached in, gripping the car door and yanking it fiercely. Oh yes, just as you imagined. The van door was ripped off its hinges like a toy, flying straight out without a shred of mercy. This unexpected scene left the masked robbers, the four of them known as Samjang Biapsa, wide-eyed in horror, as if they had just seen a ghost manifest. Their eyes were so wide it seemed they were about to pop out, and their hearts raced wildly, nearly fainting on the spot. But that wasn't all. Park Jimin appeared at the car door like a fleeting breeze, disappearing and then reappearing right before their eyes. With cold, sharp eyes, he assessed the group as if weighing which category of crime they belonged to. "Ha, I'm a ghost here." Meanwhile, the robbers sat trembling like startled puppies, feeling as if they had encountered a legendary spirit. This scene would undoubtedly stick with them, a day they would never want to recall. Immediately, Samjang Biapsa's hearts dropped as they screamed like pigs being slaughtered. What the hell just happened? Step on it. Step on it. Damn it. Hurry up. Step on it. Park Jimin slammed his foot down on the pavement, preparing for a kick that even Messi would envy. In an instant, he shot forward with the speed of a shooting star, and without a second thought, he kicked straight at the face of the boss, babbling like a cicada. A kick that would surely make him reconsider his career, assuming he survived. With speed measured in milliseconds, the boss was kicked out of the vehicle like a lightweight sack, his mouth agape as he couldn't comprehend what had just happened. And with the combined force of the kick and the speeding car, Park Jimin's kick not only ensured that the boss flew out in a remarkably smooth fashion, but also put him face to face with two scenarios. Either die from a sudden spike in blood pressure due to shock or depart with cold legs after an unexpected collision with the ground. Seeing their boss being taken care of so thoroughly by Park Jimin, Sun Wukong and Pigsy screamed in panic, "Boss! Boss!" But it seemed that this scream was just for fun, because right after that, they too would learn what special treatment really meant. But they couldn't just sit and wait to die. Sun Wukong and Pigsy still tried to put on a brave front, even drawing their knives in defiance. However, poor Sun Wukong and Pigsy, the moment they pulled out their knives, felt the world around them suddenly spin as if they had just stepped off a roller coaster. Park Jimin, with a look that said, "Are you kidding me?" didn't waste a single second and enthusiastically delivered a punch to each of them. Surely, if they lived to see another day, every time they saw Park Jimin on TV, they would have to set off fireworks to celebrate their survival. Then, without a moment's hesitation, Park Jimin tossed each of them out of the car as if he were throwing away trash. Finally, there was the most unfortunate one, the one who had dared to flip him the bird in defiance earlier. But now, with Park Jimin standing right behind him, he felt the full weight of the earth pressing down on his bladder. The tough guy demeanor he had just moments ago quickly transformed into something meek and almost endearing. "Please, no, Dad. No, sir. Hero. Please spare me. I'm just the driver. Really. I don't know those guys at all." Seeing this name had him nearly wetting his pants, Park Jimin coldly said, "Park on the side of the road, and you can get lost." That voice, echoing like it was from the other world, sent Sandy, who was already panicking, into an even greater state of fright as if he had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. Without thinking any further, he hurriedly stammered, all right, I'm going right now. Buddy, no sir, no, hero." After that, the driver hurriedly complied, stopping the car by the roadside and rushing out as fast as he could to escape this nightmare. There you go, this is what they call true heaven and earth collapsing. As soon as he got out of the car, before he had a chance to breathe a sigh of relief, karma struck quickly like a summer downpour. The result was a car that came out of nowhere and bang, a flawless collision. But the story doesn't end here. The young man, acting as the judge, quickly stopped his vehicle, but the expression on his face as he approached was one of utter confusion. "Damn it, I hit someone. Hey buddy, are you okay?" Inside the van, the scene was like a boxing match that had just concluded. Part Jimin, along with the two ladies Dai and Kin, had vanished. Only the bloodstains smeared everywhere remained, remnants of a hapless group of robbers who had just been meticulously attended to by Part Jimin. Early the next morning, as the first rays of sunlight crept through the curtains, Dai Han groggily awoke in the plush bed of the hotel. She felt her head pounding like it was being smashed with a hammer, a side effect of having inhaled too much anesthetic the night before. Then, Dai Han looked around the presidential suite of the five-star hotel, starting to have doubts. Could it be that I wasn't kidnapped last night, but it was all just a dream? But if it was just a dream, why does everything feel so real? And in the most dangerous moment, a man appeared like a heavenly angel, rescuing me from a life-or-death situation. Truly, it was a thrilling dream, but it also carried a strangely sweet undertone. And why does my head hurt as if I had huffed some drugs? As Dai Han was still bewildered with her thoughts, from the other side of the bed, Kin Woo-song suddenly jolted awake and screamed in panic. No, no, don't come near. Don't come near here. Seeing Kin Woo-song's reaction was similar, Dai Han suspiciously asked, Sister Woo-song, did you also have a nightmare? Kin Woo-song glanced around and then looked at Dai Han in surprise. That's right, but it's strange. Why are we here? I clearly remember that last night at the bar, we were kidnapped by a group of robbers. How did we suddenly return to the hotel? Immediately, both of them widened their eyes and looked at each other, their eyes lighting up as if they had just discovered a shocking secret. Could it be that this is not a dream? While Kin Woo-song and Dai Han were lost in their tangled thoughts, they turned on the TV and watched the news. The host said, last night at 10:26 p.m., on the avenue heading towards the Yangtze Gang Bridge, a serious car accident occurred. A vehicle with a fake license plate, carrying several men, was thrown out of the car while speeding. The driver was also hit by a truck. A total of 4 people died, and no one survived. The host continued. Currently, the Gyeongbokgung police are investigating the specific circumstances. Witnesses reported that this vehicle had kidnapped 2 young women near the Firefox bar. However, the police found no trace of the 2 kidnapped girls in the car. According to the police's initial speculation, these 2 girls may be commandos, who fiercely resisted the kidnappers, and then managed to escape safely. The host said, this case has many questionable points and requires further investigation to identify the 2 kidnapped girls. Additionally, from the signs of a fierce struggle that led to the accident, the police also found a drug-soaked cloth, a dagger, ropes, and other tools used for committing crimes. The host continued, the group of robbers has been identified, but the whereabouts of the 2 girls remain unclear. Some suspect that they may have been thrown into the Chongjiang River. We will continue to update information from Gyeongbokgung. After watching this news, Dai Han and Kin Woo-song were both taken aback and confused. Dai Han, so it wasn't a dream last night. We really have been kidnapped. Dai Han replied with suspicion. But the problem is, who saved us? And why are we now in a hotel? Kin Woo-song thought for a moment and then muttered, could it be that during our unconsciousness, we suddenly developed superpowers? Someone must have helped us. We just don't know who that person is. But how could one person suddenly jump into a speeding car and throw the robbers out? Was it Park Jimin? I remember he runs very fast. Dai Han found herself increasingly convinced that something was amiss and shook her head in rebuttal. Sister Woo-song, you've been watching too much TikTok, haven't you? Although Park Jimin may be able to run fast, he's just an ordinary person. How could he possibly chase after a car that is traveling at over 100 kilometers/8? Furthermore, last night he refused to take us home after we were kidnapped. The car was still racing away, maintaining a speed of over 90 kilometers/8 even in the city, and it increased to more than 100 kilometers/. An ordinary person simply cannot match that speed. The more she thought about it, the more Dai Han firmly denied Kin Woo-song's speculation. But the more she thought, the more she was puzzled. Who exactly saved us? There must have been someone who rescued us. Yet there is no reasonable theory to explain it. Could it be that the person was not human, but a god? That is simply too hard to believe. Kin Woo-song thought for a moment and still decided to call Park Jimin. After a few rings, a lazy voice came from the other end of the line. Hello, who is this? It's early morning. Can't you let others sleep? Hearing Park Jimin's grumpy tone, Kim Woo-song coldly asked, feeling both worried and a little hopeful. "It's me, Kim Woo-song. Where were you last night?" On the side, Dae-han was also curious as she couldn't figure out the situation, so she listened intently as Kim Woo-song made the call. In order to deny any connection to what happened the previous night, Park Jimin replied in a nonchalant and somewhat mocking tone. "Oh, it's Kim, young lady. Do you really not know, or are you just pretending not to? Last night I was drinking with my buddies, and I drank until late." Upon hearing Park Jimin's response, Kim Woo-song couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. It really isn't Park Jimin, but deep down, I hope the person who saved me in a dangerous moment was him. Then Kim Woo-song replied in a tone mixed with sadness. "It's nothing. Let's leave it like that." Saying that, she also hung up the phone. At that moment, from outside the room, a hurried ringing like a fire alarm could be heard. Dae-han went out to open the door to let a bodyguard in, with a guilty expression on his face, as if he had just lost the key to the boss's safe. Just a moment later, unable to suppress her curiosity, Dae-han asked, "Brother Zhang, what on earth happened last night?" The bodyguard bowed his head, feeling guilty as he explained, "I'm sorry, young lady. Last night it was because we were negligent. After young lady was kidnapped, our bodyguard team was in a panic, to the point that we forgot to eat and drink. Everyone feels the weight of responsibility on their shoulders, and some even thought about becoming monks after this incident." At this point, the bodyguard was so moved that he couldn't hold back his tears, crying like a rainstorm. "It's such a relief that young lady is truly okay. At my yuan, Dai CEO has almost gone mad with worry since last night. He's already consumed 2 jars of tranquilizers." The scene of the tall man crying like a child. Dae-han could not bring herself to scold him, and continued to ask further. "Come on, Mr. Zhang. I'm still intact here. In a moment I will call my father to reassure him. This is not entirely your fault, so don't blame yourselves too much. Clearly someone has deliberately orchestrated this, so it's hard to avoid any oversight. Oh right, who saved me and Ms. Woo-song last night? Do we have any clues?" The bodyguard wiped away his tears and began to recount the unbelievable events of last night. "Thank you, young lady. Last night, indeed, one of our bodyguards witnessed a person chasing after the car at a speed as fast as a car. But besides that, there is no additional detailed information." After the bodyguard left, Dae-han pondered, but the more she thought, the more she felt something was amiss. It really is utterly illogical. After all, who is the one behind the kidnapping plot against me, and who was it that saved me? This was supposed to be a golden opportunity to build a good relationship with the Dai family. Yet this person chose to disappear without a trace. Surely they do not want to be scrutinized by the public. Who could be so mysterious? Meanwhile, on the other side, Park Jimin had just hung up the phone with Kim Woo-song, unable to help but breathe a sigh of relief. This is really a hassle. This matter absolutely cannot be made public. It must be kept secret. Otherwise, it could lead to a huge inconvenience. First, the incident involves 4 lives. Even though they are criminals, according to the law, no one has the right to arbitrarily deal with them. If discovered, I may have to face legal troubles. Second, the process of rescuing Dae-han and Kim Woo-song has far exceeded the limits of an ordinary person. Being too prominent is not a good thing. It can easily lead to being noticed, or even being subjected to research. He thought, I am already famous, but I don't want this incident to thrust my name into the spotlight once again. Luckily, my speed is too fast, and it happened during the night, so undoubtedly no one could recognize me. Heroic in eradicating evil and violence, or a disruptor of public order. Oh, whatever, it's so exhausting. Relax now. If they are curious and find out it's me, they might as well starve during the new year. Just when Park Jimin was about to take a little more nap, he suddenly remembered his friend, who had been left behind at the bar last night. He jumped up, grabbed his phone, and called Song Joong-ki to check the situation. Oh no, I almost forgot Joong-ki is heartbroken, sitting alone drowning his sorrows. I wonder if he's still alive at this hour. Haha, I need to call to see how he's doing. On Song Joong-ki's side, the battlefield scene from last night was too brutal. Women's clothes mixed with his, scattered all over the floor. It was impossible to tell which was which. Even now, he was still passed out, with no clue about what had happened. The phone rang continuously for about 30 seconds before a delicate white hand reached out to grab it. A woman's voice came through the phone. Hello. Hearing this voice, Park Jimin couldn't help but feel surprised and puzzled. Huh? What's this? Why is it a woman's voice? Immediately, the scene flashed in Park Jimin's mind. His best friend experiencing life for the first time, and of course, the introduction could not have been more chaotic. The more he thought about it, the more Park Jimin couldn't help but smirk. Jong Ki, the first time sleeping with a girl, and she even answered my phone. If that's the case, she must be the one taking the initiative. No wonder she kicked me out last night. At first, I was worried that Jong Kai, being so deeply in love, might easily fall into a state of depression. Who would have thought this guy would fully enjoy himself like that? Truly, youth is all about seizing the moment. Feeling reassured about Song Jong Ki, Park Jimin also felt as if a 1,000-pound weight had been lifted off his shoulders. However, after getting out of bed, he found himself a bit bored. That feeling lingered, causing Park Jimin to mutter, "So boring. Maybe I should take a trip back to Tianmen City today to see how the construction of my villa, which is over 10,000 square meters, is coming along. While I'm at it, I also want to check the filming progress of Ouyang Sil." Thinking of this, Park Jimin couldn't help but smile. Well, I really should treat myself a bit, Park Jimin thought. A mansion this big, and I still don't know what it's like. Well, let's go check it out. Who knows, I might find something interesting. Or at least there's a pool to soak my feet. Around 10 a.m., a luxurious helicopter landed on the grounds of Haverlist University. Instantly, the atmosphere became charged, as if a movie star had just come to visit. As soon as it touched down, the helicopter exuded an air of power when the door swung open, revealing a vivid red carpet leading from the door to the ground, as if inviting someone from the sky to descend like a divine being. In front were 8 flight attendants, each wearing a uniform, standing rigidly on each side. A curious crowd of students quickly gathered, growing larger by the second, their eyes fixated on the magnificent aircraft before them. A few could not contain their curiosity and exclaimed, "What is this? Is it a Super Puma? This helicopter is worth 100 million. And with 8 flight attendants standing around, who could it be?" Another student hurriedly replied, his voice filled with pride. "Do you know? Who else could it be but the pride of Haverlist University, Chairman Lim?" While the crowd murmured and whispered, Park Jimin appeared wearing dark sunglasses and made his way toward the helicopter. His regal aura radiated so strongly that even the sunlight seemed to pause briefly to admire him. Each powerful step he took prompted gasps of awe from everyone around. And thus, Park Jimin, with his regal demeanor and radiant aura, stepped aboard the helicopter. 8 flight attendants simultaneously bowed, their faces adorned with bright smiles. Witnessing this grand scene, the students could only stare in awe and admiration. One exclaimed, "Oh my God, this is the pinnacle of charisma. Chairman Lim not only has money, but also this undeniable presence. Who can compare?" A girl in the crowd, with sparkling eyes, wished aloud, "Incredible! Chairman Lim is so young. I wonder if he has a boyfriend." Amidst the yearning and admiring gazes, the helicopter took off and flew towards Tianmen City. Park Jimin had just settled into his seat when one of the flight attendants quickly approached, bowed slightly and sweetly smiled. "Boss, let me give you a foot massage. Sitting on a plane for a long time can make your feet sore." Upon hearing this, Park Jimin could no longer maintain his calm expression. "Humph. Fine then." Seeing Park Jimin agree, the flight attendant knelt down. Her soft hands began to gently massage his tired legs. Park Jimin leaned back, his eyes relaxed, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. The comfortable sensation spreading throughout his body made Park Jimin unable to help but exclaim, "The life of the rich really is different. Being served like this, who wouldn't like it? Is this heaven? Is anyone jealous of me?" But while feeling comfortable, Park Jimin couldn't help but think about his strange system. Why isn't this girl bound by the system? Usually, the system should tightly restrict these kinds of intimate interactions. It seems that when women have a very high affection for me, the system can't bind them. Truly a tricky system. As for the flight attendant, even though this was part of her job, she appeared a bit nervous when massaging the legs of a man that countless young girls secretly dream of. Although this was a part of her job, when she faced the legs of the man whom many young girls secretly desired, she seemed a bit tense. She could not help but feel her heart racing, the embarrassment clearly visible on her face. "Oh my, I'm just working. Why is my heart beating so fast? It can't possibly be because of his legs, can it? Could it be because this is Chairman Lim? While enjoying her comfortable feelings, Park Jimin was suddenly awakened by the ringing of his phone. Looking down at the screen, he saw Yang Sison's name glaring back. Park Jimin frowned but inadvertently remembered the scene where he bowed his head and acknowledged him as his godfather. Yang Sison? Why is he calling me at this hour? Could it be that this old man has something to ask his godfather? Park Jimin pressed the answer button. Hello, Director Yang. What is it? From the other end of the line, a hurried voice responded. Godfather, the film crew has encountered a big problem. But the tricky issue here is not because of a lack of funding or technical issues, but rather due to the actors. According to the script, the male and female leads must perform a dramatic kissing scene. I have requested OCEO to carry out this scene himself, but OCEO resolutely refused. Yang Sison continued, refusing to film the kiss scene. She's insisting on using a body double or relying on special effects for the shots. The issue here is that the male lead is a highly sought-after star in the country. Other actresses are always eager for the chance to film a kiss with him, even sneaking off to practice beforehand. But when it came to OCEO, she flatly refused, which made him feel humiliated. Now the entire film crew has to pause, and if OCEO doesn't apologize and agree to film the kiss scene in the next 3 days, he'll withdraw from the production. At this point, OCEO's words carry weight, and once she's made her decision, no one can force her to change it. Reluctantly, I had to report this to the adoptive father. Hearing this news, Park Jimin exploded in rage. Yang Sison, do you still see me as a father figure? How dare you let my woman kiss someone else? Yang Sison felt a ringing in his ears, but he still tried to explain. Father figure. If the male and female leads don't touch at all throughout the film, it would be like missing an essential ingredient. If the father figure decides not to let her film a kiss with someone else, why don't you step in and take on the role of the male lead yourself? Yang Sison continued to analyze. Moreover, even if we replace the actor, we still have to reshoot this kissing scene. Besides, if other actors know that our film crew can casually replace people, they will surely have more apprehension towards us. Park Jimin, upon hearing this, found it amusing and seemed unwilling to continue the debate, responding, "What about me? Is that okay? In our country, the censorship regulations are so strict. Aren't we afraid that such a hot scene will be cut out? Can't we just omit the kiss scene?" Yang Sison resolutely opposed, then proposed in a half-joking, half-serious manner. "No way, Godfather. If we omit the kissing scene, the film will lose its essence. This is easy. All you need to do is agree to play the male lead, and all issues will be resolved in the blink of an eye." Initially, we chose Xiao Yishan for the male lead because of his large fan base. But now, who on the internet has more fans than you, Godfather? God richest, Chairman Lim, of course. This male lead role is undoubtedly deserving of you, Godfather. Park Jimin felt happy upon hearing this, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. That sounds reasonable. Hearing Park Jimin's words, and then thinking about Xiao Yishan's fee skyrocketing to hundreds of millions, Yang Sison couldn't help but exaggerate, adding, "If the adoptive father agrees, then I won't hesitate to replace Xiao Yishan immediately. Moreover, the adoptive father and CEO already have a special relationship. Lending a helping hand would be quite reasonable, right? Also, the adoptive father has already tried singing, so coming here to act and fulfill his acting passion would be absolutely wonderful, wouldn't it?" Park Jimin didn't refuse immediately, only furrowing his brows and replying, "All right, let's talk later." After hanging up the phone, Park Jimin still couldn't shake off his suspicion that Yang Sison is up to something with me. But then, when he thought about the dramatic kissing scene, he unconsciously touched his lips, feeling so excited that he couldn't contain himself. Am I the male lead? Are there going to be romantic kissing scenes standing in the rain or under the flickering candlelight? Wow, maybe I should practice beforehand, or tonight should I pull Oh Young-sil into the room to try it out? Thinking of this, Park Jimin immediately ordered, "Captain, first let's head to the film set." The captain nodded respectfully, "Yes, sir." Less than half an hour later, the plane flew into the Tianmen City area. At that moment, Xiao Yishan was in the break room of the film crew, completely exploding upon hearing the news that he might be replaced. "Damn it! I am a top star. Just showing up to act in your tiny little crew is already giving you face. And that guy Yang Sison still intends to replace me? Do you think I will drop out of the performance? What kind of so-called genius director is this? He still thinks he is the genius director of the past. Nowadays, none of his films receive much attention. He's long past his prime. Yet he still acts so arrogantly. If it weren't for Chairman Lim backing him up with a job, he wouldn't even know where he was working. And then there's Oh Young-sil, a washed-up actress who dares to refuse to film a kissing scene with me. Does she think she's some kind of noble saint? The assistant saw Xiao Yishan going crazy and hurriedly brought him some water. But as soon as he put it in his mouth, he immediately shouted out. After that, Xiao Yishan's anger flared up even more intensely. He threw the water bottle forcefully at the assistant's face, his eyes full of resentment and contempt. How stupid! I've told you so many times. I only drink imported mineral water. What is this stuff you're giving me? When the water bottle was thrown hard at the assistant's face, startled, the assistant stammered with fear and remorse. I'm sorry, Mr. Xiao. I will go exchange it right away. Xiao Yijun was seething with rage, continuing to call for the manager and ordered, "Manager, contact all my fans and tell them to attack Oh Young-sil on all fronts. I can't swallow this anger." By then, Oh Young-sil must bow his head and apologize and comply with the script. And Yang Sison will also know to be sensible and yield to my fan power and fame. And the film crew that poured over 10 billion into this project. Do they dare to lose the most important element? The assistant said, "Yes, yes." After finishing her words, Xiao Yishan angrily stormed outside, ready to confront Yang Sison to reason things out. But the scene before him made him stop in his tracks. In front of the film crew, which had long been deserted after the shooting stopped, was now unusually bustling. Not just Sison, but everyone important in the film crew was present. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yishan couldn't help but be surprised. Who were they preparing to welcome like this? Damn it, it's really unfair. Now this guy Yang Sison is putting on so many airs. Not knowing where to vent his frustration, he heard a familiar voice coming from the makeup room. "Oh CEO, why do you oppose shooting the kissing scene?" Xiao Yishan quietly moved closer to eavesdrop and wondered. It's Oh Young-sil and assistant Xiao Hong. Inside the room, Xiao Hong was continuously questioning. "Xiao Yishan is quite handsome too. Why don't you want to?" Oh Young-sil replied with a hint of concern. "It's not that I oppose the kissing scene. I just don't want to kiss Xiao Yishan." Oh Young-sil continued. "The one I kiss can only be a man I accept. Xiao Yishan is not worthy. Moreover, the way he looks at me always makes me feel disgusted. I definitely do not want to film a kissing scene with him. By the way, I heard that Park Jimin is coming here today, but I have a pimple on my face. I don't know how I will meet him later if he sees me like this. I will be so embarrassed." Feeling disrespected and unfairly compared, Xiao Yishan was furious. "Is it because I'm not handsome enough, or my fame isn't big enough? My fans aren't as many as yours. What do you rely on to dare to refuse me?" Xiao Yishan continued to stand there, boiling with anger. "I have 30 million fans on TikTok, 50 million on Weibo, and millions of likes on every post. How many fans does she have? How many comments does she get? Oh Young-sil, you are a filthy woman." Xiao Yishan continued. "Dare to underestimate me? Fine. You don't want to kiss me. Today I will show you what a kiss truly is." Blinded by rage, he kicked the door and charged in. "That brat, what does he have besides a pile of dirty money? You're nothing but a money-hungry opportunist, a real shameless person." Oh Young-sil coldly shouted, "Xiao Yishan, what are you planning to do?" At that moment, Park Jimin's helicopter just landed, and he saw a large crowd waiting for Yang Sison, who personally led the team to welcome him, along with a series of film crew staff and a special group of supporting actors, especially a few young women. Seeing Park Jimin, they instantly lost their composure. "Welcome, adoptive father, to the film crew. On behalf of everyone, I would like to respectfully greet you, adoptive father." Strangely, even though everyone was present, the two most important people, the male and female leads, were nowhere to be seen, causing Park Jimin to begin feeling an ominous premonition. Where is Oh Young-sil? Why hasn't she come to welcome me? After locking the door to the room, he could no longer hold back, his eyes blazing with rage, as he began to take action against Oh Young-sil. Am I not handsome enough? Don't I have enough fans? What right do you have to look down on me? In the face of Xiao Yishan's frenzy, Oh Young-sil did not back down at all. Sensing the invasion, she immediately fought back, her eyes clearly showing anger and disdain. "Get your hands off me! Xiao Yishan, are you crazy?" Xiao Yishan roared in fury, his voice full of arrogance. "For the past 2 months, do you have any idea how hard I have worked for this film crew? But what about you? You have even shown a clear indifferent attitude, not even bothering to glance at me for a moment. Oh Hyung-sil, you are just a second-rate actress, with a flashy appearance but utterly hollow. You can only become famous thanks to the support from your company, and especially from that powerful man of yours. But to me, you have nothing except for your pretentious looks and your arrogant attitude." But just as he hadn't had enough stress relief, Xiao Yishan suddenly felt a pain that pierced through to his brain. His eyes felt like they would pop out. In that moment, all of his arrogance vanished, replaced by a sky-high pain that spread from his lower body throughout his entire being. All thoughts were instantly severed, replaced by a prolonged scream echoing in an emotion-laden agony that was beyond words. Seeing Xiao Yishan kneeling and clutching his stomach, his face twisted, tears streaming uncontrollably, Oh Hyung-sil shouted with a voice full of determination. "Xiao Yishan, you should give it up. I won't shoot the kissing scene with you. If you leave now, I will consider nothing ever happened." But Xiao Yishan would never easily accept defeat. Being beaten so ruthlessly, like this, without retaliation, was not his style. His fury ignited like a flame, uncontrollable. He rushed forward, swinging his hand to mercilessly slap Oh Hyung-sil's face. "You bitch! You're truly a damn whore." Oh Hyung-sil's eyes widened, shock and pain clearly etched on her face. But more than the physical pain is the outrage and contempt. "Xiao Yishan, you will have to pay for this." At this moment, Xiao Yishan was at the peak of his rage. His eyes were wide open, his whole body trembling with anger. "What are you looking at? I'm hitting you. I have more than 1 million fans. I personally came to this shabby film set of yours, and I'm still disdained. I've had enough." He continued, "And now you're still daring to threaten me? Don't want to film the kissing scene with me? I advise you to give up. Nobody can save you now." The more Xiao Yishan spoke, the more his arrogance and self-satisfaction grew. He began to unleash all the frustration and ego he had bottled up for the past 2 months. But just at that moment, an unexpected incident occurred. The door to the room was suddenly kicked open with such force that debris flew everywhere like fireworks celebrating the new year. Boom! Xiao Yishan was startled and turned around, his face shifting from anger to a pale shock. Standing at the doorway was Park Jimin, one leg still raised from the kick he had just delivered. Seeing Park Jimin, the corners of Oh Hyung-sil's mouth curled up slightly, her expression filled with a poignant sense of helplessness, now infused with a happiness that was hard to put into words. Park Jimin also regarded Oh Hyung-sil's face, marked by signs of distress, and then witnessed the chaotic scene unfolding before him, cosmetics scattered everywhere, as if a tense clash had just taken place. He immediately cast a sharp, knife-like glance at Yang Sison and spoke in a voice as cold as ice. "Yang Sison, how do you manage this film crew? Is this how you protect your leading lady?" Yang Sison shuddered at once, feeling a cold shiver run down his spine, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch slightly as he forced a wry smile. "This is..." Xiao Yishan, interrupted and angered, shouted, "Who the hell are you? Do you know who I am?" But before he could finish his sentence, Park Jimin delivered a powerful kick, sending him flying an additional 5 meters before crashing hard against the wall, as if he were crushed. Park Jimin said nothing more and continued to stride confidently towards Xiao Yishan, every step radiating an air of danger. Then, he bent down, gripping his hair tightly, and mercilessly tilted his face upwards. Park Jimin's eyes were full of contempt as he looked straight into the still dazed eyes of Xiao Yishan. "You are Xiao Yishan." Seeing that he had not yet regained consciousness, Park Jimin delivered another punch directly to his handsome face. At this moment, Xiao Yishan finally regained some awareness and realized he was bleeding from the attack. Being humiliated like this caused him to explode with rage, his eyes burning red as if they could catch fire. "What? You dare hit me? I will kill you." Watching this scene, the entire film crew stood frozen, no one daring to utter a word. What is happening? Chairman Lim just kicked Xiao Yishan. Is this really happening? The atmosphere in the room became thick and suffocating, and the face that was always smiling of Yang Sison now contorted in concern, as he also recognized that the situation was getting worse. At this moment, Park Jimin showed no hesitation, lifting his foot to stomp directly on Xiao Yishan's face. The sole of his shoe pressed hard down, forcing the once arrogant face of Xiao Yishan to be pinned under his shoe, stripped of all dignity. "You dared to bully my woman. Apologize to Oh Young-sil immediately."